Traditional mystery and supernatural single female protagonist historical fiction Mr. Defies affairs Northeast folklore rural setting. Heavens. Reborn in 1986. I found myself immediately mistaken by my grandfather for a wandering spirit. Initially, I'd hoped to leverage my past life's understanding of the world's development to carve out a successful path. Little did I know, I was left with the solitary option of engaging in funeral affairs. Team Midnight, the dead rise, the yellow weasel weeps at graves, the treasure seekers present their offerings, and the village guardians commit murder in dreams. In this life, I am confronted with a bizarre world, starkly different from the one I previously knew. Grandfather, I assure you, I'm a staunch atheist. I simply wish to conduct my business earnestly. Well, what do you see now? Son Chuanwu. I apologize, grandfather. My voice was a tad too loud just now. Chapter 1. Speak. Who exactly are you? Grandfather, son, we cannot place the hush money into his open mouth. What shall we do with it gaping like that? The incessant chatter pierced through Son Chuanwu's ears as he shook his head, the monochrome sights around him gradually morphing into vibrant colors. Before him lay a crimson coffin, alongside a body draped in white cloth on the bed, causing Son Chuanwu to shiver involuntarily. Where am I? A glance around revealed familiar figures emerging before him. The old Hu family of Lu Dui village? Wasn't their patriarch supposed to have passed in 86? What has happened to me? Have I truly been reborn? Go fetch a steam bun to prop under your father's chin. Once his mouth closes, you can place the hush money inside. If it goes down his throat, not only will it be detrimental to future generations, but old Hu will also be reborn as a mute. Grandfather? I have indeed been reborn. The sound of my grandfather's voice stirred a flicker of excitement within Son Chuanwu. In my previous life, my parents had spent money and connections to send me to the logging yard, but by 92, the yard laid off contract workers, and I lost my job as a chainsaw operator. The marriage arranged for me fell through, and the girl I had courted for 2 years married someone else. Eventually, I settled for a woman and married her, but within 2 years, we divorced. By my 30s, I married a widowed woman with children, living a life strewn with chaos. My grandfather was a renowned funeral master, highly respected across the region. Yet in my previous life, I had little faith in this vocation, feeling a chill at the thought of dealing with the deceased. I found the mystical aspects of this practice utterly repugnant. Now, given a second chance, armed with my past experiences and the wave of reform, surely I could live better than before. In a few days, I would head south to procure denim jeans, and with a few trips, I could earn hundreds if not more, if only I could secure the capital. Chuanwu. Son Chuanwu snapped back to reality, staring into his grandfather's mildly irate face. What is it, grandfather? His grandfather's eyes glimmered with surprise and confusion, narrowing slightly, casting an unsettling chill down Son Chuanwu's spine. Shaking his head, his grandfather pointed outside, saying, "Bring the paper money and incense from the ox cart." Understood. I shall retrieve it immediately. With his head bowed, Son Chuanwu rushed out of the spirit shed, unaware of what thoughts lingered in his grandfather's mind. Grandfather's son, Chuanwu, is quite a striking lad. We cannot find many of his stature in our town. His grandfather chuckled amiably. He's already 19, yet still so restless. Old Hu handed his grandfather a golden gourd cigarette, respectfully lighting it for him. This gesture revealed the grandfather's esteemed status throughout the region. Son Chuanwu, witnessing this, felt a mix of respect and skepticism towards his grandfather's funeral mastery. How could there be so many rituals surrounding death? Surely, it was all a ruse, was it not? If it were not for these countless superstitions, how could those in the funeral industry earn such profits? A mere casket costs tens of thousands, while burial clothes run into the thousands. It felt like daylight robbery. If I were to enter the funeral business, at least my grandfather's methods could leave others in awe. Yet, this thought was quickly extinguished. Having been given a second chance, why should I confine myself to this line of work, constantly dealing with the dead? In my previous life, my grandfather's intimidating aura did not pass down. My father and uncle found it unsettling, who would willingly engage with the deceased daily. It was indeed disconcerting. Old Hu took a puff of his cigarette, smiling at Son Chuanwu. If you pass on your skills to Chuanwu, he will never have to worry about food and drink, and may even find a good wife. His grandfather chuckled wryly, recognizing that his grandson was indeed suited for this profession. Both in aptitude and fate, he was born for this line of work, yet he showed no interest in the craft. This boy's ambitions are lofty. He looks down upon this trade. I fear I shall take all my skills to the grave. As he spoke, his grandfather accepted a stack of yellow paper from old Hu, gesturing towards a smaller pile. This stack weighs 3 jin and 6 liang. Ensure you burn it all, then package the ashes into 7 bundles for the funeral. The rest can be burned normally. I will bring the paper horses later and guide you into burning. Watch over the incense burner carefully. Do not let it extinguish. At night, guard against any spirits approaching your father. Should anything arise, summon me from the village. Old Hu extracted 3 large bills from his pocket and pressed them into his grandfather's hand. Grandfather, son, please do not find the amount lacking. His grandfather tucked the money away, shaking his head as he patted Old Hu's shoulder. Son Chuanwu's lips twitched involuntarily. Was this truly a small sum? It was now 86, with monthly salaries barely reaching 50 or 60 yuan per person. For those like Old Hu, relying on farming, a family could scarcely save a few hundred yuan a year, with some merely scraping by. Selling a bit of paper money and paper horses, assisting others, could equal a month's salary. No wonder when I worked at the logging yard, my grandfather had to pull strings for the money. This industry, indeed, reaped enormous profits. What's there to be dissatisfied with? We are from the same town. This is merely my duty. Perhaps due to the monetary incentive, his grandfather offered a few more words of advice. When your mother passed, you carried the spirit banner. Your uncle knows you are filial, yet I must remind you. You have 2 younger brothers. Discuss with them over the next few days. The spirit banner cannot always be borne by one person, as it burdens the fortune. Old Hu then pulled out 5 1-yuan bills and solemnly handed them to his grandfather. Thank you, uncle. Not at all. No need for formalities. I shall take my leave now. I will return tomorrow. If there is anything unclear, seek me out. It is nearly noon. Why not stay for a meal? Meals can be had any time. You all are busy today, so I shall not impose. Chuanwu, let's go. We must catch the cart home. They mounted the ox cart. His grandfather glanced at son Chuanwu. With his head bowed, son Chuanwu pondered how to broach the subject of needing capital to venture south. Were he to directly express his intent to earn money in the south, given his grandfather's temperament, he would surely receive a few slaps. Yet, apart from his grandfather, he had no one else to confide in. With the individual economy opening up, these initial years were crucial. He needed to amass capital, or else rising again would be even more challenging. Chuanwu, this morning your uncle sent over a leg of lamb. We shall stew it when we return. Son Chuanwu was momentarily taken aback, instinctively nodding, all right. In the next instant, the old man's eyes widened in astonishment. Before son Chuanwu could react, his left wrist was firmly grasped by the old man's hand. How dare a mere wandering spirit presume to invade my grandson's presence? Speak. Who are you truly? Chapter 2. The old man is quite remarkable. A chill surged from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head in an instant. Over the years, he could hardly recall a time when the old man's gaze had been so laden with murderous intent. Those eyes, not particularly large, brimmed with malice and shone with a fierce brilliance. How could the old man possibly know about his crossing? Was he not just a charlatan? How else could he uncover such matters? The force of the old man's grip caused son Chuanwu to grimace in pain. The old man truly possessed formidable strength. It hurts. Grandpa, please let go. The old man tightened his grip, his once ethereal demeanor now filled with hostility. Speak. Who are you, and why have you occupied my grandson's body? Either come forth swiftly, or I shall strike your soul into oblivion, ensuring you can never reincarnate. Son Chuanwu forced a smile as he regarded the old man. Who am I? I am son Chuanwu. I truly am your grandson. Still being stubborn, the old man produced a yellow talisman from his pocket. And before son Chuanwu could react, he slapped it onto his forehead. A jolt coursed through son Chuanwu's body. And it took a full 10 seconds before the old man uttered a surprised exclamation. Something is amiss. Could it be those scoundrels in the supply and marketing cooperative have mixed chili powder into the vermilion again? Son Chuanwu removed the talisman with his right hand and casually pocketed it. Grandpa, I truly am Chuanwu. How should I put it? I am Chuanwu, but not the Chuanwu of this time. The old man scrutinized son Chuanwu, furrowing his brow. What do you mean? Son Chuanwu managed a bitter smile. Grandpa, if I told you I am the Chuanwu from decades in the future, would you believe me? The old man paused, the murderous intent in his eyes lessening considerably as he focused intently on son Chuanwu's words. After a long moment, he inquired, then tell me, when do I die? Son Chuanwu quickly replied, you passed away in 2001. In 99, you went to help someone find a burial site, and on your way down the mountain, you had an accident. You lay on the Kong for over half a year, and 2 years later, you were gone. The old man lowered his head, swiftly calculating with one hand. After a long while, he sighed. Damn it, that indeed aligns. Sun Chuanwu exhaled in relief, and the old man released his grip, looking at him with a complex expression as he reached out to pat Sun Chuanwu's head. Chuanwu, in those years when your grandfather was not around, you must have endured considerable hardship, haven't you? The old man's words struck Sun Chuanwu like a thunderbolt. Indeed, those years were fraught with trials. After being dismissed from the forestry bureau, the girl he was courting ran away, and the old man had to pull strings to secure him a position at the industrial and commercial bureau. He was a man of lofty aspirations, but his bluntness often led to social faux pas. He had worked there for over a decade while his peers ascended to positions of authority, yet he remained steadfastly at the front line. When he finally found a partner, the old man's health was failing, and he hurriedly married before closing his eyes for the last time. They merely cohabited without any children, and before the old man's third anniversary, his wife became involved with a leader in their unit. In a fit of rage, Sun Chuanwu confronted the leader, resulting in his wife's divorce and the loss of his job. The ensuing decades passed in mediocrity, a life where nothing flourished, and everything he consumed left him empty. All he remembered was suddenly finding himself in a hospital, after which he lost all consciousness until he awoke back in this time, hearing the old man speak. Years of grievances transformed into hot tears that streamed down his cheeks. He choked out, "Grandpa, I'm doing well." To his surprise, the old man scoffed dismissively. "Don't kid yourself. With your temperament, it would be a miracle if you managed to do well." Sun Chuanwu felt a wave of embarrassment. The old man indeed held some affection for him, albeit limited. "Enough with the tears, you sound like a woman." The old man gazed at Sun Chuanwu, his expression complicated. "You returning is a twist of fate," but he sighed. "However, someone like you who can foresee decades into the future is not tolerated by the heavens. It's akin to being a bean in a millstone. We are the beans, while you are a small stone. If, while grinding, you discover a stone lodged in the mill, what would you do?" Sun Chuanwu pondered and replied, somewhat sheepishly, "Remove it?" The old man nodded. "Precisely. You are an anomaly. Your presence could alter the fates of many, thus your fortune will undoubtedly be unfavorable. To put it bluntly, if you change too much, you will disrupt the natural order of the world. At that point, it will not be as simple as just removing the stone." Sun Chuanwu swallowed hard. According to the old man, he would have to revisit the forestry bureau and retrace his steps. It would be better just to have died. With a lingering sense of disbelief, he asked, "Grandpa, you're not deceiving me, are you? I've seen people on television like me who are formidable. Why can't I be?" The old man retorted, "You've already admitted it. Do you believe everything you see? Think about it. Yuan Tiangang, Liu Bowen, who had a good ending. They were born with knowledge, yet they met the same fate as Yu Hong. They returned from the dead, and none of them ended well. Can you claim to be more capable than them?" The old man scrutinized Sun Chuanwu, a slight smirk playing on his lips as his expression transformed from grave to jovial. "You, who refused to learn my skills before, now have no choice but to learn." Sun Chuanwu felt bewildered. He now understood that his grandfather was far more than a mere purveyor of funerary services. To discern his reincarnation at a glance was a skill he had never encountered before. Though reluctant, Sun Chuanwu couldn't help but ask, "Grandpa, what do you mean? You're not going to make me help with funerals, are you?" "No way. I refuse to deal with the dead. It gives me the creeps." The old man smacked Sun Chuanwu on the back of the head. "Others wish to learn from me, but cannot. What's wrong with handling funerals? It's an accumulation of virtue. After I pass, I'll be able to serve in the underworld." He continued, "Moreover, you have little choice in the matter. You are already an outlier. Either you obediently walk the path you once traversed, or you accompany me in accumulating virtue through funerary work. With such virtue, you might avoid being struck by lightning. And who knows, working with funerals may not preclude you from great wealth. Choose your path, face the lightning, or assist with funerals." Chapter 3. The paper horse speaks a choice between two options, or rather, three. From the old man's words, it seemed inevitable that he would face lightning strikes. Perhaps minor wealth would result in mere misfortune, while great fortune could lead to utter destruction. The prospect of retracing his previous life was out of the question. He had lived so pathetically once that he had no confidence in faring better a second time. He had observed the political landscape, but had never been part of the system. Without connections, emotional intelligence was of little use. Thus, only one path remained: to follow the old man in handling funerals. This profession, while potentially lucrative, was indeed unsettling. Initially, he had considered his grandfather a mere trickster. But now, he felt an inexplicable curiosity about this line of work. Grandfather, if I engage in funerary affairs, can I make a profit? The old man cast a sidelong glance at son Chuanwu, urging the ox cart forward. He then retrieved a box of cigarettes from his pocket. Care for a smoke? Son Chuanwu waved his hand. Since his divorce in his previous life, he had quit smoking, not out of desire, but due to financial constraints. It's fine if you don't smoke. This stuff is harmful to the lungs. Lighting a cigarette, the old man took a drag and spoke softly. As long as you don't earn money through unscrupulous means, it's entirely up to you. How much you earn is a reflection of your own abilities. Money comes and goes. What's deemed enough or too little? Son Chuanwu did not contest his grandfather's words. He had resolved to pursue this line of work. Making money was essential. He had suffered from poverty in his previous life, and he was determined not to endure such hardship again. All right then, I will do it. The old man had anticipated son Chuanwu's response. He reclined on the cart, eyes closed, smoking his cigarette. Tomorrow night, go to the Lao Hu family to deliver the paper horse and recite the eulogy. Grandfather, aren't you coming along? Although he had made up his mind to enter this profession, the thought of heading to the 6th Brigade at night made him uneasy. The old man opened one eye, a look of disdain on his face. What? Are you scared? Son Chuanwu steeled himself. Scared? How could I be afraid of such things? The old man turned over without further comment. Observing his grandfather's slightly hunched back, son Chuanwu felt a warmth in his heart. Grandfather, how about we kill a chicken for dinner? You little rascal, quite the clean freak. Upon arriving home, the old man busied himself catching a large rooster, which seemed puzzled as it had not yet reached winter. Son Chuanwu gazed at the modest dwelling before him, filled with emotion. This cramped little house was the very place he had dreamt about countless times at night, a poignant reminder of his deepest attachments. Upon entering, he was greeted by 2 stoves, one large and one small, with dark soot at the bottom of the pots. In the small room to the west, there was a tiny window about a square meter in size, half open, with a chipped frame missing a piece of glass, covered with a sheet of plastic. The walls were coated with fine sand and a layer of putty. And to the left stood a ground cabinet topped with an aluminum thermos and a large white teacup inscribed with "Serve the People." Beside the teacup was a small clock about 20 centimeters high, and next to it hung a calendar dated August 1st, 1986. The 27th day of the 6th month in the year of the fire tiger. The old man entered with the rooster, instructing, "Start cooking the rice in the small pot. I'll stew the chicken." "All right," son Chuanwu replied, beginning to stoke the fire on his small Kong bed. After the fire was lit, he retrieved a large aluminum basin, filled it with rice, and began washing it. In the main room, there lay a partially finished paper horse and a pile of straw paper on the floor. The old man peered in. "If you have time, go ahead and finish pasting the paper horse, if the power goes out tonight. You'll have to light a candle and work in the dark." "Understood, grandfather." Son Chuanwu took off his shoes, climbed onto the Kong, and turned on the radio, which was broadcasting a story by the renowned Shan Tianfang. Shan Tianfang was a master storyteller, and countless children had grown up listening to his tales. His unique voice and character portrayals left a lasting impression. While listening to the story, son Chuanwu diligently pasted the paper onto the horse. The horse was white, as they typically used white paper horses, while the reddish-brown ones were less common. Accompanying the paper horse was a paper boy figure, known as the horse-leading boy. Though he had not previously worked in funerary affairs, he was familiar with these basic concepts, having absorbed them through his upbringing, especially with his grandfather encouraging him to take over the family business. It was said that when a man died, a paper horse was sent to help him attain a position in the afterlife, thus blessing his descendants. Conversely, when a woman passed away, a yellow cow and a cow-leading boy were burned, as the beliefs surrounding women's deaths differed. Son Chuanwu had once regarded these notions as superstition, but after his recent experiences, especially the profound impact his grandfather had on him that day, he began to view this profession differently. His grandfather often said, "You may choose not to believe, but one must maintain reverence for such matters." The ability to provide peace to the departed and solace to their children was indeed a significant virtue. Dinner was ready, and the old man called from the other room, "Chuanwu, it's time to eat." Son Chuanwu, lost in concentration, continued to pace the paper horse. The old man entered, observing his grandson's earnest expression, and nodded with approval. Once son Chuanwu completed the horse, his grandfather urged, "Enough now. Come eat. You need to help out tomorrow. This must be delivered early. Sending it in the afternoon would imply a curse." Son Chuanwu stretched his back, put on his shoes, and descended to the enticing aroma wafting through the air, his stomach grumbling. "Grandfather, why is it bad to deliver it in the afternoon?" The old man placed a piece of chicken leg on son Chuanwu's plate. Paper offerings carry heavy energy. During the day, there's a strong yang presence. making it less likely for issues to arise. Afternoon, the yang diminishes, and delivering it then suggests ill intentions. It's similar when visiting the sick. It's preferable to go in the morning, as the afternoon brings a thicker atmosphere, akin to cursing someone. Sun Chuanwu nodded, ready to respond, when a frantic voice echoed from outside. Chuanwu, something terrible has happened. Chapter 4. Dinger Lengzi. Sun Chuanwu looked up to see a stout, dark-skinned youth, about 1.7 meters tall, panting as he entered. Kong Kai? Grandfather, I'm eating. Kong Kai greeted the old man, his breath still heavy as he turned to Sun Chuanwu. Kong Kai was Sun Chuanwu's childhood friend. They had grown up together. When Sun Chuanwu died, it was Kong Kai who rushed him to the hospital. Over the years, Kong Kai had often lent him a helping hand. The old man set his chopsticks down. Come, sit and eat. You must have come here because of the aroma. It's just off the stove. Kong Kai quickly waved his hands. No time for that, grandfather. Chuanwu, come with me. Wang Xingshou's family has headed to the livestock farm with weapons. Sun Chuanwu frowned. What are they doing at the livestock farm? What else could it be? Old Ding passed away this morning, and since our grandfather wasn't home, they found a gravekeeper from Dongma to say that the cornfield at Wang Xingshou's livestock farm has good feng shui, so Dinger Lengzi took people to dig it up. I don't know the specifics. The village head sent me to fetch you, saying to prevent any serious trouble. Sun Chuanwu recalled that both Old Hu and Old Ding had indeed passed away on the same day. There had been whispers that although they were from different villages, they had clashed during their work at the power station and had been rivals for life. It was said that Old Hu's unwillingness to let go had dragged Old Ding along with him. He didn't know the details, having only heard bits of it for amusement. However, one thing he remembered vividly was that on the night Old Ding died, he supposedly rose from the dead. He did not believe in such tales, having never witnessed it himself, but he had heard that Old Ding's sudden resurrection had terrified Dinger Lengzi, who had used a nearby grinding stone to crush Old Ding's head. A story that had circulated with vivid details. However, at that time, the matter was not initiated by his own family patriarch, and thus he was not fully aware of the details. Yet, he vaguely recalled the old man vehemently cursing Dinger Lengzi and the fool who was watching over the graveyard. When he inquired about what had transpired, his father remained tight-lipped. Eventually, the old man put down his chopsticks and declared, "Enough. Go take a look for yourself. I will accompany you." Sun Chuanwu nodded, took a sip of water, and followed Kong Kai out. Climbing onto Kong Kai's bicycle, Sun Chuanwu sped along the bumpy dirt road, causing the bicycle to rattle incessantly. Watch out for the potholes. It feels like my eggs are about to crack. Kong Kai hunched over, grinning, raising his rear a few inches off the seat. How can one dodge all these stones? Even a one-eyed dragon can conquer heroes with just one eye. What is a mere egg compared to that? Get lost. Why don't you ride at the back then? The two bantered, and after some time, they finally reached the livestock farm, where Sun Chuanwu could hear the intolerable curses from afar. Each phrase was laced with obscenities, often invoking familial relations. As they approached, the two families had already been separated by the crowd, with Dinger Lengzi's eyes reddened as he continued his tirade. Wang Xingshou, what does it matter if you own a few plots of land? We are neighbors. I just want to find a good place to bury my father. Why are you making such a fuss? Wang Xingshou's face was bloodied, clearly having suffered under the towering Dinger Lengzi. Get lost. A good burial place for your father. Why not just bury him in your own Kong? You could dig him up whenever you miss him. Wang Xingshou. Dinger Lengzi, with a fierce glare, was ready to charge forward. Seeing several people struggling to restrain him, the village head called out, "What are you waiting for? Hurry and help." Right. Sun Chuanwu snapped back to reality. In terms of physique, standing at 6 feet tall, he was quite formidable even in this era. He rushed forward and seized the sickle from Dinger Lengzi's grasp. Sun Chuanwu, step aside. If I lose my temper, I won't spare you either. Before Sun Chuanwu could respond, Wang Xingshou taunted, "Look at you, come on. If you have what it takes, kill him." Sun Chuanwu shot a scowl at Wang Xingshou and retorted, "Wang Xingshou, shut your mouth. Why hasn't Dinger Lengzi killed you yet? Can't we discuss things? You're a grown man, yet your words are as petty as a woman's." With that, he turned to Dinger Lengzi, letting out a sigh. Dinger Lengzi was typically a man of muscle over intellect, stubbornly adhering to his principles. If you tried reasoning with him, it might work, but if you insulted him, he would surely retaliate. "Uncle Lengzi, is this really worth drawing blades over? It's only natural for them to refuse you burial rights on their land. After all, it is theirs, and we shouldn't escalate this to violence." Dinger Lengzi, panting heavily, pointed to the cornfield behind him. "I already offered him money. If he refuses, why does he have to curse? My mother is still alive. Can he really speak like that about her? Tell me, is that even human?" Just as Wang Xingshou was about to speak, Sun Chuanwu thrust the sickle towards him, startling him into silence. "Sun Chuanwu, Are you siding with Ding or Lengzi now? What's this favoritism? Their family has suffered loss, and you're supporting them? Sun Chuanwu, irritated, replied, What? Does everyone have to come to me when someone dies? Am I the king of hell, responsible for everything? Besides, that was an awful thing to say. Their elder has passed. If you don't want to help, then don't. But there's no need to say such hurtful things. Doesn't he that just stoke the flames? Wang Xingshou was aware of his own fault, but, having been beaten, felt justified in his grievance, insisting that the matter could not simply be brushed aside. Chuanwu, I'm not trying to disrespect you, but look at the beating I took. When that electric shock hit, I swear I saw my great-grandmother waving at me. Do you think I can just let this slide? If there's no resolution today, won't people think I'm an easy target? Sun Chuanwu exchanged a glance with the village head, who cleared his throat to mediate. Well, Ding or Lengzi, Wang Xingshou has a point. You did provoke him first. Apologize and cover his medical expenses, and we can put this matter to rest. Later, both of you can come to the village office to sign a mediation agreement, ensuring no further disputes arise. Ding or Lengzi nodded. Though he was simple-minded, he understood the importance of reason. Accepting the need to apologize and pay for the damages, he acknowledged the potential consequences if the matter escalated to the authorities. All right, Wang. I admit I was wrong to lash out. I owe you an apology. Just name your price. I'll pay it. Wang Xingshou rolled his eyes at Ding or Lengzi. Responding curtly, I can't produce something like that. Fine, I won't extort you. Just give me 50 yuan, and this will be over. Ding or Lengzi readily complied, pulling out the money and handing it to Wang Xingshou, who counted it before pocketing it. The village head patted Sun Chuanwu on the shoulder, commending him. You've grown up. Sun Chuanwu smiled, then noticed the old man approaching with his hands behind his back. Uncle or Lengzi, my grandfather is here. Let me ask him about a suitable burial site. Rest assured, we won't let old Ding down. Ding or Lengzi, slightly embarrassed, greeted the elder. Uncle Sun, you're here. The old man, well respected in the region for his expertise in funerary matters, nodded in acknowledgement. He placed a comforting hand on Ding or Lengzi's shoulder and sighed. Ah, may you find peace in your grief. Ding Erling's eyes instantly filled with tears as he wiped them and choked out. Uncle, my father had the closest relationship with you. It was originally meant for you to preside over my father's funeral. This morning, I went to your place and heard that you went to the 6th team. Coincidentally, my maternal uncle is also involved in this, so he made arrangements. The old man shook his head, saying, These are trivial matters. The main concern is to lay him to rest peacefully. In these times, who isn't seeking assistance? As he spoke, the old man glanced at Wang Xingshou, his lips twitching slightly. This rascal is truly ruthless. Your father has passed. You must control your emotions. Don't act recklessly. If anything were to happen to you, wouldn't your family crumble? At your age, you should think of your wife and children. The usually brash Ding Erling dared not utter a word in front of the old man, appearing as docile as a well-behaved child, which was a bit disconcerting. You are right, respected elder. Sun Chuanwu had taken the initiative, and now with the old man present, he had to muster the courage to ask him for assistance. Sir, do you think there are any auspicious locations around here? Could you help Ding find one? The old man shot a glare at Sun Chuanwu, fully aware of his grandson's character. Upon hearing this, he instinctively knew that his grandson had likely agreed to assist Ding Erling in finding a burial site. He didn't want to embarrass Sun Chuanwu, so he nodded and said, Old Ding and I have been close for a lifetime. I must help him find a good place. Ding Erling breathed a sigh of relief. With the old man's endorsement, it seemed the matter was settled. Who wouldn't wish for their father to rest in a good location, ensuring blessings for future generations? This was not superstition, but rather a yearning for a better life. The old man pondered for a moment, then shook his head, sighing heavily. Oh, Ding Erling's heart tightened, and he nervously asked, Uncle, what's wrong? The old man subtly scanned the 3 young women among Ding Erling's group, formulating a plan in his mind. I do have a favorable spot in mind, which happens to align with the auspicious qualities of a top scholar. While I can't guarantee immense wealth, it's certain that future generations will be well educated. And with a bit of luck, one may even become a top scholar. Ding Erling swallowed hard. Such a prime location existed here, yet why was his maternal uncle unaware? Moreover, would the old man truly be willing to part with such a coveted site? He anxiously looked at the old man, who then shifted his tone. Well, I had initially planned to rest there myself after 100 years, allowing Chuanwu's children to inherit it. Ding Erling's heart sank. Was he not willing to relinquish it? However, he continued, but since old Ding and I were like brothers, I cannot keep it to myself. The old man feigned a pained look and, with determination, declared, I will offer this auspicious spot to old Ding. Consider it a favor owed to you. Ding Erling's face lit up. This old man was rather transparent. his intentions clearly written on his face. Even Sun Chuanwu could see that the old man was simply leveraging a favor, yet Ding Erling remained oblivious. Uncle Sun, your words resonate. We are indeed family, and I will certainly remember this favor. Should you need anything in the future, do not hesitate to ask. If I refuse, it means I am not your son. The old man's lips twitched. What a cheeky boy. Are you searching for a father everywhere? That won't be necessary. All right. I will take you to find a place shortly. Just ensure the children stay connected with one another. Ding Erling, while not foolish, grasped the underlying message. The old man was evidently trying to find a bride for Sun Chuanwu. Among his 3 daughters, none resembled him, each one radiant, particularly the youngest, who was breathtakingly beautiful. No wonder this old fellow was willing to part with such a prime location. However, upon further reflection, this may not be a negative outcome. The old man possessed considerable skills, and his family was affluent. Moreover, Sun Chuanwu himself was quite handsome and amiable. Having him as a son-in-law wouldn't be too bad. With a plan in mind, Ding Erling seized the opportunity. Well, Uncle Sun, since my maternal uncle is leaving this afternoon, my family could use a sensible person. Why not let Chuanwu come and assist me? Sun Chuanwu suddenly shivered, feeling that Ding Erling was ungratefully returning kindness with malice. Today, his father had just passed. And who in their right mind would go to help him? Chapter 6. I have my eyes on you, Sun Chuanwu hurriedly declined. No. I need to deliver paper horses to old Hu's house tomorrow evening. Ding Erling, you should find someone else. The old man glanced at Sun Chuanwu and calmly replied. Your uncle Ding has no sons. You should go and help him. I will handle the paper horses tomorrow, but tonight, you must keep vigil. This is your line of work, so let us consider this an opportunity for you to take charge. If you have any uncertainties, I will guide you. Sun Chuanwu shivered again. The old man was truly pushing him into a pit of fire. Just as he was about to protest, the old man had already agreed to it. All right, it's settled. After dinner, make sure to rest well and prepare for the night vigil. There has been an incident at Grandma Li's place that I need to attend to. You tidy up and head home first. Without waiting for him to mention the incident, the old man strode away, chatting amiably with Widow Li. By the time Sun Chuanwu realized it, the old man was already far off. Grandfather, he called out twice, but the old man was so engrossed in conversation that he didn't even turn back. Well, here we go. With his head hanging low, Sun Chuanwu trudged back. The moment he returned, the old man had already known he was back, which meant that tonight's vigil was undoubtedly real. He had no experience. What would he do if old Ding scolded him? Kong Kai threw his arm around Sun Chuanwu's neck and teased. Your grandfather is clever. Sending you to keep vigil tonight is clearly a strategy to get you close to Ding Erling's 3 daughters. TSK, Ding Wenjing is quite a beauty. Now in her senior year, and I've heard she is doing well in her studies, just like us. Who knows, you might even end up marrying a college student. Sun Chuanwu shrugged off Kong Kai's arm. You might not even survive to marry anyone. If you want to go, you can keep vigil tonight. Ding Erling only had 3 daughters, and beneath him were 3 younger brothers. Kong Kai winked at Sun Chuanwu. You better mean it. I'm really going tonight. With a puzzled expression, Sun Chuanwu looked at Kong Kai. Are you interested in Ding Wenjing? Kong Kai's face flushed as he shyly replied. Who's interested in her? I'm interested in her older sister, Ding Zhaodi. Sun Chuanwu glanced back at the crowd. Ding Zhaodi was plump and curvaceous, and it was said she worked as a manager at the market, which suited Kong Kai's tastes perfectly. This fellow, with his thick brows and big eyes, appeared honest, but had a penchant for the ripe and full. All right then, you can accompany me, but you must help me with something. What is it? You help me procure a bicycle, and I'll pay you. Fine, once old Ding is buried, I'll go to the city and get you one. After arriving home, the two had dinner, and Kong Kai went home for a nap. Sun Chuanwu flipped through drawers in search of something. After a while, he emerged holding a square measuring stick, satisfied, and retreated to his room, cuddling the stick and falling into a deep sleep. Around 6 in the evening, Sun Chuanwu had a few bites of rice and called Kong Kai before heading to old Ding's house. The sun had just set, and the moon peeked out shyly, resembling a bashful maiden. For some reason, the night seemed particularly bright. Whenever the moon was out, everything appeared clear and luminous. Suddenly, a dog barked in the distance, and the village erupted in a chorus of barks, echoing endlessly. Kong Kai, smoking a cigarette, offered one to Sun Chuanwu, who declined. I've quit. Goodness, you were smoking yesterday, and you've quit today? Mind your own business. This stuff isn't good for you. If you can quit, then quit. Kong Kai rolled his eyes at Sun Chuanwu, lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and then exhaled. It was such a waste to quit after all that effort. Sun Chuanwu didn't reply, his clothes covering his cigarette holder, head down. As he walked forward, tonight's not bad, the village didn't lose power. These days, power outages happen almost every 2 days, sometimes lasting 2 or 3 days. Even when there's electricity, high-wattage light bulbs won't work, flickering. The lights are on in old Ding's yard. As they entered, they bumped into Ding Wenjing, who was walking out. Ding Wenjing glanced at Sun Chuanwu, quickly lowered her head, and her face flushed red. This afternoon, her father came home and asked if she had taken a liking to Sun Chuanwu. She and Sun Chuanwu were childhood sweethearts. They were in the same class from elementary to high school. Sun Chuanwu was always getting into fights and was a terrible student. A real troublemaker in the teacher's eyes. When Kong Kai dropped out of school, Sun Chuanwu followed suit. To be honest, Ding Wenjing had never really thought about liking him before. But after her father's question today, she didn't know why, but the more she looked at Sun Chuanwu, the more she felt unable to move. Kong Kai, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, asked casually, "Where are you going, Xiaojing?" Ding Wenjing said hesitantly, "Well, I'm going to the supply and marketing cooperative. My dad asked me to buy 2 cans of peaches, saying they're for Chuanwu to eat tonight." Sun Chuanwu scratched his head somewhat embarrassedly. People in the village were honest. Canned peaches weren't cheap these days. They could buy a pound of pork. "Don't buy them," he said. "Why buy that stuff? It's a waste of money." Ding Wenjing glanced at Sun Chuanwu, then quickly lowered her head again. My dad told me to buy it." Sun Chuanwu pursed his lips, not replying. Kong Kai, however, shamelessly said, "Buy another can. I'll eat some too." Ding Wenjing pouted, spat at Kong Kai, and ran past them towards the supply and marketing cooperative. Kong Kai shrugged sourly. "Look at that difference. Chuanwu, I really think Ding Wenjing has a crush on you. If I marry Ding Xiaodi, can we become a couple?" Sun Chuanwu rolled his eyes at Kong Kai. "If you marry Ding Wenjing's mother, I'll call you father-in-law." "What are you saying? Chuanwu's here." Dinger Lingzi smiled at Sun Chuanwu, finding him increasingly pleasing to the eye. Old Sun was considered one of the most prominent figures in the village. Not only skilled, but also wealthy. Sun Chuanwu was also good-looking, tall, and strong. And judging from what Sun Chuanwu did at noon today, his future prospects were undoubtedly bright. Most importantly, Sun Chuanwu's uncle had 2 daughters, and Sun Chuanwu was the only son. Wouldn't all of Old Sun's wealth eventually belong to Sun Chuanwu? He himself didn't have a son. As the saying goes, a son-in-law is half a son. He'd be happy to have this kid do the dirty work for him. "Yes, uncle is here." Sun Chuanwu entered the morning hall, and, looking at old Ding Tu covered with a white sheet on the morning bed, felt a chill run down his spine. After offering incense and burning paper money, and kowtowing 3 times, Sun Chuanwu unconsciously pulled his clothes tighter. "Old Deng, if you dare to jump tonight, you'll see if I don't teach you a lesson." Chapter 7 The Resurrection of the Corpse. Dinger Lingzi glanced at the clothes Sun Chuanwu was carrying and asked suspiciously, "Chuanwu, what are you carrying?" Sun Chuanwu's expression stiffened. He couldn't very well say, "I'm carrying a magic ruler, which I'm going to use to beat your dad tonight, can I?" "Well, it's cold tonight, so I brought an extra layer." "True, it is a bit cold tonight." Dinger Lingzi wasn't the only one keeping vigil at his house. His 2 daughters and 3 younger brothers were also there. After greeting them, Dinger Lingzi pointed to the table and said, "Well, it's perfect that there are 6 of us men. Let's play some dice, otherwise, this night won't be easy to endure. You, me, your second uncle, and your third uncle will keep vigil for the first half of the night. You 2 can go home for the second half. You don't need to stay here the whole time." Sun Chuanwu subconsciously glanced at the bed. When did old Ding come back to life? "I think it was during the first half of the night." "Okay, uncle, you can arrange it." 6 people sat down at the table with 4 decks of cards. Sun Chuanwu, Kong Kai, and Dinger Lingzi were on one team, while the 3 brothers were on the other. After drawing their cards, the 6 began to play. Dinger Lingzi and his 2 girlfriends watched the morgue lamp, while the 6 grown men played enthusiastically. Ding Wenjing, on the other hand, was quite well behaved. She served Sun Chuanwu a bowl of canned peaches, and then moved a stool behind him. The aroma wafted into Sun Chuanwu's nose, and the girl intentionally or unintentionally pressed herself against him, making him feel a surge of desire. In his previous life, he hadn't had much of a good life. Ding Wenjing had gone to teacher's college in her previous life and later became an English teacher in the town, so the 2 hadn't had much contact. Ding Wenjing was indeed beautiful. In a county high school, she would definitely be considered a school beauty. The main reason for Sun Chuanwu's fear was that Ding Wenjing was quiet and gentle, and good at managing a household. The 2 of them, understanding each other perfectly. One peeked out while the other leaned back slightly, their hearts pounding. Dinger Lingzi and the others pretended not to see anything. He had been thinking of establishing a marriage alliance with the Sun family anyway, and it wouldn't hurt for the 2 of them to get to know each other better. They played like this until after 11 o'clock, when Ding Xiaodi and Ding Pundi started yawning. Ding Wenjing was the same. Her head bobbed like a nodding bug. Her eyes squinted and her mouth open, occasionally bumping her head against Sun Chuanwu's shoulder. Ding Erlingzi glanced at the three of them and said, "Zhaodi, take your two sisters to bed. We'll just watch over them here." Ding Zhaodi nodded, stood up, rubbed her knees, and led Pundi to kowtow to the old man. Xiao Jing left. Ding Pundi tugged at Ding Wenjing. Ding Wenjing, still sleepy, said, "I'm not sleepy. You guys go to sleep first." "Not sleepy at all. Drooling already." Ding Pundi pulled the reluctant Ding Wenjing into the house. Kong Kai winked at Sun Chuanwu, his smug expression making Sun Chuanwu want to slap him. Once inside, Ding Pundi pinched Ding Wenjing's waist, startling her. "What are you doing?" "Second sister," Ding Pundi said with a look of disgust. "You're practically glued to Sun Chuanwu, and you didn't want to come in when I called you. It's not even close to happening yet. Aren't you ashamed?" Ding Wenjing blushed, clutching the hem of her clothes. "No, I was just sleepy." Ding Zhaodi pouted. "You know, nothing's more important than getting into university. There's only 1 year left. If you can get into university, what kind of woman can't you find? Your second sister and I are stuck like this for life. Maybe one day Dad will find a match and marry us off. We might never even get out of this mountain village. Don't be like us. Sun Chuanwu is a good person, but that's all. Are you willing to stay in the village your whole life?" Ding Wenjing opened her mouth, but found she didn't know how to retort. She lowered her head, took off her clothes, and sullenly crawled into bed. Outside, the 6 men were playing hard, and Sun Chuanwu had also gotten into the swing of things. His initial fear had long since disappeared. 6 old men. In their past life, Ding Erlingzi had taken down his father with a single millstone strike, and in this life, with him and Kong Kai added to the mix, what was there to be afraid of? Ding Erlingzi occasionally went to change the incense and burn paper money. But the group wasn't sleepy at all. They're playing cards, slamming together loudly. Ding Erlingzi had a good hand. In no time, they'd finished their share. Looking at his 4 kings and 3 queens, he asked Sun Chuanwu, "Chuanwu, hurry up and use your blood, or I'll give you the wind. Can you leave now?" Sun Chuanwu shook his head, looking at his broken hand. "I can't leave. I'm out of blood. I'll give it to Kong Kai. The cards you played are utterly shattered. How could you possibly let the wind escape?" Upon hearing this, Sun Chuanwu was instantly infuriated. With such a pitiful hand, how could any wind be allowed to escape? "If you think you're so capable, then go ahead and try. Who could possibly play such a wretched hand?" Sun Chuanwu turned around, and his body suddenly stiffened, his eyes wide open as if they might leap from their sockets. He was fixated on the small, old man dressed in a funeral garment, his complexion a sickly yellow. A chill swept over him, leaving his mind blank. And 3 words flashed through his mind: resurrected corpse. Ding Erling and a few others gaped, their playing cards scattering to the floor. Old Ding, with a dark expression, snatched the cards from Sun Chuanwu's hands, barking, "What are you staring at? Play. You think I won't believe it?" The cold touch of his hand brought Sun Chuanwu back to reality. This old Ding had taken his cards, with no other thoughts in his mind. He grabbed the garment wrapped around his leg, shaking it vigorously to reveal the celestial staff concealed within. In the horrified gaze of old Ding, Sun Chuanwu swung the staff down towards him. Old Ding instinctively turned his head, and the staff struck him squarely on the shoulder. A sharp crack echoed, followed by old Ding's agonizing wail. "Oh damn, you little brat, why are you so petty? You beat me for taking your cards. Erling, look at me. I'm your father." Clutching his cards, old Ding scrambled backward on the ground like a frightened insect. He gazed at Ding Erling, who was raising the grinding stone, attempting to evoke the slightest flicker of love from his son. What on earth was happening? All he wanted was to watch them play cards, only to be struck by Sun Chuanwu first. That was nothing. Now his son was raising a grinding stone. How could he lift such a heavy object? Was he really fit to raise a child? If that stone came crashing down, he might soil himself. "Erling, I am your father. Look at me. I truly am your father. No, you are my father. Don't strike me." Chapter 8. This old man is truly hard to kill. Just as Ding Erling was about to bring the grinding stone down, Sun Chuanwu snapped to his senses. No, old Ding hadn't risen from the dead. To be precise, he must still be alive. He hurriedly intervened, shouting to the still-dazed group, "Quick, drag the old man away. Erling, Ding is not dead, he is alive. Let go quickly." Ding Erling's mind was clouded, the grinding stone raised high. He recalled countless rehearsals in his mind. Why was the stone in the funeral shed? There were always tales of resurrected corpses in the countryside. Ding Erling had heard that a grinding stone could suppress a corpse, which is why he had placed it there all morning. Before the ritual, he thought it imperative to use the stone for a second to ensure justice was served. He could no longer hear what Sun Chuanwu was saying. The adrenaline coursing through him left only one thought: to crush his father. At that moment, Kong Kai finally reacted, rushing behind old Ding and tugging at his collar to pull him back. In the blink of an eye, Ding Erling's grinding stone came crashing down. Bang! The stone thudded into the earth, causing old Ding to shudder violently and lose control of his bladder. This little brat truly wanted to kill him. His 3 nephews hurried to assist old Ding, their hearts pounding as they looked at his ashen face. Wasn't he dead? How was he alive again? Gasping for breath, Ding Erling's mind began to clear. He looked at old Ding, who still clutched his cards, and his lips twitched. Everyone knew old Ding loved to gamble. As for how old Ding met his end, while others might not know, he was acutely aware. They had a solo card game called Binyo, similar to solitaire. And when old Ding passed, he had still been holding 3 cards, with unfinished games still on the table. Indeed, old Ding had played cards to the point of death. More precisely, he must have fainted from asphyxia. Seeing old Ding nearly crushed by the grinding stone, yet still unwilling to part with his cards, confirmed to Ding Erlang that his father was alive. Father? Old Ding, still shaken, feared Ding Erlang would raise the stone again. I am your father. Yes, I truly am your father. When you were 11, you peeked at Widow Lu bathing, and she chased you for 2 streets. You fell right into a fire pit while trying to escape, and you still have a palm-sized scar on your right buttock. Old Ding swore he had never spoken so fluently in his life. In merely 5 seconds, he had poured forth dozens of words. And when you were 16, you peeked at Widow Lu bathing again. Ding Erlang quickly covered old Ding's mouth, wondering why his father was fixated on Widow Lu today. Old Ding's wife and 3 daughters, alerted by the commotion, rushed out, and soon neighbors from both sides turned on their lights and came over. A neighbor held a shotgun, and upon seeing Ding Erlang covering old Ding's mouth, he trembled, aiming the gun at Ding Erlang. Old Ding's eyes widened, his hand clutching the cards frantically. Erlang, move aside. I'll take care of him. Son Chuanwu, watching Chun Erlang raise the shotgun, pondered what sins old Ding had committed in his past life to warrant such a fate. Having narrowly escaped his son's strike, and now evading Ding Erlang's grinding stone. Now, Chun Erlang had his gun aimed at him. What wrongs had this old fellow committed that it seemed the entire world wanted him dead? It must be said, this old man was indeed difficult to kill. Despite 3 attempts, he was still alive. Ding Erlang quickly positioned himself in front of old Ding. Old Chun, no, this is my father. Chun Erlang sighed, his expression complex. I know he is your father. He has already bitten your hand, and you still call him father. Son Chuanwu hastily explained, Uncle Chun, Ding isn't dead. It's not a resurrection. Chun Erlang's face froze in confusion. He is not dead? Didn't Dr. Jiang say he was dead this morning? Son Chuanwu quickly pressed down Chun Erlang's gun, smiling wryly. He truly isn't dead. It must have been a case of suspended animation that Dr. Jiang failed to recognize. Dr. Jiang was merely a village barefoot doctor with limited skills, relying on painkillers and laxatives as his only remedies. Generally, when someone died in the village, the family elder would examine them first, followed by Dr. Jiang, before the village issued a death certificate. Coincidentally, old Ding had not been home that day. Reflecting on it now, old Ding had indeed been wronged in his previous life. He had barely regained consciousness before being met with the grinding stone. The most frustrating part was the decades-long reputation of having risen from the dead. In these times, such occurrences were not uncommon. Just 2 years prior, a villager had been buried alive and was later exhumed. Why should a body lie in state for 3 days? There are many theories, but old Ding had his own. Back in the day, if a person's heartbeat and pulse ceased, they were considered dead. Some even used cotton to test for breath, which was not a very precise method. Eventually, doctors proposed a 3-day waiting period to confirm death and to allow for proper mourning. In retrospect, this practice proved beneficial. After all, old Ding had not truly died. Chun Erlang lowered his gun, and old Ding sighed in relief. Ding Zhaodi and her sisters rushed to old Ding's side, tears flowing. Blood is thicker than water. Their grandfather was alive, and this was the greatest joy. Grandfather, oh no, I thought you were gone. Old Ding's shoulders drooped, and he grimaced in pain. He glared at Son Chuanwu, realizing the boy's heavy-handedness had nearly cost him his life. If not for his quick reflexes, he might have been crushed by the grinding stone. The sight of the half-buried stone and Chun Lair's gun made old Ding shiver involuntarily. Surviving was no easy feat. He couldn't quite grasp what had happened, only that he had struggled to breathe and then lost consciousness. After some time, he heard the sound of cards being shuffled but couldn't open his eyes. Finally, after a painful cough, he turned his attention to the poker game. What could be more important than a game of cards? Tears streamed down old Ding's face as he exclaimed, I truly thought I was at death's door. Ding Wenjing looked at the elderly man, her heart filled with compassion. Grandfather, what happened to your shoulder? Old Ding, with a scowl, pointed at Son Chuanwu. That little rascal hit me. Son Chuanwu, blushing, scratched his head. Grandfather, Please don't say that. We were just keeping vigil for you. You suddenly jumped in to grab the cards. Who wouldn't he have reacted? Kong Kai. Go summon my grandfather, and also fetch Dr. Jiang to check if the old man's bones are still intact. Chapter 9. Bowing down. Sun Chuanwu felt old Ding's pulse. It was steady now, confirming that the earlier state was indeed a near-death experience. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief as they helped old Ding into the house. Approaching the card table, old Ding suddenly stopped. No, the game isn't over yet. I must let this young rascal see if he can still play. The onlookers chuckled at the old man's obsession with cards, still clutching his hand of cards despite the circumstances. Strangely enough, it was this very fixation on poker that had spared old Ding from a fatal blow from the grinding stone, a twist of fate indeed. Ding Erlang, witnessing his father's stubbornness, sighed. Father, you still want to gamble? Let's just go inside. No, we must finish the game. Ding Erlang pointed at the overturned table. Father, the cards are scattered. Who can remember what was dealt? We can play again another day. Old Ding's nephew chimed in. Yes, uncle, we can play another time. Reluctantly, old Ding nodded, stuffing the cards into his pocket, only to find they wouldn't fit. Frowning at the funeral attire he wore, he cursed. What is this nonsense? So unlucky. Get it off me, get it off. Once inside, they helped old Ding out of his clothes, revealing a swollen shoulder. Sun Chuanwu, feeling a twinge of guilt, recalled how close he had come to causing a tragedy. If old Ding hadn't dodged quickly, it could have ended disastrously. Moments later, Dr. Jiang and Old Sun entered the room. Old Sun wore a yellowed white tank top with crocodile prints, draped in a black coat. Dr. Jiang couldn't help but glance at old Ding's face, though he dared not linger. Upon seeing Dr. Jiang, old Ding was filled with frustration. Not only was it the doctor, but also his inept brother-in-law, who nearly sent him off to the afterlife. Jiang Deli, do you see I'm on the brink of death? You nearly caused my demise. The thought of Ding Erlang lifting the grinding stone only fueled his anger further. If his son had truly crushed him, it would have been a most humiliating end. Dr. Jiang shivered, forcing a smile, then turned to Old Sunday. Old Sun rubbed his hands together and said, Well, my old friend, surviving a great calamity surely brings blessings. Old Ding glared at Sun Chuanwu, thinking indeed. Your grandson nearly sent me to my grave. Is that a blessing? Old Sun looked puzzled at Sun Chuanwu, who shrugged and replied, Grandfather, you can't say that. If I hadn't come to keep vigil today and stopped Erlang, you might have been crushed by that stone. Old Ding retorted, So what? Should I then bow to you in gratitude? Or perhaps marry off my 3 granddaughters to you? Sun Chuanwu glanced at the bashful Ding Wenjing, who blushed and lowered her head. Grandfather, if you insist, I cannot refuse your goodwill. Old Ding's eyes widened in disbelief. You must be joking. Old Sun finally grasped the situation, stepping closer to Old Ding and checking his pulse, which felt weak but not lifeless. Dr. Jiang, gathering courage, felt for Old Ding's pulse and confirmed that he indeed had a heartbeat, although it was faint. Ah, you're still alive. Old Ding scolded. You incompetent doctor nearly caused my death. Dr. Jiang shrugged, helpless. This morning, the old fellow had no pulse. Isn't that the sign of death? Ding Erlang felt frustrated, realizing he could not place all the blame on Dr. Jiang. After all, his own uncle had declared his father dead. All right, father, your survival is the most important. Dr. Jiang, can you examine his shoulder? Is it treatable? Ding Erlang said, removing Old Ding's outer coat. Old Ding was thin, but his shoulder had swollen to the size of a fist. Goodness, did Chuanwu do this? Ding Erlang thought, realizing the strength behind the blow. Sun Chuanwu's expression faltered. Why was he being blamed again? Jiang uncle, just tell me if it can be treated. If I hadn't struck that blow, the old man might have been crushed. Dr. Jiang examined the swelling and nodded. Yes, it's quite severe. He should take some painkillers. That should alleviate the discomfort. Old Ding, infuriated, grabbed a feather duster and threw it at him. Get lost, you quack. Dr. Jiang hurriedly left, poking his head back in to ask Ding Erlang. Do you have any painkillers? He won't withstand the pain tonight without them. Ding Erlang regretted asking. His father's life had nearly been lost due to Dr. Jiang's incompetence. Yes, just go back. Old Sun glared at Sun Chuanwu, then told Ding Erlang, Tomorrow, take your father to the city. This injury looks serious. I'll cover the expenses. Old Ding waved his hand, causing a sharp pain in his shoulder. He looked at Sun Chuanwu, filled with dread. No need. If you hadn't been here today watching over me, I might have ended up on the funeral bed, with the grinding stone crushing my skull. I am not unreasonable. I know full well what happened. As he spoke, Old Ding glared at his son, his teeth grinding in resentment. Which normal person would place a grinding stone in a mourning pavilion? Such misfortune. How could I not have restrained myself back then? Why didn't I just let it all out? The two exchanged glances, and old Ding's anger flared up. What are you staring at? Your father's life was saved by Chuanwu, and you don't even know to bow to his benefactor. Ding Erlang was left speechless. Chapter 10. Reason prevails. The matter concerning old Ding was thus resolved, and Ding Erlang expressed his heartfelt gratitude as he escorted old Sun and the others to the door. Upon reaching his own doorstep, Kong Kai greeted the old man. Grandfather Sun, I'll be heading back now. You should rest early. Old Sun waved his hand. All right. You two should get some rest. After closing the door, the two entered the house, and as soon as they stepped inside, the old man pointed at the stool and tossed the measuring stick onto the table. Sit. He pulled out a cigarette, intending to offer it to Sun Chuanwu, but then withdrew his hand. As Chuanwu lit the cigarette for him, the old man took a puff and fixed Chuanwu with a stern gaze, making him uneasy. What's wrong, grandfather? Do you know that old Ding is going to fake his death? Sun Chuanwu rubbed his nose, feeling a bit guilty. Well, I heard that in the last life, he did fake his death, and then old Ding had Ding Erlang smash his head with a grinding stone. The old man's lips twitched slightly. You're certainly a reflection of your father. Why didn't you tell me? Sun Chuanwu rolled his eyes. You didn't even give me the chance to speak. I was just about to say something when you walked out so far. You were too busy chatting with that old lady to pay me any mind. Old Sun's lips twitched again, his face reddening in embarrassment as he waved his hand dismissively. Fine, you should sleep early. Tomorrow morning, go deliver the paper horse. It's better to do it in the morning than in the afternoon. Huh? You still want me to go? The old man replied irritably. What? Would you rather turn back and finish old Ding off? The coffin and shrouds are still here. You might as well send him off properly. No. I'll go first thing in the morning. As Sun Chuanwu dashed into the house, the old man shook his head with a bitter smile. This kid, oh, it's all fate. For the Ding family, old Ding's resurrection was a blessing, yet for others, the event was shrouded in mystery. Such is the rural life, steeped in superstition. Early in the morning, news of old Ding's miraculous return spread like wildfire. The world is never short of gossip, especially in the Northeast, where people eagerly gather to witness the spectacle. A crowd soon gathered at Ding Erlang's home. The morning pavilion had been dismantled the night before, and the coffin was stowed away in the barn, leaving the onlookers disappointed. Before dawn, Ding Erlang had already taken his father to the city on a bullock cart, as old Ding had been restless all night, unable to sleep due to his headache. Cursing Jiang Deli the entire time, Sun Chuanwu drove the cart, laden with paper goods, securing the lead rope to the bull's head and sitting atop the cart as they moved forward. Chuanwu. Widow Lu waved at him, prompting Sun Chuanwu to stop the cart, bemused by the gathering of village women. What is going on? Widow Lu thrust a handful of sunflower seeds into his hand, inquiring with feigned innocence. Chuanwu, I heard old Ding is alive. Is it true, or did a snake possess him? A dozen pairs of eager eyes fixated on him, hanging on his every word. Having witnessed the event firsthand, Sun Chuanwu's account was deemed authoritative. He shot an annoyed glance at Widow Lu. There's no such thing as possession. Who has the time to waste on that? It's just nonsense. Widow Lu, in her 40s, still retained a hint of charm. She rolled her eyes at him playfully. Oh, come now. Are you taken with old Ding's daughter? What is so special about her? She doesn't even know how to care for someone. As she spoke, she playfully patted him on the arm. Sun Chuanwu shivered. He had endured her teasing for 2 years now, and she showed no signs of shyness, targeting him alone. Stop that. You could be my mother. Why do you keep pestering me? Widow Lu, unfazed, chuckled. Why don't you just call me Mom? I'll bring your mother some dinner tonight. Sun Chuanwu's face flushed. Even with his rebirth, such bluntness still made his heart race. Get lost, he exclaimed, retreating onto the cart and urging the bull to hurry away. He wouldn't dare accept anything from her. Widow Lu stretched languidly, pointing at a nearby man who was grinning foolishly, and scolded him. Su Lao-san, where's your mother? I might just dig your eyes out. Su Lao-san. Before 10 o'clock, Sun Chuanwu arrived at old Hu's house, where many were gathered to pay their respects. Such is village life. When someone passes away, the entire community comes together to offer support, even setting aside past grievances in honor of the deceased. This is called righteousness. A few people lent a hand carrying paper goods and paper horses into the room where old Hu used to reside, observing the tidied space. Sun Chuanwu couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion. There is an indescribable gloom that lingers in a room where someone has just died. A profound heaviness that even the sunlight seems unable to penetrate. After setting everything down, old Hu handed Sun Chuanwu a cigarette, which he declined. Uncle, I've quit. Old Hu nodded in understanding. Quitting is good. It's not a healthy habit. He lit one for himself. Chuanwu, is there anything else we need? Sun Chuanwu bowed to old Hu and burned some paper, walking around to check for any omissions. Although he had never participated in such rituals in his previous life, his theoretical knowledge was far more extensive than that of those who merely dabble in funeral services. There's nothing missing. Everything looks fine. By the way, uncle, have the offerings been packed? They are, all in a convenient bag, just as your grandfather instructed. I wouldn't forget. Son Chuanwu reminded him. Don't forget the 5 grains and the soul-eating chicken. The chicken needs to be tied to the coffin to guide the spirit, and the grains should be sprinkled when it's time to bury. Old Who slapped his forehead. I actually forgot the grains. Your grandfather just mentioned it yesterday. Good thing you came by today. We still need a couple of things from the supply store. Speaking of which, I forgot to mention the flower wreaths to your grandfather. I have many relatives who will be sending wreaths. Let me count them and see if we can have them ready by tomorrow morning. Son Chuanwu nodded. His family's barn still held several wreaths, prepared in advance by the old man. If it's urgent, I can go back and make some with my grandfather. Is there a significance to the odd or even number of wreaths? Son Chuanwu pondered. He had never heard of such a distinction, though it was generally frowned upon to present an even number of wreaths, as it was believed to symbolize a farewell in pairs. 2 wreaths would likely earn one a beating. As for the total number of wreaths, it was uncertain how many would be delivered on the day of the funeral. In some places, the number of wreaths corresponds to the age of the deceased, but that custom was not observed here. There was no particular tradition. As long as it was done respectfully and with filial piety, it was deemed appropriate. Chapter 11. Delivering the offerings in the blink of an eye. Evening arrived. Son Chuanwu nervously checked the offerings and supplies needed for the grand horse. Old Who, wielding a broom adorned with offerings, held a death plaque in the other hand. The remaining relatives in the room held a money tree and a treasure basin, along with a financial vault and paper money ingots. Old Who's 2 nephews carried a white horse. Son Chuanwu scanned the room and remarked, Uncle, we have 3 bundles of paper money, incense, and offerings. But we still need an axe and a pair of trousers that the old man wore in his lifetime. Hu Laoda hurriedly set down what he was holding and, along with his wife, rummaged through boxes in search of the old man's clothing and an axe. Son Chuanwu took the trousers, rolled up the legs, and stuffed them with gold ingots, handing them to Hu Laoda's daughter. Xiao Xiao, hold on to this tightly, don't let it fall. Hu Xiao Xiao, at 19, was half a year younger than Son Chuanwu and had inherited her mother's petite stature, displaying a quirky charm. Brother Chuanwu, what if it falls? If it does, just pick it up in the dark, he replied, eliciting laughter from the crowd and easing the tension in Son Chuanwu's heart. Such is the nature of funerals. Understanding is futile without practical experience. As the saying goes, practice makes perfect, applicable in any field. He scanned the room again, asking, is there anyone here who has undergone surgery or is unwell? Those individuals cannot accompany us. They must stay home. No, let's go, Chuanwu. I've already checked. Hu Laodao assured him, feeling a sense of comfort from Son Chuanwu's meticulousness. Despite being the grandson of old Sun, Chuanwu was still a young man, newly of age. And this was his first experience with funerals. Hu Laodao felt a sense of apprehension. After all, it was his father who had passed, and he worried about the possibility of failure. All right, no talking or crying on the way. We are sending money to the old man. Son Chuanwu held the travel passes, yellow paper money, and images of cattle and horses as he led the way, followed by a large group from the Hu family. Many places in modern times only burn images of cattle and horses, unaware that they also need to burn travel passes and yellow paper money. The difference between burning them and not is negligible. The travel pass, as its name implies, serves as a permit for the deceased to pass into the afterlife. The yellow paper money is similar but more detailed, requiring a record of all items to be burned and a list of offerings for the deities. Both are akin to financial documents, certifying possession of these items for verification by the officials in the afterlife. The images of cattle and horses, akin to licenses, confirm their legitimate origins, preventing officials from seizing them along with the young attendant. Upon arrival, Son Chuanwu halted, and the Hu family followed suit. After arranging the cattle and horses, he took the trousers from Hu Xiao Xiao and mounted the horse. Hand me the axe. He received the axe from Hu Laoda's nephew and struck the rope binding the paper horse. With a firm step, he began to chant incantations towards the paper horse. Open the eyes, shine bright. Open the ears, resonate long. Open the nose, fragrant herbs. Open the mouth, feed on grass. Open the hooves, ascend to the clouds. As he circled to the back of the paper horse, Son Chuanwu took 8 gold ingots and stuffed them into the horse's rear. Open the tail, gold and silver release. After finishing, he took a deep breath, his expression serious. Open the eyes, gaze westward, you labor for the departed. Open the nose, sense the fragrance of grass, the scent of fine hay. Open the ears, hear the directions, you guide the departed to the west. Open the mouth, savor the aroma of grass. You provide the departed with nourishment. Open the heart, you bear the burdens of thirst. Open the feet, move swiftly, the departed rides you to heaven. These words were ingrained in son Chuanwu's memory. From childhood, he had witnessed the old man send off countless souls. For reasons unknown, perhaps as the old man had said, he was indeed born for this. The recitation flowed effortlessly from his lips, as if rehearsed 1,000,000 times. He tapped the young attendant's head 3 times and continued. Young lad, you are truly favored, leading the steed to the netherworld. Let the spirits part ways, may the departed find peace. With that, he produced a brush from his pocket. While the paper figures could not have their eyes opened, the paper horse required several to be marked. After marking the eyes, he continued the incantation. Mark the eyes, see clearly, leading the steed westward, onto the path to the jade pool, ensuring peace for future generations. With a delicate touch, he marked the horse's head, then stowed the brush away and placed the horse's image into the trousers pocket on its back. He beckoned to Hulauda, who quickly gathered the financial offerings and other items onto the horse, carefully lighting them with a match. The flames ignited instantly. Kneel, son Chuanwu commanded, and Hulauda's entire family knelt towards the paper horse, facing the southwest. Young Hu Xiaoxiao, overwhelmed by grief, could no longer contain her emotions as she witnessed the burning offerings and paper horse, realizing they were consuming the last remnants of her grandfather's existence in the mortal realm. Grandfather, she cried, tears streaming down her face. The family, previously holding back their tears, could no longer restrain themselves upon hearing her wail, and they all began to weep together. Son Chuanwu, facing southwest, recited the final incantation, the fierce flames reflecting on his face, while the sorrowful cries behind him tugged at his heartstrings. The old man had often said that working in this field allowed one to witness the entirety of life's bittersweet experiences. Now, he had glimpsed a fragment of the human condition, beginning to comprehend the old man's words. What is the purpose of life? Reflecting on his previous existence, devoid of children or family, even relying on Kong Kai for hospital visits, he suspected that even his final affairs would be managed by that rascal. Now that he had returned to this life, he resolved to embrace the will of heaven and fully experience the joys and sorrows of human existence. What is not life? Is not the ordinary equally profound? At that moment, son Chuanwu's perspective shifted. He remained unaware that the wheels of fate were quietly turning around him. Assisting Hulauda to his feet, son Chuanwu sighed and consoled him. Uncle, the old man did not suffer in passing, having you devoted children in his life. He has lived well. Let us not weep. Excessive sorrow does not benefit him, and we must avoid punishment in the afterlife. Live well, and the old man will see you from below. Hulauda wiped his face, pondering why the youthful son Chuanwu, with his lingering innocence, seemed to merge with the image of old son, leaving him momentarily dazed. All right, uncle, I will heed your words. Customs vary from place to place, such as the timing of burning offerings. Some do so on the 5th or 7th day, while others wait until the evening of the funeral. The incantations also differ slightly, yet all aim for a favorable remembrance. If anyone has questions, feel free to ask. Those who enjoy this book can add it to their shelf, and I am always here for clarification. Chapter 12. Xiao Xiao, are you thirsty? Upon arriving at the Hu family home, it was inappropriate for son Chuanwu to continue on his way, so Hulauda arranged for him to stay the night. Their 2 tile-roofed rooms were quite respectable in the village. One room was where the old man had lived, and even the family did not hesitate to occupy that space. The remaining room consisted of 2 sections. The large room had a spacious Kong that could accommodate 7 or 8 people, while the small room's Kong could only fit 3. The men of the household gathered in the old man's room, while the women squeezed together on the large Kong, leaving Hu Xiaoxiao and her 6-year-old cousin to rest. The little fellow yawned heavily, clearly exhausted. Son Chuanwu glanced over and thought, this one do. Although Hu Xiaoxiao was only 19 this year, she possessed all the attributes one would expect, and she was quite beautiful. To put it in terms of the decades to come, if she tied her hair back in a ponytail, she would surely be a charming girl. He was brimming with youthful vigor and understood what he ought to understand. If they were to share a bed, wouldn't that lead to scandalous implications? Hulauda hesitated. His father's room was already crowded with people, and he couldn't possibly send Chuanwu over there to squeeze in. Son Chuanwu discerned Hulauda's predicament and spoke to alleviate the tension. Uncle, my grandfather is afraid to stay alone at home. I should return. I came over early. Hulauda was not oblivious to Chuanwu's intentions. Upon hearing Chuanwu's words, he felt a twinge of guilt. Here was a young lad helping his family handle the aftermath of a death, while he was fretting about his daughter being compromised. If Chuanwu were to return home in the dark, wouldn't that be akin to an insult? It simply wouldn't he do. Furthermore, there was also a younger sibling. Sun Chuanwu was not that kind of person, even if… No, the girl was too young. Perhaps they could discuss it again in a couple of years. Chuanwu, you need not go back. The small room can accommodate 3, so you can sleep here with your sister and younger brother. The small room even has a door, which will save us from disturbances at night. Sun Chuanwu blushed and quickly waved his hand. That would be inappropriate. However, Hu Xiaoxiao boldly interjected, brother, just sleep here. It's scary to go back in the dark. With Hu Xiaoxiao making such a suggestion, Sun Chuanwu could hardly argue. The young girl seemed carefree, while he, as an adult, would be acting overly cautious. Besides, how could he possibly take advantage of such a young girl? That would be utterly disgraceful. Very well. I will sleep outside while little tiger sleeps in the middle. The 3 entered the room, closed the door, and Sun Chuanwu climbed onto the bed without undressing, wrapping himself in the quilt, and promptly fell asleep. Just as little tiger lay down, he sat up and said, Sister, could you bring in the urinal? I'm afraid to go out. Their family's toilet was located behind the spirit platform, and even Hu Xiaoxiao felt a sense of fear about getting up at night. She peeked at the sleeping Sun Chuanwu, blushed, and quietly made her way to the outer room, pulled the light cord, filled the urinal halfway, and carried it back inside. Little tiger, clad only in his underpants, got up to relieve himself, then climbed back under the covers. Sun Chuanwu was too exhausted to notice anything amiss and quickly fell into a deep sleep. In the middle of the night, Hu Xiaoxiao tossed and turned, having been awake for over half an hour, desperately needing to relieve herself. The thought of that large red coffin sent chills down her spine. Though it was her grandfather who had passed, she couldn't shake her fear. Urinating inside would risk waking Sun Chuanwu, which filled her with embarrassment. After a long struggle, she could no longer hold it in, quietly slid out of bed, shone her flashlight toward the urinal, quickly turned it off, removed her pants, and began to relieve herself. Her anxiety mounted as she feared Sun Chuanwu might hear, and she let out streams of water. Sun Chuanwu groggily woke up. The sound of the urinal at the door was unavoidable, and it startled him awake. He was still half asleep and thought Hu Xiaoxiao was pouring water, admiring her thoughtfulness in not wanting to disturb him. Just as he reached for the light cord, he mumbled, Xiaoxiao, are you thirsty? Before she could respond, the light clicked on. Their eyes met, and Sun Chuanwu was instantly taken aback. Hu Xiaoxiao's mouth fell open, her face flushed crimson. Fortunately, she didn't scream, and Sun Chuanwu quickly averted his gaze, fumbled in a panic, and turned off the light. Before long, a rustling sound emerged, and Sun Chuanwu's mind was replaying the earlier scene, his heart racing. Hu Xiaoxiao burrowed under the covers, embarrassed, covering her head with the quilt. Though she understood Sun Chuanwu had not intended to invade her privacy, she couldn't suppress her shyness. How mortifying. Both were lost in their thoughts, tossing and turning, until they finally succumbed to sleep. As the rooster crowed, Sun Chuanwu awoke in a daze. Hu Xiaoxiao rubbed her eyes and, upon meeting his gaze, instinctively averted her eyes. Little tiger was still snoring loudly, his mouth drooling like a little piglet. Well, the sun is up. Xiaoxiao, sleep a little longer. I'll go help with the chores. Hu Xiaoxiao emitted a sound from her nose, and then wrapped herself tightly in her quilt once more. Once Sun Chuanwu stepped outside, Hu Xiaoxiao peeked her head out, lost in her thoughts, rolling around on the bed, appearing quite cheerful. Little tiger yawned and sat up, observing Hu Xiaoxiao's antics. He mumbled, Sister, does your stomach hurt? Hu Xiaoxiao's expression froze, pouting in mock anger at little tiger. What's hurting? Go back to sleep. As dawn broke, the yard was bustling with activity. The Hu family and others were busy, and upon seeing Sun Chuanwu awake, Hu Laoda quickly called out to him, Chuanwu, I've asked your aunt to prepare some noodles for you. You should eat something. Sun Chuanwu waved his hand, not wanting to impose as everyone was busy. I'm not hungry, uncle. I'll manage with a little something. After surveying the preparations, Sun Chuanwu nodded in approval. Everything was in order, and they were just waiting for the funeral to commence later in the day. Around 7 o'clock, Old Sun arrived with a cart full of floral wreaths. Everyone helped arrange the wreaths, and due to Hu Laoda's good relations, they were laid out in 2 rows, extending far. Hu Laoda handed a cigarette to Old Sun, generously praising him. Old Sun, your grandson Chuanwu is truly remarkable. Old Sun beamed with pride. Nothing pleased him more than praise for his eldest grandson. He tried to suppress a smile, feigning seriousness. He still has a long way to go. Chapter 13, The Rite of Passage. Hu Laoda laughed without exposing the truth, thinking to himself that Old Sun's smile was nearly breaking free from his lips. He was clearly more than satisfied. Old Sun adjusted Sun Chuanwu's clothing, and Chuanwu then noticed that the elder was half a head shorter than himself, and the burden of years had curved his back. Do not be proud. In this line of work, It is not the spectacle that matters, but precision and steadiness. Regardless of the departed, absolute respect must be maintained. What we can do is ensure a smooth passage for the deceased and bring comfort to their loved ones. Son Chuanwu nodded solemnly, having long thought that the elder was merely profiting from superstition. Yet, witnessing the comfort and sorrow in the eyes of Hu Laoda and others, he understood that this profession was about providing the deceased with dignity in their final moments. I understand, grandfather. The elder patted son Chuanwu's shoulder, saying nothing more. Following closely behind, watching the elder nod affirmatively, son Chuanwu's anxious heart gradually eased. After a while, the elder said, "All right, Xiaohu, summon your family to meet your father one last time. Soon we will send him on his way." Hu Laoda's voice trembled as he called his family to gather. The elder glanced at son Chuanwu, who took a deep breath and straightened his posture. "Those wearing mourning attire, come forward. Those without, step aside. Those born in the year of the rat, horse, rooster, or rabbit, please stay away for now. You will be called upon shortly." As the crowd dispersed, son Chuanwu inquired of the Hu family, "Is there anyone wearing heavy mourning?" The assembly shook their heads, and son Chuanwu nodded, saying, "Very well, let us proceed to place the elder in the coffin." He turned to Uncle Hu. "When we move the elder, please address him as father and reassure him that he is embarking on his journey and not to be afraid." Hu Laoda nodded. Having experienced this once before, he understood the protocol. The group carefully placed the elder into the coffin, and Hu Laoda, choking on his words, said, "Father, you are on your way now. Do not fear." Son Chuanwu was not idle either, quietly murmuring incantations. Departing from the old residence to the new, the deceased journeys westward. Heaven has jade pillars, the earth has beams. May life be peaceful and death secure, prosperity through generations. Ascend to paradise and attain enlightenment, blessing descendants with good fortune. He placed a lotus pillow beneath the elder's head and a heavenly pillow under his feet, covering him with a draw blanket. Son Chuanwu retrieved a pair of chopsticks entwined with cotton from the rice bowl, held a small cup of wine, and offered the chopsticks to Hu Laoda. "Uncle, cleanse the elder's face. When I say a phrase, you will repeat it after me." Hu Laoda trembled as he dipped the chopsticks in the wine, choking back tears as he performed the cleansing. "Open the eyes, observe the hall of enlightenment." Hu Laoda repeated, "Open the eyes, observe the hall. Open the nose. Inhale the incense. Open the mouth, partake of the beef and lamb. Open the ears, listen to the four directions. Open the heart, shine brightly. Open the head, gather wealth. Open the feet, ascend to heaven." Son Chuanwu placed 7 bundles into the elder's coffin, 3 at the feet, 1 in each hand, and 2 by the head. "Uncle, let the family have one last look at the elder. Do not cry. Tears should not touch him. It is not good for him." The children stifled their sobs, offering gold ingots into the coffin. The onlookers sighed, the older ones turning away with red eyes, as if they foresaw their own departure. Once the farewells were said, son Chuanwu gestured for assistance, and the helpers hurried to cover the coffin. "Father!" Hu Laoda cried, dropping to his knees, and the crowd followed suit, unable to contain their grief. "Father, do not be afraid. Do not worry about us. Father, I am left without a father." Son Chuanwu felt a pang of sorrow, the weight of grief enveloping him as well. He secured the coffin with nails, murmuring incantations, "Auspicious day and time, heaven and earth open. Sealing the coffin brings great fortune." Once the nails were set, he hung the money on a nail, took an axe, and grasped the bowl of rice as he exited. He forcefully smashed the bowl, drawing out a dry peach branch, in some places, jujube wood or mulberry wood, wrapped with multicolored cloth strips, tied 3 times. Raising the axe, he struck. First strike, wealth flourishes. Second strike, prosperity abounds. Third strike, banish all malevolent spirits. After completing these rites, he handed the axe to Kong Kai and shouted towards the path of the procession, "Today we commence the spirit's journey. May the household be peaceful and all affairs prosper. The coffin shall rise and proceed to the resting place. Any obstacles shall be removed." With that, son Chuanwu expressionlessly entered the courtyard, and the Hu family prepared. Knowing it was time to move the coffin, the 8 bearers, carefully chosen by son Chuanwu, were all men of families, their zodiac signs compatible, followed by 8 others for support. In 1986, they could still conduct earth burials, and the coffin must not touch the ground, lest it bring bad omens. Hence, a shift in bearers was necessary. Son Chuanwu took a deep breath and called out, "The coffin of the filial sons rises before the hall. Guardians of the spirit, stand by. We invite Marshal Zhao, the Black Tiger, to protect the coffin for safety. The door gods guard the sides, the 28 constellations oversee. This is not the resting place, We proceed to the ancestral home for eternal peace. Hu Laoda, with red eyes, raised the morning bowl filled with burnt paper high above his head and smashed it. Clatter. The bowl shattered, a favorable omen. Sun Chuanwu's command flowed smoothly, and he shouted, "The spirit is rising." The 8 bearers exerted their strength, and the coffin of the elder Hu rested steadily in midair, moving in unison as they exited the courtyard. The Hu family knelt before the coffin, weeping inconsolably, while the crowd, with red eyes, wiped their tears. Sun Chuanwu slightly turned his head, meeting the elder's weary gaze. The elder Hu waved his hand, and Sun Chuanwu nodded. In that moment, the legacy of 2 generations rested upon Sun Chuanwu's shoulders. Leading the Hu family, he walked steadily towards the burial site. The second son of the Hu family carried the spirit banner ahead, while younger family members scattered paper money to pave the way. Following behind was the final resting place of the elder Hu. At that moment, Sun Chuanwu truly understood the significance of his role as a master of funerals. He became a pillar of support for those who had lost loved ones, providing solace to the living and dignity to the deceased. Elder Sun stood at the bridgehead, watching the procession, a slight smile gracing his lips. "Ah, this child." Elder Sun gently shook his head, a face full of contentment. He truly embodies that spirit. Chapter 14. You do not intend to return home, do you? Along the way, Sun Chuanwu occasionally called to the guiding chicken tied to the coffin, which obediently responded with a few caws. For the next few decades, such funeral scenes would become rare in northeast China, primarily due to the adoption of cremation and the diminishing number of those knowledgeable in these traditions. Not to mention, many rituals and incantations have been lost to time, with the title of master becoming a rare distinction. Sun Chuanwu, at best, could claim to be a half-master. Those who came after him barely qualified as such, merely going through the motions without any real expertise. Sun Chuanwu adhered to a principle. Mastery requires specialization, and if you excel in your craft, people will undoubtedly seek your services. Upon reaching the burial site, Sun Chuanwu circled the grave while reciting the burial incantation, too lengthy to include here. If needed, please comment, and I shall provide it separately. After completing the chant, he untied the guiding chicken, circling it around the grave before handing it to someone nearby. Commencing the preparation of the burial site, a distant relative of the Hu family asked, "Mr. Sun, do we apply the blood from the chicken comb? In our region, we smear it on the grave or coffin. Is that customary here?" Sun Chuanwu shook his head, acknowledging that while some places practice this, anyone with a bit of knowledge would know that applying the blood of the guiding chicken is a serious taboo. Recalling the elder's teachings, Sun Chuanwu patiently explained, "There is no need for blood. Simply place the guiding chicken directly into the grave after the burial." He added, "Applying blood at the grave or on the coffin invites misfortune. Moreover, the guiding chicken is inherently yang. The blood from its comb is even more potent. Akin to lighting a fire in the elder's home. How could he rest peacefully? Inside the grave, he arranged grains and water vessels, positioned a Wunchong pagoda facing southeast, and placed a lamp in the left front corner. Once everything was set, Sun Chuanwu took a deep breath, reciting, "Filial sons and virtuous descendants come to raise the coffin, escorting the great general on either side. We invite the deceased to their new abode. May this blessed land bring peace to the family." The 8 bearers lifted the coffin above the grave, and Sun Chuanwu exchanged a glance with Hu Laoda, who promptly called out, "Father, we've arrived at your new home. Do not fear." The coffin descended steadily into the grave, and Hu Laoda scooped a handful of earth with a spade, gently sprinkling it atop the coffin, layering 3 shovels high, forming a small mound. This notion is referred to as the 3 proposals of filial piety. In certain regions, this custom may not be observed, but here it is indeed acknowledged. Once Hu Laoda has filled the grave with soil, the crowd begins to assist in the task. The pit gradually transforms into a mound, while the male members of the Hu family start to burn paper money. Halfway through, the family removes the mourning cloth and circles the flames of the burning paper 3 times. With a cigarette perched between his fingers, Hu Laoda gazes vacantly at the rising mound of earth. "Uncle, it's about time to leave." He nods towards Sun Chuanwu, a faint smile breaking through his cracked lips. "Thank you, Chuanwu." This simple expression of gratitude fills Sun Chuanwu with warmth. Having toiled alongside the family these past days, he feels this acknowledgement renders his efforts worthwhile. "What for?" "Let us go, uncle." A large group exits the cemetery and makes their way back to the village, where everyone resumes their tasks in anticipation of the noon feast. Hu Laoda greets the guests, his cigarette almost never leaving his hand, while Old Sun listens to Kong Kai animatedly recounting Sun Chuanwu's feats of the day, a smile never leaving his lips. Sun Chuanwu watches the bustling figures with a sense of detachment. Old Sun shuffles closer, adjusting a stool beside him. Feeling uneasy? Son Chuanwu nods. Unable to explain why witnessing someone transition from life to burial stirs a profound melancholy within him. This sentiment deepens as he observes Hu Laoda's forced smile. While others might see old Hu's passing as a natural conclusion, for Hu Laoda, it signifies the end of a paternal call that will never again be answered. Old Sun exhales slowly, his voice softened, devoid of its usual sternness. Life is but a fleeting autumn for grass and trees. There comes a time for departure. In our line of work, we encounter all sorts of funerals. Some families, like the Hu family, are marked by filial devotion and virtue, while others are chaotic and incomprehensible. Yet, all we can do is to honor the deceased by seeing them to their final resting place. It's perfectly natural to feel this way, especially since it's your first time. But remember, Chuanwu, we must do our best and not immerse ourselves too deeply in the lives of others. That is sufficient. As he speaks, the elder gently pats Chuanwu's shoulder. When you don this attire, you become a funeral master. When you remove it, you are Son Chuanwu. Do you understand? Son Chuanwu nods vigorously, responding with a smile. I understand, grandfather. That is good. Enjoy your meal and drink at noon, and when you return home, rest well. While I am still able, I will impart all that I can teach you. After a hearty meal and a few drinks, Son Chuanwu, slightly inebriated, reclines on a cart. While old Sun drives, and Kong Kai, also tipsy, lies beside him. The cart sways, causing Son Chuanwu to feel nauseous. In a haze, both men drift into slumber. When they awaken, the cart has entered the yard, and old Sun is unfastening the harness from the ox. Kong Kai is snoring, drool soaking the wooden planks. Kong Kai, wake up, we're home. With considerable effort, Kong Kai opens his eyes, squinting to the side, stretching and yawning. I'm going home to sleep. I'll come find you tomorrow. Stumbling off the cart, Kong Kai greets old Sun. Grandfather, I'm heading back. I'll come by tomorrow to learn about paperwork. Old Sun waves him off. Go on, come back tomorrow. After Kong Kai exits the yard, Son Chuanwu brushes off the dust from his trousers, inquiring, Grandfather, when did you agree to teach Kong Kai the papercraft? Old Sun, cigarette in mouth, hardly looks up. When you were lost in thought today. You are now pursuing a legitimate trade. That lad can't just hang around aimlessly, can he? It's a skill worth learning, and if he is willing, I'll teach him. At least you two will have each other to rely on. The papercraft is quite profitable, especially considering the labor costs. For Kong Kai, it presents an excellent opportunity. Kong Kai is adept with his hands, making him suitable for this work. Oh, why is the chimney smoking? As he speaks, a middle-aged woman bearing a striking resemblance to Son Chuanwu emerges from the house. Son Chuanwu, are you not planning to return home? In the preceding chapters, the introduction to the funeral customs was somewhat tedious. Moving forward, I shall summarize the procedures. I appreciate everyone's support as we officially embark on Son Chuanwu's journey in the funeral profession. For those who enjoy it, please add it to your bookshelf. Chapter 15. A promising future Son Chuanwu is momentarily taken aback. The woman before him is none other than his mother. In his previous life, when he departed, both parents were still alive, residing in town, his father at the power station and his mother at the credit union. He feels he has caused them considerable heartache. Those years were marked by aimlessness, akin to being a mud that could not prop itself up. Eventually, he found himself in a relationship with a divorced woman who had 2 children, to which his parents vehemently objected, leading to a family quarrel. For years, he did not return home, remaining in the city. While he initially harbored resentment towards his parents, as anyone might when pursuing love, the situation changed. The 2 children he helped support through college eventually took their mother away after graduation, and he lost track of them entirely. Those years left him feeling unworthy to face his parents, contributing to his eventual downfall. He feels a pang of guilt towards them. Had he heeded their advice, he might not have descended into such a state. Seeing his mother now, Son Chuanwu smiles broadly. I'll come back, I promise, during the new year. Lu Zuolian rolls her eyes at Son Chuanwu, exasperated. You're grown now. You shouldn't still be relying on your grandfather. Old Sun interjects. Chuanwu is learning a trade from me now. He will follow in my footsteps. Lu Zuolian is momentarily taken aback. She holds her father-in-law in high esteem. However, the prospect of her son entering the funeral profession unsettles her, as he has never shown interest in such matters. Has he changed his mind? Since Old Sun has stated this, she can hardly object, as it is a legitimate career, provided he stays on the right path. All right, father. I'll defer to your judgment. Upon entering the house, Son Chuanwu spots his father, Sun Wenju. Dad. Sun Wenju nods, his demeanor mirroring Old Sun's, reserved and serious. As if everyone owes him money. Had he not possessed such a personality, he likely would not have spent a lifetime at the power station without attaining a leadership role. Are you going to take over your grandfather's responsibilities? Son Chuanwu sits on a small stool beside the corn husking area, joining in the task. Yes, I plan to take over my grandfather's role. Sun Wenju furrows his brow slightly. I've found someone for the logging camp. Are you not considering it? No. I find this work quite satisfactory. Besides, with my temperament, I might not do well at the logging camp. Why waste the money? Old Sun, stern-faced, glares at Sun Wenju. What is this? You and your brother do not wish to pursue this line of work, and now that my grandson has finally made a decision, you want to stop him? When did this family become your domain? Sun Wenju quickly smiles. I'm not trying to stop him. I'm just asking. You know how Chuanwu is. He tends to be inconsistent. I wouldn't want him to fail at the logging camp as well. Old Sun glances at Sun Chuanwu. Only the two of them are aware of his return to life. This is Sun Chuanwu's choice, and one that Old Sun has made on his behalf. Such matters must remain secret. I will vouch for him. If I say he is capable, then he is. Sun Wenju nods vigorously, not daring to contradict Old Sun's wishes. As long as Sun Chuanwu does not become a vagabond, he can pursue whatever path he chooses. Very well. I'll defer to you, father. If you say he is capable, then he is. Humph. The old gentleman grunted and entered the house directly. Lu Tzuilian glared at Sun Wenju and whispered, Why did you provoke our father? It's not wrong for martial arts to do this. After all, our father raised both you and the second with this very thing, and he even helped you both start families. Sun Wenju did not respond. He felt it was unnecessary to ask further. Father, can you gather your dirty clothes? I've boiled some water and will wash them for you soon. Old Sun waved his hand dismissively. No need to trouble yourself. I can wash them myself. Lu Tzuilian laughed and said, Father, you say that as if I've only returned a few times this year. Can I show you a little filial piety? Old Sun nodded with a smile, retrieving a few pieces of dirty clothing, which Lu Tzuilian took outside. As she reached the door, she turned back to Old Sun and said, Father, I've placed 2 jars of malt extract in the cupboard for you, along with 2 packs of Monkey King tea, a bag of peach crisps, and some ginger candy. Last month, Wenju brought back 2 spring festival items for you, and I've put them all in the cupboard. Old Sun looked a bit pained, saying, Just look at how you two are spending money. I have everything I need already. Lu Tzuilian skillfully managed her father-in-law, saying, Father, my husband and I earn money to honor you. If there is anything you lack, just let us know, and we'll bring it back from town. There is nothing missing at home. You two just focus on your work. Lu Tzuilian smiled, but said nothing more, carrying the large basin into Sun Chuanwu's room to gather his dirty clothes. Approaching Sun Chuanwu, she disdainfully kicked him lightly. How old are you? You can't even wash your own underwear and socks. You've become lazy. Sun Chuanwu chuckled, delighted to hear his mother scold him. I'll wash them myself from now on. You can't just wash your own. Your grandfather is older now, so you need to take care of cooking and laundry too. Don't expect him to serve you anymore. At your age, if you keep being this lazy, you won't even be able to find a wife. Upon hearing the word wife, Sun Chuanwu's face darkened. This was indeed his biological mother, and her words struck right at his heart. In his previous life, he had genuinely sought a partner, but never found anyone decent. What a waste of his handsome looks and sturdy physique. Old Sun, rising from the calm, called out with a smile, Now Chuanwu has no worries about finding a wife. The third daughter of the Ding family seems to have her eyes on him. Lu Tzuilian's eyes lit up, and Sun Wenju looked at Sun Chuanwu in surprise. Our son is making progress. Though Ding Erlang was a bit slow, all 3 daughters were exceptionally lovely, especially the youngest, who was not only good-looking but also performed well in her studies. If she were to become his daughter-in-law, it would be like striking gold. Lu Tzuilian beamed. Oh my son, is this true? You're making progress. In the future, Xiaojing will surely be able to attend university, even if she goes to a normal teacher's college. She could become a teacher. Our family will have an extra teacher. Sun Chuanwu's face turned crimson. He had shared a brief flirtation with Ding Wanjing, but they hadn't even broken the ice yet. Moreover, if Ding Wanjing truly managed to get into university, would she still look at him? They were still miles away from that. You need to hold on tight. Sun Wenju lit a cigarette, observing his son thoughtfully before finally speaking. Son, you've grown up. There are some matters I need to discuss with you. It's about relationships between men and women. Sun Chuanwu, without looking up, instinctively replied, Father, feel free to ask me anything you don't understand. Sun Wenju. Chapter 16. Stitching the dead. Sun Wenju and his wife spent a day together and left before dawn the next day. Both had jobs to attend to, returning only to check on their son and tidy up the old gentleman's house. After finishing breakfast, Kong Kai entered with 2 bags of biscuits, 2 bottles of liquor, and 2 packs of cigarettes. Why are you bringing these things? Old Sun frowned. several lines furrowing his brow. Kong Kai placed the items inside and scratched his head. Feeling a bit embarrassed, "Grandfather, my mother said that when I'm learning this trade, I shouldn't come empty-handed, as I'll be taking care of you in the future." Old Sun found this amusing and reassured Kong Kai. "Your mother has good intentions. Don't worry. I'll teach you everything you need to know." The three of them took off their shoes and sat on the Kong as Old Sun began to teach Kong Kai how to make flower wreaths. Sun Chuanwu was adept at this, having learned from his grandfather since childhood. In his previous life, he never realized that these skills would sustain him for decades. Perhaps he had read too much sensational literature, leading him to drift through life aimlessly for many years. As afternoon arrived, they had lunch, and Old Sun took a sickle to the mountain, leaving Sun Chuanwu and Kong Kai at home to make flower wreaths. Kong Kai, cigarette in mouth and brush in hand, was starting to look somewhat the part. "Chuanwu, if people die every day, won't we earn a lot of money in the future?" Sun Chuanwu shot him a glare. Realizing why people say those who sell coffins look forward to death every day, and those who run pharmacies hope for sickness, Kong Kai, still an apprentice, was already thinking about making money. If you stay in the village, don't even think about it. But if you go to the city, you might have work every few days. Kong Kai's eyes lit up, and he slapped his thigh, excitedly exclaiming, "Wow, if we don't do anything else, just selling a set of paper goods could earn us 20 to 30. That's over 1,000 a month. In a year, we could become wealthy." He pointed out Wang DePeo from the town, who strutted around in a white vest given to him by the credit union, eager for everyone to know he was wealthy. Wang DePeo was a local scoundrel, profiting from smuggling along the Yalu River. In recent years, due to disasters and misfortunes, his situation had worsened. Wang DePeo and his group capitalized on this by smuggling herbs and metals, becoming suddenly wealthy. However, in his previous life, Wang DePeo met a tragic end. Shot in the face, with Old Sun handling his funeral arrangements. What good is wealth if you don't have life to spend it? Sun Chuanwu put down the scissors and picked up the brush. Money should not be earned unethically. Who knows when heaven might take it back? Especially in our line of work. We earn money from the deceased. If your heart is too black, won't people come looking for trouble? Kong Kai shivered, rubbing his arms. "Hearing you say that gives me a chill. Strangely enough, your preaching sounds just like our grandfather. Enough with the nonsense. Let us get back to work." Just then, the sound of the front door could be heard, followed by the cacophony of geese honking loudly. Sun Chuanwu's family didn't have dogs, but had quite a few geese. They acted as guards, making a ruckus whenever a stranger approached. Sun Chuanwu put on his shoes and muttered, "Who could that be?" Upon opening the door, he found two unfamiliar figures standing at the entrance. The leading man, dressed in a Zhongshan suit and appearing to be in his 50s, had his hair meticulously combed, suggesting he was no ordinary person. The younger one wore an old blue jacket, standing in front of the man, herding the geese. Through the crack of the door, Sun Chuanwu noticed a 212 Jeep parked outside. Seeing Sun Chuanwu appear, the younger one quickly greeted, "Hello, is this Mr. Sun's home?" Sun Chuanwu nodded, somewhat puzzled, and asked, "Yes, this is Mr. Sun's house. Are you two looking for my grandfather?" He had never encountered these two individuals in his past life, and they seemed quite unfamiliar. Sun Chuanwu didn't think much of it. Unexpected occurrences were to be expected now that he had returned. Sun Chuanwu chased away the large goose, and a young man handed him a cigarette, which was a Longbei ginseng brand, priced at 1 yuan and 80 cents per pack. Currently, pork was only 80 cents a pound, making this cigarette unaffordable for the average person. Given the young man's demeanor, he was likely the driver for the middle-aged man behind him. Sun Chuanwu waved his hand, saying, "I don't smoke. Unfortunately, my grandfather is not here at the moment. Would you care to wait inside?" The young man glanced back at his superior, who nodded with a somewhat forced smile. "That's very kind of you. Not a bother at all." He led the two men inside, where Kong Kai peeked out curiously. After setting up a table and turning on the lights in the outer room, Sun Chuanwu prepared some tea, pouring a cup for each of them. "There's not much to offer, so please make do." The middle-aged man waved his hand dismissively, replying, "This is quite satisfactory." After a symbolic sip, he asked anxiously, "When will Mr. Sun return?" Sun Chuanwu, not being naive, sensed the urgency in the man's tone. Either there was a family emergency, or he had encountered something sinister. "He left not long ago, and I can't say when he'll be back. If you have something urgent, feel free to share with me." The middle-aged man scrutinized Sun Chuanwu, feeling somewhat unsettled. They say that those who speak without hesitation may not be reliable, and Sun Chuanwu appeared rather young. What could he possibly do? Yet, the inquiry had been made, and it would be inappropriate for him to remain silent. "I am Zhao Dei from Linshur. There has been a family incident, and I heard that Mr. Sun has the skill to sew up corpses, so I wish to seek his assistance." Sun Chuanwu furrowed his brow slightly. The name Zhao Dei sounded vaguely familiar, though he couldn't place where he had heard it. As for sewing corpses, many sought out his grandfather for that expertise, and it was not uncommon for people from the city to come for help. Over the years, numerous individuals had approached his grandfather for assistance, coming from all corners of the country. However, son Chuanwu had never learned to sew corpses himself. He was timid by nature, afraid to even kill a chicken, let alone sew a corpse. A shiver ran through him, and his lips twitched involuntarily. Now that he had inherited his grandfather's mantle, would his grandfather compel him to sew a corpse? The mere thought sent a jolt of anxiety through him, intensifying with each contemplation. This is quite troubling, he thought. Chapter 17. A bundle of Unity's son Chuanwu found himself at a loss for how to respond. He couldn't simply dismiss someone seeking his grandfather's help. Yet, if he didn't dismiss them, what would he do if his grandfather insisted he sew a corpse? The idea of piecing together something that had been shattered into numerous fragments filled him with a sense of dread. Mr. Zhao, please accept my condolences. Zhao Dei managed a bitter smile, nodding in appreciation. Thank you, young man. Sun Chuanwu pondered for a moment, but decided against sending Zhao Dei away. Since he had taken on this line of work, he must honor the legacy of his grandfather and learn as much as he could. No worries, Mr. Zhao. Please have a seat. I estimate my grandfather will return in an hour or two, and then you may discuss matters further. I appreciate your kindness. Sun Chuanwu waved his hand dismissively and went into the main room. Kong Kai lowered his voice, commenting, "That old man seems quite affluent. His Zhongshan suit looks even more expensive than what the county head wore last time. How can you tell it's expensive?" Kong Kai frowned. "It's the fabric. Just look at it. No wrinkles even when sitting. All right, stop gossiping and get to work on the floral wreaths. Once you're done, I'll teach you how to make paper figures." "Sure, if Grandpa goes tonight, I'll come over and sleep with you." Sun Chuanwu sighed, wishing his grandfather would handle this alone. The reality was that if his grandfather could manage it himself, there would be something amiss. Sure enough, 2 hours later, his grandfather returned under the blazing sun. The August sun felt like an unreasonable stepmother, mercilessly oppressive. After removing his straw hat and tying up the ox, Zhao Dei and the driver hurried out to greet him. "Mr. Sun, I apologize for the disturbance." His grandfather scrutinized Zhao Dei, having seen the car from the city outside. Coupled with Zhao Dei's demeanor and attire, it was evident that he was either wealthy or of high status. "Let us talk inside." Zhao Dei stepped back slightly, allowing his grandfather to pass. Once inside, Sun Chuanwu listened intently to their conversation. With red-rimmed eyes, Zhao Dei choked out his request. "Mr. Sun, I am from the city. My name is Zhao Dei. This morning, my son fell from a tall smokestack at the steel mill. I beseech you to lend your hand so that my son may rest in peace." His grandfather frowned as he took a cigarette, inhaling deeply before responding in a somber tone. Falling from such a height makes it quite difficult to piece together. Zhao Dei quickly replied, "Mr. Sun, I understand this may be asking too much, but I implore you to do your best. The entire city knows of your skill. If you cannot assist me, I truly do not know where else to turn. I have no demands. I merely wish for my son to be taken care of. Name your price, and I will gladly pay." His grandfather shook his head, observing the tears streaming down Zhao Dei's face, and sighed. "It's not about the money. You've come such a long way. I will do my utmost. With the heat, have you preserved the body properly?" Upon hearing that the old man agreed to help, Zhao Dei quickly assured him, "Yes, it's well preserved. You need not worry." His grandfather called out, "Chuanwu, put on your clothes and grab the tools. We're going for a trip." Sun Chuanwu sighed, realizing he could not evade this duty. "All right, Grandpa." He retrieved a small wooden box from the cabinet, measuring about 30 centimeters long and 20 centimeters wide, adorned with symbols he could not decipher. Kong Kai put on his shoes and asked his grandfather, "Should I go along?" "No, you stay here and rest. Don't forget to feed the ox tonight. It had a good meal this morning. Just soak some bean cake and add a bit of bran. Half a bucket will be enough. Don't overdo it." "Understood, Grandpa." After putting on his shoes, Sun Chuanwu slung the box over his shoulder. "Let us go, Grandpa." His grandfather nodded, and together with Zhao Dei, they exited the house and climbed into the jeep. The driver slowly drove out of the village, while Zhao Dei expressed his gratitude, and the old man replied with casual remarks. The roads were still unpaved, causing the jeep to sway like a sedan chair. With the highway yet to be completed, they had to navigate winding mountain paths to reach the city. Sun Chuanwu soon succumbed to sleep, leaning against the window. When he awoke, they had descended the mountain path, and the setting sun cast a soft glow over the distant city, giving it a golden hue. "Awake?" Sun Chuanwu nodded, yawning as he inquired, "Are we nearly there?" Zhao Dei turned from the passenger seat, a hint of apology on his face. "We're almost there, young man. The road is rough, so please bear with it." Sun Chuanwu waved his hand, acknowledging that this was simply how roads were at this time, and for the next decade or so, they would remain the same. Being able to ride in a jeep was already a luxury. Otherwise, one would either have to walk or ride an ox cart. Their village had only gained bus access in the early 2000s, being nestled deep within the mountains. You are too kind. I've mostly been sleeping on this journey, and am not tired at all. Upon entering the city, night had fallen, and the streetlights along the road cast dim light, with only the main street being well lit. The driver navigated through the main street and turned into an alley, arriving at a gate checkpoint. A guard saluted and lifted the barrier for them. Taking a deep breath, Sun Chuanwu was taken aback. This Zhao Dei was quite impressive, residing in the municipal compound. He glanced at his grandfather, who maintained a stoic expression. Having lived for so many years, he had witnessed countless scenes. A person emerging from a municipal compound had no reason to be overly astonished. The car gradually came to a stop at the entrance of a small courtyard, where a makeshift tent had been erected, and many people stood outside, engaged in conversation. Upon the arrival of Zhao Dei's vehicle, the crowd quickly gathered around. Sun Chuanwu assisted the elderly gentleman out of the car, as Zhao Dei's wife approached with tear-filled eyes. Mr. Sun, thank you for coming to lend a hand. I shall refrain from expressing my gratitude in words. Please accept this money. Sun Chuanwu's gaze fell upon the envelope in the woman's hand, which appeared to be quite bulging. The fourth series of the renminbi had not yet been issued in 1986, and the highest denomination at that time was 10 yuan, known as Great Unity. Judging by the thickness of the wallet, it must contain a stack of these notes, amounting to 1,000 yuan. Sun Chuanwu couldn't help but feel a sense of surprise. 1,000 yuan held considerable purchasing power, with pork priced at 8 jiao per jean, and a black and white television set costing only 300 to 400. This sum was something an ordinary worker wouldn't earn in a year. The elderly gentleman did not refuse. He tucked the money into his pocket and then spoke towards the makeshift tent outside the courtyard. Thank you, Mr. Xie, for the monetary assistance. The deceased is paramount. Let us first attend to the matter at hand. Chapter 18. Reconstruction of the corpse. Sun Chuanwu followed the elderly gentleman into the makeshift tent, where a large freezer was positioned at the spot designated for the deceased. In those days, freezers were quite rare. While some affluent families possessed refrigerators, freezers were seldom seen. It was not particularly difficult for someone residing in a municipal compound to procure one. Without a doubt, the body would be contained within. The elderly gentleman glanced at Sun Chuanwu before approaching the freezer, which was uncovered and draped with a white cloth. He reached out to lift the cloth, and Sun Chuanwu nearly retched at the sight. A large mass of flesh and blood was packed into the freezer, with a vague human shape discernible amidst the overwhelming stench of blood that assaulted their senses. Sun Chuanwu's face turned pale as he fought to suppress the turmoil in his stomach, turning his head away from the grim scene. Yet the more he tried to resist, the more he felt compelled to look. Zhao Dei's family could no longer contain their tears. Zhao Dei, with reddened eyes, averted his gaze, tears streaming down his face. The anguish of a parent bidding farewell to their child was a pain only those who have experienced it could fathom. The elderly gentleman extended his hand, prompting Sun Chuanwu to hurriedly pass him a box. From the box, the elderly gentleman retrieved a pair of gloves, stained with dull blood. Donning one glove, he reached inside the freezer to examine the deceased. The Zhao family was not foolish. They had left the freezer uncovered, for if it were closed, the body would become a solid block of ice. Mr. Zhao, please fetch a long table. If that is not feasible, a door panel will suffice. The Zhao family had already made preparations. His wife directed those nearby. Quickly, bring the bed over. Before long, two individuals entered, pushing a hospital bed. Chuanwu, lend a hand. As the elderly gentleman reached in, Sun Chuanwu, suppressing his nausea, grasped the deceased's legs. The others swiftly assisted, and together, they lifted the corpse from the freezer onto the bed. In the light, Sun Chuanwu could see clearly. The deceased had fallen onto their back, their figure appearing particularly frail, especially the head, which was evidently deformed from the fall. Given that steel plant chimneys typically towered dozens of meters high, it was understandable that a fall from such a height would result in such injuries. The onlookers dared not gaze at the body on the bed. The elderly gentleman turned to Zhao Dei and said, "You all may step outside. I will not call for you. Do not enter unless summoned. My apologies for the inconvenience." Mr. Sunday. Zhao Dei slightly bowed, supporting his almost breathless wife as they exited the tent. Once everyone had departed, the elderly gentleman pointed to the box. "There is another pair of gloves inside. Please put them on. This time, I will teach you how to reconstruct the corpse. Pay close attention." Sun Chuanwu's complexion appeared somewhat ashen as he mournfully inquired, "Grandfather, are we truly going to learn this?" The elderly gentleman glared at him, exasperated. What do you think I brought you here for? Hurry up. It is our duty to ensure the deceased depart with dignity. If you wish to pursue this profession, you will inevitably encounter such situations frequently. Without taking this step, you will remain a mere amateur. Sun Chuanwu hastily donned the gloves and reluctantly approached the bed. The closer he got to the corpse, the stronger the nauseating scent of blood mixed with the smell of organs penetrated his nostrils, almost suffocating him. The elderly gentleman grasped Sun Chuanwu's hand and said, "The human body consists of 206 bones. Of these, the skull comprises 29 bones, with 8 forming the cranium." As he spoke, the elderly gentleman guided Sun Chuanwu's hand forward. The cold sensation permeated through the glove, the lifeless chill causing Sun Chuanwu's body to tense involuntarily. "Relax. Do you remember when I taught you how to mold clay figures as a child?" Sun Chuanwu nodded, memories of his childhood flooding back. In those days, entertainment was scarce. A group of children would spend their days molding figures from yellow clay, crafting airplanes, tanks, houses, and handguns with ease. Sun Chuanwu had learned the art of clay modeling from the elderly gentleman, who would provide him with whole walnut shells to use as heads for the figures. Back then, everyone said his figures resembled their intended shapes. Looking back now, it seemed the elderly gentleman had begun training him in this regard from an early age. "Treat this as the clay figure you sculpted in your youth." The elderly gentleman's tone softened considerably as he gently released his grip on Sun Chuanwu's hand. Although the bones were shattered, the cranial bones were denser than those in other areas, making it easier to reassemble even when fractured into small pieces. Listening to the elderly gentleman's words, Sun Chuanwu gradually moved his hands, delicately exploring the back of the deceased's head. He located the broken bones and carefully began to piece them together, slowly reconstructing the back of the skull. "How many cheekbones are there?" Sun Chuanwu answered without hesitation. The answer ingrained in his memory: 15 cheekbones and 6 auditory ossicles. The elderly gentleman nodded in satisfaction. "Well done. Take your time." Fortunately, the back of the head was the point of impact, so we won't have to expend excessive effort. Sun Chuanwu meticulously continued to piece together the skull, and the pungent odor seemed to dissipate somewhat. The deceased's head gradually began to take shape. While it still appeared somewhat distorted, it at least resembled a head. Sun Chuanwu carefully adjusted the facial features, and the once grotesque visage began to show the semblance of the deceased in life. The elderly gentleman occasionally offered guidance, and Sun Chuanwu became fully engrossed in the task of reconstructing the corpse, experiencing a significant reduction in both physical and psychological discomfort. Indeed, the elderly gentleman's assertion rang true. Sun Chuanwu was destined for this line of work. The bones of the deceased posed considerable challenges for reconstruction, but even more daunting was the task of reassembling the flesh. Sun Chuanwu exerted considerable effort to correct the deceased's form, then accepted the deer bone needle handed to him by the elderly gentleman. The needle was threaded with a translucent strand, almost as fine as a hair. When stitching the corpse, metal needles could not be used. Bone needles were essential. Some claimed that human bones were the best, but that was a fallacy. The majority used deer bones, while a few opted for tiger or eagle bones. Strangely enough, while human skin is quite tough, the deer bone needle penetrated the ruptured skin with seemingly no resistance. The elderly gentleman wiped the sweat from Sun Chuanwu's brow while directing his efforts. "This area requires a backstitch." "Yes, like that, and the stitches will be nearly invisible, just as you did when sewing fabric dolls." "Yes, make another loop, otherwise it won't be secure." The two worked tirelessly until midnight, and the corpse before them was finally reconstructed. It could not be said to be entirely restored, but at the very least, over 90% of it had been successfully repaired. The elderly gentleman nodded in satisfaction. He had long been training Sun Chuanwu in various ways, and Sun Chuanwu had been unaware that the stitching techniques for dolls and the methods of molding clay figures were, in fact, the very skills needed for reconstructing corpses. After completing all the tasks, the old man once again handed the alcohol to Sun Chuanwu, instructing him to cleanse the body of the deceased. Just as Sun Chuanwu was on the verge of collapse, Zhao Dei's son appeared before him, seemingly unscathed. The tumultuous sensation in his stomach did not relent. Sun Chuanwu removed his gloves, instinctively raising a hand to cover his mouth, yet the feeling of nausea intensified. Without a second thought, he lowered his head and sprinted towards the mourning tent, leaning against a nearby pear tree and violently retching. Chapter 19. A loquacious tongue. Upon seeing the body of their son, the Zhao family could not contain their grief and wept openly. Sun Chuanwu, still trembling after emptying his stomach, stood up unsteadily, his gaze meeting that of the old man, who was smoking a cigarette. They exchanged a knowing smile. The old man's eyes sparkled with an unshakable sense of relief, while Sun Chuanwu felt an indescribable swell of pride within him. He had succeeded. Once the Zhao family's lamentation subsided, Zhao Di's who's, with reddened eyes, clasped Sun Chuanwu's hand tightly, his words tumbling out in a flurry of emotion. "Brother, thank you. You are the one who saved my son." The heartfelt gratitude washed away Sun Chuanwu's fatigue completely. He shook his head, replying, "It was my duty." Zhao Dei's wife then pulled out a wad of cash from her pocket and pressed it into Sun Chuanwu's hand. He quickly refused, saying, "Aunt, I've already received payment. It's too much." With tears in her eyes, Zhao Dei's wife insisted, "Child, thank you. Take it. If it weren't for you, I would have carried this regret for a lifetime." Sun Chuanwu glanced at the old man, who nodded in approval. With the old man's consent, Sun Chuanwu reluctantly accepted the money. "The deceased has departed, Mr. Zhao. Aunt, please accept my condolences." Zhao Dei's wife nodded, understanding that there was no point in mourning at this juncture. If it were possible, she would gladly trade her own life for her son's return. Zhao Dei sighed. "If I hadn't insisted on sending my child to the steel factory for training, this tragedy might have been averted." His wife turned away, tears streaming down her face once more. Sun Chuanwu offered consolation, saying, "Mr. Zhao, you are not to blame. You have done nothing wrong." Zhao Dei patted Sun Chuanwu's hand firmly and said, "I have reserved a room for you both at the guest house. Given the circumstances, I cannot keep you here. Please rest well. Tomorrow I will have Xiao Zhang wait for you at the guest house. Once you awaken, he will take you for a stroll, and whenever you wish to leave, he will escort you back." Sun Chuanwu nodded, understanding that it would be inappropriate to impose further on them during such a somber time. "Thank you, Mr. Zhao. Call me Uncle Zhao. If you ever encounter difficulties, seek me out. I will do my utmost to assist you," Zhao replied. "All right, thank you, Uncle Zhao." Accompanied by Xiao Zhang, they boarded the vehicle, which slowly exited the municipal compound. Not long after departing, Xiao Zhang spoke up. The deceased was Zhao Mayor's eldest son, who had just graduated from university this year. He was supposed to be directly assigned to the municipal office, but fearing gossip, Mayor Zhao placed him at the steel factory instead, and now look what has happened. Sun Chuanwu slapped his forehead, suddenly realizing why the name Zhao Dei sounded familiar. He was the deputy mayor of their city. It was not unusual for him not to recognize Zhao in his past life. The highest-ranking official he had encountered was the deputy director of a local bureau when he was arrested for solicitation. Many people go their entire lives without ever meeting a county chief, let alone a mayor. Zhao Mayor was a commendable official. Sun Chuanwu was not trying to flatter Zhao Dei in front of Xiao Zhang. The latter had a good reputation in his previous life, and after retiring, he had accomplished much for the citizens of Lin City. Xiao Zhang sighed. "Indeed, our leader is a good official, but it's unfortunate he has had such misfortune." Upon arriving at the guest house, Xiao Zhang led them upstairs, exchanged a few pleasantries, and then took his leave. "Grandpa, would you like to take a shower? I can help scrub your back," Sun Chuanwu offered. The old man, uncharacteristically flushed, waved his hand. "You go ahead. I'll just rinse off later." Sun Chuanwu did not insist. He felt the lingering scent of blood clinging to him, making him uncomfortable. After removing his clothes and stepping into the bathroom, he began to fill the tub. He scrubbed repeatedly, wearing down the bar of soap to a fraction of its original size, yet the odor clung to him stubbornly, as if embedded in his very being. The old man lit a cigarette and entered the bathroom in his trousers. Lying on the bed, Sun Chuanwu rested his head on his arm, his mind replaying the events of the day. Although he had accepted Zhao Dei's money, he had fulfilled both his and his wife's wishes. This experience instilled within him a deeper respect and reverence for his profession. Drifting into a dream, Sun Chuanwu felt the scene before him shift abruptly, and he found himself standing at the entrance of the guest house. The street lamp hanging from the concrete utility pole was vividly clear. Even though he had only visited the guest house once, the surrounding sights felt as real as a film. Under the street lamp stood a man in his 20s, alone, clad in a faded blue uniform emblazoned with the Lin City Steel Factory logo. Sun Chuanwu recognized the familiar face, yet surprisingly felt no fear. The man bowed deeply to Sun Chuanwu and opened his mouth. Though no sound emerged, the shape of his lips conveyed his message. "Brother, thank you." Sun Chuanwu felt a lump in his throat and waved his hand in response. "In the next life, may you be born into a better fate. Do not depart so young." The man's expression stiffened. He shook his head and turned, walking down a wide road that led to an unknown destination. Sun Chuanwu pinched his chin, muttering to himself, "What a peculiar way to curse someone." Suddenly, the scene reversed, and upon opening his eyes, Sun Chuanwu was jolted awake. Sitting up in bed, the old man sat on the edge, smoking, the room enveloped in darkness. with only the flickering glow of the cigarette illuminating the space. "What a loquacious tongue," he remarked. "Huh," Sun Chuanwu replied. The following morning, Sun Chuanwu and the old man descended to enjoy a simple meal of pot pancakes and bowls of millet porridge, costing a mere 1.2 yuan, which pained the old man greatly. Xiao Zhang had been waiting at the guest house. After their meal, they lacked the spirit to explore. After all, Xiao Zhang was not family, and they felt it would be inappropriate to trouble him. "Grandpa, shall we not take a stroll?" Sun Chuanwu inquired. The old man waved his hand, pressing a recently purchased ginseng into Xiao Zhang's hands. Xiao Zhang quickly declined. "Old man, I cannot accept this. It's too much." With a smile, the old man insisted. "Take it. If you refuse, I will feel uneasy." With a wry smile, Xiao Zhang accepted the cigarette. "Very well, old man. If you ever come to the city again, make sure to find me. I'll treat you to a meal." "Everything is negotiable," the old man replied. As they drove out of the city, the three returned to the village around 2 in the afternoon. Old Sun wanted to invite Xiao Zhang to eat before he departed, but Xiao Zhang declined. And the old man did not press him, watching as Xiao Zhang drove away from the village. From the day they returned, the rain continued for an entire week, only ceasing on August 11th. Early one morning, the loudspeaker at the brigade office crackled to life. "Ji, Wei Er. Hello? Pooh. Sun Jiudao. Come to the brigade office immediately. There's a call for you. Someone is looking for you." Upon hearing the broadcast, Chapter 20, Filial Sun Wang Depeo Sun Jiudao is the old man's name, said to be born during a time when 9 bolts of lightning struck the sky. Hence the name. Thankfully, when he was born, the ducks did not quack 8 times. Otherwise, the knowledge-deficient great-grandfather would have surely named him Sun Bagua. Estimating that someone must have a matter to discuss, Sun Chuanwu said, "Let us go to the brigade office." Sun Chuanwu set down the brush in his hand and followed the old man out of the house. After a week of incessant rain, the courtyard was muddy, permeated with the scent of damp earth. The three of them, grandfather, grandson, and a friend, made their way to the village's administrative office, which was adjacent to the primary school. Beside the school's boiler room, the village's sole telephone resided within the office. Upon entering, the village head handed the old man a cigarette and said, "Uncle, someone just called." It was Wang Depeo from town. Sun Chuanwu exchanged glances with Kong Kai, who quickly asked, "Is Wang Depeo dead?" Sun Chuanwu smacked the back of Kong Kai's head in irritation, replying, "Are you foolish? If Wang Depeo were dead, would he be calling the village?" The village head glared at Kong Kai and chuckled. "Wang Depeo's mother has passed away. He asked for Grandpa's son to come help with the arrangements. I told him to call back shortly, and you can talk to him then. I don't understand these matters." Grandpa's son nodded, and soon the phone rang. The old man answered, "This is Sun Jiudao." "Yes, all right. Do you need paper offerings?" "Fine. I will bring you some joss paper today, and tomorrow I will deliver the rest." He glanced at Sun Chuanwu and added, "My grandson will handle it. Rest assured, he has managed several such affairs. Anything I know, he does too. It will be done clearly and properly." After a brief exchange, the call ended, and Grandpa's son handed 3 yuan to the village head, noting that phone calls were not free, 1 yuan per minute. "Is this sufficient?" The village head placed the money in his drawer and smiled. "It's enough, just 3 minutes. As long as the brigade isn't short on funds, I'll take my leave now." The three returned home, where Grandpa's son harnessed the ox cart, while Sun Chuanwu led Kong Kai to the storeroom to load a set of paper offerings onto the cart, also grabbing a piece of plastic sheeting in case it rained again. "Chuanwu, once you arrive, make sure everything is in order at the family's home. After you unload the paper offerings, you can return by yourself. Tomorrow we will make another trip together." "Understood, Grandpa. Be careful on the road." The two set off on the ox cart, traveling along the old mountain road, with water rushing down the 2 drainage ditches beside them. Kong Kai, with a cigarette dangling from his mouth and his legs crossed, mused, "I was thinking Wang Depeo had died." Sun Chuanwu rolled his eyes at Kong Kai, noting that his friend was just as unreliable as he was. "Can't you think of something else? You're always wishing ill upon others." Kong Kai pouted and muttered, "I was just saying, Wang Depeo's family is wealthy. How much do you think he'll give us this time?" Sun Chuanwu shook his head, responding, "Just because someone is wealthy doesn't mean they are generous. It's unpredictable. Besides, the amount of money offered depends on the person's mood. How much they give is their business. However, when it comes to paper offerings, there's no bargaining. For funerals, no one haggles over prices. Whatever is stated is final. Therefore, how much we earn depends on the conscience of those paying. Those with a good heart will provide enough, while those lacking compassion will try to shortchange you. It's hard to say how much they will give." Kong Kai nodded. "True, but Grandpa mentioned we need to haul 2 carts of wreaths. Just those 2 carts of wreaths and paper offerings should yield a good profit." The The two chatted and laughed, and by around 10 in the morning, they arrived in town. After inquiring, they followed directions to Wang Depeo's home. Son Chuanwu entered the morning pavilion, bowed 3 times before the coffin, and lit incense. Wang Depeo, a hefty man with a shaved head, grinned and extended his hand towards Son Chuanwu, showing no signs of sorrow. You must be Brother Sunday shaking hands, Son Chuanwu offered. Wang Gu, accept my condolences. Wang Depeo smiled, pulling out a pack of cigarettes and offering one to Son Chuanwu. Here, brother, have a smoke. Son Chuanwu politely declined. Thank you, Wang Gu, but I don't smoke. Wang Depeo lit a cigarette for himself and addressed several rough-looking men nearby. See this? This is Sun Sir S. grandson. Look at him. Despite his young age, he carries himself with maturity, so profound. The nearby lackeys quickly flattered. Of course, only you, big brother, could invite Sun Sir. Otherwise, who could manage it? Indeed, young Sun looks extraordinary. Nowadays, only the wealthy can afford to invite someone from Sun Sir's family. Isn't that right? Our big brother is truly filial. The old lady is indeed fortunate. Sun Chuanwu smiled, albeit feeling uneasy. Wang Depeo appeared to be in his mid-30s, and his mother couldn't have been more than 60 at most. To pass at such an age was hardly a mark of longevity. Perhaps she had suffered from a prolonged illness or had been overworked. Wang Depeo's demeanor hardly suggested he was a devoted son. Sun Chuanwu gestured outside. Everyone, lend a hand to bring in the paper offerings. I will check for anything amiss and arrange it accordingly. All right, you guys assist young Sun with the items. Wang Depeo suddenly raised his voice, as if fearing others wouldn't hear. Young Sun, the paper offerings I requested are the finest, right? I'm not short on money. I want my mother to depart in style. Sun Chuanwu nodded, assuring him, rest assured, Wang Gu, we will ensure your mother's send-off is dignified. Wang Depeo nodded, pleased, and rubbed his bald head, smiling. That's good then. Once the paper offerings were placed in the morning pavilion, Sun Chuanwu inspected the surroundings and pointed to the offerings on the altar. Wang Gu, these offerings shouldn't be in even numbers. It's inauspicious. Wang Depeo waved his hand. Remove them. Young Sun, how many should I prepare? 5 types of fruit will suffice, and this baozi can be taken away. We need steamed buns instead, as those are essential. Wang Depeo cheerfully remarked, my mother loved meat buns, and I thought I'd let her enjoy some more. Fine. I'll follow young Sun's advice. When the offerings were rearranged, Sun Chuanwu handed Wang Depeo a packet of joss paper weighing 3 jin and 6 liang. This is a bundle of 7 packs of joss paper, totaling 3 jin and 6 liang. The ashes will be packed into 7 bundles, no more, no less, for the funeral. Wang Depeo frowned, beginning to act stubborn. Is 3 jin and 6 liang enough? Young Sun, I want 7 jin and 2 liang. No, 10 jin and 8 liang. Sun Chuanwu was taken aback, his lips twitching. Did this person lose his mind? What was he trying to do? Create more grief for himself? Though this thought crossed his mind, he replied, Wang Gu, I appreciate your filial piety, but this is the custom. Having too much or too little is inappropriate. Wang Depeo scratched his head and mumbled. All right then, you decide. I will go with whatever you say. Sun Chuanwu sighed in relief. There was little left to address at the morning hall, but he still needed to check the burial site. He wasn't well versed in feng shui, as the old man hadn't taught him much, but he did understand burial matters. Wang Gu, if there's nothing else, could you show me where the old lady's south resting place will be? Sure. Just wait a moment. I'll drive you there. Sun Chuanwu nodded and signaled to Kong Kai, whispering, you wait here. After we eat lunch, you can head back. Kong Kai replied quietly, that guy seems a bit off. Is his mind not quite right? Sun Chuanwu shot him a glare, admonishing, don't say foolish things. Don't drink or speak carelessly at lunch. These people aren't to be trifled with, and it's not worth causing a scene with them. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Wang Depeo pulled up in a 212 in front of the morning pavilion, his bald head peeking out from the driver's seat. Young Sun, hop in. Sun Chuanwu patted Kong Kai on the shoulder, opened the door, and took the passenger seat. Wang Depeo pressed the accelerator and surged forward in an old, battered 212, which surprisingly provided a thrilling sensation of speed. In this era, those who could afford a 212 were generally either affluent or aristocratic. Despite its appearance as merely a jeep, acquiring one was no easy feat, even for the wealthy. Zhao Dei had a sedan provided by the province, but he found the jeep more comfortable for rural roads. Wang Depeo, however, was different. His character was evident, as he embodied the archetype of a pretentious show-off. The primary reason he purchased the vehicle, a staggering 99%, was to flaunt it. With one hand on the steering wheel, Wang Depeo incessantly honked the horn, creating a scene reminiscent of a county magistrate on an outing. Mr. Sun, Isn't this car splendid? Sun Chuanwu nodded in acknowledgement. While the car was indeed impressive, the driver was less so. For a vehicle costing around 30,000, Sun Chuanwu found it hard to criticize. It was quite remarkable, after all, as most people could not afford such a luxury. Hearing Sun Chuanwu's words, Wang Depeo beamed with satisfaction. Let me tell you, even if one wanted to buy it now, it would be impossible. Our town's mayor doesn't even have a Jeep. Only the factory director, who is wealthy, possesses one. Aside from them, I am the only one with such a ride. Sun Chuanwu forced a smile, but refrained from responding. As Wang Depeo continued to chatter like a machine gun. Let me tell you, brother, the burial plot I found for my mother is exquisite. Nestled beside a mountain and water, the feng shui is impeccable. Mr. Sun, do you understand feng shui? Sun Chuanwu nodded. He had some knowledge on the subject. Naturally, as the grandson of a sun, he would grasp such concepts. Let me tell you, the feng shui master I consulted was from the county, and I had secured the plot long ago. Can you guess how much it cost me? Sun Chuanwu, following Wang Depeo's lead, inquired, how much? Wang Depeo exaggeratedly gestured with his right hand. 500. Sun Chuanwu was taken aback. Spending 500 yuan on a burial plot seemed extravagant. His grandfather also offered burial consultations, but he typically did not select premium locations, believing that good burial sites were plentiful, yet one must possess the ability to inhabit them. If one could not endure the feng shui, being buried there could yield undesirable results. Sun Chuanwu silently vowed to master the art of feng shui. Encountering more individuals like Wang Depeo would undoubtedly be financially beneficial. He was curious about what kind of burial site warranted such an expense. Wang Depeo tossed his head back, his scalp glistening. Of course, brother. I have deep faith in this. I believe that if my parents are buried well, I will gain strength in return. Sun Chuanwu internally scoffed. If one had been unfilial during their parents' lives, even a burial at the southern gate would not guarantee good fortune. The pair continued their conversation. Wang Depeo exemplified the typical nouveau riche, lacking education, superstitious, and ostentatious. Such individuals were easy to deal with. As long as one flattered them, they would say anything. Upon reaching their destination, Wang Depeo alighted from the vehicle and pointed towards a distant valley, declaring, "It's just ahead. We still need to walk a bit." Sun Chuanwu surveyed the surroundings. While the scenery was picturesque, something felt amiss. Though his understanding of feng shui was limited, it was clear that this was not an ideal site for burial. The selection of a burial site is significant, unless an elder insists on a specific location. It truly warrants the expertise of a knowledgeable person. To be blunt, a good burial does not necessarily ensure fortune, but a poor one will certainly bring misfortune. Upon arrival, Sun Chuanwu furrowed his brow and examined the site twice, then gasped in shock. The master who charged 500 must have harbored a grudge against Wang Depeo. No wonder Wang Depeo had met with untimely demise in his past life. Buried here, he would not only meet a similar fate, but would also face dire consequences. As the Chao Sha Fu states, if the mountain opposite resembles a short sword, it foretells calamity. If the sandy path resembles a long serpent, it ultimately leads to hanging. In essence, if the mountain across resembles a short blade, the descendants are at risk of untimely death, and the serpentine path, winding between two mountains, signifies great misfortune. Turning to the low hill behind the burial site, its undulating ridge was not worthy of being called a dragon, but could be likened to a snake. While it might mitigate some of the malevolent energy from the opposing mountain, the ridge of the chosen land bore a grievous wound, akin to a gash. The serpent had perished, and with the winds blowing, the malevolence intensified, seemingly aimed at ensuring Wang Depeo's demise. Wang Depeo remained blissfully unaware that he had unwittingly walked into a trap. Sun Chuanwu, who also believed in feng shui, could not help but shiver at the thought of Wang Depeo meeting a violent end in his previous life. Feng shui could indeed be lethal. Wang Depeo, beaming with pride, asked, "Brother, what do you think? Isn't this place a fine choice?" Although Sun Chuanwu felt a twinge of resistance towards Wang Depeo, he discovered a sense of camaraderie during their journey. Wang Depeo had even slipped him a substantial red envelope. As the saying goes, one who receives wealth must alleviate calamities. And Sun Chuanwu did not dwell on the potential offense to others. According to his grandfather, he needed to accumulate merits in this life. Otherwise, he would surely face misfortune. Saving a life is indeed a monumental act of virtue. Taking a deep breath, Sun Chuanwu solemnly inquired, "Brother Wang, have you had any dealings with the master who evaluated the burial site?" Chapter 22. I acknowledge this. Brother Wang Depeo momentarily faltered, furrowing his brow as he regarded Sun Chuanwu. He was no fool. If he were, he would not have amassed such wealth through dubious means. He gazed at Sun Chuanwu, still hopeful, and asked, "Mr. Sun, are you mistaken?" Sun Chuanwu shook his head and pointed at the mountain across, saying, "Brother Wang, though my study of feng shui has been brief, I grasp the fundamental principles. Do you see that mountain? What does it resemble?" Wang Depeo frowned as he scrutinized the low hill, and after a moment, his complexion paled. "It resembles a knife." Sun Chuanwu nodded, then pointed to the narrow path between the two mountains. "And what about this road?" Wang Depeo, grimacing, smacked his forehead. "It looks like a snake." Sun Chuanwu sighed, explaining, "Both locations are ominous. With a knife hanging overhead, it threatens future generations. This serpentine path resembles a noose. Who does it ensnare? It ensnares the descendants." He gestured to the mountain behind them. The mountain itself resembles a prosperous python, yet this section appears to have been severed, resembling a dead serpent. When the mountain wind blows, the malevolent energy intensifies, directing itself at the knife across. It seems to fear that the knife will not descend and the noose will not ensnare. In Wang Depeo's previous life, after his death, his wife hung herself shortly thereafter. Many had claimed their relationship was harmonious. Now it seemed evident that feng shui played a crucial role in these events. Wang Depeo's complexion turned pale as he murmured, "It cannot be. I paid him. Why would he deceive me?" Sun Chuanwu sighed and patted Wang Depeo's shoulder. "Brother, let us speak from the heart. Had I not seen your filial piety, I certainly would not risk offending another master over this matter." Sun Chuanwu's expression remained impassive. His concern was not for filial duty, but rather the implications of wealth and virtue. Since he dared to voice such concerns, he too risked offending others. "You may choose not to believe me. Consider my words as mere conjecture. However, you must reflect on whether you wish for the old lady to be buried here." Wang Depeo, now realizing the gravity of the situation, hurriedly replied, "Brother, how can I not trust you after hearing such words?" As he spoke, Wang Depeo pulled out a wad of cash from his pocket, counted it twice, and stuffed it into Sun Chuanwu's hands. "Brother, don't find it meager. Rest assured, your assistance will not go unrewarded. If you need anything in the future, just tell your brother Wang. In this small patch of land, my words carry weight." Sun Chuanwu felt an overwhelming joy. The amount was no less than 400 or 500 yuan, and with what Wang Depeo had given him earlier, it totaled around 700 or 800 yuan. Feigning modesty, Sun Chuanwu pushed the money back. "Brother Wang, what are you doing? I respect you as a person, not your money." Wang Depeo, fearing that Sun Chuanwu might refuse him, pushed the money back with a look of urgency. "Brother, I understand what you mean. I'm just a simple man. If you don't take this money, I want to find peace within myself." "Well, all right then." Sun Chuanwu accepted the money, and Wang Depeo breathed a sigh of relief. "Brother, how do we handle this? Initially, I was planning to bury my mother here and eventually move my father's grave as well." Sun Chuanwu casually snapped a twig and gently dug into the damp earth. Underneath the coarse sand, the murky water bubbled up instantly. The soil beneath was as dark as ink, exuding a pungent odor reminiscent of a summer sewer. "How do we resolve this? Isn't it simple to avoid burying here?" However, Sun Chuanwu refrained from voicing this thought, as Wang Depeo was clearly concerned for his own safety. Being superstitious, he felt the need to feign compliance. After all, could he expect Wang Depeo to remember this favor? In these times, a person like Wang Depeo might be useful someday, and despite his unremarkable exterior, he had a strong sense of loyalty. Friends who are kind-hearted and financially generous are certainly worth having. Wang Depeo gazed at the black water and mud, his face growing pale, his body trembling. "Brother, why does this look so disgusting?" Sun Chuanwu maintained a serious demeanor, pretending to be mysterious. "Didn't I mention? This snake died here. This is the blood resulting from a decline in feng shui." In reality, the area was surrounded by mountains and abundant trees. When the leaves fell, a small spring pooled above, and after rain, the water would rise, covering the sand. The dark soil was merely the result of decaying leaves over the years. Sun Chuanwu was unsure whether it was related to feng shui, but he recalled his elder's warnings that such places were not suitable for burials. When he had asked why, his elder had simply replied, "Are you foolish? If it rains heavily, the grave will be washed away." Sun Chuanwu pretended to rummage through his pocket and produced a yellow talisman, one his elder had placed on his forehead upon his return. He had absent-mindedly kept it in his pocket, not expecting it would come in handy now. Clearing his throat, he held the talisman, closed his eyes, and mumbled a few words before tossing it into the pit they had dug. "There, that should suffice." Wang Depeo sighed with relief, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Feeling the temperature around him rise, and his body warming up, he clasped his fists with a serious expression. "Brother, enough said. Remember, if you ever need anything, just command me. If I refuse, I am no son of my mother." Sun Chuanwu nodded, still curious about how Wang Depeo had offended someone. Brother Wang, how did you manage to upset that gentleman? Why is he treating you this way? Wang Depeo looked equally perplexed. I have no idea. He is just a feng shui master, and he had a good relationship with my late father. In the past few years, I took care of his family during festivals and even consulted him for a burial site for my mother when she was nearing her end. I paid him handsomely. Yet he led me to this place. What a despicable old man. I must confront him. If I don't make him pay, I am not my mother's son. Sun Chuanwu frowned, suddenly recalling Wang Depeo's earlier words. Brother Wang, didn't that gentleman say your father's grave should be moved here? Where is your father buried? Not too far away, Wang Depeo replied. That old fellow is truly wicked, insisting my father's grave be relocated here. Sun Chuanwu thought to himself. Who knows how you offended him? It's clear he is seeking revenge by choosing this location for you and planning to move your father's grave as well. Typically, grave relocations occur when a woman follows a man, not the other way around. Sun Chuanwu speculated that perhaps Wang Depeo's father was buried in a favorable spot, and the feng shui master wanted to ensure Wang Depeo did not suffer any misfortune. What could possibly provoke a feng shui master to harbor such deep-seated resentment? Wang Depeo's eyes suddenly widened, and he slapped his forehead in realization. Oh, I remember now. Sun Chuanwu, curious, urged him, what is it? With a sigh, Wang Depeo spoke somewhat sheepishly. That old man is incredibly petty. Was it really worth it to go to such lengths against me? Here is the story. His name is Su, and he is from the county. He and my father were acquainted long ago. He has an elderly father and a son about my age. When my father was alive, he would visit to consult feng shui and drink with him. A couple of years ago, while drinking, he mentioned a place with excellent feng shui that would benefit 3 generations. He even said his father was nearing the end and asked my father to help him find a burial site. Sun Chuanwu gave Wang Depeo an odd look, knowing full well he had likely taken the spot for himself. Sure enough, Wang Depeo's face flushed as he continued. Well, that year, my father had a misfortune and died in a bicycle accident after falling off a bridge. Naturally, I thought of that place and arranged for him to be buried there. After that, I started earning money, and within 2 years, I became prosperous. My mother and father had a close relationship, and after my father's passing, she mourned daily. Despite my efforts to care for her, the doctor said her grief was too heavy, and she followed him soon after. Sun Chuanwu nodded, understanding why someone might want to bring misfortune upon Wang Depeo. After years of searching, you found a good burial site, and now you've taken it. Of course, he would want to retaliate. Brother Wang, I don't even know what to say. Wang Depeo felt a bit ashamed, knowing he was at fault. But he also harbored a deep anger towards the old man. It's between us. Let me first ensure my mother rests in peace. Brother, could you help me find another spot for her? Sun Chuanwu replied curtly, what more is there to find? Let her rest alongside your father. They shared such a strong bond. Separation would be pointless. Moreover, further disturbances would only ruin an excellent spot. Wang Depeo hesitated. But what if he tries to cause trouble at my father's grave? At this mention, Sun Chuanwu felt uncertain. If that old man truly intended to interfere, he might not have any means to counter it. It would be inappropriate to suggest Wang Depeo take drastic measures against him. What was in that man's mind was beyond his understanding, and it was difficult to predict. Brother Wang, would it be better to have a proper conversation with him? Enemies should be reconciled rather than engaged in conflict. One cannot simply take a life, can they? A flicker of ferocity glinted in Wang Depeo's eyes, causing Sun Chuanwu's mouth to twitch. Goodness, don't think I'm urging you to harm that old man. Wang Depeo's face revealed a struggle as he shook his head vigorously, clenching his fists. No, this matter is inherently unjust. I cannot go through with it. Sun Chuanwu. The 2 men drove home, with Wang Depeo deliberately securing a room for Sun Chuanwu at the inn in town. He then withdrew a considerable sum from the credit union and drove off. After dinner, Sun Chuanwu lay in the inn, contemplating the enmity between Wang Depeo and that gentleman. From Sun Chuanwu's perspective, if that man truly wished to eliminate the issue, he could have simply acted on his father's grave. There was no doubt that disturbing the feng shui of his father's resting place was within the capabilities of Mr. Su. If he could accomplish that, why go to such lengths to find a malevolent site for his mother? Did he not fear that Wang Depeo might relocate the grave? Moreover, if he genuinely desired Wang Depeo's demise, he could have simply taken care of the funeral arrangements himself. Logically, someone capable of orchestrating such a scheme must possess considerable skill and knowledge of feng shui, as well as an understanding of funerary customs. Although Sun Chuanwu had never heard of this individual, many in this profession possessed both abilities. If he managed the arrangements for Wang Depeo's mother, then the trap would be firmly set. The more he pondered, the more perplexed Sun Chuanwu became. What thoughts occupied the minds of these old schemers? Gradually, he succumbed to slumber. Meanwhile, Wang Depeo exited the vehicle, gazing at the small courtyard before him, his expression a tapestry of complexity. He retrieved 2 heavy bags from the car, the contents clinking, filled with expensive items like malted milk biscuits. With a sigh, he entered the courtyard. As the sun dipped below the horizon, an elderly man in a Zhongshan suit, sporting a goatee, sat beneath the eaves, squinting at Wang Depeo. You don't stay at home to mourn your mother's passing. Instead, you come here to deliver gifts? Wang Depeo remained silent, proceeding into the house, expertly placing the items down, then emerging with a stool to sit opposite Mr. Su. Wang Depeo regarded the elderly man with a belly full of suppressed rage. Unable to express it, he forced a smile and said, "Uncle, I acknowledge my wrongdoing regarding the grave, but is it truly necessary to take my life?" Mr. Su sneered at Wang Depeo, straightening his posture against the chair. "Feng Shui dictates fate. I have scrutinized that location for years, hoping to secure a good resting place for my father. I never considered you or your father as outsiders, and yet, when your father faced misfortune, you buried him without a word. Can you ensure a legacy for 3 generations? If your father had not been interred there, would you have amassed your current wealth?" Wang Depeo sighed. "Uncle, I have contributed significantly to your family over the years. I admit my fault in this matter. For the sake of my father, let us consider this settled, shall we?" As he spoke, he retrieved a stack of cash from his pocket and placed it on the small table beside Mr. Su's teapot. "This was my mistake, uncle. Please show mercy. There is no need for us to engage in a life-and-death struggle." Mr. Su glanced at the money on the table and leaned back in his chair, closing his eyes. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. "If I truly wished to eliminate you, I would not have sent you to seek out Sun Judao for your mother's funeral. Had Sun Chuanwu been present, he would have been taken aback by Mr. Su's words. In the previous life, Wang Depeo's death was likely tied to that deadly sight, and in that life, his grandfather had not organized Wang Depeo's funeral. According to the previous timeline, at this moment, the old man should have been taking Sun Chuanwu to the lumber mill for paperwork. No wonder Wang Depeo had perished in that life. If this life followed the same trajectory, Wang Depeo was surely doomed. Thus, it seemed that Sun Chuanwu had saved Wang Depeo's life. "Brother, thank you for saving my life." Sun Chuanwu refrained from arguing this time, his curiosity about Mr. Su growing. How had he not encountered such a person in his previous life? "I can't just stand by in the face of death, especially since you are driven by filial piety. What is the purpose of funerals if not to provide peace for the deceased and comfort for the living?" Sun Chuanwu raised his thumb in appreciation. "You clearly have an educated demeanor, my friend, eloquently expressing yourself." Last night, Sun Chuanwu had heard different tales of Wang Depeo from others. While Wang Depeo enjoyed displaying bravado and engaging in fights, he was undeniably filial. Sun Chuanwu realized he had misjudged him. "What educated person? I barely completed high school. That is still better than me. I dropped out in the 2nd year of junior high. I truly cannot grasp those numbers. Math classes put me to sleep." Their bond deepened as they chatted, and Sun Chuanwu presented Wang Depeo with a list. "Brother, for the joint burial of the elder and the old lady, we will need these items. Please procure what you can, and I will find alternatives for the rest." Wang Depeo nodded, aware of the significance of the items. "Rest assured, I will do my utmost to acquire these. If I encounter difficulties, I will reach out to you." Sun Chuanwu advised, "Brother Wang, if you intend to purchase something from others, you must pay for it. It is impolite to accept gifts." Wang Depeo readily responded, "Rest assured, I would never impose on others." As Wang Depeo drove onto the street, Sun Chuanwu busied himself, observing the surroundings and assisting where he could. In the midst of their activities, a neighbor called out to Sun Chuanwu. "What is it, Annie?" he inquired. The woman replied, "Young master Sun, my mother has been unwell for the past 2 years. When the time comes, may I seek your assistance?" Sun Chuanwu smiled wryly. "Auntie, such matters cannot be predetermined. This is not something one can schedule in advance." She waved her hand dismissively, saying, "Oh, what's the fuss? Life is not so formal. My mother has been bedridden for over a decade. Good people suffer for years, let alone the ill. I thought I'd ask you, given your reputation for handling such affairs with care." Sun Chuanwu nodded, understanding her sentiment, but he could not guarantee his availability. "I cannot promise anything lightly, but feel free to call our team. If I am free, I will certainly come." The woman smiled and nodded. "All right, then it's settled. Don't forget your word." "Rest assured, Auntie, as long as I am able, I will definitely come. By the way, young master Sun, I noticed you gave Depeo a list earlier. Is there much to discuss regarding the burial?" Sun Chuanwu explained patiently. "Indeed, there is much to consider. Firstly, the burial emphasizes the original spouse. As the saying goes, the The person returns to their first love, and the land belongs to its owner. If one partner passes before the other remarries, even after a century, they can only be buried with their first spouse. Additionally, he continued, a proper burial requires a bridge. A bridge? Must we actually build one? How complicated? Sun Chuanwu chuckled. Not a literal bridge. It refers to placing 7-star coins between 2 coffins, using a pair of red chopsticks to form a bridge over the coins. We also need a red cloth measuring 3 feet and 6 inches, symbolizing 365 days, known as the bridge cloth or Nyang bridge. Only with this can the deceased traverse. A nearby ant inquired, what if I don't wish to be buried alongside my husband after I pass? Chapter 25. I can't handle this in a short span. A gathering formed as neighbors came to lend a hand. In rural areas, there is always a mix of joy and sorrow. People are naturally drawn to discussions surrounding funerals. Sun Chuanwu responded to the ant. Marriage is now a matter of personal choice. Whether or not to be buried together depends on individual preferences. If they had a contentious relationship in life, would it not be ironic to be buried together in death? However, this also depends on the wishes of the descendants. If they wish for a shared burial, we cannot intervene. That is true. If I were to pass, I imagine my son would insist on burying me alongside his father. After serving him all my life, I would still have to cater to him in death. Just thinking about it makes me uneasy. Sun Chuanwu empathized. Not everyone leads a smooth life. Appearances can be deceiving, and only one's true experience reveals the reality. Take Wang Depeo, for instance. While many see him as flamboyant, few recognize his deep filial piety and affection for his wife. The conversation flowed as the crowd exchanged thoughts. Over an hour later, Wang Depeo returned with the car. Brother, everything is ready. The copper coins were a bit tricky, but everything else was straightforward. Sun Chuanwu checked the items and confirmed their completeness. Perfect. These will be needed for the burial tomorrow. Wang brother, why not take a moment to rest? Wang Depeo shook his head, a hint of sadness on his face. I can't sleep. I had a close bond with my parents, and my wife is very caring. After my father passed, my mother has been secretly crying every day. I've consulted doctors and tried to uplift her spirits, but she misses my father dearly. In a way, my mother's passing would be a release. I've ensured she had 2 good years. But, brother, you see me smiling. Yet what can I do if I don't feel joy? Wang Depeo glanced toward the mourning hall, where 2 twins in their early 20s knelt by the coffin, weeping profusely. My sisters cry daily. As the only man in the family, I must bear the burden. I wish I could cry too, but if I do, the household would descend into chaos. Sun Chuanwu deeply understood Wang Depeo's feelings. The elder brother often assumes the role of a father. When his own father passed, he and his younger uncle wept uncontrollably. Yet their father welcomed guests with a smile. He had felt his father's demeanor was heartless until the day of the funeral when his father, after all arrangements were made, wept for an entire night clutching his father's portrait. With a touch of sympathy, Sun Chuanwu urged, you must rest if you break down. How will your wife and sisters cope? Suddenly, Wang Depeo scrutinized him, causing Sun Chuanwu to feel uneasy. Why are you looking at me like that, Wang brother? Wang Depeo nodded thoughtfully. Brother, do you have a partner? What do you think of my sisters? Sun Chuanwu shivered involuntarily. The abrupt change in topic was startling. Moments ago, they were enveloped in sorrow, and now he was being asked to consider matchmaking. Wang Depeo's sisters were strikingly beautiful, nearly identical, with only subtle differences in their physiques that made identification challenging. Absolutely not, Sun Chuanwu protested. This is hardly the time for such discussions. It's inappropriate to introduce potential partners in a mourning hall, don't you think? Before the clock struck 11, the elder gentleman and Kong Kai arrived with a cart. Wang Depeo greeted them warmly, grasping the elder's hand with fervor. Mr. Sun, thank you for coming. The elder cast a doubtful glance at Sun Chuanwu, questioning if he had mishandled matters. It's only right to check in, he replied. Wang Depeo offered the elder a cigarette and promptly lit it for him. Mr. Sun, you are commendable. I initially doubted your capabilities due to your youth, but witnessing your approach has changed my perspective. The elder breathed a sigh of relief, having prepared to defend Sun Chuanwu's actions. Mr. Wang, you flatter me. The preparations are complete. Let us unload the items. Of course, Xiao Lu. Go and bring the items down, Wang Depeo instructed. He had ordered 2 carts filled with ceremonial paper and wreaths, ensuring the spectacle was grand. Mr. Sun, how much do I owe? Sun Chuanwu quickly pressed Wang Depeo's hand down. Brother Wang, didn't we settle this yesterday? It's sufficient. The elder looked at Sun Chuanwu with surprise, wondering why this once money-minded youth was now refusing payment. Wang Depeo tilted his head, displeased. What do you mean? Yesterday's payment was a reward, unrelated to the funeral expenses. Really, it's unnecessary, Wang brother. Wang Depeo disregarded Sun Chuanwu's advice, extending his hand to produce 20 bills of great unity, which he placed into the old gentleman's hands. Mr. Sun, this is just a little something for me. Consider it a small advantage. The elder looked at the money in his hands, reflecting on how effortlessly it had been earned, one task equating to 5 or 6 of his own. Moreover, judging by his money-loving grandson's tone, it seemed he had been generously rewarded, likely more than what he possessed. Accepting the money, the old man remarked, "There's no need to feel guilty. This is quite sufficient." Wang Depeo grinned broadly. "That's settled then. Brother, it's about mealtime. Come, let me take you and Grandpa out for a bite." The old man was taken aback. Within just a day, his grandson had become so close to others? What had transpired in that time? Wang Depeo ushered 3 companions into the vehicle and drove directly to the town's restaurant. Normally, there was food at Wang Depeo's home, and with numerous helpers over the past few days, meals were plentiful, albeit not grand feasts, but there were several dishes nonetheless. Upon arriving at the restaurant, while Wang Depeo stepped away to use the restroom, the elder, who had been holding back questions, seized the opportunity to inquire of Sun Chuanwu. "What is the meaning of this?" Sun Chuanwu briefly recounted the events of the previous day, and upon hearing that the individual was surnamed Su, the old man's expression shifted to one of realization. So it was him. If it's him, then it all makes sense. Hearing the elder's acknowledgement, Sun Chuanwu felt a pang of anxiety. He had been apprehensive about potential retaliation from the individual surnamed Su, but with the old man involved, he felt a sense of relief. Yet, he mused, if he truly wanted to, it would not be difficult for him to take action without anyone discovering. "Please, grandfather. I'm your own grandson." The elder, with an amused expression, replied, "You refuse to learn feng shui and qi men from me." Sun Chuanwu nodded vigorously. "I will certainly learn diligently. You must study hard. Otherwise, should you encounter someone formidable, I may not be able to save you," the elder warned. Sun Chuanwu was struck by a sense of familiarity in this exchange, reminiscent of the elder's earlier warnings about not taking matters lightly. Wondering if the old man was merely trying to frighten him, after dinner, the elder decided to leave Kong Kai behind and took 2 oxen away with him. He felt assured about Sun Chuanwu, confident that his grandson would not encounter any mishaps during his first experience with such matters. Later that night, Sun Chuanwu led Wang Depeo's family to the main road of the town, where they burned paper offerings and money. At the moment the flames erupted, Wang Depeo, who had not shed a tear for 2 days, collapsed to the ground, wailing uncontrollably. His mournful cries pierced the night sky, and despite others' attempts to console him, he remained resolute. "My mother is gone. Why did she only think of my father and not of me?" Sun Chuanwu's eyes reddened, and when Wang Depeo's cries subsided, he pulled him up, taking the cigarette from his hand. "Let us share a smoke." As they lit their cigarettes, they fell in line at the end of the procession. Wang Depeo appeared considerably drained, mumbling to himself. "Once, when I had a fever, I told my mother I wanted to eat meat. I was so young then. And with everyone working in the production team, there was no meat to be had. My mother went out that night, and when she returned the next morning, she had 2 small rabbits in her hands, her face scratched and her pants torn, her legs covered in blood. She cried as she held me and said, 'For the people.' My son, I couldn't catch the big rabbit, so I only managed to chase down these little ones. I never had the heart to eat those rabbits. I kept them for a long time. Another time, when I was in middle school, my mother broke her leg. After it healed, she walked with a limp. My classmates called her a cripple, and I couldn't stand it, so I fought them. The teacher called my parents, and my mother, limping, kept apologizing. I was indignant. My mother had fallen while gathering herbs because I was ill and we couldn't afford medicine. Such a wonderful mother. Why should they speak ill of her?" Wang Depeo continued to reminisce until they reached the spirit pavilion, where he hesitated, gazing at the lit pavilion, feeling lost. He looked up at Sun Chuanwu, whose tear-streaked face and swollen eyes appeared especially helpless in the moonlight. "Brother, tomorrow, I will no longer see my mother again. From now on, when I call out for her, no one will answer. In the future, when I get into fights and get hurt, my mother will no longer chase after me with a broom." The moon hung high, the stars sparse, and suddenly a gentle breeze swept through, softly caressing Wang Depeo and Sun Chuanwu's faces. Sun Chuanwu tilted his head back, feeling, at that moment, as if being granted a second chance at life was a divine blessing. "Brother, I'm hungry." From within the spirit pavilion, Wang Depeo's older brother poked his head out, pouting, with tears welling in his eyes. Wang Depeo wiped his tears, smiling. "Hungry, huh? I'll make you some noodles." As he turned towards the courtyard, Sun Chuanwu's expression grew complex. Wiping away his tears, Wang Depeo transformed into someone else's husband, a brother to his sister, a father to his son. Such is manhood. From childhood to adulthood, one appears in every scenario where they are needed, assuming each role. Yet only in the quiet of night can one shed the facade and be true to oneself. The following morning, Sun Chuanwu guided Wang Depeo's family in preparing the body for burial. With a heavy thud, Wang Depeo dropped the fire bowl, and the bearers gently lifted the coffin. Beginning their solemn procession, Wang Depeo held the portrait and the spirit banner, his two sisters weeping profusely, supporting each other as they reached the town's entrance. Watching the funeral procession gradually recede into the distance. Upon reaching the burial site, a faded coffin lay alone in the vast pit, a large space cleared beside it. After Sun Chuanwu recited the incantations and arranged the offerings, he directed everyone to lower the coffin with care. Following the crowing of a sacrificial rooster, Sun Chuanwu placed copper coins between the coffins, laid chopsticks atop, and covered them with a 3'6" red cloth. Giving Wang Depeo a knowing glance, he called out, "Father, open the door. My mother is coming in." After repeating the phrase thrice, Sun Chuanwu instructed Wang Depeo to place soil atop the coffin, then set his feet in a star pattern as he began to chant the incantation. Once the incantation was complete and the soil was filled in, Wang Depeo stared blankly at the large mound of earth. "Let us go, brother." Wang Depeo snapped back to reality, wiped his face, and forced a smile. "Let us go." Upon returning to the town, Wang Depeo began to toast at each table, his smile unwavering. Sun Chuanwu understood that Wang Depeo was paying his final respects to his departed mother, striving to retain her last trace in this world. After completing a round of toasts, Wang Depeo staggered up to Sun Chuanwu, filling his glass. His eyes glazed over as he raised the cup. "Brother, I want to say much. It's all in the drink." Sun Chuanwu did not intervene, and at this moment, Wang Depeo felt the pressing need to numb himself with alcohol. One drink followed another, and soon Sun Chuanwu and Kong Kai had also indulged excessively. By the time the grand feast concluded in the afternoon, they had not taken a moment's rest and were supporting each other as they made their way home. If it weren't for Wang Depeo's insistence, the two might have been compelled to stay overnight, returning together the following day. Sun Chuanwu and Kong Kai were carefree, stumbling along the path, traversing mountains and valleys. As they made their way home, the town and the village were separated by a great mountain, with a particularly steep path winding between them. After crossing the ridge, they began their descent, and not long after, Kong Kai pointed ahead and spoke unsteadily. "Chuanwu, do you see that woman up ahead?" Chapter 27, Truly Intoxicated? Sun Chuanwu rubbed his eyes and let out a drunken belch. Indeed, there was a girl sitting beneath a tree, weeping in the wilderness. An unusual sight that struck them as strange. Neither of them realized their minds were muddled. They continued forward in a dazed manner. This place was known as Huangquanzi, named for a warm spring that flowed throughout the year, never freezing in winter and pleasantly cool in summer. Beside the spring lay a yellow earth slope, composed entirely of yellow clay. Many had been buried here, mostly forgotten graves, neglected by time. In the past, numerous young intellectuals and farmers had labored in this area, and many remained eternally in this place, with only old Sun visiting during Qingming to pay respects with paper offerings. Clearly, Sun Chuanwu had long forgotten these details. As they approached, Sun Chuanwu scrutinized the girl. She wore a coarse cloth outfit, a deep red top adorned with white floral patterns, and old blue trousers, complemented by a pair of green rubber-soled shoes. Despite the heat of the day, she seemed unbothered. The girl was quite attractive, with a fair complexion and large eyes. Her hair styled into two small braids, giving her a pitiful appearance. "Miss, which family do you belong to? Why are you crying here?" Upon hearing Sun Chuanwu's voice, the girl timidly leaned back. Kong Kai, his tongue thickened by drink, managed to muster a clumsy yet overly lewd grin. "Don't be afraid. We're from Hongqi village. We're not bad people." Sun Chuanwu glared at Kong Kai. "What are you saying? We are good people." The girl covered her mouth and let out a giggle, her tension visibly easing as she observed the two. "Look, she is smiling," Kong Kai exclaimed, grinning widely and unable to contain his laughter. Sun Chuanwu nudged him and asked, "Miss, what is the matter? Why are you crying? I don't believe we've met before. Which village are you from?" The girl furrowed her brow and timidly replied, "I'm from Team 5. I twisted my ankle." Team 5. Sun Chuanwu pondered. Team 5 was beneath Team 6, a small settlement. Previously, many production teams were lazily named after their team numbers, or based on nearby trees like the great poplar or the big elm, leading to rather hasty naming conventions. Wasn't Team 5 deserted long ago? I thought it merged with Team 4. He mused, somewhat confused, but before he could dwell on it further, the girl continued. Comrades, could we discuss something? I can't walk. Could you two please take me to Team 5? Kong Kai slapped his chest. "No problem. I'll carry you. The girl didn't refuse. As Kong Kai crouched down, she climbed onto his back. Hold on tight. Let us go. Wow, you're quite heavy. Sun Chuanwu scowled. You should just admit you can't handle it. This girl doesn't look like she weighs more than 90 pounds. Get off, I'll carry her. Kong Kai protested. I can handle it. She is solid. Skeptical, Sun Chuanwu thought. What do I care about Team 5 or Team 6? I've long forgotten those details. With the girl draped over his back, Sun Chuanwu heaved himself up. To his surprise, she was indeed a bit heavier than he had anticipated. See, I told you. You couldn't manage. He boasted. You're impressive. The trio descended the slope. Yet Sun Chuanwu couldn't shake the feeling that the girl on his back was somewhat cold and carried an unusual scent. It was not unpleasant, but reminiscent of decayed wood, with a faint odor of rot mixed with a woody aroma. This girl needs a bath, he thought. And the notion of bathing stirred memories of Hu Xiaoxiao. The striking whiteness of her skin was still vivid in his memory, impossible to forget. Kong Kai, casually chewing on a cigarette, inquired, What is your name, miss? You look unfamiliar. The girl, still on Sun Chuanwu's back, responded, I'm Zhang Ting. I usually don't come out much. Sun Chuanwu retorted, We have quite a few people around here. How could you possibly know them all? Kong Kai pouted. That is true. I can't keep track. Just the other day, someone introduced me to a girl from Team 6. I often go there. But I had no idea there was such a girl. Sun Chuanwu pressed. Someone is arranging blind dates for you? Aren't you pursuing Ding Xiaodi anymore? Kong Kai sighed. A look of melancholy crossing his face. I can't catch up. She doesn't care for me, says I'm short and dark. But I'm not short. They say I'm 23 and still growing. I'm only 18. I can still get taller. Sun Chuanwu scoffed. Give me a break. You're already this tall. What more could you possibly grow? By the way, Zhang Ting, where do you live? Team 5, she replied. Kong Kai, perplexed, asked. Didn't Team 5 merge with Team 3? Are there still people living there? At that moment, Sun Chuanwu recalled. Right, Team 5 merged with Team 3. It's now called Daily Issue. Zhang Ting narrowed her eyes and smiled. No, you two must be drunk. I've always lived there. Sun Chuanwu and Kong Kai exchanged glances, pondering if they had indeed misremembered. If they weren't mistaken, where had Zhang Ting come from? It was broad daylight. Could it be a ghost? Even if it were a ghost, who had ever heard of a ghost being so heavy? Sun Chuanwu's head was spinning, and he nodded. Perhaps Team 5 is still there. To their surprise, Zhang Ting looked at them with confusion. What Team 5? Isn't it gone? Kong Kai grinned. That's right. It's gone, merged with Team 3. Sun Chuanwu's mind was further muddled. He distinctly remembered Zhang Ting saying she lived in Team 5. Zhang Ting chimed in, right. I live in Team 3, Team 5, and Team 3 merged. Sun Chuanwu was baffled. Wait, didn't you just say you lived in Team 5? Kong Kai appeared taken aback, realizing the inconsistency. Zhang Ting firmly asserted, You must be drunk. I said Team 3, and you mentioned Team 5 merging with Team 3. You probably misunderstood. Kong Kai's mind was overwhelmed. It seemed she was indeed correct. Yes, that was exactly what was said. Sun Chuanwu's thoughts were entwined with the confusion of Team 3 and Team 5, and despite their journey, he could not comprehend it. Had he truly misheard? Alcohol was certainly not to be consumed in excess. Look at the state of his mind. As they reached the foot of the slope, a small bridge leading into the village lay ahead. They had taken a shortcut, only taking an hour and a half, saving at least 2 hours compared to the winding mountain road. Women residing near the small bridge typically washed clothes there, and today, a few were gathered by the stream, chatting and beating garments with sticks. As Sun Chuanwu approached the small bridge, he was about to greet someone when a woman beneath the bridge suddenly cried out in terror. Chuanwu, what are you doing carrying a coffin board? Chapter 28. What coffin board? Isn't it Zhang Ting I'm carrying? Sun Chuanwu turned sideways to glance down at the bridge. As he caught sight of his own reflection in the water, he noticed a chipped black coffin board behind him and shuddered violently. By the heavens! He exclaimed. And in a panic, he hurled Zhang Ting off the bridge. What the hell are you doing? Have you lost your mind? Throwing Zhang Ting away? Kong Kai cursed and prepared to leap off the bridge, but Sun Chuanwu grabbed him, suddenly sober from the shock. Zhang Hu, that is a coffin board. He insisted. Look closely. Kong Kai, still tipsy, peered over the edge and was met with the sight of the dark coffin board floating on the surface of the water. Good heavens! Kong Kai's eyes widened in horror, and he too was jolted sober. Wait, Zhang Ting, why? Why is it this thing? Kong Kai stammered, and Sun Chuanwu was also abruptly alert. No wonder there was a foul, decaying smell. It was unmistakably the scent of a coffin board. And there were references to the 3rd and 5th teams. It now dawned on him that Zhang Ting had indeed mentioned the 5th team. Wasn't that where the educated youth had once lived? A chill swept over Sun Chuanwu, and he thought, My goodness, am I truly witnessing ghosts in broad daylight? The women beneath the bridge stood up, clutching large basins filled with clothes, rushing towards the riverbank. Sun Chuanwu rubbed his eyes. The river flowed swiftly, yet it was not particularly deep. However, that black coffin board remained eerily still in the middle of the water, neither sinking nor moving. Taking a deep breath, he placed his hands on his hips and, like a furious woman, began to berate the coffin board. Zhang Ting, are you out of your mind? Scaring me in broad daylight. Do you believe I want to dig up your grave and scatter your bones in the toilet? I burn incense for you wandering souls every Qingming festival. Damn it, you all have no conscience. The more he cursed, the more fervently he spoke, unleashing a torrent of words. Unbeknownst to him, he had stepped onto a bridge pillar, and before he realized it, his foot slipped, sending him tumbling towards the water. Kong Kai quickly reached out to grab him, but in doing so, he too fell into the river. The coffin board that had been floating on the water suddenly moved, flipping over and pinning the two of them underwater. Strangely, those standing on the shore remained frozen, like puppets. Sun Chuanwu and Kong Kai slowly lost consciousness. Time passed, and the two men suddenly opened their eyes, exchanging glances filled with shock. Chuanwu, just now. Sun Chuanwu panted. Did we just fall into the water? Kong Kai swallowed hard. I think that was the case. Wait, are we in the underworld? Sun Chuanwu was momentarily taken aback, glancing around. Where were they if not in the underworld? A small path led directly into a large forest, where the remains of the educated youth and nameless corpses were buried. A shiver ran down Sun Chuanwu's spine as he swallowed hard, his hands exploring his body. They had clearly fallen into the water, yet other than sweat, there was no trace of it on them. Had they both just dreamed the same dream? But that couldn't be right. How could two people share the same dream? And how could they both have been standing while asleep? For some reason, Sun Chuanwu felt increasingly dizzy, a wave of intoxication clouding his mind. His previously sharp tongue began to stumble, and even his thoughts grew sluggish. Kong Kai burped. Dazed, what are we standing here for? Sun Chuanwu responded with a drunken belch. Who knows? Let us go home. The two of them staggered forward, having walked just over 20 meters when Kong Kai suddenly stopped. Chuanwu, do you hear someone crying? Sun Chuanwu pointed ahead. Isn't there's someone sitting there? Looks familiar. Kong Kai slapped Sun Chuanwu's shoulder. Hey, isn't that Zhang Ting from the third team? Sun Chuanwu smacked his forehead. Right, Zhang. The coffin board. Kong Kai squinted at Sun Chuanwu. Why do you give her such a nickname? I don't know. She just looks like a coffin board. The two exchanged banter as they moved forward, with Kong Kai casually lighting a cigarette. Zhang Ting. Why are you crying here? Zhang Ting looked at them with a pitiful expression. I twisted my ankle and can't get back. Sun Chuanwu raised an eyebrow. Didn't you just twist it? Zhang Ting's mouth twitched. What are you talking about? We just met. How could I have twisted my ankle? Sun Chuanwu blinked. Realizing it did seem like they had just met, yet he couldn't shake the feeling that the more he looked at Zhang Ting, the more she resembled a coffin board. Kong Kai, without hesitation, pointed at Zhang Ting. Chuanwu, you carry her. I can't manage. Sun Chuanwu tilted his head, annoyed. Why don't you carry her? Kong Kai instinctively replied, I did, but couldn't. When did you carry her? When was that? I forgot. Zhang Ting, do you remember? Zhang Ting took a deep breath, thinking, these two fools, when will they sobering up? It's broad daylight. Let us live. You both remembered wrong. I was never carried. Hurry up, what time is it? The sun will set soon. Sun Chuanwu nodded, feeling inexplicably that this scene was familiar. He squatted in front of Zhang Ting, who lay on his back, and Sun Chuanwu sniffed. Zhang Ting, how long has it been since you bathed? Zhang Ting's face turned dark. What are you talking about? You must be drunk. I just bathed yesterday. Oh, then it's just that you have a smell. Young lady, you need to wash. Strangely enough, you feel heavy. It's like carrying a coffin board. Zhang Ting. Seeing Zhang Ting remain silent, Sun Chuanwu turned to Kong Kai. Kong Kai, what about that girl you mentioned from your blind date? Kong Kai looked at Sun Chuanwu with confusion. Did I say that? Zhang Ting chimed in. Yes, you just said that the girl named Zhaodi thinks you're ugly. Kong Kai shook his head, wondering how he had said so much in such a short time. Right, that's true. My mother found me a partner. She is. Zhang Ting interjected anxiously. From the sixth team, just say whether it worked out or not. You're killing me. Kong Kai. Chapter 29, so that's how it is. How did you know? Sun Chuanwu turned back to Zhang Ting. Didn't you know? Didn't he just say that? Sun Chuanwu lowered his eyelids and burped. Right, Kong Kai, didn't you just say that? Did I say that? Kong Kai was beginning to doubt his existence. Sun Chuanwu nodded. Isn't that right? You said it, and Zhang Ting confirmed it. Kong Kai blinked. Oh, so I did say it. That girl is from the sixth team, a year younger than me. and looks just like our pickled cabbage jar. No, a bit taller than a pickled cabbage jar. Zhang Ting laughed. How can you say that about a girl? What do you mean, pickled cabbage jar? Kong Kai puffed out his neck. You don't believe me? She looks just like a pickled cabbage jar. Suddenly, Kong Kai furrowed his brow, staring intently at Zhang Ting. Why do you look like a coffin board? Zhang Ting's face darkened. You two are just like coffin boards, unable to get along. Sun Chuanwu glared at Kong Kai. Why speak like that? Just tell me. What's the matter with you and the pickled cabbage barrel? What else? I just think she's a tad taller than the pickled cabbage barrel. And she said I look like a black donkey's egg. We almost came to blows in the room. Sun Chuanwu grinned. Well, that girl wasn't wrong. You really do resemble a black donkey's egg. Get lost. You'll find yourself in the river soon enough. Just like you one tea end up in the river. The two suddenly halted, blinking twice. Kong Kai stretched his neck, resembling an old turtle, tilting his head slightly and squinting. No, she is indeed the coffin board. Just as Sun Chuanwu was about to respond, the commotion of the village sister reached his ears. Chuanwu, what are you doing carrying a coffin board? Without hesitation, Sun Chuanwu tossed aside the coffin board, skipping the fearful part, and erupted in curses at the bridgehead. Zhang Ting, just wait for me. Oh damn it. With a crash, the coffin board flipped, and the scene shifted again. Beneath the crooked-necked tree, Zhang Ting spat, burped, and cast a resentful glance at the two drunken fools who had yet to regain their senses. What a sin. As she observed their eyes clear up, Zhang Ting sighed in relief. Sun Chuanwu and Kong Kai exchanged a glance. What the hell? Are we back again? Huh? What is back again? A flicker of confusion crossed Sun Chuanwu's face. Yeah, what does back again mean? Zhang Ting's mouth twitched, slapping her forehead. Is this never-ending? We have to go through this again. Life or death. Just say it. Hey, Sun Chuanwu, come over and carry me. Zhang Ting dropped the pretense, shouting hoarsely. Sun Chuanwu looked into the distance, a puzzled expression on his face. Why did he feel a bit suffocated at the sight of Zhang Ting? What are you standing there for? Hurry up. Zhang Ting appeared impatient. Instinctively, they approached, and Sun Chuanwu naturally crouched down, allowing Zhang Ting to climb onto his back. Zhang Ting, are you? Get lost. I just bathed, I smell fine. You're the one who's drunk. Oh, right, that, Kong Kai, about your blind date. Zhang Ting said impatiently, the blind date is the pickled cabbage barrel, and they call him the black donkey's egg. All right, let us go. Kong Kai looked bewildered. Wait, how do you know that? You just said it. Did I really say that? If you don't believe me, ask Sun Chuanwu. Sun Chuanwu nodded. Yes, I heard it all. But that is not right. We need to clarify. I think I said it once. Then Sister Wang said, Chuanwu, why are you carrying a coffin board? Then you threw Zhang Ting aside and started cursing, and the drunkenness on their faces suddenly dissipated, and Sun Chuanwu swallowed hard, slowly turning his head to face the pitch-black coffin board. Oh damn. With a toss of the coffin board, the two bolted forward, running a few steps before abruptly stopping. No, something's off. Sun Chuanwu swallowed again, looking at Kong Kai, who slapped his forehead. In an instant, a fragmented memory flashed in their minds. Time rewound to half an hour earlier. The two drunken fools staggered down the slope, leaning against a tree by the riverbank to relieve themselves. After a shiver, they spotted Zhang Ting standing among the distant trees. You two, don't go down any further. It rained heavily recently, and the roads washed out. Take another route. Kong Kai, shivering and hiccuping, asked, Who are you, and how do you know the roads washed out? How could I not know? If you go down, you might fall. Why not heed the warning? Kong Kai, draping an arm around Sun Chuanwu's shoulder, replied, Trying to scare us? The road has washed out? Do you believe that? Sun Chuanwu shook his head, his face flushed, eyes wide open. I don't believe it. Let us go. Why don't you listen? Sun Chuanwu replied disdainfully, I can fly. Zhang Ting. Stamping her foot, the two drunken fools suddenly froze in place. Immediately following, the initial scene played out. With Kong Kai drunkenly pointing at Zhang Ting. Chuanwu, do you see? Isn't there a girl over there? Now fully sober, Kong Kai and Sun Chuanwu instinctively glanced back. The dim path behind them led to Erlenbin, empty and devoid of anything. Kong Kai swallowed nervously, cautiously asking, Chuanwu, do you remember? Sun Chuanwu nodded. A hint of fear in his voice. Do you think the road really collapsed ahead? Kong Kai shook his head. Shall we go have a look? All right. Let us check it out. They tiptoed forward. The path ahead made a right turn, and as they reached the bend, they peered down the road. Good heavens. They couldn't help but shiver. They saw that just 2 meters from the right-hand turn, the rainwater had carved out a gap about 5 or 6 meters wide. Nearly half of a small hill had collapsed, with a drop of at least 10 meters. Clearly, this was a landslide from several days of continuous rain. Sun Chuanwu couldn't help but slap himself, realizing that Zhang Ting had genuinely meant well and warning them not to proceed. While they had not only ignored her, but Sun Chuanwu had cursed her twice. Although he still felt a chill at his back, an overwhelming sense of gratitude surged within him for Zhang Ting. Had she not stopped them, in their drunken state, they would have certainly fallen together. Normally, they would have been running down the slope, with that 2-meter turn leading into a deep pit. How could they have stopped in time? Kong Kai, blushing, asked, "Did we just get saved by her?" Sun Chuanwu touched his nose, his face burning with embarrassment. "Indeed, that coffin board. No, Zhang Ting. She truly is a good person," Kong Kai suggested. "Should we go burn some paper for her tomorrow?" Sun Chuanwu nodded vigorously. "Yes, let us also burn some soap and a blanket for her. Somewhere in a small mound, Zhang Ting." Chapter 30. It turns out to be an old friend. The two took a detour down the mountain and arrived at the small bridge, where they made sure to greet the women washing clothes below. "Washing clothes, Auntie? You two just got back?" "Yeah, we came back from the small path. That area collapsed quite a bit." "Oh dear, you two are indeed lucky. This morning, Lu Weili from Team 3 fell from there and was brought back, barely hanging on." Sun Chuanwu and Kong Kai exchanged glances, both revealing expressions of lingering fear. Thinking of the girl with the 2 braids, their hearts felt a pang of sorrow. Now, one was engaged in funerary affairs, and the other was an apprentice. Having grown up together since childhood, they understood a bit about such matters. Zhang Ting appeared to be only 20, which meant she left this world at that tender age. To pass away so young, and for so many years to lie in a foreign land without family to mourn her, how pitiful must that be? Sun Chuanwu suddenly thought of the old man. When he was young, the old man would take him up the mountain to burn paper and incense at those neglected graves. Sun Chuanwu had always thought it a meaningless task. Why pay respects to graves without even names? Now, he understood the significance. Had it not been for the old man's kindness, he and Kong Kai likely would have faced disaster today. Tomorrow, they must burn paper for Zhang Ting and bring some clothes and good food. Sun Chuanwu forced a smile, saying, "Lu Weili is so young. He should be all right, right?" Aunt Wang pursed her lips. "Who knows? Dr. Jiang said there's no need to take him to the county. He probably won't last long. I heard that your grandfather has also passed away. Why not inquire at home?" Sun Chuanwu nodded. If the old man has indeed departed, it seems preparations for the final rites must be in order. "All right, I shall take my leave now. Aunt, you continue with your tasks." The two descended the small bridge, and Kong Kai sighed, his voice trembling slightly. "Chuanwu, how pitiful Zhang Ting is, having left us at such a young age." Sun Chuanwu sighed, instinctively reaching into his pocket. Kong Kai produced a cigarette and offered it to Sun Chuanwu. "Haven't you quit?" "Yes." Lighting the cigarette, Sun Chuanwu handed it to Kong Kai, turning back to gaze in the direction of Huangquanzi. "Tomorrow, let us tend to those neglected graves. Years have passed, and the mounds have scarcely grown. In a few more years, there may be nothing left. Many places are like this. Without the tributes of descendants, and lacking care and nurturing, those small mounds diminish further. Decades later, they may vanish entirely from people's memories." Upon returning home, the old man was outside with a bucket, feeding the chickens. Upon seeing the two return, his expression darkened instantaneously. The once murky eyes now glimmered with clarity. "Have you two encountered something sinister?" Sun Chuanwu shook his head, then nodded. "Grandfather, it is as follows." After hearing Sun Chuanwu and Kong Kai recount the day's events, the old man felt a shiver of apprehension. He scolded sternly, "You two foolish lads. Have you no sense? Even if that place hadn't collapsed, could you have navigated the small path in your drunken state? Chuanwu, you two. You have a key to your home. Why not avoid troubling Wang Depeo? What harm would it have been to stay at your own place for the night?" Sun Chuanwu suddenly remembered. Indeed, his home was in the town, and he had entirely forgotten this matter. He obediently admitted his mistake. "Grandfather, I understand my error. It is good that you recognize your fault. If this occurs again, you might not be so fortunate." Noticing that the old man had calmed down, Sun Chuanwu quickly signaled to Kong Kai. Kong Kai cheerfully produced a cigarette, offering one to the old man, who accepted and lit it. He then observed as Sun Chuanwu lit his own, frowning in disapproval. "Why have you resumed?" Sun Chuanwu smiled wryly. "There are too many troubles weighing on my mind." The old man said little more, contemplating for a moment before adding, "Tomorrow, you both should bring extra joss paper and some offerings to pay respects at the graves." Sun Chuanwu inquired, "Grandfather, do you know which grave belongs to Zhang Ting?" The old man nodded. "The one nearest to the warm spring, beside a yellow pine tree." "All right, Grandfather. We'll discuss it on the way and bring shovels to tend to those neglected graves." Sun Chuanwu looked at the old man and asked, "By the way, Grandfather, did you know Zhang Ting?" The old man sighed, his expression complex as he began to recount Zhang Ting's background. Zhang Ting was born 70 years ago. hailing from a provincial capital in a neighboring province. She was a fine girl, quite cheerful, and was assigned to the 5th team. At that time, she helped with substitute teaching at the old school. You two even met her when you were young, as she assisted in the Yuhong class. Kong Kai shook his head. I have no recollection. It's understandable. She only taught for 2 months, and you both were quite young then, likely not remembering. Sun Chuanwu could not help but ask, Grandfather, how did Zhang Ting die? The old man sighed, a look of melancholy crossing his face. They say good people do not live long. When you were in the Yuhong class, Zhao Di contracted smallpox, and Zhang Ting caught it as well. During those years, children were vaccinated, but by chance. Zhao Di was ill and missed her shot. Zhao Di survived, albeit barely, but Zhang Ting was not so fortunate. She succumbed shortly after. We arranged her funeral, and I crafted her coffin, even selected the burial site. Sun Chuanwu felt a pang of sorrow. Smallpox had ceased to exist by the late 70s. Had Zhang Ting not taken on that substitute teaching role, perhaps she would have lived. Truly, it rings true that beauty is fleeting. The old man extinguished his cigarette and walked back with the bucket. Such is life. We are but transient visitors, unable to intervene in others' fates. Upon entering the house, Kong Kai quickly removed his shoes and joined Sun Chuanwu in crafting offerings. Kong Kai, though seemingly unhinged, possessed a kind heart. The old man leaned against the door frame, observing Kong Kai with a subtle nod. In this trade, it matters not if you lack talent, but rather if you possess a conscience. Sun Chuanwu too picked up scissors, silently working on the offerings as the three remained engrossed in their thoughts. After a busy afternoon, the trio shared a meal, moving their stools to sit beneath the eaves, smoking and sipping tea while listening to the radio. The moon quietly ascended the branches, and the distant mountains appeared faintly. Just as the three relaxed, a sudden, urgent knock echoed at the door. Bang, bang, bang. Chapter 31. Bean veins of thought surged within Sun Chuanwu's mind. Lu Weili must be gravely ill. The old man rose, flashlight in hand, and approached the door, calling out, Who is it? Mr. Sun, it is Lu Weidong. My brother is unwell. Please, hurry. The old man reached the door, unbolting it to find Lu Weidong, anxious and distressed, and sighed. Earlier that morning, he had taken Lu Weili's pulse. Though he was not adept at healing, discerning a person's life or death was a fundamental skill for one who dealt with funerals. In fact, such a skill is common among traditional Chinese doctors in traditional medicine. This pulse is referred to as a death pulse, a requisite knowledge for every practitioner. Those who work with the dying throughout their lives may not discern a person's ailments, but they can accurately determine when death is imminent. As the saying goes, each discipline has its specialization. The more one practices, the more experienced they become. The old man turned to Sun Chuanwu. Chuanwu, you shall accompany me. Kong Kai, stay and watch the house. All right, grandfather, take care on the way. The two men exited the courtyard, making their way under the stars towards the 3rd team. It was a 2-mile trek, and after some time, they arrived at Lu Weili's doorstep. Coincidentally, the power was out that evening. When the lights go out, families tend to retire early. Entertainment was scarce in those days, and not every household could afford a radio, let alone a television. The village was shrouded in darkness, with only a few homes lit by candles, one of which was Lu Weili's. Entering the yard, the sounds of mourning were palpable. The old man walked with his hands behind his back, Sun Chuanwu trailing behind, his footsteps heavy. Although he had presided over 2 funerals recently, the reality of witnessing a life still present but fading before his eyes weighed heavily on him. His emotions were tumultuous, caught between tension and apprehension. Upon entering the house, the cries of sorrow were unmistakable. Seeing the two arrive, a man in his 50s forced a smile to greet the old man. Sun Chuanwu recognized him as Lu Weili's father. Mr. Sun, I apologize for troubling you at this late hour. The old man shook his head. It is what must be done. With that, he stepped into the inner room, where a considerable number of people had gathered. Lu Weili's family was relatively large, with several siblings present. The room felt somewhat cramped with so many gathered. The loudest cries came from Lu Weili's mother and wife. Lu Weili's wife held a 2- or 3-year-old boy in her arms, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. The room was dimly lit by flickering candlelight, and the little boy's face bore traces of tears, his eyes filled with fear and confusion. How could a 2-year-old comprehend the unfolding tragedy? Witnessing a throng of relatives weeping, he instinctively joined in their sorrow. Lu Weili lay on the couch, his breaths growing shallow, the intake of air increasingly eclipsed by the exhalation. Such a crowd shouldn't gather here. Disperse, the elder said. Heeding his words, Lu Weili's siblings exited the room, leaving only his mother and wife behind. Lu Weili's father, one hand clutching a cigarette while the other anxiously rubbed the hem of his garment, gazed at his son's face with tear-filled eyes, reluctant to look away. The elder reached out to feel Lu Weili's pulse, and after a moment's examination, beckoned to son Chuanwu. Feel the pulse carefully and memorize its rhythm. Son Chuanwu instinctively wished to decline, but the elder's resolute gaze compelled him to suppress his anxiety and place his hand on Lu Weili's wrist. It was alarmingly warm, reminiscent of a fever, likely due to internal injuries. Moreover, the wrist felt damp, not from sweat, but from a peculiar oily moisture. Glancing at Lu Weili's face, son Chuanwu noted the boy's wide-open mouth and bulging eyes, illuminated by the candlelight, his cheeks flushed, conveying immense pain. Suddenly, the elder's words echoed in son Chuanwu's mind. Sweat flows like oil. Observing again, he realized that Lu Weili's perspiration resembled grains of rice, distinct droplets. Aligning with the elder's description, the pulse felt peculiar, like a bean revolving uncertainly, appearing from one side, then the other, unpredictable. Grandfather, this pulse is rather strange, son Chuanwu remarked. The elder sighed and explained, a pulse that shifts like a bean, elusive and devoid of vitality, signifies grave peril. Lu Weili has sustained injuries to his vital organs. Even divine intervention would struggle to save him. I examined his pulse this morning, and such a condition typically heralds imminent departure. Furrowing his brow, son Chuanwu gazed at Lu Weili, his emotions a tangled web. Lu Weili's wife, tears streaming down her face, implored, Master Son, how much longer can he hold on? The elder replied, perhaps half an hour at best. Lu Weili's father, you should summon the neighbors to prepare for the child's washing and clothing. Lu Weili's wife wailed, her cries echoed by the child in her arms, reigniting the sorrowful lament that had briefly subsided. Rising, son Chuanwu and the elder went outside to wash their hands. Trembling, he retrieved a pack of cigarettes, struggling to ignite one with matches. The elder silently offered a lit match, which son Chuanwu accepted, inhaling deeply, the acrid smoke mingling with the scent of burnt matchsticks, causing him to cough. The elder gently patted his back, shaking his head. When he had learned this craft, he had, like son Chuanwu, witnessed the gradual departure of life. Feeling the erratic pulse, a sensation beyond words. In time, you will grow accustomed to such occurrences. In our profession, if you cannot find solace for yourself, how can you comfort others? Son Chuanwu managed a bitter smile, understanding that much of his future would involve confronting the deceased. Yet witnessing someone die before his eyes stirred a profound helplessness within him. I understand, grandfather. I will do my best to adjust. The elder nodded, and soon, several elderly neighbors arrived, greeting the elder before entering the room. 20 minutes later, a heart-wrenching cry shattered the night. Weili, please wake up. If you leave us, what will become of me and our child? Son Chuanwu quickly interjected, do not let Weili's last breath falter. It is detrimental to his body. He observed Lu Weili's eyes, now devoid of light, as life completely waned. Son Chuanwu felt an overwhelming sense of loss as the elders began to prepare Lu Weili's body. The elder placed a reassuring hand on son Chuanwu's shoulder, bringing him back to reality. Brother Weidong, stop the clock and cover the mirrors, he instructed. All right, I will take care of it. Son Chuanwu then turned to Lu Weili's brother-in-law. Let us find a bed to prepare. We must set up the morning altar. Sister, cease your tears. The departed have left us. Think of the child, he added. Lu Weili's wife wiped her tears, gazing at her child, biting her lip and nodding resolutely. Find a mattress that Weili used in life, but it must not be satin. We need it for the altar. Son Chuanwu orchestrated the arrangements as villagers came to assist, erecting the morning altar while the elders prepared Lu Weili's body and arranged the bedding. Amidst the flurry of activity, the village received news of the tragedy. They hastily set up lights, arranged offerings, and laid out items for the funeral. The elder placed coins on Lu Weili's eyes as a customary gesture. In this village, when misfortune struck a family, the community rallied to offer support, demonstrating the profound bonds of human kindness. The Lu family had already prepared incense, candles, and paper offerings, fully aware that Lu Weili's condition was dire. Though reluctant to accept the impending loss, they understood that as the bereaved, they must continue to live with resolve. Lu Weili's father sat in a daze, listening to the cacophony outside, watching the bustling figures in the yard, his expression distant. The anguish of losing a child felt like 1,000 knives piercing his heart. Once arrangements were concluded, son Chuanwu and the elder finalized the paper offerings with the Lu family and stepped out into the moonlight. Grandfather, did Lu Weili die a sudden death? Son Chuanwu inquired. The elder shook his head. Not quite. A sudden death typically implies an instantaneous demise without awareness. Lu Weili was still speaking earlier today, This does not classify as such. Sun Chuanwu frowned. Isn't this a serious illness? The elder, pleased by the question, replied, that is not what we would consider a severe illness, at worst. It could be deemed an accident. For instance, if someone suddenly falls from a beam and dies instantly or loses consciousness, only to pass days later. That constitutes a sudden death. Such individuals cannot articulate their final wishes, leaving behind a lingering resentment. Lu Weili, however, was informed this morning. I encouraged him to express whatever he needed to say. He was not naive. He understood my intent. Sun Chuanwu nodded, realizing there were varied interpretations of sudden death. We will discuss this further later, as customs differ from family to family, and some may indeed consider this a sudden death. Very well, rest well tonight. Tomorrow morning, you and Kong Kai will deliver the paper offerings, and we have a black coffin that we can transport together. Sun Chuanwu scratched his head. Grandfather. What about Zhang Ting's side? The elder smacked his forehead, recalling, this child has mentioned several times today that we must help them with their grave. We must fulfill our promises, especially regarding such matters. They are simpler than people, yet extreme. If not handled well, relationships can sour. I almost forgot. Tomorrow morning, I will go, and when you return at noon, you can go in the afternoon to take my place. In the afternoon, don't forget to ask for directions. I will arrange everything beforehand. Their child is too young. There is no guarantee they will even be able to call out. The act of indicating the way typically occurs at dusk, the day following the death of an individual. Precisely when the sun descends and the realms of light and shadow entwine. The deceased son is instructed to grasp a yoke, adorned with a string of paper money, and, while standing atop a stool, face the southwest, calling out thrice the name of the departed as they journey to the celestial realm. In the absence of a yoke, a stick may suffice, yet it must be directed towards the southwest to ensure clarity of direction. Upon returning home, Sun Chuanwu washed his feet and promptly fell into a deep slumber. Observing his companion's lack of enthusiasm, Kong Kai said nothing and joined him in sleep. The following morning, after freshening up and having breakfast, they procured a small cart and set out from the village laden with paper offerings. Sun Chuanwu carried 2 shovels. A piece of long white ginseng clenched in his mouth, his mind consumed by the image of Lu Weili's final moments. Despite his profession, he was unprepared for the gravity of such a scene, especially the lingering sensation of the pulse that seemed etched into his very bones. Silence enveloped them as they traversed the path to Huangquanzi, where a patch of land lay amidst the large trees, overgrown with weeds and remnants of last Qingming's cleanup by Sun Chuanwu and the elder. Huangquanzi was home to 13 graves, a concentration of tombs amidst the many desolate ones in their village. Sun Chuanwu quickly spotted the small mound beneath the yellow pineapple tree, which had eroded after a week of rain, revealing a dark, weathered coffin lid. Once fearful, he now felt no trepidation. They set down their offerings and began to excavate the grave. After reinforcing Zhang Ting's mound, they trimmed the weeds and overgrowth from the other 13 graves and added fresh soil. They first burned paper and offered incense at the other 12 graves before kneeling at Zhang Ting's, bowing 3 times with reverence. Sun Chuanwu produced a bar of soap from his pocket and placed it on the altar, igniting the incense as Kong Kai began to murmur to the grave. Zhang Ai, you are considerably older than I. Calling you aunt is not out of place. Thank you for saving me and Chuanwu. As long as I remain in the village, I will come to burn paper for you during Qingming. If I am not here, please do not hold it against me. The flames of the burning paper flickered vigorously, as if in agreement with Kong Kai's words. And, Zhang Ai, I must apologize on behalf of my future wife, Ding Xiaodi. If it weren't for her. Sun Chuanwu shot him a glare, incredulous. What are you prattling on about? You and Ding Xiaodi haven't even begun to form a bond. Undeterred, Kong Kai continued. If you feel wronged, let Ding Xiaodi marry me. If we do end up together, I will bring her here to bow before you. Sun Chuanwu, exasperated, lightly punched Kong Kai. What was that for? Kong Kai retorted, his eyes wide in annoyance. Are you making wishes here? Blushing, Kong Kai replied, mind your own business. This is between me and Zhang Ai. Sun Chuanwu rolled his eyes and began to speak to Zhang Ting. Thank you for yesterday. Please do not be angry. It was not my intention to offend you. I have brought the quilt and soap I promised. Do not forget to bathe while you rest below. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, sending paper ash swirling into Sun Chuanwu's face. He hastily spat out the remnants of ash. Why must you be so petty? Kong Kai laughed heartily. Look at you, like a child from Africa. That's what you get for your loose tongue. Sun Chuanwu shot him a disdainful glance, but smiled gently at the grave. Zhang Ting, thank you. With shovels in hand, the duo descended the mountain. By the time they returned home, it was nearly 10 in the morning. After washing rice and cooking, They prepared a simple meal of eggs stir-fried with soybean paste and fresh scallions from the garden, relishing every bite. Sated, they lay on the Kong to rest. In the afternoon, shortly after 3, the elder returned. Sun Chuanwu and Kong Kai washed their faces before cycling to the third team. Upon arriving at Lu Weili's residence, they burned paper and sought out Lu Weili's wife. Sister-in-law, my nephew should accompany me to guide Brother Weili. Please instruct him on what to say. With red-rimmed eyes, Lu Weili's wife nodded, her voice faint. This morning, Grandpa's son mentioned he would accompany us. Sun Chuanwu felt a pang of sorrow upon witnessing her state. In these times, a widow with a child faced immense challenges. Remarriage was unlikely, as few would take a child along. The weight of her struggle was known only to her. Sister-in-law, I may not be eloquent, but you must remember, Brother Weili is gone, yet you have a child to consider. If you falter, what will become of him? No one can replace a parent. You must find the strength to carry on. If you were to leave him too, he would truly be lost. Tears streamed down Lu Weili's wife's face as she bowed her head. Sun Chuanwu regretted his words, wishing he had kept silent instead of causing her distress. I am sorry for your loss, sister-in-law. He exited the room, waiting until sunset, when she and her child emerged. Traditionally, it was the widow's duty to oversee the funeral arrangements, but in her current state, kneeling all day would likely take a toll on her. Though customs are established by man, compassion often surpasses mere tradition. Lu Weili's wife appeared more composed now. She first led her child in offering incense and bowing before Brother Weili's grave before approaching Sun Chuanwu. Let us go, Chuanwu. Very well, sister-in-law. Kong Kai, please fetch a stool. As the three exited, Kong Kai set up the stool, lifting Lu Weili's son onto it. Lu Weili's wife took the yoke, resting one end on her child's shoulder, bearing most of its weight in her hands. Facing southwest, she gently urged, Son, call out. Lu Weili, to the southwestern, Yaoqi Road. Lu Weili, to the southwestern, Yaoqi Road. Daddy, to the southwestern, Yaoqi Road. The final call broke into tears as the boy buried himself in his mother's embrace. In the yard, Lu Weili's father bowed his head, smoking, while relatives with tear-streaked faces looked skyward. Life is inevitably intertwined with farewells. From the moment of birth, a person's existence is often tinged with shades of melancholy. Yet, simultaneously, life radiates brilliant hues. After dining with the Lu family, as evening fell, the entire family gathered at the crossroads to burn paper offerings, leaving only Lu Weili's father in the morning pavilion. The flickering flames cast a glow upon Sun Chuanwu's face, as he stood with a composed demeanor, reciting solemn incantations intertwined with the crackling of burning paper, a ritual both grave and enigmatic. These items carry not merely the remembrance of the deceased, but rather embody the anticipation for the living and the yearning for a future life. In the Lu family's mourning tent, Lu Weili's father sat on a stool, his gaze fixed on the lifeless form of his son, covered by a white cloth. As he observed the outline of Lu Weili's body, the silent elder suddenly curled up, his once straight spine bending into a shape reminiscent of a shrimp. Leaning forward, he awkwardly left the stool, his hands covering his face as his body trembled uncontrollably. He struggled to suppress his cries, the muffled sounds echoing the unspeakable sorrow of a father. At this moment, he fought to maintain his composure, fearing that any loud sobs might awaken the child who lay before him, forever asleep. The agonizing pain pierced through him, rendering his once erect spine unable to rise again. Hearing footsteps in the distance, he stumbled back to the stool, wiping the tears from his face with his sleeve, then exhaling heavily. Weili, my child, you have left us so soon. What am I to do now? As more people arrived, the sorrow on their faces seemed to vanish, as if stolen away. Lu Weili's wife sat in the mourning tent, propping her chin on her hand, listening intently as Lu Weidong and Lu Weixiao recounted stories from Lu Weili's childhood. While their expressions bore no trace of sadness, a glimmer of sorrow flickered in their eyes. Lu Weili's wife listened earnestly, from his birth to his marriage. And after marriage? After marriage, Lu Weili's life belonged to her. So what had he accomplished during those years? This simple man had finally secured a job at the logging yard, only to rush back home at the first opportunity. He had perished on the way home, dying in her embrace. He had left this world at the end of summer, his life forever frozen at that moment. Lu Weili's wife smiled at her elder sister and asked, Sister, what happened next? Lu Weixiao, with tears in her eyes, replied, Later, one day, he suddenly came home and told our mother that he had fallen for a girl from the neighboring village. He said, In this life, it is her. Chapter 34. Something feels amiss. Lu Weili's funeral proceeded smoothly. For someone so young, in their 20s, such occasions are typically understated. Lu Weili's was no exception. It was neither extravagant nor meager. Everything was conducted with propriety. As time swiftly passed into September, the air grew progressively cooler. Upon entering September, the temperature fluctuations between day and night became more pronounced. The midday sun blazed, while nights required blankets for warmth. Doors and windows had to be tightly shut, as the gusts of wind creeping in could lead to illness. During the past 2 weeks, Sun Chuanwu absorbed knowledge from the elder like a sponge, as the elder remarked. He had a natural aptitude for matters concerning funerals, incantations and talismans. With their intricate spells and symbols, he could memorize almost entirely with just a glance. After the elder awoke, Ding Wenjing seemingly vanished from Sun Chuanwu's world. He was not surprised. Life is such that beauty does not always equate to suitability. At 18, he realized his life would be as it was, while Ding Wenjing had far more choices, including the possibility of leaving the mountains. Since his return, Sun Chuanwu's demeanor had transformed considerably, becoming more composed, increasingly resembling the gentleman others spoke of. The past fortnight had been uneventful, the town was small, and deaths did not occur daily. Moreover, the elder was not the sole funeral master in the town. While he was skilled, expertise often comes at a higher cost. Not everyone possesses the wealth of Wang Depeo. Many still struggle to afford meals and warm clothing. Poverty permeated the lives of most. Sun Chuanwu's desire for wealth had diminished significantly. He now cherished a simple, tranquil existence. After experiencing these events, he understood a fundamental truth. No matter how much wealth one accumulates, nothing can be taken along when one departs this life. Thus, one must seize joy in the present. For only oneself knows the true comfort of living. Ding Wenjing had not visited in 2 weeks, yet Hu Xiaoxiao frequently came to see him. Hu Xiaoxiao was beautiful, but Sun Chuanwu felt no romantic inclination towards her. The young girl idolized him, her youth evident. Though fleeting thoughts of snow-white visions crossed his mind, he remained acutely aware that she was still a child. This year, Hu Xiaoxiao was a senior in high school. Just yesterday, she had come by, and in the afternoon, she joined fellow students from the village to climb the mountains to the high school in town. Generally, students began school a year later, as they had to traverse the mountain to reach the neighboring town. Typically, on Fridays, children from several villages formed small groups to return home. Having coordinated their departure times at the start of the school year, young age made it unsafe. At 19 and in her senior year, Hu Xiaoxiao had a busy schedule. Sun Chuanwu stood drawing talismans, and Kong Kai had become adept at his paper tasks. Though he appeared somewhat awkward, the elder remarked that this lad was clever and skilled, naturally suited for paperwork. The elder reclined in a chair soaking up the sun. Suddenly, the door creaked open, and squinting, the elder recognized none other than Hu Laoda. Hu Laoda greeted the elder cheerfully. "Uncle Sun, are you resting?" The elder straightened up, nodding with a smile. "There's no work in the fields. Just taking a moment to recuperate before the harvest next month." Noticing the items in Hu Laoda's hands, the elder inquired, "Do you have something to discuss?" Hu Laoda scratched his head, slightly embarrassed. "Well, my child forgot to take her autumn clothes when she left, and I was hoping that if your Chuanwu goes to town in the next few days, he could take them along. She's in the 8th grade now, and doesn't he have a break every week? I worry she'll get cold soon." Before the elder could respond, the loudspeaker blared to life. "Attention! Attention! Sun Jiudao! Sun Jiudao, please report to the brigade office immediately. Someone is looking for you." Upon hearing the announcement, the elder chuckled and shook his head. "What a coincidence. It's likely someone from town needing my assistance. If it pertains to town matters, I'll have Chuanwu run an errand for you. If not, you might want to check with others." Hu Laoda nodded. "All right, I was just taking a chance. If not, I'll return tomorrow." Sun Chuanwu put down his brush and exited the house, glancing at Hu Laoda, and hurriedly greeted, "Uncle, you're here." "Yes, busy as ever." "Indeed, creating talismans." "Talismans are good, very good." Sun Chuanwu offered a cigarette to Hu Laoda. "Uncle, do you have something to discuss?" Hu Laoda recounted the autumn clothing situation again, and Sun Chuanwu took the package, saying, "Not an issue. Let us see if it's something from town. If it's not, I'll be heading to town soon for the market anyway. No need for you to make an extra trip." "That works, thank you." After placing the items inside, Sun Chuanwu poured Hu Laoda a glass of water and handed him a cigarette. They exchanged a few casual words before the elder retreated into the house. Sun Chuanwu asked, "Grandfather, where did the call come from?" The elder chuckled. "Your Hu uncle's timing is indeed fortuitous. It is indeed a matter from town." Glancing at his watch, he noted it was past 10 o'clock. If he were to deliver the papers now, he would certainly miss the deadline. It was evident that he would have to set out tomorrow. "Grandfather, are we going today?" Sun Chuanwu inquired cautiously. The old man nodded and replied, "You go ahead in a bit. Tomorrow morning, Kong Kai will take the papers over, and you can return home in the evening. Don't forget to stoke the stove by noon. Sun Chuanwu picked up his coat, recognizing the importance of the task at hand. All right, grandfather, I shall head there now. Uncle Hu, rest assured, once I finish my work today, I will deliver the clothes to Xiao Xiao. Uncle Hu handed Sun Chuanwu a pack of cigarettes, saying, they are not the finest, but I hope you won't mind. Sun Chuanwu quickly pushed it back. Uncle, what are you doing? We're neighbors. It's just a small favor. I feel embarrassed accepting this. Just take it. I would feel uneasy if you didn't. Very well, then I shall accept it. After pocketing the cigarettes, Sun Chuanwu asked the old man for the address, then entered the house to gather his belongings before heading out with his burden. Traveling alone allowed him to move swiftly, though the occasional rabbit darted out from the underbrush or a wild chicken took flight, startling Sun Chuanwu into an outburst of curses. Upon arriving in town, he first returned home to stoke the stove. Then, having set down his burden, he proceeded to the bereaved family's residence. The package could wait until later. The matter at hand was urgent. As he stepped into the yard of the bereaved, he sensed an unsettling atmosphere. Chapter 35. False filial piety. Though he could not articulate what was amiss, something felt distinctly off. After lighting incense for the deceased, he engaged in conversation with the grieving family member. Young master son, I apologize for troubling you with a long journey. Sun Chuanwu shook his head. The bereaved looked to be in his 50s, surnamed Chun, wearing spectacles and appearing rather refined. His family operated a ginseng plantation, and both the ginseng and timber operations in their area fell under the jurisdiction of the Forestry Bureau, though he was uncertain if this was the case elsewhere. The plantation primarily cultivated two types of ginseng, American ginseng and local ginseng, each with different properties, one nourishing yin and the other supplementing yang. It is no trouble at all. I noticed our offerings were in even numbers, so I dare to inquire. Have both our elders passed? Chun Jingwo nodded, his face mournful as he sighed. Ah, my father passed away a couple of years ago, and my mother followed suit. Last month, the elder lady from Wang Depeo's family also departed. I happened to visit her, and Wang Depeo mentioned your reliable handling of affairs, which prompted me to seek your assistance. Wang Depeo had indeed been supportive of Sun Chuanwu's endeavors, and he felt grateful for such a trustworthy ally. Do you know Mr. Wang? Yes, we are from the same town and have interacted before. Rest assured, out of respect for Mr. Wang, I will devote myself entirely to managing the elder lady's final rites. Sun Chuanwu offered Wang Depeo a favor in return for his efforts, recognizing the importance of reciprocity in their relationship. Chun Jingwo grasped Sun Chuanwu's hand firmly, expressing heartfelt gratitude. Thank you so much, young Master Sunday. As he spoke, Chun Jingwo produced an envelope containing a small stack of money and pressed it into Sun Chuanwu's hand. I appreciate your efforts. Please let me know if there is anything I can assist you with. After accepting the money, Sun Chuanwu began to circle the mourning hall. Despite having organized several funerals before without feeling any sense of foreboding, he felt an unsettling chill emanating from Chun Jingwo's mother, concealed beneath the white cloth. This sensation was particularly intense, instilling a sense of unease within him. Although Chun Jingwo appeared deeply sorrowful, Sun Chuanwu could not shake the feeling that there was an element of insincerity in his grief. To put it plainly, the sorrow etched on Chun Jingwo's face seemed entirely feigned. There were 6 people keeping vigil: Chun Jingwo, his brother, his sister-in-law, an older sister, a younger sister, and Chun Jingwo's nephew. Yet his wife was conspicuously absent. Feeling uncomfortable in the mourning hall, Sun Chuanwu pondered and then addressed Chun Jingwo. Brother Chun, are you not planning to inter your parents? Chun Jingwo hesitated before replying. We are not considering it at the moment. I've arranged for someone to find a different site for their burial, and they are currently excavating there. Sun Chuanwu refrained from further questioning. The decision of burial depended on the deceased's wishes and the desires of their descendants, and if there was no such request, he saw no need to pry. Would it be possible for you to take me there? I have some knowledge of feng shui and might be of assistance. Sun Chuanwu was not motivated by a desire for additional compensation. He simply felt increasingly uncomfortable in the mourning hall. Chun Jingwo nodded, stating, very well. I'll have my nephew take you. Xiaobing, please accompany Mr. Sun to your grandmother's grave. Chun Jingwo's nephew nodded expressionlessly, walking past Sun Chuanwu without a word. Heading out the door, Chun Jingwo forced a smile, adding, he is a quiet child. Please don't take offense. Sun Chuanwu shook his head. It's no trouble. I understand that he must be feeling the loss as well. Once outside the yard, Sun Chuanwu caught up with Chun Jingwo's nephew, Chun Wanzhou. They walked side by side, but Chun Wanzhou remained silent. After a considerable distance, he glanced back at Sun Chuanwu, their eyes meeting for a fleeting moment. Are you not comfortable in there? Chen Wanzhou's blunt question caught Sun Chuanwu off guard, and he admitted, indeed, a little. Chen Wanzhou pulled out cigarettes, offering two. Care for a smoke? Certainly. Accepting the cigarette, Sun Chuanwu lit it. Observing Chen Wanzhou, who appeared to be around his own age and seemingly not attending school, Sun Chuanwu noted a certain maturity about him. Not in school anymore. No, I work at the ginseng plantation. Is your uncle an official? Chen Wanzhou scoffed. Isn't he just that? He asked the director of the plantation, succeeding my grandfather. Sun Chuanwu could discern from Chen Wanzhou's demeanor that there was a strained relationship between him and Chen Jiangwo. He had already sensed a peculiar atmosphere surrounding the family, particularly in the morning hall, where an eerie feeling made his scalp prickle. Your relationship doesn't seem very good. Chen Wanzhou nodded, showing no reluctance to speak candidly. It's not that it's bad. I simply find him insufferable. To put it bluntly, my grandmother and grandfather lived with him, but in reality, it was just him and my aunt residing in my grandparents' home. When my grandfather passed, the house was given directly to my uncle, leaving my father and aunt with nothing. While these matters are trivial, we are not without places to live. What I truly disdain about him is that everyone claims he is filial, yet when my grandmother came to our house this year, one day she was in a room, crying while slapping her own face. My parents were away at the time, and I asked her what was wrong. Sun Chuanwu furrowed his brow. There was no reason for Chen Wanzhou to fabricate such a story. This indicated that his grandmother had not been treated well in Chen Jiangwo's household and had possibly suffered abuse. Remembering that he had not seen Chen Jiangwo's wife in the morning hall, Sun Chuanwu's suspicion shifted toward her. What did you say to her? What could I say? I told my father, and he confronted my uncle. They had a fight, and my grandmother ended up back at his place. My father and my uncle are both far from admirable. One feigns filial piety, while the other is genuinely ungrateful. Chen Wanzhou abruptly halted, his gaze fixed intently upon Sun Chuanwu. Mr. Sun, do you believe that my grandmother may have been killed by my uncle? Chapter 36. What really happened? Sun Chuanwu shuddered, forcing a laugh as he replied, well, brother, such words should not be spoken lightly. Chen Wanzhou, with unwavering conviction, countered, I am not speaking in jest. I truly feel that my grandmother was done away with by my uncle. After all, how coincidental is it that my aunt returned to her family just when my grandmother passed away? When Chen Wanzhou broached the subject of his father and uncle, a nagging suspicion took root within him that the elderly woman may not have simply succumbed to the natural course of life. Yet, he was reluctant to involve himself in such a sordid affair. He had come to assist, not to solve a mystery. Although his conscience pricked at him, he genuinely wished to avoid entanglements. Sun Chuanwu maintained a forced smile, stating, brother, even if your uncle and aunt are not the best, it hardly warrants the murder of an elderly lady. You must be overthinking. Chen Wanzhou shook his head. I spoke to a neighbor today. After my grandmother's death, her clothes were changed, and it wasn't the elderly women from the factory yard who did it. My uncle surely understands this. Doesn't it seem odd? Sun Chuanwu hastily redirected the conversation. Brother, how much longer until we reach our destination? Chen Wanzhou scrutinized him for a long moment before exhaling a sigh. We are almost there. As they ascended the low hill, Sun Chuanwu's unease intensified. Chen Wanzhou's words spiraled in his mind. The image of the corpse covered in white cloth only deepened his moral discomfort. What if the old lady had indeed met with foul play? If that were the case, and he feigned ignorance, he would never find peace in his life. Sun Chuanwu inhaled deeply, pondering how the old gentleman would have approached this situation. Observing the workers preparing the grave in the distance, he recalled a piece of advice from the old gentleman. In this line of work, one must be true to their conscience. He gritted his teeth and said, this matter shall remain between us. If the opportunity arises, you might want to investigate tonight. Chen Wanzhou frowned. How would we do that? Sun Chuanwu contemplated before asking. You must have seen the old lady's body today. Did you notice any marks on her? Chen Wanzhou shook his head, frustration evident in his voice. That's the most troubling part. I suspect she was murdered, yet there are no visible injuries. Could she have died from poison? Sun Chuanwu shook his head. That possibility cannot be ruled out. Allow me to think of another approach. With a complex expression, Chen Wanzhou bowed slightly. Thank you, Mr. Sunday. There's no need for that. Let us first examine the grave. The two approached the burial site and exchanged pleasantries with the workers. After a brief conversation, Sun Chuanwu circled the grave, surveying the area. The location was mediocre, neither particularly good nor bad. After a few more words with the workers, they descended the hill one after the other, each preoccupied with their own thoughts. Upon returning to the Chun residence, Chen Jiangwo greeted them with a smile. How did it go, brother? Sun Chuanwu nodded. It's acceptable. The site is adequate. That's good to hear. Mr. Chun, would you like to rest for a while? Sun Chuanwu shook his head. His thoughts were consumed by the old lady's circumstances, and resting would only leave him restless. No need. I shall assist in whatever way I can. After lunch, Sun Chuanwu busied himself. Yet his focus remained on the old lady. He pondered the possibility that Chun Jiangwo had indeed harmed her. What method could he have used? Surely, he wouldn't have simply poisoned her, as that would have caused her great pain, and the neighbors would have surely heard her cries. Was it possible she was suffocated? Without uncovering the white cloth, Sun Chuanwu could not make any reasonable conclusions. If he recklessly lifted the cloth and found something amiss, it would tarnish the old gentleman's reputation irreparably. Sun Chuanwu felt increasingly restless, even forgetting about Hu Xiaoxiao entirely. It wasn't until nearly 5 in the evening that he remembered her. Coincidentally, Chen Wanzhou's sister was also in town, just finishing her classes and preparing for evening study. He decided to have Hu Xiaoxiao come to find him later and accompany her to his home. After exchanging greetings with Chen Wanzhou's sister, Sun Chuanwu found himself lost in thought, gazing vacantly at the old lady's resting place. As night fell, the oppressive atmosphere of the spirit hall grew more pronounced. Before 7, the old lady's daughter suddenly exclaimed, "Oh no, the corpse light has gone out." Panic ensued among the crowd, especially for Chun Jiangwo, whose eyes betrayed a flicker of fear. Sun Chuanwu caught that look, further solidifying his suspicions that the old lady's death was indeed tied to Chun Jiangwo. Stammering, Chun Jiangwo asked, "Mr. Sun, what should we do?" Sun Chuanwu, feigning sternness, instructed, "Everyone, please step outside. I need to attend to this matter." Obediently, the crowd exited, and as Chun Wanzhou passed Sun Chuanwu, he offered a grateful glance. Taking a deep breath, Sun Chuanwu muttered a few incantations before approaching the covered body and lifting the cloth. The moment he beheld the old lady's face, his confusion deepened. She clearly had not succumbed to poisoning or suffocation. If she had, her complexion would have been more pallid, as the old gentleman had previously mentioned. So how had she died? Her mouth was slightly askew, reminiscent of a seizure. Could it be that she had truly perished from an illness? After a few murmurs, Sun Chuanwu replaced the cloth, flicking the corpse light twice until it finally illuminated. This is truly sinister. Sun Chuanwu felt a chill run down his back, inhaling deeply before calling out to the others, "You may come in now." When they returned, Chun Wanzhou exchanged a knowing look with Sun Chuanwu, who shook his head, his mind swirling with confusion. Finally, at 9 o'clock, the old lady's granddaughter entered the courtyard. But Hu Xiaoxiao was not in tow. The young girl approached Sun Chuanwu, saying, "Big brother Sun, Xiaoxiao said she knows where your home is and is waiting there." Sun Chuanwu, already planning to leave with Hu Xiaoxiao upon her arrival, was relieved to have an excuse to depart this uncomfortable situation. Quickly, he turned to Chun Jiangwo, "Mr. Chun, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. I must look after my sister who is alone outside." "Very well, return safely, it's late. And it's not safe to encounter drunken revelers." Once outside, Sun Chuanwu lit a cigarette, lowering his head as he made his way home. His house was not far from Chun Jiangwo's, just over 300 meters. As he finished his smoke, he arrived just in time. From a distance, he spotted Hu Xiaoxiao perched at his doorstep, resembling a little monkey. "Why didn't you come find me?" Hu Xiaoxiao skipped over, wrapping her arms around Sun Chuanwu's arm. Pouting, "I wouldn't dare go out alone at night. It's too frightening, and I have nightmares." "All right, let us get your things, and I'll see you back." As he spoke, Sun Chuanwu withdrew his arm to retrieve the keys and unlock the door. "Return? At this hour, the dormitory is locked. I'll be sleeping with you tonight." Chapter 37. Green plums, what do you mean? Sun Chuanwu furrowed his brow, watching Hu Xiaoxiao gaze up at him with an intense expression, feeling that the girl before him was hardly innocent. Hu Xiaoxiao tugged at Sun Chuanwu's sleeve, her body swaying slightly as she did so. "Brother Chuanwu, the dormitory door is closed. I can't sleep outside. Can you take me to a guest house instead? You know, it's not safe for me to be alone at night, right?" Hu Xiaoxiao pouted her lips and blinked her eyes pitifully, causing Sun Chuanwu to gasp. "This book needs to be sealed." After a moment's hesitation, he nodded and said, "All right then, you can sleep in the big room, and I'll take the small one." "Sure, whatever you say." As they entered the courtyard, Sun Chuanwu locked the door, entered the inner room, and turned on the light. He crouched down, starting to stoke the fire in both the small and big rooms. He had already lit the big room's Kong earlier that afternoon, but it had been quite a while since they had used it, and the fire was barely warm. With both kangs ablaze, he filled 2 pots with water, then fetched a kettle of cold water to heat. Hu Xiaoxiao squatted beside the stove, resting her chin on her hand, watching him with narrowed eyes, resembling a little fox eyeing a roasted chicken. "What are you staring at?" she mumbled, feeling aggrieved. "It's just the 2 of us in here. If I don't look at you, who else can I?" Sun Chuanwu rolled his eyes, taking out a cigarette from his pocket. Hu Xiaoxiao quickly grabbed a match from a small hole near the stove and lit it for him. Sun Chuanwu paused for a moment. After exhaling the first puff of smoke, he frowned at Hu Xiaoxiao, his feelings rather complex. He wasn't foolish. He had had a few broken relationships in his past life. So he was well aware of Hu Xiaoxiao's affections for him. But she was still quite young, and he found it hard to act on those feelings. What time is the morning self-study? Hu Xiaoxiao shook her head, mumbling, I'm not going. I told the teacher I'd take a day off tomorrow and go the day after. Why are you taking a day off? For no reason. I'm just afraid I won't wake up in time for class. Sun Chuanwu, with a dark expression, poked her forehead with his finger. What are you filling your head with every day? Mind your own business. With no retort against Hu Xiaoxiao, Sun Chuanwu decided to sit in silence. Once the water in the pots was hot, he fetched his basin, rinsed it, and filled it with water, placing it beside Hu Xiaoxiao's feet. Wash your feet and go to bed. Hu Xiaoxiao's face flushed slightly, her gaze evasive. Could you find me a pair of slippers? You really are a handful. Sun Chuanwu went into the room, and Hu Xiaoxiao hurriedly took off her shoes and socks, dipping her feet into the basin, her 10 chubby toes curling beneath her foot, as if shy to be seen. Before long, Sun Chuanwu returned with a pair of pink slippers, rinsed them quickly, and tossed them by her feet. Just splash the water outside. I'll go get you a quilt. Okay. Entering the inner room, Sun Chuanwu rummaged through the Kong cabinet, found a new quilt, and pulled out a fresh sorghum pillow, laying it at the head of the Kong. He checked the temperature of the Kong with his hand. It was fine, warm enough. All right, I've set it up for you. You can just go to sleep. Aren't you washing your feet, Brother Chuanwu? I will, just waiting for you to finish. We only have this one basin. In those days, many rural families were like that. They had only 1 or 2 enamel basins. One for washing feet and one for washing face. Some even used the same basin for both. With meals scarce, who could afford to be too clean? Hu Xiaoxiao bit her lip, lowering her head, rubbing her feet in the water. Sun Chuanwu lit another cigarette, squinting at the lively little feet in the basin. Hu Xiaoxiao's feet were indeed very fair. The house was lit with tungsten filament lamps, casting a yellowish glow. Yet Hu Xiaoxiao's small feet looked like glutinous rice balls. Both white and moist, beautiful in every way. As the saying goes, a fair complexion covers a multitude of flaws, and considering Hu Xiaoxiao's good looks, it only made Sun Chuanwu's heart race with an intoxicating mix of excitement and unease. Am I not allowed to look? Hu Xiaoxiao noticed Sun Chuanwu's unwavering gaze, her heart tingling sweetly with shyness. She had liked him for a long time. He was tall, handsome, and had a good temperament. Since childhood, she would always find reasons to gather a bunch of friends to play with him during holidays. After her grandfather passed away recently, that night's shyness only accelerated the seeds of affection she had harbored for years. Especially after hearing rumors that Ding Wenjing and Sun Chuanwu were together. Her jealousy had boiled over. From that day on, she made a point to seek him out frequently, purposely not wearing her thermal underwear, hoping for any opportunity to see him, even if her father might not let her ask Sun Chuanwu for help. Sun Chuanwu's gaze made her feel slightly uneasy. A blend of joy, shyness, and a touch of nervousness. She bit her lip, her cheeks flushed, turning her head away and stretching out her small feet. Sun Chuanwu relaxed his furrowed brow, observing Hu Xiaoxiao's blushing face in the lamplight, unable to resist glancing at her feet before reluctantly diverting his gaze. Extinguishing his cigarette, he remarked with a stern face, Your feet stink. Your feet stink. Go ahead, smell them. Hu Xiaoxiao, puffing up in indignation, extended her foot toward him, causing Sun Chuanwu to gulp and flee in a panic. I'm going to pick some cucumbers. You, hurry and wash up. Watching Sun Chuanwu awkwardly dash out of the room, Hu Xiaoxiao pouted, her eyes sparkling. What a coward. After washing her feet, Hu Xiaoxiao poured out the water and called out to Sun Chuanwu, who was in the cucumber patch. Brother Chuanwu, I'm going to bed after washing my feet. Sun Chuanwu took a bite of cucumber, then carried the basin inside to fill it with water. Once in the big room, Hu Xiaoxiao felt the Kong, then tilted her head thoughtfully before dashing into the small room. Upon touching the Kang's surface, she found that except for a small spot, the rest was icy cold. She had guessed correctly. Sun Chuanwu definitely hadn't warmed the small Kong at noon. Turning back to the big room, Hu Xiaoxiao rolled up the bedding and carried it to the small room. Hey, what are you doing? The small room wasn't heated at noon. Without looking back, Hu Xiaoxiao replied, I don't like sleeping on a hot Kong. It's too warm for me. Sun Chuanwu didn't say much. Since she claimed she didn't want the warmth, then so be it. His mind was exhausted from the day's thoughts. He figured he could sleep as soon as he got into bed. After rubbing his feet a couple of times, he didn't even dry them before slipping on his slippers and stepping outside to pour out the water. He placed the foot basin aside, yanked out his bedding from the Kong cabinet, and directly dove into the covers. Hu Xiaoxiao tiptoed out of the small room, filled the foot basin with water, then pulled out Sun Chuanwu's socks from his shoes and tossed them into the basin with her own socks, beginning to wash them. After washing, she refilled the pot with water, added firewood to the big Kong, and hung the socks on the radiator to dry. After a while, Hu Xiaoxiao yawned and stealthily entered the big room, burrowing into Sun Chuanwu's bed. What are you doing? Sun Chuanwu was startled. Wu, brother Chuanwu. The small Kong is too cold, my stomach hurts. I'll get you a blanket. No, it's too cold, this is fine. Where are you going? Hu Xiaoxiao snuggled closer to him. Brother Chuanwu, are you scared at night too? Scared of what? Why would I be afraid of a hatchet in the bed? Oh. The most terrifying thing is when the air suddenly goes quiet. The two hurriedly turned their backs to each other. Hu Xiaoxiao's heart racing like a flurry of little rabbits. How embarrassing. Brother Chuanwu. What? Is your thing with Ding Wenjing real? Sun Chuanwu suddenly recalled that night's unspoken understanding with Ding Wenjing, feeling a twinge of disappointment. She's destined to be a college student. Why would she like someone like me? Huang Xiaoxiao pouted, her face marred by displeasure. Who are you? If I get into university, I'll be just like you. Sun Chuanwu's heart jolted. In his previous life, after Huang Xiaoxiao became involved with that girl from the Lin family, she vanished from his world entirely. He was confident that she would indeed follow through on her words. For now, he thought, sleep first. Getting into university was the priority. Then you better not find a partner. Huang Xiaoxiao clenched her fists, anxiously awaiting Sun Chuanwu's response. After a significant pause, she still hadn't received a reassuring answer from him. Frowning, she turned away. Sun Chuanwu's breathing was steady, accompanied by soft snores that came and went. Huang Xiaoxiao pouted, her legs thrashing about under the covers in frustration. How irritating. How can he sleep like that? Sun Chuanwu was genuinely exhausted. Throughout the day, his mind had been preoccupied with the mystery surrounding the death of the old lady from the Qin family. Time passed, and suddenly, he found himself at his front door. The sky was a dull gray, and there stood the old lady from the Qin family, clad in a burial outfit, her head bowed, eyes fixed intently on Sun Chuanwu. Crimson tears streaming down her cheeks. Then, she opened her mouth, raising her right hand towards her head. Sun Chuanwu's eyes widened in shock. Gradually, her hand lifted, revealing a large iron nail, 5 inches long, gruesomely pulled from her head. The old lady pointed upwards, her lips moving silently, repeating 2 words, roof. In the next moment, Sun Chuanwu felt as if he had been thrust forward, hearing Huang Xiaoxiao's anguished cries. It hurts, Chuanwu, it hurts. Be gentle. Sun Chuanwu released his grip, sitting up abruptly, gasping for breath. Huang Xiaoxiao clutched her chest, managing to pull the lamp's cord, squinting as she peered through the gap at the panting Sun Chuanwu. Ignoring her pain, she gently patted his back. Chuanwu, what happened? Did you have a nightmare? Sun Chuanwu turned to face Huang Xiaoxiao, who was in a tank top. A flicker of regret crossing his eyes. You stay home and sleep. I need to step out for a bit. Where are you going at this hour? I'm coming with you. Sun Chuanwu shook his head solemnly. No, you stay here and be good. Huang Xiaoxiao could sense the gravity of the situation from his expression. She knew something significant had occurred. Glancing at the clock, she noted it was only midnight, and they had only just fallen asleep. Having finally settled into his embrace, she hadn't anticipated nearly being suffocated by him in the night. Huang Xiaoxiao dug out Sun Chuanwu's thermal shirt and pants from under the blankets and handed them to him. Here, put this on before you go out. Don't catch a cold. All right, you go back to sleep. After donning his shoes and coat, Sun Chuanwu opened the door and stepped outside. Just as he reached the threshold, he pulled out 10 yuan from his pocket and returned to the room. Huang Xiaoxiao was grimacing in pain, and upon seeing him, she hastily withdrew her hand. What happened? Chuanwu? Sun Chuanwu pressed the 10 yuan into her palm. Tomorrow morning, if you're hungry, go out for some breakfast. When I come back in the middle of the night, just let yourself in quietly. I have money. Take it. Just take it. Sun Chuanwu insisted, pushing the money back towards her before hurriedly leaving the room. At the Chun family's morning pavilion, Chen Wanzhou was keeping vigil, while Chen Jiangwo and his 2 aunts were absent. Upon seeing Sun Chuanwu, Chen Jianbin stood up and inquired, Young son, what brings you here at this late hour? Sun Chuanwu glanced at Chen Jianbin and replied, I suddenly remembered something and came to find Chen Wanzhou. Chen Jianbin looked at his son with a hint of confusion. Chen Wanzhou was usually taciturn. They had only met that day. How could they have become so close? Though he thought this, Chen Jianbin said nothing further and waved to Chen Wanzhou. Son, young son is looking for you. Chen Wanzhou stood up from his chair and approached Sun Chuanwu. They exchanged a knowing glance before stepping outside. Sun Chuanwu recounted his dream, and instantly, Chen Wanzhou's expression darkened. Are you saying you dreamed that my grandmother was killed with a nail? Sun Chuanwu nodded, hesitating as he said, I can't guarantee it's truth, but that's what I saw. Whether it's true or not can be verified, and the worst that can happen is I get scolded. Sun Chuanwu thought to himself, if it weren't true, wouldn't he be tarnishing the old man's reputation? He glanced into the courtyard and whispered, tonight, it's just the two of you keeping vigil. In a bit, have your father rest. Once he has gone, you can verify. If it is true, we should report it to the police. Chen Wanzhou nodded. This plan seemed the most prudent. With a strategy in place, they re-entered the morning pavilion. Chen Wanzhou spoke to his father. Dad, you should go to bed. Young son, and I will keep watch. Chen Jianbin shook his head decisively. How can we let young son keep vigil? That's nonsense. We're not short on people. Chen Wanzhou had already prepared a response. Young son said my grandmother passed away with regret, which is why the lamp went out today. He came to prevent any incidents during the night. More people want to help. Just go inside and say nothing. If you hear anything, come out. Chen Jianbin shuddered. In these times, people were superstitious. He already felt uneasy in the pavilion, and his son's words only intensified his fear. If anything happens, call me. I'll go lie down. Young son, I apologize for troubling you at this hour. Sun Chuanwu waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. I had to come to clarify things, or I'd go mad. Chen Jianbin instinctively glanced at the coffin, shivering involuntarily as he hurried inside. Chen Wanzhou and Sun Chuanwu exchanged a glance, a silent understanding passing between them as they approached the coffin. Chapter 39. It was me. Sun Chuanwu clasped his hands together, murmuring, do not blame me, old lady. With that, he lifted the white cloth, and both men were instantly struck with terror at the sight before them. The old lady's face bore two dark, blood-like streaks, her mouth agape, and her spirit money nowhere to be found. Her eyes, now inexplicably open, were a ghastly gray, lending an eerie quality to her visage. Marks were now evident on her neck. This matched exactly with what he had seen in his dream. Sun Chuanwu and Chen Wanzhou exchanged a glance, each reading the fear etched on the other's face. Swallowing hard, Sun Chuanwu urged, hurry up. We can't linger here. Chen Wanzhou hesitated. His grandmother's state filled him with dread. Sun Chuanwu glared at Chen Wanzhou. What? You want me to check? Hurry up. With a determined push, Sun Chuanwu urged Chen Wanzhou forward. Taking a deep breath, Chen Wanzhou shakily reached for the old lady's head. In an instant, he froze, his eyes wide with horror as he turned to Sun Chuanwu. Trembling violently, he stammered, my grandmother, she really was killed with a nail. Tears streamed down Chen Wanzhou's cheeks as he pointed at the old lady, heartbroken. My grandmother. This is his mother. Sun Chuanwu quickly covered Chen Wanzhou's mouth, lowering his voice. Stop crying. Please, don't cry. You must immediately go and knock on the door of the chief of police's residence. Do you hear me? Hurry up. Quickly report the case. Chen Wanzhou nodded vigorously, turning to dash out of the courtyard. Sun Chuanwu gazed at the elderly Mrs. Chen with a complex expression. Chen Jiangwo appeared dutiful, yet he had caused his own mother's demise. Wang Depeo, though seemingly carefree, was fundamentally a filial child. One must not always judge by appearances. Hearsay cannot replace the truth witnessed firsthand. Moreover, what one perceives may not even represent reality. Covering the old lady with a cloth, Sun Chuanwu lit a cigarette, his body trembling uncontrollably. Just imagine the despair the old lady must have felt at the moment of her death, as a 5-inch iron nail was brutally driven into her skull by her own son. She had once relied on those hands to help her walk, never anticipating that those very hands would sever all hope for her continued existence. To hell with intervening in the consequences of others. If one turns a blind eye to such matters, what purpose does one serve? In his previous life, he had lived like a stray dog, submissive and meek. In this life, he must stand tall and be resolute. As long as heaven permits Sun Chuanwu to live another day, he shall embrace it. Should the day come when he is no longer wanted, he will harbor no guilt or regret. Such inhumanity deserves its due punishment. Time passed, and the sound of a tricycle pierced the night. Sun Chuanwu, cigarette in mouth, stood up and looked outside the main gate, where 5 individuals in wide-brimmed hats had arrived on tricycles. In the lead vehicle was the hate-filled face of Chen Wanzhou. Several people entered the courtyard, and suddenly the lights in the house flickered on. Chen Jiangwo, yawning while donning a coat, stepped outside and instinctively retreated upon seeing the police. Chen Jiangwo, why are you running? He shuddered, forcing a smile as he turned around. Officer Wu, I was just thinking of waking my family since you've arrived. Officer Wu, having served in the police force for many years, could deduce from Chen Jiangwo's instinctive reaction that there was a connection between him and the old lady's death. However, investigations cannot solely rely on inference. Evidence is paramount. Officer Wu sneered. What do you need your family for? We only require you. Chen Jiangwo's heart sank. Glancing at Qin Wanzhou and son Chuanwu, he realized that his involvement in the old lady's death had undoubtedly been reported. How did these two figure it out? Maintaining a facade of cheerfulness, he approached the group. What do you want with me? Officer Wu directly inquired. How did the old lady die? Chen Jiangwo's heart plummeted as he forced a smile. What kind of question is that? She died of illness, not at my hands. Officer Wu's cold sneer suggested otherwise. At that moment, Chen Jiangwo's siblings emerged from the house, their faces filled with confusion upon seeing the police presence. What are you doing here at this hour? Did something happen to my sister-in-law? Xun Jianbin frowned, concerned about the police's visit during their family's mourning. It felt ominous. Officer Wu waved his hand dismissively, and two officers behind him promptly handcuffed Chen Jiangwo. I suspect the old lady was murdered by Chen Jiangwo. He must accompany me for questioning. Before Chen Jiangwo could respond, his sister rushed forward. What do you think you're doing? Why are you meddling in our family affairs? Another sibling chimed in. Yes, what evidence do you have to accuse my brother of killing our mother? We're in mourning here. What is the meaning of this? Son Chuanwu observed the Chen family with a cold gaze, noting Chen Wanzhou's peculiarity. Their commotion drew the attention of neighbors, who turned on their lights to witness the unfolding drama. Officer Wu, visibly displeased, shoved aside Chen Jianlan, striding towards the old lady's south resting place. What are you doing? Stop. Chen Jiangwo's eyes widened in desperation as he struggled to push forward. Chen Jianbin, equally enraged, pointed at Officer Wu, shouting, You think you can just lift the cloth from my mother's face? I'll break your skull if you dare. Where is the sense of justice? How can you treat the Chen family this way? Two sisters sat on the ground, wailing, as more onlookers gathered at the Chen family's doorstep. Ignoring the chaos, Officer Wu ripped the cloth from the old lady's face. The moment the cloth was removed, he gasped in shock. This is a death with eyes wide open. Wearing white gloves, he touched the top of the old lady's head, his expression darkening. There was indeed a hole on her scalp, his face grim. He turned to see Chen Jiangwo, sensing the inevitable collapse of his facade, weakly collapsing to the ground. He glanced at his siblings, whose faces flickered with fear. With a resolute heart, before Officer Wu could speak, he confessed, It was me. My mother wouldn't stop nagging. I couldn't hold back and acted in a moment of rage. It was all my doing. Chapter 40, A Case Within a Case. Take him away, Officer Wu commanded, his expression grim as he gestured. Several officers dragged Chen Jiangwo toward the motorcycle. Sun Chuanwu furrowed his brow, casting a suspicious glance at Chen Jianbin and the others, sensing something was amiss. Wait. Officer Wu and the others turned to Sun Chuanwu, who took a deep breath and asserted, this was not his doing. Chen Jiangwo panicked. If it wasn't me, then who? You, involved in our family matters, what do you know? Upon hearing Chen Jiangwo's words, Officer Wu suddenly grasped the situation. He scrutinized Chen Jianbin and the others, realizing that if the eldest son had indeed caused their mother's death, his siblings should be furious rather than so calm. This was not right. Something was definitely off. Officer Wu glared at Chen Jiangwo. Be quiet. Young man, tell me what happened. Just then, a wild and audacious thought struck Sun Chuanwu. May I ask where your wife is? Chen Jiangwo's gaze sharpened. She went back to her family yesterday. Sun Chuanwu smirked at Chen Jiangwo. Oh, how coincidental. Officer Wu, brow furrowed, inquired. Are you suggesting that his wife killed the old lady? Sun Chuanwu nodded yes. It was his wife who killed the old lady. He abruptly shifted his tone. However, she is likely dead. They conspired to kill her. Sun Chuanwu's words detonated like thunder, causing an uproar among the crowd. No way, they killed his wife? Indeed, how could that be? The couple had never treated the old lady well. They must be the ones who killed her and then fled. I agree. We didn't hear any commotion. Officer Wu frowned at Sun Chuanwu. This theory was indeed outlandish. Chen Jianlan, eyes reddened, pointed accusatorily at Sun Chuanwu. You're slandering us, Sun Chuanwu. What evidence do you have? Yes, what proof do you possess? Sun Chuanwu scanned the crowd before fixing his gaze on the perplexed Chen Wanzhou. Chen Wanzhou, at what time did you learn of the old lady's death? Chen Wanzhou frowned. At 7 in the morning yesterday. My mother went in the middle of the night without saying a word. Did you see your aunt? Chen Wanzhou shook his head. No, I didn't. Sun Chuanwu approached the old lady, pointing at the markings on her neck. This is livor mortis. Although the weather has cooled, the appearance of such marks is normal. However, the size and timing do not align. In my view, the elderly lady departed 2 days ago at around 10 o'clock and returned just after 1 o'clock yesterday morning. While Sun Chuanwu spoke, he fixed his gaze upon Chen Jianlan's eyes, and as he mentioned the time frame of 10 o'clock to 1 o'clock, a flicker of panic crossed Chen Jianlan's gaze. You must be joking. Sun Chuanwu turned to Director Wu, saying, "Director Wu, can't you send someone to inquire at his wife's family home to ascertain the truth?" Chen Jiangwo hurriedly interjected, "My wife hasn't gone back to her family. She's in the city." Suddenly, Sun Chuanwu crouched down, speaking quietly, "Your wife hasn't gone to the city. She is, in fact, on the rooftop, isn't she?" A look of sheer terror instantly crossed Chen Jiangwo's face as he instinctively exclaimed, "How do you know?" The moment he uttered those words, regret washed over him. Sun Chuanwu had been anticipating this very response. He struggled to charge at Sun Chuanwu, shouting, "You tricked me." Two officers held Chen Jiangwo firmly in place, while Director Wu, with a grim expression, waved his hand. "Take them all away." Chen Wanzhou stood in shock as he watched his father and two aunts being taken away. And then he helplessly witnessed officers climbing to the rooftop, bringing down the lifeless body of Chen Jiangwo's wife. It was evident that she had been brutally murdered. Her body placed there just that day, with her nose and ears gnawed away by rats. What on earth was happening? Chen Wanzhou was utterly bewildered. Sun Chuanwu sighed and followed Chen Wanzhou behind Director Wu, accompanied by two officers. They too were to accompany them to the police station for questioning. Sun Chuanwu remarked, "When you reported to the police, a question suddenly struck me. Why was your aunt absent for an entire day? And why didn't anyone from her family come to check on your grandmother? Regardless of their strained relationship, out of courtesy, your aunt's family would have come to inquire about your grandmother's well-being. I asked your sister today, and I learned that your aunt's family resides in Baoshan town. Though it is somewhat distant, it is still feasible to make a round trip in a single day. Thus, there are only two possibilities. First, your aunt did not return home. Second, if she did return, she chose not to inform anyone." Sun Chuanwu scrutinized Chen Wanzhou before continuing with his deductions. The latter scenario seemed less plausible. If your aunt had committed the murder, she would likely not return home, but rather flee far away. Yet, your uncle claimed that she indeed came back, and that is the information you received. Hence, I suspect that your aunt is indeed the murderer. Initially, I thought she had fled. However, as I observed the corpse marks around the elderly lady's neck, it became evident that the timeline did not align. Thus, I have arrived at today's conclusion. Your aunt is also deceased." Director Wu suddenly turned his head, appraising Sun Chuanwu with a look of admiration. "This young man is impressive. Perhaps you should join the police force. Your talents would not be wasted in mundane affairs." Sun Chuanwu hastily waved his hand. "Please, I merely speculated. It was nothing but luck." Director Wu sighed. "Your speculation surpasses that of many seasoned officers. In criminal investigations, what is often lacking are imaginative ideas. Sometimes, the truth diverges from conventional logic, and one must think creatively. For instance, I initially believed Chen Jiangwo was the murderer, but your insight led me to realize that it was indeed his wife who committed the crime." Chen Wanzhou bowed his head in silence, realizing that his mere speculation had implicated his entire family. Upon arriving at the police station, Director Wu conducted interrogations throughout the night, and only at dawn did he emerge from the interrogation room, visibly enraged. He noticed Sun Chuanwu sitting in a chair, momentarily taken aback. "Oh, why haven't you left?" Sun Chuanwu, equally perplexed, replied, "You didn't let me go." Director Wu, slightly embarrassed, rubbed his nose and glanced outside at the brightening sky, saying, "Let's go. I'll treat you to something to eat, and then you should get some rest." Sun Chuanwu nodded. After a long night, he was both hungry and exhausted. As they exited the police station, they found a breakfast shop across the street serving fried pancakes and wontons. "I'll have 10 pancakes, 2 bowls of porridge, and some pig ears." Upon hearing pig ears, Sun Chuanwu felt a sudden churn in his stomach and rushed outside, covering his mouth. Chapter 41. Something still feels off. Forget the pig ears. Director Wu also felt a wave of nausea, rubbing his belly. After a while, Sun Chuanwu re-entered the room, his face pale. "Well, let's eat. I didn't order the pig. Never mind, let us just eat." Sun Chuanwu took a deep breath and bit into a pancake. Director Wu, observing Sun Chuanwu, inquired, "Aren't you curious about what transpired?" Sun Chuanwu looked up and replied, "Can we really discuss that? It's not that we can't. Considering you are involved now, I suppose it's fine to share the details with you." Director Wu swallowed the last bite of his pancake, clapped his hands, and sipped his millet porridge. Chen Jiangwo's wife had been intent on sending the elderly lady to her second son's home, but Chen Jiangwo consistently refused, as the elderly lady possessed a pair of gold bracelets that she had yet to relinquish. On the night before last, when Chen Jiangwo was absent, his wife demanded the gold bracelets from the elderly lady, leading to a heated argument. In a fit of rage, she grabbed a nail and hammer, threatening the elderly lady with death if she did not comply. The elderly lady, not one to back down, presented her arm for the nail to be driven in. Thus, The elderly lady met her demise. In her panic, Chun Jingwo's wife recounted the incident to him upon his return, having had a few drinks that evening. He lost his temper upon hearing the news and forcefully pushed his wife against the stove. That single act caused her to lose her life. Sun Chuanwu furrowed his brow, questioning. At that time, his wife shouldn't have been dead yet, right? Director Wu sighed. If only you would join the police force. I truly believe you have a knack for this. Director, please don't flatter me. I truly cannot handle this. Director Wu took a bite of the pancake. At that moment, Chun Jingwo sobered up and realized the gravity of the situation. He quickly sought out Chun Jianbin, Chun Jianlan, and Chun Jianfen. Upon arriving at the scene, they were all taken aback by the chaos. The four of them conferred, reasoning that since his wife was already deserving of her fate, they should first tend to the elderly lady's burial and claim that his wife had returned home. After burying the elderly lady, they planned to secretly inter Chun Jingwo's wife in the elderly lady's grave, thus allowing Chun Jingwo to evade culpability. As fate would have it, Chun Jingwo's wife was not dead at that moment, and she overheard their entire conversation. Her first instinct was to flee, just as she prepared to open the door. Chun Jianbin struck her on the head from behind. She pleaded for mercy, but Chun Jingwo's two sisters, fueled by old grudges and new grievances, ultimately killed her. You already know what transpired next. Sun Chuanwu furrowed his brow, carefully digesting Director Wu's words. While it all seemed plausible and seamlessly constructed, he felt deep down that the truth was far more complex. Chun Wanzhou had previously remarked that his uncle was falsely filial and his father truly unfilial, yet curiously, he never spoke ill of his aunt. This indicated that during the elderly lady's stay with their family, she had not voiced any grievances against Chun Jingwo's wife. This contradiction starkly contrasted with their testimonies. Noticing Sun Chuanwu's pensive expression, Director Wu asked, "What's wrong? Do you sense something amiss?" Sun Chuanwu nodded, and Director Wu, somewhat irked, replied, "Wasn't your initial speculation along these lines? How could it possibly be incorrect?" Sun Chuanwu hesitated before saying, "I suddenly recalled something. Chun Wanzhou once mentioned that the elderly lady had cried with her mouth agape during her visit to their home. Yet, he also said that his uncle was falsely filial, his father unfilial, but curiously, he never mentioned his aunt." Director Wu's eyes instantly brightened. "Are you implying that the old lady did not speak ill of her daughter-in-law while confiding in Chun Wanzhou?" "Indeed. It seems to be the case. Did you not inquire with Chun Wanzhou last night?" Director Wu scratched his head somewhat awkwardly, since a conclusion was reached. "We did not delve deeper." Sun Chuanwu sighed. Wu, I suggest you seek out Chun Wanzhou." Director Wu murmured, "Is there really a need? Regardless of how we investigate, both individuals are deceased, and Chun Jingwo's four siblings are likely to face sentencing, probably even death." Sun Chuanwu shook his head, suddenly recalling a dream from the previous night, where the old lady pointed at the sky, incessantly murmuring the word rooftop. At that moment, he thought it was a nail that had fallen onto the rooftop above. But then he considered Chun Jingwo's wife and wondered if she might be on the rooftop. If she were indeed the murderer of the old lady, she should have exonerated her son rather than repeatedly uttering those two words. There is merit in this line of thought. Sun Chuanwu's expression turned serious. If Chun Jingwo's wife is not the perpetrator but rather a victim, why would she bear the stigma for these wretches? Director Wu's demeanor shifted to one of gravity as he hastily stuffed a piece of food into his mouth, then stood up to hurriedly inform the proprietress, "Please bring me the bill." After settling the payment, Director Wu turned to Sun Chuanwu. "Take your time eating, I assure you. I will provide her with an explanation regarding this matter." Sun Chuanwu smiled broadly, nodding in agreement. It is rare to find someone as good-hearted as Director Wu. Although a conclusion has been reached, the implications are quite different for the two individuals involved. After finishing their meal, Sun Chuanwu proceeded to the supply and marketing cooperative to make a phone call to the village, reluctantly parting with a sum of 5 yuan. He yawned as he returned home. Upon arriving at his doorstep, he found the front door securely locked, indicating that Hu Xiaoxiao had yet to awaken. He climbed over the garden fence just as Hu Xiaoxiao, dressed in a tank top, was pouring water into the yard. Her face lit up with surprise. "You're back." "Chuanwu ji." "Yes, you're up quite early," he replied. "I'm used to it. Have you eaten yet? I noticed there's flour at home. Shall I make you some noodles?" "No need. I had a pot pie outside. Eat whatever you like later. I'll wash my face and take a short nap." Hu Xiaoxiao opened the door and carried a basin into the house. "You should rest. Let me know what you want to eat when you wake up, and I'll prepare it for you." Gazing at her petite figure, Sun Chuanwu felt a momentary haze. Hu Xiaoxiao, blushing, lowered her head, her hands fidgeting as she softly mumbled, "What are you staring at?" Sun Chuanwu snapped back to reality, smiling as he affectionately ruffled her hair. "What are you doing?" "Go study." Hu Xiaoxiao pouted, her brows furrowed. I refuse. I've taken a leave of absence. I'll tell your father. Tell whoever you want. I won't go back. And it won't matter what you say. Hey, you certainly have quite the temper. Sun Chuanwu reached out to stroke Hu Xiaoxiao's head, but she turned away defiantly, saying, Don't touch my head. I want to grow taller. I'll touch it all I want. Hu Xiaoxiao turned her face away, pouting, Just one touch is acceptable. Chapter 42. Then I'll wait until you get into college. Once on the bed, Sun Chuanwu shed his clothes and burrowed under the covers, while Hu Xiaoxiao drew the curtains. You sleep a bit. I'll finish my homework and go buy some meat. The peppers in the garden are growing quite well. I'll stir-fry some with beans for you. Sun Chuanwu opened one eye. I have money in my pocket. I have some. You gave me 10 yuan, which can buy over 10 pounds of meat, and there's no way to spend it all. All right then. Rolling over, Sun Chuanwu began to snore, while Hu Xiaoxiao quietly approached him, gazing at his peaceful slumber, her lips curving into a smile, her eyes narrowing like crescent moons. Carefully retrieving her books and a notebook from her bag, she took out a fountain pen and began to work on her problems. She was determined to get into college. That would surely infuriate Ding Wenjing, making her unable to look down on Chuanwu Ji. Sun Chuanwu slept comfortably. Had it not been for the delightful aroma of Hu Xiaoxiao's cooking, causing his stomach to grumble, he could have slept longer. Upon awakening, he noticed the sky had darkened, and after rubbing his eyes, he saw that the clock read 5:47. Stretching lazily, he pulled out a cigarette from his pocket, nestled under the covers, lit it, and took a satisfying puff. Hu Xiaoxiao poked her head out, her face scrunched up. You're smoking right after waking? All day I just heard you cough. While she complained, she still poured water for Sun Chuanwu from the thermos. Once you finish smoking, drink some water. Sun Chuanwu lazily responded. Wait a moment. The beans need another 10 minutes of stewing. After that, drink some water, wash your face, and then we can eat. Hu Xiaoxiao opened the curtains, brightening the room considerably. She set the table, placing the cup of water at the edge of the bed before skipping out of the room. Today, Hu Xiaoxiao wore a light yellow shirt adorned with small white flowers, her hair tied in a ponytail, radiating youthful exuberance. Sun Chuanwu rested his head on his arm, contemplating that waiting another 2 years would also be quite nice. Suddenly, Hu Xiaoxiao popped her head in. Oh, by the way, Chuanwu Ji. A bald fellow named Wang Depeo came by today. I told him you were sleeping, so he didn't come in. What did he come for? Hu Xiaoxiao's face flushed as she recalled Wang Depeo referring to her as his sister-in-law. Oh, nothing in particular. He just asked when you would return. He offered to drive you back. I think he looks rather fierce, but he is actually quite nice. Sun Chuanwu nodded. He is all right. His 2 sisters are quite good too, a pair of twins. Hu Xiaoxiao's smile faltered, her small face drooping as she glared at Sun Chuanwu, resembling a protective puppy. That bald head doesn't seem like a good person at all. Wang Depeo, right? I remember now. He is a real ruffian. You should stay away from such people. Especially those twins. They surely aren't good news. Sun Chuanwu found Hu Xiaoxiao amusing. This girl was indeed a little jealous. Wang Depeo is quite decent. With her hands on her hips, Hu Xiaoxiao revealed her little tiger teeth and said fiercely, Speak. Are you interested in those twins? To be honest, Wang Depeo's sister was indeed lovely, but he didn't want either of them, not even one. Furthermore, he hadn't had much interaction with the twins. They had only exchanged a few words, hardly enough to develop any feelings. Not interested. Hu Xiaoxiao breathed a sigh of relief, her serious expression returning as she began to lecture him. Let me tell you, when looking for a wife, you must find someone who can cook and take care of you. Looks don't matter, and having 2-1 help. Besides, you don't know what kind of person they are. You need to choose someone with a solid background. This is no small matter. If you choose poorly and let some little vixen deceive you, your life could be ruined. Sun Chuanwu's smile suddenly vanished. Hu Xiaoxiao's words pierced directly through his heart. In his past life, he had failed to find a normal person, instead ending up with a second-hand vixen, which had caused him endless trouble. Enough. Quickly clean up and let us eat. After we finish, we can go for a stroll. I heard there will be a stage performance of Air Rinjuan tonight. Aren't you afraid your classmates will see? What do I have to be afraid of? I excel in my studies. Why should I worry? Sun Chuanwu extinguished his cigarette, donned his trousers, sat up, grabbed the water from the table, and drank it all in one go before slipping on his slippers and heading to wash his face. At that moment, Hu Xiaoxiao opened the pot, and a delightful aroma wafted through the air. There were 2 dishes. One was pork with beans and potatoes, and the other was stir-fried pork with peppers, accompanied by a bowl of fluffy rice. Each had a bowl of rice, and Sun Chuanwu, feeling hungry, picked up a piece of meat, chewed it a couple of times, and nodded in satisfaction. This little girl's cooking skills are quite impressive. Hu Xiaoxiao leaned in. eagerly awaiting praise. Is it delicious? Sun Chuanwu gave a thumbs up. Delicious. I almost swallowed my tongue. Hu Xiaoxiao happily shook her head, squinting her eyes with a hint of pride as she said, Of course. My mother has always said that I am skilled at cooking and laundry. Whoever marries me will surely bring good fortune to their ancestors. Sun Chuanwu rolled his eyes at her, saying, You're so young, yet you're always thinking about marriage. In the old days, children your age would already be running errands. Well, you mentioned the old days, and this is 1986. You're just a little kid yourself. Hu Xiaoxiao, feeling annoyed, stepped on Sun Chuanwu's foot, holding her bowl and silently digging into her rice. Do you have a grudge against rice? She huffed. Humph. I'll eat you out of house and home. Watching her adorable antics, Sun Chuanwu felt a twinge of affection. Can you get into college? Hu Xiaoxiao raised her head. A grain of rice stuck to the corner of her mouth. She stretched her neck, swallowed her mouthful, her heart racing. Why do you ask that? If you're not going to tell me, then forget it. Sun Chuanwu had her completely under his thumb, and Hu Xiaoxiao stomped her foot. Come on, just tell me. What is that question for? Sun Chuanwu continued to keep his head down, silently eating his potatoes. Oh, I can definitely get in. In his previous life, he had never paid much attention to Hu Xiaoxiao's academic pursuits, and he had no idea whether she got into college. However, he remembered that the Hu family had moved away, and he was unaware of their whereabouts. Then let us wait until you get into college before thinking about marriage. Hu Xiaoxiao's face flushed, but she quickly changed her demeanor. No way, why should Ding Wenjing be allowed to marry, and I can't even go to college? You're not the same as her. Hu Xiaoxiao broke into a silly grin. Fine, if you say so, then it must be true. Lying is for old turtles. Lying is your grandfather. No way, you're just being childish. After finishing their meal, the two went for a stroll. That evening, they indeed attended a performance of a two-person show, listened to one song, and then returned home. Today, Hu Xiaoxiao didn't even bother to perform. She simply crawled into Sun Chuanwu's bed, and no amount of persuasion from him could change her mind. Fortunately, Sun Chuanwu was too worried about being caught and managed to fall asleep by midnight. He was unaware of how long he had slept when suddenly the door swung open. Hearing the noise, Sun Chuanwu groggily raised his head, nearly scaring himself into oblivion. Oh no, how did they come back? Chapter 43. Who is the prey? Sun Chuanwu swallowed hard, forcing a smile that looked more like a grimace. Dad, Mom, what brings you back? Hu Xiaoxiao, I still shut. Pulled Sun Chuanwu's arm around her waist, her delicate face rubbing against his neck as she pouted, mumbling in discontent. Chuanwu, what time is it? You've been up all night, and you aren't even tired? The three of them gasped in unison. Lu Zulian stared wide-eyed at the two nestled under the covers, while Sun Wenju's face darkened like a pot bottom. Sun Chuanwu inwardly cursed Hu Xiaoxiao's ancestors, thinking, what do you mean by being up all night? For heaven's sake, I didn't do anything at all. People were still quite traditional, even though Sun Chuanwu was of marriageable age. Bringing a girl home to sleep was definitely crossing the line. Not to mention, Hu Xiaoxiao was still in school. His parents would surely think he had lost his mind. Mom, no, please let me explain. Hu Xiaoxiao rubbed her eyes, pouting as she looked up, suddenly jolting awake. In the next moment, she pulled the blanket tightly around herself like a cicada chrysalis. The room was still a bit chilly, but the atmosphere was even colder due to the murderous glares directed at Sun Chuanwu from his parents. Lu Zulian took a careful glance at the bedding, noting that nothing was amiss, causing her heart to sink. Oh no, this little rascal has already been taken advantage of. Sun Wenju jumped onto the bed without even taking off his shoes, and as he reached out, Lu Zulian shoved her flat shoes into his hands. Hit him. Hit him hard, she urged, her hands on her hips. This little brat is completely out of control. Sun Chuanwu swore he had never felt so embarrassed in his life. Just when he thought he had finally gotten close to a girl, his parents barged in, and to make matters worse, she had sold him out. Sun Wenju flipped Sun Chuanwu over effortlessly, raising the shoe to strike him. Smack. Ouch. Smack, smack, smack. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Hearing Sun Chuanwu's cries of pain, Hu Xiaoxiao couldn't care less about her embarrassment and quickly scrambled out from under the covers, throwing herself onto Sun Chuanwu. Uncle, don't hit him anymore. I wanted to. Sun Wenju's lips twitched. He realized he had been holding back too much. Sun Chuanwu covered his rear, gritting his teeth in frustration. You'd be better off not saying anything. Your words are only making it worse. Lu Zuilian pulled Hu Xiaoxiao aside, looking at her youthful face with concern. It's all right, Xiaoxiao. Annie will take care of this. We must teach this little rascal a lesson. Sun Wenju, you haven't eaten yet. Hit him harder. Sun Wenju's competitive spirit surged, and he swung the shoe with such ferocity that Sun Chuanwu's cries were drowned out by the sound of blows landing. Stop. Ouch. Old Sun, Don't hit me yet. Let me explain. Explain? I'll beat you to a pulp. No, it's not what you think. We didn't do anything. Are you trying to fool me? You were in the same bed, and nothing happened? How am I supposed to explain this to old Hu? I'll beat you to death. Uncle, please stop hitting him. I really wanted to. Hearing this only spurred Sun Wenju on further. Sun Chuanwu, with a dark expression, muttered, Hu Xiao, shut up. I've truly hit the worst luck of my life. Old son, please be reasonable. I can't take this anymore. Hu Xiao, feeling wronged, tugged at Lu Zuilian's arm. While Sun Chuanwu desperately tried to awaken her maternal instincts. Mom, I really didn't do anything. You can ask Xiao. Lu Zuilian cupped Hu Xiao's tear-streaked face. Asking with concern, Xiao, tell me, did he bully you? Hu Xiao shook her head. Not last night, but he did hurt me the night before. Then hit him. Hit him hard. I'll go get a pickaxe. Sun Chuanwu surrendered. He had no fight left in him. Just do it, in my suffering. Hu Xiao grabbed Lu Zuilian. Then, blushing, whispered something in her ear. Lu Zuilian's expression grew increasingly peculiar, and in the end, she gazed at Hu Xiao. Really? Hu Xiao nodded shyly. Auntie, it's really not his fault. Lu Zuilian shook her head with a resigned smile, ruffling Hu Xiao's hair. You little rascal, old son, don't hit him anymore. Panting. Sun Wenju looked at Lu Zuilian. What? Why stop? Lu Zuilian waved him off, and Sun Wenju, looking puzzled, hopped off the bed. They stepped outside and began to converse in hushed tones. Hu Xiao gazed at Sun Chuanwu, who lay on the bed with an expression of despair, tears still glistening on his face. Chuanwu, does it hurt? Like hell. Hu Xiao shrank her neck, feeling somewhat guilty. I didn't know auntie and the others would come back. Sun Chuanwu turned over under the covers, revealing his swollen backside. I didn't know either. You've been trying to kill me all along. Hu Xiao. Lu Zuilian had no idea what she and Hu Xiao discussed, but after breakfast, Hu Xiao slung her backpack over her shoulder and went off to school. Sun Chuanwu remained sprawled on the bed, silent as ever. Lu Zuilian nudged Sun Chuanwu and said, All right, you're an adult now, even if you haven't done anything. Just think about it. What if you can't hold back? Xiao is still so young. Although she is keen on you, you shouldn't be so hasty. Sun Chuanwu rolled his eyes and replied, She climbed into my bed. I haven't done anything. Lu Zuilian sighed. All right, even if she did climb into your bed, setting aside the facts, don't you think you have some fault? Sun Chuanwu retorted, No. If you aren't even discussing the facts, what else is there to talk about? Sun Wenju, puffing on a cigarette, spoke in a low voice. Hu Xiao is quite clever for her age, but I still have my doubts. After all, I stumbled in my past life with women. And Ding Wenjing is a prime example. Once Hu Xiao matures a bit more, perhaps this innocent affection will transform. Sun Chuanwu did not believe that such feelings were steadfast. He deemed it more critical to clarify the circumstances surrounding the funeral arrangements. By 8 o'clock, Director Wu arrived. The Chun family situation was causing a stir. Yet no conclusions had been reached. However, a rumor circulated in town that Chun Jingwo's wife had killed an elderly woman, only to be dealt with by the Chun family. This was precisely the initial thought Sun Chuanwu had. What on earth happened? Director Wu sighed, expressing sympathy for Wu Lijuan, Chun Jingwo's wife. Hearing this, Sun Chuanwu grew more curious. He offered a cigarette to Wu, who accepted a cup of tea from Lu Zuilian. Sister-in-law, don't trouble yourself. I'll be leaving shortly. There's nothing to fuss about unless you need me, Lu Zuilian said as she sat beside Sun Chuanwu, with Sun Wenju remaining, the three of them watching Director Wu, making him feel slightly embarrassed. Director Wu cleared his throat and continued. Wu Lijuan was quite filial, a classic case of a sharp tongue but a kind heart. In the Chun household, there were 2 paintings left by Wu Daozi. One was gifted to the local leaders when Chun Jingwo entered the forest farm. Sun Chuanwu realized. So that's how he became the director. Wu nodded. At that time, his 2 sisters and Chun Jianbin were unaware. Chun Jingwo was indeed unfilial. He kept the elderly woman close for the sake of the other painting. For years, he plotted to exchange that painting for his future. However, the elderly woman held onto the painting tightly, and he could never find its whereabouts. Gradually, Chun Jingwo lost patience and began to mistreat her. Wu Lijuan, being kind-hearted, would prepare extra meals for the elderly woman when Chun Jingwo was absent. Yet, the elderly woman viewed them both as antagonists, expressing disdain towards Wu Lijuan. Later, she visited Chun Jianbin, and Chun Wanzhou found her crying. Upon inquiry, he learned of the paintings. Only Chun Jingwo knew about the paintings, and when Chun Jianbin heard, he grew furious and demanded the painting from his mother, who would not part with it. Chun Jianbin then returned the elderly woman home, leading to a confrontation with Chun Jingwo. Lu Zuilian, fuming, exclaimed, These brothers are truly inhumane. That painting belonged to the elderly woman, and she should give it to whomever she pleases. Why force her? Director Wu concurred, indeed. After this uproar, the other two sisters learned about the paintings, and the four siblings pressured the elderly woman. Wu Lijuan intervened several times. On the day of the incident, the elderly woman's health had deteriorated, and fearing her death, the siblings refused to disclose the painting's location. Coincidentally, they all drank at Chen Jiangwo's house that evening, and in a drunken state. Chen Jianbin and his sisters fatally harmed her. That evening, Wu Lijuan had gone out to play cards. Upon her return, she witnessed the four of them changing the elderly woman's clothes. Overcome with sorrow, she began to comb the elderly woman's hair. Unfortunately, as she combed, she inadvertently removed a nail, only to be struck on the back of the head by Chen Jiangwo. Hearing this, Sun Chuanwu couldn't help but feel a sense of lament. If Wu Lijuan had not been so filial, perhaps she would have survived. The Chen siblings truly lacked humanity. They killed their own mother over a painting. Had the elderly woman revealed the painting's location earlier, this tragedy might have been avoided. The most pitiful was indeed Wu Lijuan, who met a tragic end. Sun Chuanwu sighed. They are still withholding the body. When can it be buried? Director Wu replied, I came to discuss this. Wu Lijuan's family took her away. This morning, before dawn, Chen Wanzhou took her to the cemetery. Guess what? Sun Chuanwu slapped his thigh and exclaimed, the painting was in the old man's coffin? Director Wu nodded, filled with emotion. When they went to the cemetery, they accidentally broke the coffin, which was made of poor quality wood. Chen Wanzhou thought since the coffin was damaged, they might as well make a new one. Sun Chuanwu darkly remarked, how can this be acceptable? This is purely absurd. Director Wu shrugged. Well, they sought some clarity. But even if you were not at fault, you did send the whole family in. They certainly won't seek you out again. The person in charge of funerals in town knows little, so they made do. Upon opening the coffin, they discovered a box containing the painting. The elderly woman had kept silent out of fear that her children would desecrate her husband's grave. Who would have thought this fate awaited them? Sun Chuanwu frowned. And upon seeing his expression, Director Wu hurriedly added, forget about Chen Wanzhou. Let the Chen family have their legacy. We've investigated this matter. Chen Wanzhou truly didn't know. He was home that night, and went the next day, with all the necessary confirmations. Sun Chuanwu thoughtfully rubbed his nose. Well, I just have a slight itch. Director Wu rolled his eyes at him, and then downed his drink in one go. He extinguished his cigarette, reflecting, what have these people gained from their conflicts? The mother caused their demise, and the wife met her end at his hands. What was the outcome? The painting ended up in Chen Wanzhou's possession. Sun Chuanwu nodded and remarked, this painting, in the hands of Chen Wanzhou, is not unjust. Consider this, among the most filial, aside from Wu Lijuan. Is not Chen Wanzhou the most dutiful? Had it not been for Chen Wanzhou urging me to investigate the matter concerning the old lady, she and Wu Lijuan could have been unjustly condemned to death. This is what one might call retribution. Chapter 45. Turning over and lying down after bidding farewell to Director Wu, Sun Chuanwu continued to lie on the calm, his backside burning with discomfort. Sun Wenju, with an expression of disdain, applied medicine to Sun Chuanwu, as if he were not the one who had struck him. Today happened to be market day in the town, and Sun Chuanwu would certainly not be returning. The couple, seemingly carefree, strolled off to the market, leaving Sun Chuanwu alone at home. At noon, they left a bun and some supplies for the old man, and after sharing a meal with Sun Chuanwu, they hurried back to their respective workplaces. Sun Chuanwu spent the entire afternoon lying down, only getting up twice to relieve himself, otherwise listening to the radio. In those days, there were no mobile phones, and his home did not even possess a television. Black and white sets cost around 400 to 500, and obtaining a television ticket through connections was not worth the trouble. Drowsily, Sun Chuanwu turned to his side, clutching the quilt, and drifted off to sleep. He could not tell how long he had been asleep when he suddenly found himself at the entrance. Drawing from past experiences, he realized that someone had again dragged him out. The moon hung in the sky, casting a pale light, and the dream world around him was devoid of color. Wu Lijuan stood at the door, smiling and bowing to Sun Chuanwu, mouthing something. Now adept at reading lips, Sun Chuanwu understood the unspoken words, realizing it was a matter of pressing silence. Thank you. Sun Chuanwu sighed, wishing for a better life in his next incarnation. He swallowed back the words expressing a wish that she would not die young again. Wu Lijuan nodded, bowed once more, then waved goodbye as she walked away. With a clang, the door shut, and Sun Chuanwu's body jolted backward. In the next moment, he opened his eyes, propping himself up on the edge of the Kong, groaning in pain. Ouch! A sudden exclamation from outside startled him, followed by hurried footsteps. The door swung open, revealing a petite figure in his line of sight. Sun Chuanwu yanked the lamp cord, and upon seeing Hu Xiaoxiao, His irritation flared. Hu Xiaoxiao, how dare you come back? A glimmer of mischief flickered in her eyes as she reached out to pat his head. Brother Chuanwu, did you have a nightmare? Don't worry, I'm here. Son Chuanwu was both amused and exasperated, pinching her cheek playfully. Tell me, who sent Wang Depeo to find my parents? Hu Xiaoxiao feigned ignorance, her eyes darting. Huh? Wang Depeo? What about him? Son Chuanwu, irritated, released her. What are you doing here at this hour? Taking another day off tomorrow? Hu Xiaoxiao pouted, mumbling. If only I could take leave every day. She spun around, showcasing her outfit. Do you like this dress? My aunt bought it for me, along with a pair of shoes. The outfit was indeed charming. Son Chuanwu acknowledged that his mother's taste was commendable. She wore a pair of white shoes that were simply delightful. With poverty gripping the household, many children had to make do with ragged garments, eagerly awaiting older siblings to grow out of their clothes. In this era, it was not uncommon for a family to share a single pair of pants. And while some may find it amusing, it was a stark reality for many. Though the collective farming system had vanished, and living conditions had improved, the luxury of new clothes each year remained a distant dream. Seeing Hu Xiaoxiao's cheerful demeanor, Son Chuanwu couldn't bring himself to dampen her spirits. It's lovely. Hu Xiaoxiao beamed, rolling up her sleeves as she headed to the kitchen. Have you eaten? No, I haven't. Then I'll make you something. Just wait. As Son Chuanwu lit a cigarette, he listened to the sounds of Hu Xiaoxiao bustling in the kitchen, unable to suppress a smile. After a while, Hu Xiaoxiao set the table, placing dishes before him. There's enough food for us to have breakfast tomorrow. After breakfast, I'll head to school. Are you going back tomorrow? Son Chuanwu nodded. I've been out for several days. It's time to return. All right then, I'll visit you during my break. Are you staying here tonight? Where else would I stay? The dormitory is locked. Hu Xiaoxiao handed him chopsticks. Besides, I still need to apply medicine to you. Son Chuanwu instinctively covered his backside, shaking his head vigorously, his cheeks flushed with embarrassment. No need, I'm fine. Hu Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes. I'm not put off by you, why are you shy? It's not like I haven't seen you before. When did you see me? Many times. After finishing their meal, Hu Xiaoxiao took the dishes to the kitchen, washed them, and then brought a bowl of water back inside. I need to wash my feet, then I'll rest a bit before sleeping. You can eat tomorrow, don't bother helping. That won't do. There are too many dishes and rice. What if we don't eat? Hu Xiaoxiao placed the water down, moved a stool in front of Son Chuanwu, and without hesitation, kicked off her shoes and peeled off her pink socks, resting her feet directly on his. Son Chuanwu shivered at the warm sensation, unable to suppress a gulp. Hu Xiaoxiao's face flushed. The water's running low. You're lucky. Son Chuanwu's heart raced. In his previous life, he had driven and savored many delights. Yet he never felt this exhilarating sensation. Instinctively, he shifted his feet, and Hu Xiaoxiao gasped. In the next moment, he began to act with abandon. Hu Xiaoxiao lowered her head, gripping her pant legs tightly, biting her lip, her face as red as an apple. After a while, she suddenly felt an urge to relieve herself. Brother Chuanwu, the water's cold. Son Chuanwu inhaled deeply, reluctantly withdrawing his feet, bending down to grab the towel. The pain from his backside made him sweat profusely, grimacing in agony. Hu Xiaoxiao grabbed the towel. You can't even manage yourself and still try to show off. Watching her squat to wipe his feet, Son Chuanwu felt a deep stirring within him. Why had he not noticed this girl before? Xiaoxiao. Hu Xiaoxiao furrowed her brow, looking up. What is it? Is it hurting again? You need to grow up quickly. Her face turned crimson, and she playfully slapped his foot. Shameless. After emptying the bowl outside, Hu Xiaoxiao washed her socks and hung them on the radiator. Drying her hands, she retrieved ointment from the cupboard, rolled up her sleeves, and walked over to the Kong with a feigned calmness. Now, turn over and lie down. I need to apply the ointment. Chapter 46. Building a house. Son Chuanwu's face flushed instantly, and he fidgeted, saying, Isn't it unnecessary? I'm nearly healed. Hu Xiaoxiao placed her hands on her hips, her little face stern. Hurry up. Could you turn off the light? How can I see if the light is off? Hurry. After 3 minutes of coaxing, Son Chuanwu reluctantly lay on the Kong, wrapping the quilt around his head. Ouch. Hu Xiaoxiao, concerned, asked what happened. Did I hurt you? I'll be gentler. Son Chuanwu. After taking her medicine, Hu Xiaoxiao turned off the lights, quietly changed her clothes while leaning against Son Chuanwu, and then snuggled into his warm bed. Nestling into his embrace, she pulled his arm closer and blissfully closed her eyes, surrendering to sleep. The following morning, after finishing his meal, Son Chuanwu noticed Hu Xiaoxiao tidying up the dishes and straightening the room once more. You should rest a bit longer. Wake up before you leave for school, he suggested. Son Chuanwu shook his head. I can't sleep anymore. I'll take you to school, and then head back. Hu Xiaoxiao's emotions were transparent on her face. She nodded enthusiastically. All right then. After packing her belongings, they locked the door and stepped outside. At the school gate, Hu Xiaoxiao hesitated, gazing at son Chuanwu with reluctance. The timing was just right. All the students were arriving. Pouting, she lamented, "If I had known, I would have stayed at home a bit longer. Go on in now. I promise to visit you next time I come to town," he reassured her. Feeling a bit brighter, she declared with a playful pout, "If you don't come looking for me, I won't talk to you anymore." "Of course I'll come. To deceive is to be a pup," he replied. "All right. Be careful on your way back. There are plenty of temptations around. Don't let anyone lead you astray." "Oh, there aren't that many temptations. I'm not Tang Sung." She laughed. "If I catch you, I'll bite you to death." Hu Xiaoxiao wrinkled her nose, waved goodbye, and skipped into school, turning back multiple times with a face full of reluctance. Once Hu Xiaoxiao had entered her classroom, son Chuanwu lit a cigarette and turned to walk back up the mountain. By 9 o'clock, he arrived at the village. The front gate was locked, with no farming to tend to. It was likely his elder was out visiting someone. He entered the house and inspected the storeroom, finding supplies well stocked. After pouring himself a gourd of cool water, he rubbed his backside. Realizing the medicinal ointment his family had was quite effective, he felt nearly healed after just one day. Not long after, the front door swung open. Sun Chuanwu put on his shoes and stepped outside, where Kong Kai, smoking a cigarette, greeted him. "You're back early." Sun Chuanwu glanced behind him, not spotting the elder. "Who passed away this time?" he asked. Kong Kai laughed heartily. "You can't blame me for that. You're the one hoping for someone else passing." Sun Chuanwu waved his hand dismissively. "Enough of that. What were you and the elder up to? What's wrong with you?" "The village chief's house is being renovated today. Didn't we discuss it a few days ago?" "The elder went to help with the feng shui," Kong Kai explained. Sun Chuanwu had indeed forgotten about it. Most houses in the village were made of wood and clay, with walls constructed from a mixture of clay and straw, smoothed over. Rooftops were triangular, often thatched with straw due to financial constraints. In recent years, many families had improved their circumstances, replacing clay houses with brick and tile structures. The village chief had also prospered, building 4 large tiled rooms. Sun Chuanwu's own home remained a modest 2-room clay dwelling with low ceilings, allowing one to touch the eaves with a stretch. The interior floor was half a meter lower than outside, a design choice made for warmth during the harsh winters. Sun Chuanwu, with a cigarette in hand, squinted at the small house behind him. "After the new year, I'll build 4 large tiled rooms." Kong Kai, envious, replied, "Once I save up some money after my apprenticeship, I'll build 2 tiled rooms too." Kong Kai's family was not well off, with a younger brother and sister both attending middle school in town. They all shared a single heated bed, which became increasingly cramped as his sister grew older. Sun Chuanwu had over 1,000 yuan on him, primarily gifted by Wang Depeo. Building a single brick and tile room would cost about 140 to 150 yuan. Bricks and tiles had to be fetched from the kiln, and labor costs were minimal, with neighbors only needing to provide meals and drinks. The elder had considerable savings. But even if Kong Kai completed his apprenticeship, there wouldn't be many who could afford to buy supplies from him. "How many rooms are you planning to build?" Sun Chuanwu inquired. Kong Kai pondered. 2 should suffice, joining the east and west rooms together. The east room can be larger. And I'll set up a small bed for my sister. My brother and I can stay in the west. Without a moment's hesitation, Sun Chuanwu pulled out a wad of cash. "What are you doing?" "I don't need this. I can earn my own." Sun Chuanwu rolled his eyes. "You think I'm just giving this to you? What a thought. Consider it a loan. Take it for now. Your sister is growing up and can't keep sharing a bed with you. Just promise to pay me back when you can, with interest." Kong Kai, with tears in his eyes, accepted the money, wiping away a tear as he clutched the 50 bills. He knew Sun Chuanwu meant well. His family struggled to earn 500 yuan a year, and Sun Chuanwu's offer was a lifeline. Kong Kai looked up at Sun Chuanwu, determination in his gaze. "When I become your brother-in-law, I even want a portion of my sister." Sun Chuanwu's face darkened as he reached for the 500 yuan. "Get lost. Give me back my money. I'm not lending it to you anymore." Kong Kai stuffed the money into his pocket, grinning widely. "By the way, is there still a chance with Ding Wenjing?" Sun Chuanwu shook his head. "We're simply from different worlds." Hearing this, Kong Kai immediately felt displeased. As Sun Chuanwu's childhood friend, they had grown up together. He suspected Ding Wenjing had rejected him. Kong Kai scoffed. "So what if she gets into college? What is the big deal? She might end up at our local teacher's college and look down on us. I thought that's why she hasn't come to see you lately. She must think she is too good for you. Now that you're earning 1 to 2,000 a month, you could easily be a wealthy man." He teased. "Wang Depeo even wants to introduce his sister to you. How about we each take one? I'll take the older sister, and you can have the younger." "Why should I get the younger one?" Sun Chuanwu retorted. Kong Kai shook his head. "The older one is too much for you to handle. Chapter 47. The Yellow Weasel's enchantment in the blink of an eye. Mid-September arrived. The town was small. It wasn't every day that someone died, nor did everyone turn to Old Sun for help. This past half-month, there hadn't been much to do at home, and the weather had grown noticeably colder. The leaves on the mountain had turned a vibrant yellow, painting the landscape like an oil painting, pleasing to the eye. During this time, Sun Chuanwu had also kept busy, either drawing talismans or learning from the elder how to handle unexpected deaths. Previously, he had been skeptical of the supernatural, but now he was a firm believer. He knew he had to master these skills. Should he ever encounter something truly formidable, he would not be caught unprepared. Sun Chuanwu discussed his plans for building a house with the elder, who was overjoyed at the thought of 4 new tiled rooms. This was significant. It indicated that Sun Chuanwu intended to settle in the village for good. Elders wish for their children to thrive, and even more so to remain close by. The pain of having no family nearby was profound, though the elder did not voice it. For the past half-month, a smile had graced his face. While Sun Chuanwu was sketching talismans, the front door swung open, and a woman's urgent voice broke through. "Grandpa, son, something terrible has happened. You need to come to my house quickly. My mother has been enchanted by a yellow weasel." Old Sun's expression shifted dramatically. He extinguished his cigarette and stood up, calling out to Sun Chuanwu, "Gather your things. We're heading out." Kong Kai peeked his head in. "Grandpa, But before he could finish, the elder interjected. "You're coming too." 2 individuals tidied up their belongings, and a hint of excitement danced across Sun Chuanwu's face. In his previous life, he had found such matters irksome, and thus had never encountered the allure of the yellow weasel or the possession by spirits. After sharpening his knife for so long, he finally had the opportunity to put it to use. As he stepped outside, he caught sight of a young girl, around 18 or 19 years old, with tear-filled eyes. Her hair braided into a twist, and her round face a quintessential embodiment of tranquility. Wasn't this Wang Zhengshou's daughter, the lovely Wang Damei? Had Wang Zhengshou's wife fallen prey to the yellow weasel's enchantment? How swiftly karma had come. Wang Zhengshou was not well regarded in the village. And although Wang Damei was quite attractive, she eventually married a butcher from the town. A few years into their marriage, the butcher went mad and used his knife to eliminate the entire family. The thought of Wang Damei's tragic fate stirred a sense of melancholy in Sun Chuanwu. As the 4 of them stepped out, the elder inquired, "How did your mother fall under the spell of the yellow weasel?" Wang Damei, her voice laced with sorrow, replied, "I don't know. This morning, my mother went up the mountain to gather mushrooms, and shortly after returning, she began rolling her eyes and muttering incoherently. It was terrifying." Sun Chuanwu furrowed his brows slightly. Although he had already left the village by this time in his previous life and was unaware of subsequent events, he still had a faint recollection of Wang Zhengshou's wife. She was notorious for her laziness. Whenever the sun shone during farming, she would complain about wanting to return home. Since Wang Damei entered the 1st grade, she hadn't washed a single piece of clothing. How could such a slothful person be gathering mushrooms? The 2 families were not far apart. Sun Chuanwu's home was on the east bank of the river, while Wang Zhengshou's was on the west. Crossing the narrow bridge, they hurried to Wang Zhengshou's doorstep. Before even entering, they noticed a crowd of villagers gathered in the courtyard, peering into the house. Villagers were notorious for their curiosity. Rather than fearing such occurrences, they found amusement in them. The shrill voice of Wang Zhengshou's wife echoed from within, sounding as if she were shouting with a pinched throat, "I want to eat a bendy waist. I want to eat a fluttering child." Wang Zhengshou stood at the door, watching his wife crawl around the Kong like a dog, too terrified to enter. He had 2 sons in town attending high school, and with only the 3 of them at home, the sudden change in his wife unnerved him. Sun Chuanwu couldn't help but think, "Goodness, she really has been bewitched by the yellow weasel." Rolling up his sleeves, he felt the reassuring weight of the measuring tool at his waist, granting him immense courage. Regardless of the color, a single strike from this tool could subdue even the mightiest. "Sun Yi has arrived," the elder shouted. "Uncle Sunday." The villagers hastily greeted him, and the elder waved his hand, glancing through the window. He noticed an unmistakable flicker of panic in Wang Zhengshou's wife's eyes. With an odd expression, the elder raised an eyebrow at Wang Zhengshou and asked, "Has this been going on for long?" Wang Zhengshou lamented, "Indeed. One moment she demands a little phoenix, the next a phoenix egg, and then something about a pouting mouth. What is this nonsense? Where am I supposed to get a phoenix? What should I do, Uncle Sun? It looks like it's coming to an end." Yet she remains under the yellow weasel's spell. Sun Chuanwu, intrigued, leaned in to look inside. Wang Zhengshou's wife had pulled out 2 quilts from the con cupboard, wrapped herself in them, and began rolling around. "I want a bendy waist. I want a little phoenix. If you don't give it to me, I will make you suffer." Initially, Sun Chuanwu had thought the Yellow Weasel's enchantment would be terrifying, but upon witnessing it, aside from her altered voice and her strange demands, nothing seemed amiss. He had expected Wang Zhengshuo's wife might sprout a yellow tail, but after staring for so long, nothing of the sort appeared. The elder lit a cigarette and took a puff. All right, you all stay outside. Chuanwu, Kai, you two come in with me. Sun Chuanwu and Kong Kai felt no fear. With the elder present, what was there to be afraid of? If anything truly went awry, could they outrun the elder? Entering the room, they found Wang Zhengshuo's wife still wrapped in quilts, rolling around while her demands became more frantic. I want a pouting mouth. I want a phoenix egg. I also want grass rolls and to blow air. Hurry and give them to me. I also want red dates. Upon hearing the mention of red dates, Sun Chuanwu's expression shifted to one of intrigue. He glanced at the elder, who was also looking at him. Their eyes met, and the corners of their mouths lifted slightly. Kong Kai, puzzled, asked, Grandfather, what are red dates? The elder took a puff of his cigarette and replied, fire coals. Wang Zhengshuo's wife shuddered slightly, then continued her rolling. Give me red dates, or I will set the house on fire. The elder flicked his cigarette away and sat cross-legged on the Kong. Which mountain is she from? He asked nonchalantly. Wang Zhengshuo's wife remained silent, continuing her antics, repeating her few demands. The elder showed no urgency, simply sitting there, smoking as he observed her. As the cigarette was finished, Wang Zhengshuo's wife was drenched in sweat, panting heavily, and her voice had lost its previous sharpness. The elder exchanged a knowing glance with Sun Chuanwu. Chuanwu, today I will teach you how to break this Yellow Weasel's enchantment. Be sure to learn well. He then called out, bring me 2 brave souls. Initially, the crowd was merely spectating, but upon hearing the elder's words, a sense of trepidation washed over them. They enjoyed the spectacle, but the thought of participating made them uneasy. However, not everyone was timid. 2 young men in their 20s, brimming with excitement, stepped forward. Grandfather Sun, tell us what to do. We will follow your instructions. These 2 were twins from the village, both of Manchu descent, surnamed Nan. The elder brother was named Nanziyuan, and the younger, Nanjibin. Both were 22 years old, standing around 175 meters tall, and shared the same dark complexion as Kong Kai. Kong Kai was also of Manchu descent. There were only 2 Manchu families in the village, the Kong family and the Nan family. The elder pointed. You 2 hold down Wang's wife, and Kong Kai, you help as well. The 3 young men jumped onto the Kong, swiftly pinning Wang Zhengshuo's wife down. She began to scream, let me go? If you don't, I will make you suffer. The elder let out a cold chuckle, casually removing his yellow shoes and handing one to Sun Chuanwu. Accepting the shoe, the elder calmly stated, let me tell you. The Yellow Weasel fears the shoe's soul the most. Strike her in the face. When she flees, that will be the end of it. Sun Chuanwu stifled a laugh, nodding earnestly while feigning concern. Grandfather, don't injure my aunt. Wang Zhengshuo's wife cried out even louder, let me go, or I will burn down your house. The elder extinguished his cigarette. What is there to fear? Your aunt has been bewitched by the Yellow Weasel. You are not striking her, but the Yellow Weasel. Strike boldly. There is nothing to fear. You want to kill her. Sun Chuanwu nodded, poised at the edge of the Kong, brandishing the shoe as he squatted before Wang Zhengshuo's wife. His expression one of mockery. Upon seeing the shoe with remnants of chicken droppings, her face instantly reflected sheer panic. Kong Kai chuckled. Oh, look at her. She truly fears the shoe. Without further ado, Sun Chuanwu swung the shoe with all his might, landing a solid blow to Wang Zhengshuo's wife's face. The resounding slap left her momentarily stunned, the left side of her face instantly numb. This was no mere game. Before Wang Zhengshuo's wife could react, Sun Chuanwu struck again. The sound echoed, and she howled, struggling even more fiercely. Let me go? Let me go? The elder, with a stern expression, commanded, hold it down. Don't let it escape. Chuanwu, stop dawdling and strike hard. Sun Chuanwu, obediently, swung his arms and delivered a series of resounding slaps. In that moment, he began to understand the peculiar joy of Sun Wenju. Striking someone with a shoe sole was surprisingly satisfying. Oh, stop. Please, don't hit me anymore, cried Wang Zhengshuo's wife, her wails echoing as the crowd outside shuddered at the sound of the slaps. Good heavens, if this is how hard you hit, nothing could survive such a beating. Kong Kai, standing nearby, cheered, quick, hold it down. Chuanwu, haven't you eaten? Put some strength into it. It's about to run away. Hurry. Both of you hold it tight. Look, it's trying to escape. Chuanwu, give it your all. Another 2 strikes landed, and Wang Zhengshuo's wife let out a loud wail. I'm leaving. I'm sorry. Please, stop hitting me. Admit your mistake, Chuanwu, quickly. It's not gone yet. Kong Kai was growing more enthusiastic, his eyes gleaming. Sun Chuanwu was having the time of his life. He had not realized that Wang Zhengshou's wife was merely pretending. Blame it on her earlier plea for red dates, which had given her away. Why would the yellow deity ask for red dates? What is the point of charcoal? To roast her own tail and eat it? The elder had clearly seen through it long ago. One must admit, the old man was quite cunning. The shoe slaps were merely a ruse to prevent Wang Zhengshou's wife from maintaining her act. He controlled his strength just right. Otherwise, with his might, a few more strikes would have ended her for good. The force he applied caused pain without serious harm. I'm your aunt, Chuanwu. Stop. I'm just pretending. Wang Zhengshou's wife cried out. Kong Kai was still fanning the flames. What pretending? Chuanwu hit harder. Huh. What did he say? Sun Chuanwu passed the shoe to the elder, and Wang Zhengshou's wife broke down in tears. Wang Zhengshou, you are truly inhumane. I simply didn't want to collect the land, so I feigned illness, and you brought old Sun and his grandson to beat me. You scoundrel. How could you do this? Wu, Chuanwu, you really look. She hasn't left yet, the shoe. Wang Zhengshou's wife suddenly shivered and quickly gave a thumbs up. You really are strong. The onlookers finally understood. It turned out this lazy woman was merely acting. Laughter erupted among the crowd, for this woman, desperate not to collect land by the end of the month, had resorted to every trick in the book. Wang Zhengshou was utterly embarrassed, wondering how he ended up with such a lazy wife. The elder leisurely put on his shoes and exchanged glances with Chuanwu. Let us go. It seems we've scared her off for now, and she likely won't cause trouble anytime soon. The crowd erupted into another round of laughter as a few individuals exited the house. Wang Damei glared at Sun Chuanwu. Now realizing that he had recognized her mother's ruse all along and had struck with such fervor, the shoe slaps making her mother's face resemble a pig's rear. Sun Chuanwu rolled his eyes at Wang Damei. What are you staring at? What is it to you? Try looking at your father again. I'm looking. Shameless. Sun Chuanwu chuckled, enjoying the banter, for he had never lost a verbal duel. The Sun family was renowned for their sharp tongues and tenacious spirits. None would yield. Their authority was undeniable. Exiting the courtyard, the three crossed the bridge when Kong Kai suddenly slapped his forehead. Oh, so Wang Zhengshou's wife was just pretending. Sun Chuanwu rolled his eyes again. Good grief, you just figured that out? If you were any slower, the new year would be upon us. Kong Kai laughed sheepishly. Well, I honestly thought she was bewitched by the yellow deity. I must admit, she has quite the strength, almost managed to escape. Sun Chuanwu shot him an annoyed glance. Is that truly your only ambition? Upon returning home, Kong Kai went to the yard to grab a handful of kidney beans, intending to stew them with potatoes. There was still plenty of the rich oil left from the last meal, sizzling in the pot and filling the air with an enticing aroma. Just as the kidney beans were about to go into the pot, the door was suddenly pushed open. Sun Chuanwu eyed the breathless face at the entrance and thought, great. Here comes more trouble. Chapter 49. The Wicked Ones. The newcomer, surnamed Jin, was of Korean descent, named Jinichi. Not far from their village lay a Korean village, inhabited solely by Koreans. The customs surrounding funerals among the Korean community differed from those of the Han people, so they generally managed their own affairs without seeking Han assistance. In their community, it was also the Koreans who dared to catch a yellow weasel and exchange it for candy at the supply and marketing cooperative. Claiming that the yellow deity did not understand Korean, Sun Chuanwu was somewhat surprised by Jinichi's visit. Is Chuanwu here? Is the elder at home? Jinichi's Mandarin was somewhat awkward. Koreans tended to stick together, and during that era, many still refrained from intermarriage with Han people. I'm home. Is there something urgent? Jinichi nodded somberly. There has been a serious issue at my home. The elder, who had just emerged with a cigarette, looked quizzically at Jinichi. It was unusual for them to seek him out for help. What is the emergency? Jinichi, growing increasingly anxious, fragmented his speech further. This morning, while going up the mountain, I returned to find a yellow pineapple tree had been planted on my father's grave. Sun Chuanwu's mouth twitched. Who would do such a spiteful thing? Although the Koreans were not entirely uncommunicative, they often worked together, and every Korean girl was skilled at making pickles and sauces. In their culture, there was a taboo associated with yellow pineapple trees. Sun Chuanwu was unaware if this belief was universal among Koreans, but to them, a yellow pineapple tree served a similar purpose to a peach tree. Planting a yellow pineapple tree on someone's grave was akin to condemning their spirit to eternal unrest. No wonder Jinichi was so frantic. Anyone would be distressed by such an occurrence. The elder extinguished his cigarette and raised an eyebrow. Have you offended someone? Jinichi, looking mournful, replied, We haven't offended anyone. I'm just a simple person. The elder sighed, realizing this was a matter of two different belief systems. And there were far too many rural customs. Every place had its own rules. The notion that a mere tree stump could condemn a soul for eternity was perplexing. He glanced at Sun Chuanwu before addressing Jin Ichi. You wait here. I'll send Chuanwu to fetch some things, and then we'll go see what can be done. Jin Ichi nodded, feeling too bashful to rush him. Once inside, Sun Chuanwu quickly whispered, Grandfather, do you really think a yellow pineapple tree can prevent someone from reincarnating? Will it scatter their soul? The elder, frowning, retorted, How would I know? This matter doesn't belong to our belief system. However, since it's in our territory, it ought to be our concern. But if they've held on to that belief for years, we can't dismiss it lightly. Besides, his father has been dead for 5 or 6 years. He should have been reborn by now. Could a wooden stump truly erase his existence? Sun Chuanwu nodded, realizing the elder had a point. China is vast, with countless beliefs and superstitions. So what shall we do? The elder shot Sun Chuanwu a glare and poked his forehead. Use your brain. Sun Chuanwu blinked, unsure of what to think, as he was even less familiar with their customs. The elder gathered his belongings and instructed Kong Kai. You start cooking, we'll head out to the second road for a bit. All right, I'll finish my meal and keep the pot warm. When the elder emerged with his belongings, Jin Ichi visibly relaxed. Thank you, Elder Sunday. The old man waved his hand dismissively, stating that urgent matters took precedence, and they should first investigate the situation. Jin Ichi nodded and led the way. Who could be so malicious as to drive a stake into my father's grave? Sun Chuanwu mused in silence, wondering who could be responsible. Yet, this individual was indeed quite ruthless. It was hard to discern whether they were Han Chinese or Korean. Furthermore, Jin Ichi had 6 brothers, and he was the youngest among them. With so many siblings, the audacity to cause trouble suggested either desperation or a lack of fear for their collective might. Interestingly, the brothers had intriguing names. The eldest was Jin Irin, followed by Jin Ili, and then came Ji, Da, Fu, and Lu. By the time it came to Jin Ichi, it seemed the old man had run out of creative names, simply opting for Jin Ichi. The 3 hastily arrived at the cemetery, where the remaining 6 sons of the Jin family, along with their wives and children, had gathered in a bustling crowd. Upon seeing the old man's arrival, Jin Irin, with red eyes, expressed his gratitude. Thank you, elder son, for coming. Jin Irin spoke good Mandarin. He was the village chief of Erdeo and had attended high school, marking him as an educated individual. The old man glanced at the yellow stake planted in the center of the grave and could not help but wince. Truly, this was a severe lack of decency. Waving his hand, he accepted the cigarette offered by Jin Ili. Ah, we are all fellow villagers. There is no need for thanks. He replied, Irin, have you and your brothers offended anyone recently? Jin Irin shook his head. Elder son, you know what our character is like. If our reputation were poor, I wouldn't be able to serve as village chief. Moreover, we generally avoid conflicts with the Han people, rarely drinking or dining together. It's improbable that we offended anyone. The old man nodded and replied, Very well, let us attend to the matter at hand. You must investigate this yourselves. I cannot be of much assistance. As he spoke, the old man extended his hand to Sun Chuanwu, who promptly handed over the cloth bag he was carrying. The old man reached inside and pulled out a stack of yellow talismans drawn by Sun Chuanwu, grinding out 8 of them while returning the rest to the bag. Observing the talismans in the old man's hands, Sun Chuanwu felt somewhat bewildered. This set of talismans was known as the Lu Gung Cleanse talismans, which, as the name suggests, were used for purification of the home, comprising 2 sets, one with 8 talismans and another with 4. The old man held the set of 8. With a serious expression, the old man waved his hand. Irin, you all keep your distance. I need to perform a ritual. Upon witnessing the old man's demeanor, Jin Irin felt his authority and quickly instructed everyone in the Xian language to disperse. Once they had moved away, the old man cast a glance at Sun Chuanwu, then stepped onto the grave, beginning to circle around the headstone of the late Mr. Jin. As he chanted incantations, he would cast a talisman at each cardinal point, each one igniting and vanishing into thin air. With every talisman thrown, Jin Irin's family gasped in awe, their faces reflecting both reverence and fear. Sun Chuanwu, observing the solemnity of the old man, felt his worldview shatter. Was the old man performing a ritual to bless the paper horse? Though his words were somewhat garbled, Sun Chuanwu recognized the incantation so well that he never expected it could also dispel the yellow stake. While the old man's performance was impressive, it gave Sun Chuanwu a sense of a poorly scripted drama. It felt akin to a scene where the legendary Erlang Shun unsheathes his trident, leading to a spectacular showdown, reminiscent of a Marvel superhero film. After the old man completed the 8 talismans, he swiftly ascended the grave and, with both hands grasping the stake, yanked it out with force. The Jin family was on the verge of applauding, while Sun Chuanwu remained skeptical about the entire affair. How could this be possible? The old man stepped down from the grave, discarding the stake as he declared, "That's it. There's nothing more to be done." Jinyiren, with tears in his eyes, grasped the old man's hands. "Thank you, elder son. If it weren't for you, my father's spirit would have been lost forever." The old man nodded expressionlessly. "It's merely a trivial matter. If there's nothing else, we shall take our leave." Jean Ely quickly retrieved 5 large bills from his pocket and pressed them into the old man's hand. "Elder, please don't think it's too little. It's just a token of appreciation." The old man tucked the money away, smiling. "Look at you all. Why the formality? Very well, we shall take our leave. If you discover who is responsible, do not escalate matters. We don't want any lives lost." "Understood, elder," the family replied as they escorted him to the village entrance. And the 2 men meandered out of the village. After walking some distance, son Chuanwu turned back to see the Jin family still waving. Unable to contain himself, he exclaimed, "Grandfather, aren't you deceiving them?" The old man shot him a glare, retorting, "What do you mean deceiving? I ask you, if we were to openly discuss this matter, could this family truly find peace of mind? Is this merely a stake? It is a thorn embedded in their hearts. How much power can a piece of wood truly wield? The moment it strikes, would they not truly be lost in despair? Even if they were to be devastated, what recourse would they have? If we were to discover who did this, would they not seek revenge?" Sun Chuanwu suddenly comprehended. The notion of despair was secondary. After death, what mattered was the living's ability to carry on. The old man was right. This was not solely a stake, but a thorn that pierced the Jin family's hearts. At the very least, they found solace in their spirits, believing the old man had resolved their father's passing. Wasn't he that enough? Now he understood the old man's wisdom. He had come prepared with this strategy. Sun Chuanwu felt deep respect for the old man. "Grandfather, I understand now." The old man's tone softened. "Chuanwu, from where do the rules and customs of this world originate? Are they not born from the simple exchanges of human conversation? The world is rife with peculiar occurrences. Some matters we can see and touch, and we can address them. Yet, what of these unfathomable issues? Should we simply ignore them? Remember, our duty is to bring peace to people's hearts. As for how we achieve this, whether our methods are right or wrong, as long as they feel at ease, that is sufficient. Do you understand?" Sun Chuanwu nodded vigorously. The old man's message was clear. Regardless of whether the matter had substance, if one could make the family feel that the issue was resolved, then the method employed was justified. The process was inconsequential. "Understood. Good. Then let us gather the harvest and prepare some soy sauce. We're running low at home." Upon hearing this, Sun Chuanwu suddenly slapped his forehead, realizing who had driven the stake. Although he had not been in the village at this time in his previous life, he recalled a murder that had occurred in the 6th team, which was connected to the Jin family. The case had caused quite a stir, not only for its scale, but also for its absurdity. It had been so long since the incident that he had momentarily forgotten. But now he had connected the 2 events. Observing Sun Chuanwu's expression, the old man discerned that he had likely figured out the identity of the stake's driver. Having lived for so many years, he still possessed a measure of insight. "Do you know who drove the stake?" Sun Chuanwu nodded, stating, "It was Xiao Jingwa from the 6th team. Old Xiao's second son." The old man queried, puzzled, "How did they become intertwined?" Sun Chuanwu explained, "I momentarily forgot. But when you mentioned soy sauce, it suddenly clicked in my mind. In my previous life, Xiao Jingwa had the eldest son of the Lao Jin family killed. This occurred around the end of October, just after the harvest. It was due to the misfortune surrounding the soy sauce." The old man displayed a strange expression. If it were indeed because of the soy sauce, it would be a most lamentable fate. Sun Chuanwu nodded in agreement, stating, "It was indeed because of the soy sauce. Xiao Jingwa's family wished to learn the art of making Korean chili sauce, and the Lao Jin family was rather famous for theirs, so he sought to learn from them. Naturally, they refused to teach him. In a drunken stupor, Xiao Jingwa then committed the act of nailing a stake at their grave." "How did the Lao Jin family find out about this?" the old man inquired curiously. Sun Chuanwu sighed. "It was also due to the alcohol. After the harvest, there was little work to prepare for winter, and Xiao Jingwa, in his drunkenness, boasted to old Chui from the 3rd team, revealing the entire incident. Old Chui, being the uncle of Jinyiren, promptly relayed this information to him. Jinyiren, unable to tolerate such an affront, also a lover of drink, took a butcher's knife and headed to Xiao Jingwa's house. It was later reported that Xiao Jingwa was brutally cut open, his intestines spilling forth. The old man reflected. What a fitting retribution. It is a pity for Jinyiren. Why was he so fond of drinking? Had he not been intoxicated, perhaps this incident would not have escalated to such a degree. Suddenly, the old man turned to Sun Chuanwu, furrowing his brow. "This is strange, such a significant event. How could you have forgotten it?" Sun Chuanwu appeared puzzled. "I don't know. Now that you mention it, many past events seem rather vague in my mind, and I truly struggle to recall them. Old man, do you understand what this means? The old man glared. How would I know? It's as if you're speaking of my own death. Chapter 51. Truly a beast. Upon returning home and finishing dinner, son Chuanwu lay on the Kong, his mind a tumult of confusion. It was only when the old man reminded him today that he realized his memories of the past life were like a mosaic, hazy and indistinct. Though he sensed their presence, he could not grasp the details. According to the old man, this was the suppression by heaven. They had allowed him to return, but such good fortune would not grant him full knowledge. Fortunately, he retained clarity on many broader matters, such as Tencent, Douyin, Alibaba, and real estate. However, his personal memories were increasingly becoming obscured. After pondering for a long while, son Chuanwu could not devise a suitable solution. Those memories were not lost. Like the incident with Jean Erin, a mere reminder could bring them back. Now that he had returned, pondering over these matters was futile. Why burden himself unnecessarily? Early the next morning, son Chuanwu and Kong Kai ascended the mountain. A couple of frosts had fallen in the past 2 days, turning the corn leaves yellow. Today, they were there to check on the soybeans. The soybeans needed to be harvested once the stalks were sufficiently dry, or else the work would be futile. They traversed several soybean fields, most of which were nearly dry, and by the beginning of next month, they would be ready for harvest. Shall we catch some loach and bullhead to eat? Kong Kai suggested, licking his lips at the sight of the nearby creek. That sounds good. They approached the little creek, crouching down to take a few sips of water before wiping their mouths and rolling up their sleeves to get to work. This creek, though narrow, was teeming with fish. Kong Kai lifted a stone the size of a watermelon and smashed it against a flat stone the size of a grinding millstone. Following suit, son Chuanwu hurled a large rock into the water. After throwing a couple of stones, they waded barefoot into the water, bending down to flip over the stones with force. Soon, the surface of the water was dotted with the glistening bodies of loach and bullhead. They grabbed the fish, tossing the belly-up ones onto the shore. Kong Kai's hand scooped up a dazed female leopard frog. It was quite hefty. Upon seeing the frog in Kong Kai's hand, son Chuanwu's appetite was instantly piqued. The creatures in the river that he would never forget were the loach, the frog, and the crayfish. He hoped to catch more, estimating that many had yet to ascend the mountain for winter. Frogs, also known as forest frogs, generally migrated to the mountains in winter, burrowing into the black soil. In spring, they would return in droves to find watery places to spawn. However, some remained in the river throughout the year. These were best eaten in early spring and late autumn. The frogs in spring feasted on seeds, while those in late autumn indulged in fat. Kong Kai picked a piece of foxtail grass, tied up the frog's legs, and casually tossed it onto the bank. Son Chuanwu followed suit, breaking a willow branch to skewer the fish, squatting on the ground barefoot to string them one by one. With just that one stone, they had caught at least 30 fish. It must be said that the resources in the rivers of this era were rather plentiful. Son Chuanwu offered Kong Kai a cigarette, lighting one for himself as well. This water is quite chilly. Let us smash a few more stones, then we can catch some frogs. You can take some home this afternoon. Kong Kai nodded in agreement. Sure, tomorrow is the Mid-Autumn Festival. I reckon the school has let out early today, and my younger siblings will be back this afternoon. What day is it today? Son Chuanwu suddenly felt a rush of warmth. The image of Hu Xiaoxiao appearing in his mind. Today is Wednesday, tomorrow is Thursday, so they should have 4 days off. Nowadays, they only received 1 day off for the Mid-Autumn Festival, but if it coincided with a weekend, it could extend into a mini-holiday. Both were seasoned in such matters. No wonder Hu Xiaoxiao had returned last week. She was in her senior year, and it seemed she was on a staggered break. According to the town's school schedule, classes would likely end around 4 this afternoon, and given the mountain paths, it would take at least an hour and a half to return. By the time Hu Xiaoxiao arrived at the 6th team, it would be dark. Son Chuanwu stood up abruptly. Let us go. Keep smashing. Why the rush? You haven't finished your cigarette, Kong Kai grumbled. Hurry up. We have things to do this afternoon. What things? Why the fuss? Kong Kai muttered as he stood up, taking a couple of deep puffs of his cigarette before reluctantly tossing the butt into the water. The two smashed a few more stones and caught several frogs before donning their shoes and heading back. What else with all these fish? The old man weighed the fish and remarked, Great, just enough to make some fish soup with Korean sauce. All right, old man, save some frogs for me, son Chuanwu replied. Yes, we can't finish all this ourselves. Son Chuanwu rolled up his sleeves and began to clean the fish, using a large basin to collect the water as he squeezed the fish's bellies. Once the fish were clean, they sautéed garlic and onions in a pan, adding a generous spoonful of Korean sauce, the aroma wafting instantly. As they added the fish and broth, Kong Kai returned leisurely. After finishing their meal, Sun Chuanwu packed the leftover frogs into a plastic bag and turned to leave. Kong Kai chased after him. Aren't you taking a nap this afternoon? Where are you going? Sun Chuanwu hopped onto Kong Kai's bicycle. I'm just stepping out. You stay here. Take me with you. Not a chance. Watching Sun Chuanwu ride off on the bicycle, Kong Kai pouted, a look of melancholy on his face. The old man also appeared puzzled. Where is he off to? Kong Kai shook his head and murmured, I have no idea. At noon today, he asked me what day it was, and then he hurried home with a bunch of fish. What does he need all those frogs for? Who is he feeding them to? The old man paused for a moment, then turned and chuckled as he entered the house. Grandfather, why are you laughing? Do you know who he is feeding them to? The students are on break today. Who else could it be? Kong Kai pondered for a while, then with wide eyes slapped his thigh. Goodness, has he gotten together with Hu Xiao? The old man smiled faintly. That girl Hu Xiao is quite charming. Though she is a bit short, she will undoubtedly be a good partner for life, and she is indeed a rare beauty. Ding Wenjing is also decent. But compared to Hu Xiao, she is far too dull, her personality does not compare, and she is overly serious. In contrast, Hu Xiao is far more appealing. The old man was pleased, but Kong Kai looked disdainful as he spoke. Xiao is still in school. That Chuanwu kid is truly a rascal. Don't you think so, grandfather? Chapter 52. Do you miss me? Sun Chuanwu rode his bicycle to the summit, glancing at his watch, which read 2:10. The watch was a gift from the old man, a Meihua brand, costing over 100. As the eldest grandson and the sole heir, the old man was exceedingly fond of him. People in this era are quite traditional, and the old man belonged to the particularly traditional faction. His relationship with his two younger cousins from his uncle's family was not great, largely due to the old man's favoritism. He had little emotional connection with those two cousins. They typically only met during the new year and exchanged few words. The broad road led to the field in the valley. After reaching the flat ground, Sun Chuanwu leisurely pedaled forward. If students wanted to return to the village, they would first have to climb a mountain, then walk along a stretch of flat ground, cross this road, and finally descend the slope. After riding for over 20 minutes, Sun Chuanwu arrived at the necessary path down the hill. He stopped under a poplar tree, leaned against his bicycle, and lit a cigarette, embarking on a lengthy wait. After 2 or 3 hours, having checked his watch countless times, he felt time dragged on too slowly, each minute and second making him restless. Around 5 o'clock, Sun Chuanwu extinguished his cigarette, stood up, and adjusted his clothing. From the forest path below the hillside, the sounds of students from the village growing nearer filled the air. Hey, Brother Chuanwu, what are you doing here? Kong Kai's two younger brothers ran over, as Sun Chuanwu shared a good relationship with Kong Kai, who often followed him around during holidays. Sun Chuanwu glanced behind them. Where's your sister? Kong Jian wiped his nose with his sleeve, grinned broadly, and said, She's behind us, with Sister Xiao. Other village children gathered around, all calling out to Brother Chuanwu. Kong Ming asked, Brother Chuanwu, are you waiting for someone? Sun Chuanwu felt inexplicably guilty. He deliberately put on a serious face and recited the explanation he had rehearsed. Well, Hu Xiao's father has something to do today, so he asked me to help pick her up. The group of children thought nothing of it. They were quite straightforward. To be blunt, a bit naive. Whatever Sun Chuanwu said, they accepted without question. I knew it. They're behind us. The girls don't want to walk with us. They think we pee too much. Just then, Kong Ming waved toward the trees. Sister Xiao, hurry up. Brother Chuanwu is here to pick you up. Hu Xiao was chatting softly with Kong Kong. When she heard Kong Ming's call, her cheeks flushed instantly. Why is he here to pick her up? Her heart raced like a drum, filled with both anxiety and excitement, as the girls around her began to tease. Oh my Xiao, why is Brother Chuanwu here to pick you up? Are you two together? Yeah, Xiao, when did you two get together? Should we start calling him brother-in-law? No, it should be sister-in-law. Xiao is from the 6th team. We should follow Brother Chuanwu's lead. Hu Xiao felt as if her heart was coated in honey, sweet beyond measure. Despite her cheerful demeanor, she couldn't help but feel intensely shy. Stop it, stop making things up. The girls were far more mature than the boys, and they all joined in the teasing. Kong Ming, in his usual silly manner, said, What are you talking about? Sister Xiao's father asked him to come help pick her up, right, Brother Chuanwu? At that moment, Hu Xiao arrived at the main road and spotted Sun Chuanwu, clad in bell-bottoms with his hands tucked in his pockets. The setting sun filtered through the poplar leaves, casting a gentle spotlight on Sun Chuanwu's face. Hu Xiao's heart skipped a beat, and her breath caught momentarily. She grinned, brushing the damp hair from her forehead, and smiled sweetly at Sun Chuanwu. Brother Chuanwu. Hu Xiao longed to leap into Sun Chuanwu's embrace, but restrained herself, walking toward him step by step. Sun Chuanwu's eyes were fixated solely on Hu Xiao. her beautiful gaze reminiscent of stars on a clear evening, akin to the vast Milky Way, momentarily captivating him. Come on, let us ride, I'll take you home. The little girls behind began to tease. Xiao Xiao, aren't you coming with us? Go away, don't be a third wheel. Ha ha ha. Oh, Xiao Xiao and brother Chuanwu are together. Hu Xiao Xiao felt flustered, biting her lip and gently pinching son Chuanwu's waist. Ouch, what was that for? Hu Xiao Xiao blushed and pouted, annoying. Why did you come to pick me up? Despite her words, the joy and excitement on her face revealed her true feelings. Son Chuanwu whispered, I was worried about you walking home in the dark tonight. All right, let us get on the bike. The back seat was cushioned by son Chuanwu's jacket. Hu Xiao Xiao turned sideways and climbed onto the rear seat, while son Chuanwu jogged a few steps before sitting down on the bike. Hu Xiao Xiao wrapped one arm around son Chuanwu's waist, waving goodbye to her classmates who were still teasing, and gently rested her head against his back. The gentle breeze brushed past them, and as Hu Xiao Xiao smiled, the warmth on her face brought her an inexplicable sense of peace. My father asked you to pick me up? Son Chuanwu chuckled. Do you believe that? I don't. Well, then that is settled. Hu Xiao Xiao tightened her grip around his waist. When did you arrive? I got here around 2. Why did you come so early? School doesn't end until 4. I was worried you might get out early. Are you cold? Do you want my jacket? No need, you keep it. As son Chuanwu pedaled slowly. The surrounding cornfields were dry and yellow, and the setting sun generously cast its lingering warmth, gilding the entire fertile land. Hu Xiao Xiao gently rubbed her cheeks together. Do you miss me? Son Chuanwu's body trembled slightly. This afternoon, Kai and I went to check on the soybeans. They'll be ready for harvest in a couple of days, and the yield looks promising. We should have quite a bit. Do you miss me? This afternoon, we caught a lot of fish in Xiaoxigu, and we also caught quite a few frogs. Kai ran out of things to carry, so he took off his shirt and used it as a bag. Hu Xiao Xiao squinted her eyes, a smile playing at her lips. Brother Chuanwu, are you feeling shy? Then do you miss me? You don't know. Yesterday someone nailed a yellow pineapple tree on the grave of old Gina's family. I went with Grandpa to take it down and earned $50. Hu Xiao Xiao persisted. So do you miss me? Son Chuanwu blushed and smiled. I saved a lot of frogs for you. They're all female. When you get home tonight, ask your dad to make you some potato stew. You're so thin. You should eat more to nourish yourself. You. Well, I do. Chapter 53. The wind is too strong. My waist twisted. I miss you too, brother Chuanwu. Hu Xiao Xiao tightened her embrace, resting her chin on son Chuanwu's back, her lips incessantly chattering about the events of the past fortnight. Just last week, I thought I might get a break, but who would have guessed our teacher would be so bothersome, insisting we wait for this week's staggered holidays? Those 7th and 8th graders are lucky, receiving an extra 2 days off this month. A boy in my class slipped me a love letter. Who? Is he seeking death? Son Chuanwu's expression darkened at once. How dare someone approach his little cabbage? Hu Xiao Xiao pouted, her eyes narrowing, her feet playfully swaying. Oh, what a petty person. I simply handed the love letter to the teacher, and our homeroom teacher gave him a good thrashing. Son Chuanwu, a hint of concern in his voice, remarked, You are reckless. You aren't planning to tell me you went to confront him, are you? Reporting him to the teacher like that, what if he retaliates? Upon hearing Son Chuanwu's concern, Hu Xiao Xiao felt a warmth envelop her heart. She tightened her grip a little more, playfully said, Oh, I know. Our village has plenty of students in town. No one dares bully us. Besides, I know Wang Depeo. If he dares to bully me, I will just find Wang Depeo. Son Chuanwu turned his head, frowning at Hu Xiao Xiao. When did this girl become so close to Wang Depeo? When did you become so familiar with him? Hu Xiao Xiao, feeling guilty, chuckled sheepishly. Son Chuanwu halted the bike, suspecting this little girl was up to something behind his back. Speak up, what's going on? Seeing Son Chuanwu's fierce expression, Hu Xiao Xiao felt a twinge of panic. She hurriedly grasped his shirt, giving it a gentle shake. With her eyes fluttering, she sweetly said, Brother Chuanwu, please don't be angry. When Wang Depeo came that day, I said I was your girlfriend. He told me to come find him if I needed anything. There was nothing else, truly. Seeing Hu Xiao Xiao's flushed, aggrieved expression, Son Chuanwu couldn't help but laugh. This girl has truly mastered the art of strategy. As he laughed, Hu Xiao Xiao, embarrassed and irritated, opened her mouth and playfully bit his back through his shirt. Bad person, making fun of me. Son Chuanwu grimaced and rubbed his back while reaching out to pat Hu Xiao Xiao's head. Hu Xiao Xiao, puffing her cheeks and turning her head away, looked as if she was sulking. All right, day after day you. Small in stature, yet with a big temper. Hu Xiao Xiao's face flushed, and she angrily swung her little fist. Who are you calling small? Who are you calling small? I'm not small at all. You're the annoying one. The two continued their playful banter, navigating the winding downhill path. Upon reaching the small bridge at the village entrance, the sun, unable to endure their display of affection any longer, decided to set early. By the time they arrived at Team 6, night had fallen. From a distance, Sun Chuanwu spotted someone standing at the village entrance with their hands behind their back. Xiao Xiao, is that your father? Hu Xiao Xiao leaned out, unable to clearly see. But from his stature, it was unmistakably her father. Indeed, it was. Unfazed by anything, Hu Xiao Xiao quickly released her grip, nervously clutching Sun Chuanwu's shirt. What should we do? How would I know? Hu Xiao Xiao's voice lacked conviction. Sun Chuanwu deliberately slowed down, but unexpectedly, Hu Laoda approached them, hands still behind his back. Upon encountering each other, Sun Chuanwu felt a wave of nervousness wash over him. Uncle. Hu Laoda nodded, a smile playing on his lips, and Sun Chuanwu couldn't help but exhale in relief. Hu Xiao Xiao quickly jumped off the bike, saying, Brother Chuanwu was worried I would return late. We weren't doing anything else. Hu Laoda's lips twitched in response. You say that, do you think I believe you? He cleared his throat and addressed Sun Chuanwu. Have a cigarette. Sun Chuanwu hastily propped the bike, retrieving a cigarette from his pocket, struggling to light it after several attempts. As the two lit their cigarettes and stepped aside, Hu Xiao Xiao remained standing, biting her lip. Full of anxiety. Her father wouldn't actually fight with Brother Chuanwu, would he? If they did, and Brother Chuanwu retaliated, would it be improper for her to pretend she didn't see? Brother Chuanwu, you and my father grew up together, naked and unashamed. Your father married earlier than I did. You're the only child. You, De Xiao Xiao, are only 2 years old, still young, with your studies being paramount. As for you too, we won't interfere. But we can't let anything hinder Xiao Xiao's education. Do you understand what I mean? Sun Chuanwu felt a surge of emotion. Hu Laoda's words were clear. You two can be together, but Xiao Xiao is still too young for anything else. Sun Chuanwu quickly replied, I understand, uncle. I won't act recklessly. You can rest easy. Hu Laoda nodded in satisfaction, then reached out to pat Sun Chuanwu on the shoulder. Brother Chuanwu, run. Hu Xiao Xiao's voice shattered the night, and both turned instinctively to look at her. Under the bright moonlight, Hu Xiao Xiao resembled a large black rat. Before they could react, she had collided headfirst into Hu Laoda's waist. Ow! Hu Laoda stumbled back several steps, clutching his waist. Before he could speak, Hu Xiao Xiao had already wrapped her arms around him. Sun Chuanwu was bewildered. What just happened? 10 minutes later, Sun Chuanwu halted his bicycle, carefully helping Hu Laoda down from the back seat. Hu Xiao Xiao, head lowered and face flushed, fidgeted with her toes inside her shoes, wishing she could dig a hole and bury herself. Hu Laoda glared at his daughter, holding his waist. Raising a daughter is truly no easy task. They say daughters are a father's little cotton-padded jackets, but my daughter seems to be filled with sawdust. Uncle, I should head back now. Hu Laoda nodded, still holding his waist, forcing a smile. Come back to play sometime. All right, uncle. After Sun Chuanwu left, Hu Laoda, still clutching his waist, slowly turned around, making his way toward the yard. Hu Xiao Xiao hurriedly followed, reaching out to support her father's arm. Dad, take it easy. Hu Laoda sighed. Well, at least it wasn't in vain to raise you. You still have some use. Just then, Hu Laoda's wife emerged from the house, chattering incessantly as she spotted the women in the yard. What time is it? And you're just now back. I thought you got lost. Your father has been out for quite a while. You're old enough to know better. Oh, dear, what happened to your waist? Just as Hu Laoda was about to respond, Hu Xiao Xiao quickly interjected. A gust of wind blew, and when my dad sneezed, his waist twisted. Hu Laoda. At this age, and your waist can still twist? Tonight, old Chui asked you to go drink. Xiao Jinghua and the others are going too. Are you going or not? Chapter 54, Fate. Hu Laoda shook his head, wincing in pain with every movement. Ouch, where would I go? Give me a can to pop open. Hu Xiao Xiao's younger brother, Hu Jun, poked his head out of the window. No way. The can is for me to drink water. Hu Laoda. As Sun Chuanwu rode his bike back, he noticed a figure ahead as he approached Team 3. Just as he passed, someone called out, Chuanwu. What have you been up to? Sun Chuanwu stopped, recognizing the figure in the moonlight. It was Xiao Jinghua. Uncle Xiao, what are you up to? Xiao Jinghua grinned, handing Sun Chuanwu a cigarette. What else? This morning, Old Yang's cow from Team 3 gave birth to a calf, so I came to help. He invited me over for drinks tonight. By the way, did you just come from Team 6? Did you see Hu Laoda? Sun Chuanwu's lips twitched slightly, and Hu Laoda estimated that he could scarcely rise from the Kong now. Observing the situation, it seemed he had just strained his back and returned home. Xiao Jinghua nodded. TSK, he has no fortune for tonight. Old Chui mentioned he would bring out the wine buried for 10 years, and with one less person. I might enjoy an extra cup. Sun Chuanwu felt a shiver run down his spine. Old Chui? Which old Chui? Could it be Jean Erin's uncle? He lit his golden gourd cigarette and inquired, Uncle Xiao, Which old Chui are you referring to? Which one indeed? Isn't there only one in the third team, Chui Gali? Upon hearing Xiao Zhengguo's words, Sun Chuanwu couldn't help but gasp in disbelief. He wasn't particularly close to Xiao Zhengguo. He merely enjoyed some familiarity through his grandfather. They would greet each other whenever they met. Now that he saw Xiao Zhengguo had unwittingly stepped onto the path of his past life a month early, Sun Chuanwu found himself wavering. If he spoke up, perhaps he could alter the fates of Xiao Zhengguo and Jin Yiren. Yet, recalling the elder's admonition against meddling in others' karmic ties, coupled with the growing fuzziness of his own memories, he hesitated. All right then, let's head home. Be careful while riding. Hearing this from Xiao Zhengguo, Sun Chuanwu's heart tightened. Damn it. Now that he was aware of Xiao Zhengguo's fate, the matter lay before him. And if he turned a blind eye, his conscience would never find peace. Uncle Xiao, why drink tonight? How about you come to my house? I caught some toads at noon. We could share a drink. Xiao Zhengguo furrowed his brow, perplexed at Sun Chuanwu's sudden invitation. They were merely acquaintances. Why would he think of drinking with him, especially now? Chuanwu, is your cow about to calve? No, I just wanted to drink with you. Xiao Zhengguo hesitated. Chuanwu, how about this? I'll come find you tomorrow. No, I'll treat you to drinks tomorrow. Look, your uncle has already made plans with others. It wouldn't be proper to back out, right? Sun Chuanwu realized that Xiao Zhengguo was resolute, so he quickly shifted the topic. Uncle, considering old Chui will be there. What if you drink too much and say something wrong? Xiao Zhengguo opened his mouth, sensing that Sun Chuanwu was acting strangely today. Old Chui, what's wrong with him? He had shared drinks with old Chui on more than one occasion. Even if he misspoke, what could old Chui do? Besides, he had nothing to fear from anyone overhearing him. Chuanwu, what is really going on? I'm a bit confused. Sun Chuanwu gritted his teeth and said, Uncle Xiao. Old Chui is Jin Yiren's uncle. Xiao Zhengguo suddenly shivered. Old Chui was Jin Yiren's uncle? No. How did this kid know about him nailing a yellow pine stake on Lao Ding's grave? Xiao Zhengguo asked, somewhat apprehensively. Chuanwu, how do you know this? Just as Sun Chuanwu was about to respond, a flash of lightning tore across the night sky, illuminating it as brightly as day. As if someone had suddenly snapped a flash photograph of the darkened night. The two instinctively looked up at the sky. The originally tranquil night was now pierced by a purple lightning bolt, spreading across the heavens, as if the celestial dome could no longer bear its weight, and had shattered. Boom. Crack. Thunder rumbled across the sky, and Sun Chuanwu felt as though two massive stones had collided violently near his ears, rattling his jaw. Xiao Zhengguo's face turned pale, and he swallowed hard. Pat. Pat. Raindrops began falling, first gently, then in torrents. In just a breath, the sky unleashed a deluge. Sun Chuanwu was about to speak when Xiao Zhengguo took off running towards the third team. Sun Chuanwu hurriedly hopped on his bicycle to follow. But after just a few steps, the chain fell off. Damn it. With no time to waste, he pushed the bike forward in pursuit. Uncle Xiao, wait up. Where are you going? Boom. Thunder rolled, and lightning flashed like it was free, sparking intermittently. The cacophony of thunder drowned out Sun Chuanwu's calls, and Xiao Zhengguo, as if possessed, sprinted forward, heedless of Sun Chuanwu's shouts. The third team was also known as the Great Willow Tree. The entrance to the third team featured a willow tree thick enough to require 3 people to embrace, hence its alternative name. As Xiao Zhengguo reached the village entrance, he dove beneath the nearly bare branches of the great willow. He turned mechanically, woodenly waving at Sun Chuanwu. Crack! A bolt of lightning split the night sky at that moment, and Sun Chuanwu saw Xiao Zhengguo's face, streaked with rain, mouth opening and closing. Chuanwu, come take shelter. Crack! Another clap of thunder descended from the heavens, as if a high-voltage line connected the sky and earth, one end in the clouds, the other end coursing through Xiao Zhengguo's body. This was Sun Chuanwu's first encounter with what it meant to be struck by lightning. Xiao Zhengguo's entire being flickered like a dim bulb, the light wavering twice before silence enveloped the world. The sound of the rain could not drown out Sun Chuanwu's heartbeat. He watched helplessly as Xiao Zhengguo, still waving, collapsed heavily beneath the great willow. The wind howled, and the willow branches swayed gently, resembling eerie arms. Damn! Sun Chuanwu abandoned his bicycle and rushed to the great willow. In the fleeting flashes of lightning, he beheld the horrific sight of Xiao Zhengguo. Just moments ago, this man in his 40s had handed him a cigarette, and now he lay charred by a bolt of lightning. A profound sense of helplessness surged within him, mingled with an inexplicable fear, dragging him deeper into despair. Xiao Zhengguo was dead. Chapter 55. Karmic ties. Sun Chuanwu could not recall how he returned home. His mind was consumed by the image of Xiao Zhengguo being struck by lightning. In the torrential rain, Xiao Zhengguo slowly waved at him, the blankness on his face piercing Sun Chuanwu's heart like a sharp thorn. He sat on the kong, covered by a quilt, slightly hunched, still clutching a half-finished cigarette. The elder entered with ginger soup, snatched the cigarette from Sun Chuanwu's hand, and tossed it to the ground, stamping on it twice. Stop thinking about it. Drink the ginger soup and go to sleep. Sun Chuanwu gave a wry smile to the elder, wishing to alter Xiao Jingguo's fate, yet inadvertently hastened his demise. Grandfather, why did this happen? The elder sighed. I have told you, this world is a colossal grinding stone. If you try to hold it down, it will only grind harder. This is fate. You cannot alter another's destiny, at least not now. Sun Chuanwu gazed at the steaming ginger soup in his hand, his head bowed, feeling despondent. Grandfather, do you think I did wrong? If I hadn't changed anything, and if Xiao Zhengguo went to Lao Yang's for drinks, even if old Cui learned about the stake, would Jin Yiren still have killed him? The elder sat beside Sun Chuanwu, gently stroking his head. Xiao Zhengguo's time had come. Even if he had evaded old Cui today, would he not be struck down by fate tomorrow, or crushed by a falling stone the day after? His fate was death. The intricacies of karmic ties are beyond explanation. Just remember, do not attempt to change the fate of others, only your own. Sun Chuanwu lifted the ginger soup and gulped it down in one go, then handed the bowl to the elder and lay back on the Kong, wrapping himself in the quilt. The elder shook his head without saying a word and exited the room with the bowl. The door swung open suddenly, and the sound of rain became clearer, accompanied by the howling autumn wind. Kong Kai, clad in a raincoat, entered the house. Grandfather, the ox cart is ready, and the paper offerings are wrapped in plastic. If you prefer, I can go alone. The old man shook his head. I'll accompany you. Xiao Zhenguo has met an untimely death, and I fear something else may happen tonight. Kong Kai replied. All right then, I will fetch our tools. Before long, the sound of the door opening and closing echoed through the house, leaving an unsettling silence. Uncertain if it was due to the rain, Sun Chuanwu felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, and his body ached slightly. He reached up to touch his head and found he had a fever. Steadying himself against the bed's edge, he descended to the ground, his legs feeling like noodles, each step akin to walking on cotton. Searching through the clutter, Sun Chuanwu discovered a tablet of anisin and tossed it into his mouth, gulping down a glass of water. Climbing into bed, he lit a cigarette, taking a few puffs before a wave of drowsiness, akin to a torrential avalanche, enveloped him. Carelessly, he tossed the half-burned cigarette onto the floor, turned over, and succumbed to a deep slumber. By chance, the discarded cigarette landed on a pile of paper offerings in the corner, igniting a flame shortly thereafter. In a daze, Sun Chuanwu found himself at the front door. Xiao Jingguo stood before him, panic etched across his face as he gestured frantically. His face, darkened like charred wood, moved as if trying to speak, but Sun Chuanwu could not decipher his words. Xiao Jingguo shoved him aside and dashed into the yard. Upon colliding with the door, a brilliant golden light erupted, forcefully sending Xiao Jingguo sprawling. Yet he continued to charge at the door like a man possessed, chunks of his charred flesh falling away, as if he were on the brink of collapse. Uncle Xiao, what's wrong? What happened? Xiao Jingguo waved his hands desperately, pulling Sun Chuanwu inwards. Another flash of golden light sent Xiao Jingguo flying once more. He gestured for Sun Chuanwu to retreat. Suddenly jolted awake, Sun Chuanwu coughed violently. Supporting himself against the bed's edge, the room filled with thick smoke, as flames danced wildly in the corner. Blast it! Sun Chuanwu hurriedly slipped on his shoes, grabbed a basin of water, and splashed it onto the burning paper. After several attempts, the flames were finally extinguished, and he leaned against his knees, coughing heavily. Opening the doors and windows, he retrieved an umbrella, donned his slippers, and stepped outside. A beam from his flashlight illuminated the formerly blue, peeling door, now marked with charred impressions. Uncle Xiao. Sun Chuanwu felt a pang in his heart, tears streaming down his face. He had desperately tried to save Xiao Jingguo, only to witness his demise. Had it not been for Xiao Jingguo, he might have perished in the flames or succumbed to smoke inhalation himself. The old man's words about fate echoed in his mind like a thunderclap in a barren landscape. Returning to the house, Sun Chuanwu changed into dry clothes, donned a raincoat, and trudged through the downpour to the 6th team. Xiao Jingguo's home was brightly lit. Within the morning tent, he could faintly hear the old man's voice. Entering amidst the astonished gazes of the elder and Kong Kai, Sun Chuanwu knelt before Xiao Jingguo's resting place, bowing deeply 3 times. After offering incense, he crumpled several sheets of paper and lit them in the brazier. Uncle Xiao, thank you, he said, his voice choked with emotion as he rose. Xiao Jingguo's wife, her eyes red, spoke softly. Child, do not blame yourself. Your Uncle Xiao was unfortunate, his only vice being a fondness for drink. Had it not been for that, he would not have met this fate. This is destiny. Truly, it is not your fault. Sun Chuanwu sighed. Had it not been for his good intentions today, Xiao Jinghua would not have risked everything to save him. He would remember this debt of gratitude for a lifetime. Aunt, if there is anything you need in the future, do not hesitate to call upon me. I will assist you without hesitation. The old man, hearing son Chuanwu's words, slightly changed his expression. To speak such a vow in the presence of the deceased indicated that son Chuanwu took this matter seriously. Xiao Jinghua's wife wept openly, her body trembling with each sob. Her deep, muffled cries filling the space. Aunt, please take care. She nodded, forcing a smile through her tears. Thank you, Chuanwu. The old man patted son Chuanwu's shoulder, and they stepped out of the morning tent. The torrential rain had ceased, and the sky appeared washed anew, stars twinkling and the moon shining brightly. What transpired? Son Chuanwu recounted the earlier events, and the old man turned to gaze at Xiao Jinghua's resting place, sighing heavily. All things arise and fall due to causes and conditions. Chuanwu, never forget this kindness. Chapter 56. What need for a bicycle? Today is the Mid-Autumn Festival, a time when the people of Huaxia harbor beautiful hopes for the future. As dawn broke, son Chuanwu and the elder Kong Kai returned home, where many from the village came to pay their respects and offer assistance. Such is life in the countryside, especially for a widow like Xiao Jinghua's wife, who received special care from the villagers. At heart, the people of Huaxia are benevolent, particularly concerning matters of mourning. Upon returning, son Chuanwu took a tablet of anisin and collapsed into bed. It was unclear how long he had slept when the elder called him awake. Lu Zulian and son Wenju had returned, having specially prepared a feast of chicken and dishes. Son Chuanwu lacked appetite, hastily consuming a few bites before donning his coat and heading back to the sixth team. Xiao Jinghua's wife had not slept a wink. Sitting on a stool, her eyes fixed on the light illuminating the corpse, lost in thought. Brother Chuanwu, Xiao Jinghua's son, Xiao Shuai, stood, his eyes reddened, offering a cigarette. They were of similar age, with son Chuanwu being 2 months older. Both had struggled academically and dropped out of school early. Taking the cigarette, son Chuanwu glanced at Xiao Jinghua's wife. Has your mother not rested at all? Xiao Shuai smiled sadly, nodding. I urged her to take a break, but she stubbornly refused, wanting to stay by my father's side. Son Chuanwu sighed. Despite his fondness for alcohol, Xiao Jinghua had been genuinely good to his wife, renowned for his affection throughout the region. Aunt, please take a moment to rest. Leaning like this is unsustainable. Xiao Jinghua's wife nodded, forcing a smile. All right. I will rest shortly. As night fell, son Chuanwu calculated the right moment and led Xiao Jinghua's family to deliver offerings. Few attended. Just a handful of Xiao Jinghua's siblings, along with his son, daughter, and wife. After reciting the incantation, son Chuanwu ignited the paper offerings, the flames illuminating the night. Ashes swirling upward into the sky. The full moon hung high, yet it seemed less than perfect. Beneath the moon, clouds resembled steps or cascading waterfalls. Son Chuanwu gazed upward, a slight smile gracing his lips. Uncle Xiao, may your journey be peaceful. Son Chuanwu managed all of Xiao Jinghua's funeral arrangements, collecting a symbolic fee for the paper offerings and coffin. After the banquet, he and Kong Kai ambled homeward. Just outside the village, Hu Xiaoxiao's voice called out from behind. Brother Chuanwu. They turned to see her approaching, and Kong Kai grinned foolishly. Your wife has come. Son Chuanwu, still dazed, joined in the silly laughter. Hu Xiaoxiao reached them, and Kong Kai burped with a hiccup. Why do you call yourself Chuanwu Go? Why not Kai Go? Hu Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes at Kong Kai, pulling out 2 boxes of Changbai ginseng from her pocket and handing them to son Chuanwu. Where did you get these cigarettes? Changbai ginseng is quite expensive now. Over $1 a box, enough to buy 1.5 pounds of pork. They're my father's. Son Chuanwu hurriedly tried to return the cigarettes. What do you want with your father's cigarettes? Give them back to him. Hu Xiaoxiao pouted, pushing the cigarettes back. Oh, just keep them. My dad hasn't smoked them in over 6 months. Last time I asked him why, he said they irritate his throat and are hard to smoke. Besides, he doesn't smoke anyway, so go ahead and have them. Son Chuanwu's mouth twitched. Old Hu wasn't avoiding smoking because it irritated his throat. He was currently smoking the cheap 8-cent Jean Hulu brand. Clearly, he was just saving these for the new year. All right, you head home. I'll go to your village too. Son Chuanwu, still puzzled, asked foolishly, what are you going to our village for? Hu Xiaoxiao slyly pinched son Chuanwu's waist. What do you think? I'm going to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy something. Now realizing, son Chuanwu remembered that the girl had been on break for 2 days, and he had been preoccupied with Xiao Jinghua's matters, barely speaking to Hu Xiaoxiao. Okay, I'll bring it back for you later tonight. Kong Kai, grinning, chimed in, I'll just go home tonight. You don't have to bring her back. Son Chuanwu kicked Kong Kai playfully. Get lost, you can't say anything decent. Despite being cheerful, Hu Xiaoxiao was still a girl, and felt quite shy. Kong Kai's words made her face flush with embarrassment. As the three walked a short distance, they had not yet reached the third team when Hu Xiaoxiao suddenly asked, "Kong Kai, where's your bicycle?" Kong Kai, feeling the effects of the alcohol, stumbled slightly, his eyes barely open. What? What bicycle? What do you mean? Sun Chuanwu was in better shape, though the cold wind made his mind foggy. The bicycle? Isn't it at home? Kong Kai grinned. Of course, it's at home. Didn't you ride it over to deliver something for me the other day? Hu Xiaoxiao looked puzzled. That can't be right. Didn't you ride it here this morning? I saw you. Kong Kai scratched his head, turning to Sun Chuanwu. Did you see my bike? Sun Chuanwu shook his head in confusion. What bike? I don't know. The two drunken boys were utterly lost, while Hu Xiaoxiao turned her head, suppressing a smirk. Kong Kai looked at her, bewildered. Did you really see my bicycle? Hu Xiaoxiao nodded confidently. Yes, I saw it. Didn't you leave it at Xiao Shuai's house? Kong Kai smacked his forehead. All right, I'll go get it. You two head back first. Hu Xiaoxiao quickly said, let us go together. Can you manage alone? No. It's fine. I can go by myself. You two go back. All right, take your time. Watching Kong Kai walk unsteadily towards the sixth team, Hu Xiaoxiao huffed and took Sun Chuanwu's hand, leading him back towards the village. Sun Chuanwu held Hu Xiaoxiao's icy hand, rubbing them together. Why are your hands so cold? Hu Xiaoxiao blushed. Girls' hands are always cold. My mom told me so. Looking at Hu Xiaoxiao's delicate face, Sun Chuanwu couldn't help but swallow hard, making her quickly turn away. Chuanwu go, wait a moment. Sun Chuanwu's voice was slightly hoarse. All right, I'll wait. Releasing her hand, Sun Chuanwu turned to walk ahead. But Hu Xiaoxiao hurried to catch up, slipping her hand back into his. Sun Chuanwu moved to pull his hand away. But Hu Xiaoxiao stubbornly placed her hand back in his palm. Sun Chuanwu grasped her small hand. We shouldn't let others see. It wouldn't be good. What is so bad about it? Your parents and mine don't care. Why should they gossip? Kong Kai, panting, reached Xiao Jingguo's house, looking around before slapping his forehead. Where's my bicycle? Chapter 57. Allergies. The holiday passed in the blink of an eye. In their area, which belonged to the forest region, many people packed bags to go up the mountains to gather pine nuts and mushrooms in the autumn. Each year, the city collected pine nuts, and the harvested nuts were loaded onto ox carts and sent to the city, earning a decent profit for a prosperous year. As autumn and winter approached, accidents became frequent. The pine trees that bore the nuts were tall, often reaching heights of 10 to 20 meters. Their tools were simple. They had ironworkers make foot pedals to strap onto their shoes, allowing them to climb the trees barehanded. Even a fall from 10 meters could be fatal. Even if one survived the fall, the pine nuts were deep in the mountains, and by the time help arrived, it could be too late. Accidents didn't just come from falling. Many hornet nests were also found on the northeast mountains. Some nests hung in trees, while others were underground. A careless step could lead to a painful sting from a hornet, and some people were naturally allergic to their venom. A single sting could be life-threatening. Books often extolled the northeastern land, mentioning hunting deer and fishing, but they never mentioned the wild boars, bears, large hornets, and snakes that lurked in the forests. This fertile land nourished many, but it also harbored various creatures. One morning, Sun Chuanwu and Kong Kai went to the fields again, making a round. They estimated they could start harvesting around the 25th or 26th. In their area, harvesting usually happened around the 11th, with planting taking place around May 1st, yielding one crop a year. As they walked back, smoking, they saw a group of over 10 men running towards them. From a distance, Sun Chuanwu recognized Jiang Deli among them, who was carrying his leather suitcase. Is someone in trouble in the mountains? Leading the group was Dinger Lengzi, who called out as he approached. What luck? Chuanwu, don't leave, come with us up the mountain. Sun Chuanwu extinguished his cigarette and asked, what is going on? Wait until we're all together, Dinger Lengzi replied, panting as he reached Sun Chuanwu. Let us talk while we walk. He handed Dinger Lengzi a cigarette, and after lighting it, Dinger Lengzi took a puff and smacked his lips. Chongbai ginseng is much better. It doesn't irritate the throat at all. What is going on, Uncle Lengzi? Why are there so many of you heading up the mountain with an ox cart? Did something happen? Dinger Lengzi nodded. Yes. Two girls from the old Xian family went up to the mountains to pick hazel mushrooms and accidentally stepped on a hornet's nest. The oldest girl got stung on the temple and collapsed on the spot. The younger sister carried the oldest one out, while a child who was picking mushrooms with them ran back to get help. They should be coming down from the mountain soon. Upon hearing about the hornet sting, Sun Chuanwu's heart sank. Very few people were not allergic to hornets, and being stung was excruciatingly painful. The worst part was that allergies could make breathing difficult, potentially leading to suffocation. Which mountain did they go to? To that big Mazi Go near the livestock farm. Those kids really have guts. Mazi Go? The name Ma Zigo originated from a bandit known as Ma Zi, as bandits in northeast China were often called Zi. The Ma Zi gang had once set up camp in Ma Zigo and had even kidnapped a girl from the 6th team, who had a fiery temperament and hanged herself on the big willow tree in the bandits' lair. Mysteriously, the entire Ma Zi gang died soon after. Ma Zigo indeed had an abundance of mushrooms, primarily because villagers were reluctant to go there. The place is indeed peculiar. As soon as one enters the mountains, fog and rain descend, causing the villagers to feel an unsettling dread, and no one wishes to venture there. Sun Chuanwu sighed, remarking on the audacity of the children. After passing the livestock farm, a distance away, they spotted a young girl carrying another girl on her back, with a 10-year-old girl supporting her from behind. From afar, the cries of the two girls could be heard. The group hastened their pace, and upon reaching them, they quickly lifted Xian Lanxiang, who was on Xian Lanhua's back, and placed her onto the cart behind them. Jiang Deli reached out, examining Xian Lanxiang's eyes, then gently touched her head. At that moment, her face was so swollen that it was unrecognizable, her breath short and rapid, her body occasionally convulsing. Sun Chuanwu urged, "Uncle Jiang, stop dawdling, administer the injection." Jiang Deli snapped back to reality, hurriedly retrieving a syringe from the medicine box, attaching a needle from an aluminum lunchbox, then opening a box of medicine and extracting 2 glass vials. With a deft flick of his finger, he emptied the contents of the vial into the syringe. "We need to turn her over. The injection must go in her backside," he instructed. The group quickly complied, pulling down Xian Lanxiang's pants, and Jiang Deli swabbed her rear with a cotton ball before injecting her. Once he had stowed away the medical supplies, he turned to Sun Chuanwu, saying, "You check her pulse to see if she can be saved." Sun Chuanwu rolled his eyes. Jiang Deli was a mere amateur, a half-baked doctor. Whether she could be saved was something he ought to ascertain himself. Sun Chuanwu placed his hand on the young girl's wrist, attempting to discern the pulse. After a lengthy examination, he could not ascertain anything definitive. "Well, it's not the pulse of a bean. What medication did you administer? What else could it be?" "Detoxin," Jiang Deli replied. "We have no other medicine. Couldn't you have used some herbs?" Ding Erling interjected, "Forget it with the herbs. Last time, old Chui from Sandao had a stomach ache, and he prescribed some herbs for him to brew. It nearly sent old Chui to the next world." Jiang Deli flushed with embarrassment and retorted, "Is that my fault? I told him to drink less. The medicine is potent. Who knew he would drink it all?" Sun Chuanwu waved his hand dismissively. "Enough of this useless banter. See if you can indeed treat this girl. If this continues, she'll surely suffocate." Jiang Deli wore a troubled expression. "Well, the medicine has been administered. Now it depends on her resilience." Upon hearing Jiang Deli's words, Xian Lanhua burst into tears. Her parents were at the mountain's peak tending to ginseng, leaving only her and her sister at home. They had planned to pick some mushrooms, never anticipating such a calamity. Sun Chuanwu sighed. "We must take her to the town. Detoxin should hold her for a while." Hearing this, Ding Erling and the others nodded in agreement. "All right. You all take the child to the town. I'll go find her parents on the mountain. Stop crying. She is not dead yet. Now you decide to cry? Where were you earlier?" Chapter 58. A life saved. After some deliberation, they concluded that if they walked the cart to the town, it would take at least 3 hours. But if they crossed the ridge directly, they could arrive in just an hour. Time was of the essence. Sun Chuanwu hoisted Xian Lanxiang onto his back and swiftly ascended the mountain. Following him were Kong Kai and Jiang Deli, along with 8 other men waiting to switch shifts. Xian Lanxiang was 15, 4 years younger than Hu Xiao, and had already dropped out of school. In these times, it was common for children not to finish middle school, as books and pens represented a significant expense for many families. Xian Lanxiang was slight of build, even shorter than Hu Xiao, standing at about 5 feet 5 inches, and weighing no more than 70 pounds, as thin as a reed. Bound to Sun Chuanwu's back, her head drooped, but her breathing had stabilized somewhat, indicating the detoxin was taking effect. As they ascended the slope, Sun Chuanwu did not pause. The town had a health clinic with several doctors and ample medication. This situation was fraught with uncertainty. If the detoxin proved ineffective, they would be reliant on Jiang Deli's limited medical skills, merely a formality for Yama. Upon reaching the first ridge, Kong Kai quickly said, "All right, let me carry her for a bit." The group quickly assisted, untying the ropes and transferring Xian Lanxiang onto Kong Kai's back. He lowered his head and began to run uphill, while the others supported Xian Lanxiang's body, taking turns as they raced up the ridge. What normally took 40 to 50 minutes to traverse, they accomplished in under 20. The descent was nearly a jog, and though everyone was panting and drenched in sweat, not a single soul complained of fatigue. They soon arrived at the health clinic, where Sun Chuanwu, breathless, rushed into the examination room with Xian Langxiang on his back. Inside was Dr. Wang, the best doctor in the clinic. Upon seeing Xian Langxiang, Dr. Wang adjusted his glasses and quickly stood up. Did she get stung by a wasp? True to his experience, he immediately grasped the situation. Sun Chuanwu nodded vigorously, yes. She was stung by a wasp. Dr. Wang examined Xian Langxiang's eyelids, then pointed to a nearby bed. Lay her down here. Oh, Jiang Deli? Is this child from your village? Jiang Deli, somewhat embarrassed, nodded. Yes, she is from our village. Dr. Wang quickly inquired, how long has it been since the sting? Not more than 2 hours. I administered detoxin over half an hour ago. Dr. Wang nodded, understanding Jiang Deli's limitations. It wasn't entirely his fault. In this environment, several villages relied on a single barefoot doctor. These physicians were either family trained or, like Jiang Deli, had undergone systematic training before starting their practice. Although the county organized learning sessions annually, what could be accomplished in just 2 weeks of study? In villages like Sun Chuanwu's, they had not encountered anyone like Jiang Deli. Minor ailments could be treated with medication, but serious conditions remained unmanageable. Particularly during emergencies, survival often hinged on sheer luck. Dr. Wang took Xian Langxiang's pulse and listened to her heart for a moment before quickly exiting the room. Before long, he returned with a medicine box and began preparing medication. He glanced at Jiang Deli and deliberately explained, in this condition, detoxin alone won't suffice. This girl is experiencing severe allergic reactions, necessitating a specialized allergy medication. Otherwise, her respiratory passages will completely close up and she will suffocate. As he spoke, Dr. Wang prepared the syringe, and after administering an injection to Xian Langxiang, he bent down to retrieve a ceramic jar from the floor. With a tongue depressor, he expertly extracted a viscous, amber-colored ointment from the jar and applied it to Xian Langxiang's face and neck. This girl was fortunate. Had she delayed another half hour, she would have suffocated. After sealing the jar, Dr. Wang wiped the sweat from his brow and took a small piece of paper, tearing it into 2. He poured 10 pills from 2 different bottles onto each piece, formed them into small packets, and wrote down the instructions for use. Dr. Wang adjusted his glasses. Sun Chuanwu hurriedly waved his hand, saying, Grandpa Wang. No, they are the children of the old Xian family from our village. I just happened to see them and thought I should quickly bring them to town. Dr. Wang nodded in approval, saying, that's exactly what you should do. Your village has very few medicines. The medicine I prepared today was brought from the city back in June, and the neighboring villages are out of stock. All right, be a good person to the end. After a while, take the medicine to the front to settle the bill, which totals 1 yuan and 32 cents. Sun Chuanwu smiled as he took the medicine and the bill, responding, all right, I will go pay for the medicine. He handed the medicine to Xian Lanhua, went outside to pay, and upon returning, glanced at Xian Lanxiang. In just a short while, her breathing had stabilized significantly. It was no longer as short and rapid as before. Seeing that Xian Lanxiang was out of immediate danger, Sun Chuanwu inquired, Grandpa Wang, does she need to be hospitalized? Dr. Wang shook his head. Whether to stay in the hospital or not is up to you. In a bit, carry her to the adjacent room to rest for a while. Once the medicine takes effect, she will wake up. If she wishes to stay in the hospital, she can. If not, just take her home and ensure she takes her medicine on time. By the way, avoid eating fish or other stimulating foods, as they will worsen her condition. This medicine I prescribed is for a set duration. It's just right for 1 meal tonight, and she should continue for 3 more days. Thank you, Grandpa Wang. He replied. A group of people carried Xian Lanxiang to the adjacent room, which contained 4 beds, 2 of which were occupied by individuals receiving 4 drips. Once Xian Lanxiang was settled, Jiang Deli said, Chuanwu, in a bit, Erlangzi and the others will be coming over. How about we head back first? And you stay here for a while? Sun Chuanwu nodded. All right, you all go back first. When you get home, tell my grandfather not to worry. Okay, we'll leave first then, and we'll go to your grandfather's house when we return to the village. Lanhua, stay here and watch over your sister. I'll go out for a smoke with your brother Kai. Go ahead, brother Chuanwu, I want to wander off. As the 2 exited the clinic and lit their cigarettes, a piercing scream echoed through the air. Murder! Help, help! Sun Chuanwu and Kong Kai instinctively turned towards the source of the sound, where they witnessed a blood-soaked woman, completely naked, running barefoot down the street. She bore 3 deep knife wounds on her chest and back, and behind her, a man in his 30s, with bloodshot eyes and a bloody kitchen knife, was pursuing her. No one on the street dared to intervene, as the man was clearly in a murderous rage. Approaching him could potentially lead to one's own demise. Sun Chuanwu and Kong Kai exchanged glances before hastily extinguishing their cigarettes. They noticed a shovel and a large broom made of bamboo branches conveniently placed at the entrance of the clinic. Without hesitation, Sun Chuanwu grabbed the shovel and charged towards the crazed man, while Kong Kai hurriedly picked up the broom and followed. "Stop right there," Sun Chuanwu shouted, drawing the attention of onlookers who shook their heads disapprovingly at the unfolding scene. The distance between the three was still considerable, but the knife-wielding man glared menacingly at Sun Chuanwu, barking, "Mind your own business, scram." As he spoke, his speed suddenly increased. The woman, having lost too much blood, could no longer run and was swiftly caught by the man. Sun Chuanwu helplessly watched as the man swung the knife down upon the woman's skull. "Ah!" she cried out, collapsing to the ground. The man showed no intent of sparing her, mercilessly stabbing her several more times while straddling her. "I won't let you get away with this," Sun Chuanwu shouted in fury, swinging the shovel down hard onto the man's head. The man stumbled but continued to swing his knife wildly, crying out, "Zhang Jinlian, I worked myself to the bone for you, and you betrayed me. You don't deserve to live." Kong Kai seized the man's arm, allowing Sun Chuanwu to knock the knife from his hand and pull him aside. The man lay on the ground, drenched in blood, laughing maniacally. "Let them all die. I'll be a cuckold, and they can all perish." Sun Chuanwu rushed to check on the fallen Zhang Jinlian, who was convulsing on the ground, a gaping wound on her neck, blood gushing from her mouth. Her eyes reflected fear and despair as she opened her mouth, struggling to utter two words. "Please save me." The doctor from the clinic rushed out, and upon reaching Zhang Jinlian, his expression turned grim as he shook his head. "There's no saving her." Kong Kai, enraged, turned and kicked the man lying on the ground. Instead of reacting with anger, he laughed maniacally. "Huh, good riddance, let them all die." Kong Kai was about to strike again when Sun Chuanwu pulled him back. "Enough. What good will it do to kill him now? She's already gone." With tears in his eyes, Kong Kai lamented, "It was so close, just so close. What kind of grudge led to this?" Onlookers began to gather, and a man in his 30s, smoking a cigarette, looked at the bloodied man with pity. "Feng Yong, why would you do this? What about your child?" Others who recognized the couple chimed in. "If it's over, it's over. What is the point of this?" Feng Yong, laughing maniacally, replied, "Child? That kid isn't even mine." She admitted it. Sun Chuanwu's expression shifted dramatically as he coldly asked, "Did you kill the child too?" A fleeting look of despair crossed Feng Yong's face as he turned away. "I'm no beast." The sound of motorcycles approached, and the crowd parted to make way for Wu, who dismounted with two officers. His face darkened as he rushed to Zhang Jinlian's side. Dr. Wang shook his head, and Wu stomped his foot in frustration. Just like that, a life is lost. Wu seized Feng Yong by the collar, lifting him off the ground and furiously shouting, "Are you out of your mind? Tell me, are you insane?" Feng Yong, expressionless, replied, "So what if I die? It doesn't matter to me. Let these adulterers die. I have no concern." Wu struck Feng Yong across the face, exclaiming, "Have you no thought for your parents? I have two younger brothers. My parents can take care of them." Sun Chuanwu pulled at Wu's arm, and upon seeing his face, Wu's anger immediately diminished. "What are you doing here?" Sun Chuanwu pointed towards the clinic. "A child from our village was stung by a wasp, and I brought her here for treatment. Just as I happened upon this man attacking his wife. By the way, he said that the adulterers are dead. Wu, there might still be one left at home." Wu paused, his expression shifting abruptly. "Who else did you kill?" Feng Yong, with a self-deprecating laugh, replied, "Guess." "Damn it. Take him away. Xiao Sun, you're coming with me to his house. Chuanwu, you come too." Sun Chuanwu pointed at himself in disbelief. "Why should I go?" "Because I said so." Wu dragged Sun Chuanwu onto the motorcycle, and he quickly turned back to Kong Kai, calling, "Kai, keep an eye on Xian Lanxiang. I'll be back shortly." Kong Kai waved his hand, exhaustedly pulling a cigarette from his pocket and lighting it. The motorcycle sped off, soon stopping at the entrance of an alley, where bloodstains could be seen along the way. The three dismounted and hurried into the first courtyard on the left, the door wide open, while a dog tied beneath the corn loft barked at them. Hurriedly entering the house, Wu Suo gasped in shock, and even Sun Chuanwu could not suppress a shiver. There lay a naked man in the outer room, an axe embedded in his skull. This solitary wound was a clear testament to his demise at the hands of Feng Yong during an escape attempt. Meanwhile, on the threshold leading to the inner room, another man in his 30s lay sprawled, his right shoulder nearly severed, with a fatal wound at the side of his neck, the skin barely holding it together. Sun Chuanwu quickly glanced around the two rooms. Upon finding no trace of the child mentioned by a passerby, he breathed a sigh of relief. As he turned his gaze back to the two corpses, an unexpected feeling washed over him. He found it hard to harbor any animosity towards Feng Yong. Instead, He felt a surge of disdain for the deceased, Zhang Jinlian. In the face of such overwhelming odds, who wouldn't he fight desperately for their life? Chapter 60. No picking of jobs isn't that the factory director, Hao Shengli, and the supervisor, Sun Weiman. Upon hearing Wu Sua's words, Sun Chuanwu's vague memories began to crystallize. In his previous life, he had worked at the forest farm, and at that time, rumors circulated that the factory director and supervisor had been killed. Although he was not well acquainted with these individuals, everyone at the forest farm had deemed their fate deserved. Ah yes. The little girl was unharmed and had been sent to her mother's house by Zhang Jinlian. Wu Sua shook his head, a look of disdain on his face. Let Xiao Zhang come to take notes and photographs. What a pity for Feng Yong, such a good person. Xiao Sun sneered, what a play. Isn't this just bullying the honest folk? If that is the case, his death is well deserved. Wu Sua's expression darkened as he shot a glare at Xiao Sunday. Mind your words. Xiao Sun shrugged nonchalantly. What can he do to me? Dying like this is just disgraceful. I wouldn't be afraid, even if he showed up. Sun Chuanwu's expression shifted. The resentment from such a violent death was considerable, and Xiao Sun seemed intent on courting trouble. Family matters, don't speak recklessly. Wu Sua is looking out for your good. At Sun Chuanwu's admonition, Xiao Sun merely smiled, choosing not to argue further. Wu Sua looked at Sun Chuanwu and teased. Well, 3 have gone now. It's your turn to step up. Sun Chuanwu forced a bitter smile and shook his head. He truly did not wish to take on this grim task. 3 untimely deaths. What if complications arose? Seeing the expression on Sun Chuanwu's face, Wu Sua understood his reluctance. He pulled Sun Chuanwu outside and offered him a cigarette. After lighting up, Wu Sua pointed inside. Such things have happened before. Your grandfather used to handle them. There is only one person in the town who dares to take the usual cases, but for matters like this, he wouldn't. As your grandfather would say, regardless of the past, once the deceased are brought to him, they must be sent off with dignity. Wu Sua patted Sun Chuanwu on the shoulder. The dead deserve respect. Just as Sun Chuanwu was about to speak, Wu Sua continued, Zhang Jilian's family is manageable, but Hao Shengli and Sun Weiman's families are quite affluent. As he spoke, Wu Sua raised his eyebrows at Sun Chuanwu. Taking a deep breath, Sun Chuanwu replied, Wu Sua, could I use your phone when we get back to the station? Wu Sua grinned. Sure, feel free to call anyone you wish. Before long, Xiao Zhang entered the room with a camera, snapping pictures and taking notes. Once he finished, Wu Sua summoned people to collect the bodies. In a town with limited resources, such straightforward cases were typically documented and the bodies handed over to their families without much fuss. Upon returning to the police station with Wu Sua, he led Sun Chuanwu into his office. The phone is here. I'll check on the interrogation of Feng Yong. All right. Thank you, Wu Sua, Sun Chuanwu said, picking up the phone to dial the brigade. After a few rings, someone picked up. Hello, this is the brigade office of Hongqi village. Recognizing the village head's voice, Sun Chuanwu quickly replied, Uncle, it's me, Chuanwu. Could you call my grandfather for me? I'll call back in 10 minutes. Chuanwu, sure. Wait a moment while I fetch your grandfather. After hanging up, Sun Chuanwu sat in the office, watching the seconds tick by. Wu Sua had no reason to deceive himself about the situation, and he was aware that in cases of such fatalities in the town, it was usually the elder who handled the mourning. Wu Sua's words had awakened him to the truth. As he had said, once the deceased were entrusted to him, they deserved a dignified farewell. He was in this profession. He couldn't afford to be selective. Moreover, these 2 families were well off. One a factory director and the other a supervisor, so he could afford to ask for a bit more to ease his own conscience. As the 10 minutes passed, Sun Chuanwu dialed again. As soon as the call connected, the elder's voice came through. Chuanwu, what's wrong? Is Lanxiang gone? No, it's not Lanxiang, Grandpa. I need to discuss something with you. After explaining the situation, the elder asked, did the families contact you? Sun Chuanwu nodded. They had already approached him at the scene, asking for assistance with the arrangements. He had declined, stating he would consult the elder first. They did? I was just thinking of asking you. I can't just agree without careful consideration. Accept it. I'm coming over now. Have Kong Kai return first, tomorrow morning. He should go to the town with the necessary paperwork. Tell him I'll write a list, and he can follow it for the arrangements. All right. I'll find Kong Kai right away. After hanging up, Sun Chuanwu descended the stairs and greeted Wu Sua before making his way to the health station. Xi and Lanxiang's parents had arrived. After exchanging pleasantries, he bid farewell to Kong Kai. Will you come back tomorrow? What paperwork do we need? Our grandfather will write a list. Just follow it when you return. All right, I'll head back now. After seeing off Kong Kai, Sun Chuanwu followed his memory to the home of factory director Hao Shengli. Outside the yard, a mourning canopy had been erected, and the body lay within. His wife, expressionless, burned paper offerings, while their 2 children sat silently, their faces clouded with gloom. Their husband and father, having been killed due to an affair, left them feeling utterly humiliated. Though sadness was present, it was notably subdued. People streamed in and out of the mourning canopy. After all, he was a significant figure locally, and many had come to lend their support. Hao Xingli's brother, Hao Xingmin, approached. "Welcome, Mr. Sunday's son." Chuanwu nodded, glancing around the mourning area. "I'll be handling the arrangements for your family. Let us discuss the compensation for the paperwork." Hao Xingmin pulled a prepared envelope from his pocket and pressed it into Sun Chuanwu's hand, shaking it vigorously with both of his. "Mr. Sun, as long as you can help my brother pass smoothly, we can discuss anything." Sun Chuanwu squeezed the envelope, feeling a sense of clarity. The envelope likely contained around 300, although not as generous as Wang Depeo, it was certainly a substantial amount. Sun Chuanwu tucked the envelope away, feeling considerably relieved. "Your brother died unexpectedly. Typically, such sudden deaths are not favorable for the family, so when you build the grave, I'll accompany you." Hao Xingmin understood the customs involved. "Of course, I'll go with you. You can make any request you have." Clearly, he too wished to avoid any complications. In cases of sudden deaths, families tended to be cautious, especially during times when superstitions were prevalent. The sooner the deceased were buried, the better, often wishing to inter them the very same day. Just as Sun Chuanwu was about to speak, Hao Xingli's son, his voice trembling with fear, interrupted. "Uncle, the corpse lamp, it won't light. What should we do?" Chapter 61. "You're forcing me to compromise my principles." The voice was soft, but everyone in the mourning canopy froze in unison. Outside, the sun shone brightly, yet everyone felt a chill run down their spines, tension palpable in the air. A flicker of panic crossed Hao Xingmin's eyes as he glanced at the impassive Sun Chuanwu, pleadingly asking, "Mr. Sun, how should we handle this?" All eyes were fixed upon Sun Chuanwu. Frankly speaking, Sun felt a twinge of fear, despite having hosted numerous ceremonies. This was the first time he faced a situation where the corpse lamp refused to ignite. Nonetheless, fear aside, he had to take charge of the matter, having accepted payment. He could not simply walk away. "Please rise," he instructed. Hao Xingli's son, as if granted a reprieve, eagerly stood up. Sun took the match he offered and approached the altar, casting a glance at the body of Hao Xingli lying on the platform. Under ordinary circumstances, if he had a talisman or a divine symbol, reciting the Dumu incantation a few times would suffice. However, lacking any such artifacts, he was left to resort to rudimentary measures. Clearing his throat, Sun addressed Hao Xingli. "Director Hao, your fate is sealed. Why indulge in these trifles? We can negotiate. I shall arrange your affairs splendidly, allowing you to depart in peace, leaving your descendants with a sense of comfort." With that, Sun took a deep breath, struck the match, and attempted to light the corpse lamp. A faint flicker emerged, weak and precarious, as though it could extinguish at any moment. As anticipated, the lamp flickered and went out. This failure sent a wave of panic through those gathered in the spirit hall. Given that Hao Xingli had met an untimely demise, how could they not be afraid? Sun observed the flame's reluctance to ignite. "Really? Are you trying to make this difficult for me? Is the amicable negotiation not sufficient?" With a roll of his sleeves, Sun pointed at the platform and shouted, "Hao Xingli, do not test my patience. I am trying to handle this matter with care, yet you insist on complicating it. If you have grievances, express them below, but for now, your affairs are in my hands. If you cooperate, everything will proceed smoothly. If you resist..." He paused dramatically. "Do you believe I cannot summon a thunderbolt to scatter your spirit?" He struck the match once more, igniting the lamp again. The flame shot up, standing tall and unwavering, reminiscent of a soldier at attention. Sun exhaled in relief, muttering to himself about the stubbornness of the lamp. Turning to Hao Xingli's son, he accepted a cigarette offered to him. The crowd regarded Sun with a mixture of respect and trepidation, causing him to feel somewhat bashful. Taking the cigarette, Sun remarked, "Sun Wayman is still busy preparing the body. You all can observe here. If anything arises, feel free to call for me. It's daytime, nothing should go awry." Hao Xingli's son nodded and suggested, "Mr. Sun, it's noon now. Why not have a meal before proceeding?" Sun waved his hand dismissively. "Eating now would only lead to complications later. I'll head over first to ensure everything is in order." Exiting the spirit hall, Sun made his way to Sun Wayman's residence. He had not brought any suturing needles or thread, but since he had accepted the responsibility, he needed to inform them in advance to avoid causing any unnecessary anxiety. Upon arriving, he found that the corpse lamp had been lit, and offerings were laid out on the table. "Little son, you've come," greeted Sun Wayman's wife. Sun nodded. "I came to check on your affairs. I will assist in ensuring everything is properly managed." With teary eyes, she glanced at the body on the platform and sighed. "Mr. Sun, you've seen the state of my husband. We cannot let him leave in such a manner." Sun reassured her, "I understand. We will take care of the suturing and the necessary paper offerings. The rest is your responsibility. As for the cost, you may handle that." His vague suggestion left Sun Weiman's wife at a loss. If she offered too much, she would feel the sting. If too little, she feared inadequate service. Despite harboring resentment towards Sun Weiman, she recognized the bond of marriage. Although he had often strayed, he had treated her well over the years. Out of sympathy and a desire to avoid future chaos, she wished for Sun Weiman to depart peacefully. After a moment's hesitation, she proposed, "Mr. Sun, how about this? You handle everything, and I will give you 500. Please consider our plight as a widowed mother." 500 was indeed a substantial amount, sufficient to sustain a family of 3 for a year. Clearly, officiating these ceremonies was lucrative. Both Hao Shengli and Sun Weiman's families were generous, suggesting tomorrow's rewards could reach 1,000 or 1,800. The officials indeed had their share of benefits, reaping both wealth and connections. Very well. Sun accepted the money and approached the platform, placing the corpse lamp on the left side of the altar. The lamp must adhere to tradition, men on the left, women on the right. It cannot be misplaced, lest it disrupt the lineage. He then adjusted the offerings, ensuring they were correctly positioned. Looking at his watch, he noted it was 12:30, and the elder would likely arrive around 2:30 or 3. "We must not let the incense extinguish. Prepare accordingly." "Do you have a carrying pole at home?" Sun Weiman's wife nodded. "Yes, I will fetch it." She hurried off to retrieve it. Sun took the paper money from the ground and strung it up on one end of the pole. "When the sun sets, have your son stand on a stool and call out your husband's name 3 times towards the southwest. This will guide him home." Hesitantly, she asked, "Mr. Sun, will you not stay here tonight?" Sun frowned. "What would I do here? If anything arises, simply summon me. I am not a relative. It would be inappropriate for me to keep vigil." Clenching her jaw, she produced 5 large bills and pressed them into his hand. "This isn't merely about the money." She produced another 5 bills, insisting, "Please accept this. Madam, you are tempting me to breach my principles." Another 5 bills followed. Sun took a deep breath and pocketed the 150, reasoning that he would overlook this transgression out of compassion for her plight. Just then, the roar of an approaching vehicle caught Sun's attention, and he turned to see Wang Depeo alighting from a jeep. "Brother, it has been a while. Had my sister not mentioned seeing you, I would not have known you were here." Sun smiled. "Indeed, it has been some time. There hasn't been much work in town, so I have been staying in the village." Wang Depeo nodded, handing a white envelope to Sun Weiman's wife. "Sister-in-law, please accept my condolences." With teary eyes, she accepted the money. "Thank you, brother. Our family is facing this unfortunate situation." Wang Depeo, being perceptive, recognized the bond he shared with Sun Weiman and had intended to reciprocate during the marriage of Sun Weiman's child, never anticipating such a swift departure. "Do not worry, sister-in-law. If you face any difficulties in the future, reach out to me. I will assist as much as I can. You two sit for a moment. I will prepare some tea," she offered. "No need to trouble yourself, sister-in-law. I came to talk with my brother," Wang Depeo replied, leading Sun away from the spirit hall and into his jeep. He pulled out 2 cigarettes, offering one to Sunday. "This is the cigarette from across the river. Quite enjoyable to smoke. Unfortunately, we cannot purchase it here. I happen to have a few packs. You should take some to try." Sun Chuanwu did not refuse. Placing the cigarette aside, having lived for so many years, he did not believe that Wang Depeo approached him merely for a nostalgic chat. "Brother Wang, you must have something to discuss with me?" Wang Depeo chuckled. "Nothing can remain concealed from my brother. Indeed, I do have a matter to bring to your attention." "What is it, Brother Wang? Speak freely. I assure you, I will assist in any way I can." Wang Depeo grinned, giving a thumbs up. "You are truly a loyal brother. Here's the situation. I know an old acquaintance who has been experiencing a streak of bad luck these past couple of years. He has asked me to find someone to help determine if there is an issue with his father's grave. Given my quarrel with Lao Su, I certainly cannot approach him. Moreover, you are my brother, and such a profitable task should rightly come to you. I was wondering if you could find the time to investigate the situation. If the feng shui is unfavorable, could you assist in relocating his father's grave to a more auspicious site? Many who find themselves beleaguered often attribute their misfortune to ancestral graves, which Sun Chuanwu held in little regard. It perplexed him how one could blame their ill fate on their forebears, especially when they had been laid to rest for so many years. Why not seek the reasons for their troubles within themselves? Though he pondered this internally, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. Wang Depeo had treated him well, and such an opportunity for financial gain should not be dismissed, regardless of the motives behind it. "Since you have put it this way, How could I possibly refuse? It's only you, Brother Wang. Otherwise, I might have hesitated. Regardless of the monetary aspect, such matters are often fraught with complications. If the grave were moved and the situation remained unchanged, would they not be subject to scorn? Wang Depeo's eyes gleamed with understanding as he grasped Sun Chuanwu's concerns. Brother, rest assured, your task will merely involve assessing whether the feng shui is good or bad. Even if the grave relocation proves fruitless, I guarantee he will not voice any complaints. If he does, I will be the first to oppose him. With Wang Depeo's reassurance, Sun Chuanwu nodded and accepted the task. Very well, once I finish my current obligations, I will come to fetch you. Afterward, I will treat you and your sister-in-law to a meal. Sun Chuanwu felt a flush of embarrassment. He had yet to visit Hu Xiaoxiao since arriving in town. Considering how late it might be, it would not be appropriate to seek her out at night. Let us discuss it then. The two chatted amiably for about an hour before the figure of the elder appeared within Sun Chuanwu's line of sight. They hurriedly exited the vehicle, and Wang Depeo greeted the elder with a smile. Grandfather Sun, you have arrived. The elder nodded with a genial smile. I'm getting old. My legs are weary. Everything at home has been well. Wang Depeo glanced at Sun Chuanwu. Quite well, peaceful indeed. That is good to hear. Sun Chuanwu took the box handed to him by the elder and said to Wang Depeo, Brother Wang, I must attend to some matters. Once I have managed these two individuals' affairs, you may come to find me. Understood, it's settled then. Grandfather, I shall take my leave for now. Please come visit me when you have the time. Certainly, certainly. After Wang Depeo departed, the elder glanced at the 2 packs of cigarettes in Sun Chuanwu's hand, his brow furrowing slightly. Is he seeking a favor from you? Sun Chuanwu nodded yes. He asked if I could help him assess the feng shui and determine if a grave relocation is necessary. The elder scoffed. How absurd. If one cannot manage their own life, they blame their parents for poorly burying them. What nonsense. Sun Chuanwu chuckled softly, but said nothing, offering the 2 packs to the elder. I don't want them. Keep them for yourself. When the time comes, I'll accompany you. But you must ensure you understand the situation. All right, grandfather. They entered the mortuary, and Sun Chuanwu shooed away the attendees before taking needle and thread to begin sewing up Sun Weiman's body. The unfortunate young man had suffered greatly. His head was nearly severed, and a significant portion of his shoulder was split open. With meticulous care, Sun Chuanwu sewed the body back together as darkness fell. With a sigh of relief, Sun Chuanwu finished, and the elder wiped the sweat from his brow. Together, they prepared Sun Weiman's remains, covering him with a shroud. This time, Sun Chuanwu managed far better than before. Though still queasy, he did not feel the urge to vomit. Fortunately, Sun Weiman's body was relatively intact, requiring less effort to manage. Sun Weiman, to the southwest, Yaoqi Road. Sun Weiman's son's voice echoed in the courtyard, prompting Sun Chuanwu to step out of the mortuary. Sun Weiman's wife quickly brought a basin of water for Sun Chuanwu to wash his hands. Afterward, he gave a few reminders and returned home with the elder. Having gone a day without food, Sun Chuanwu did not feel hungry, though he was aware of his hunger. Strangely, whenever he felt this way, thoughts of meat would arise. And with that, memories of Sun Weiman flooded back. The metallic scent of blood lingered in his nostrils, making him feel queasy. The elder boiled a large pot of water, saying to Sun Chuanwu, Wash up, I will prepare some noodles shortly. Sun Chuanwu nodded, removing his clothing and washing 3 times before feeling somewhat refreshed. After enjoying a bowl of spinach and egg noodles, Sun Chuanwu exchanged a few words with the elder before retiring to bed. At an indeterminate hour, he was suddenly joined in bed by a petite figure. Just as he was about to awaken, the elder abruptly turned on the light. Oh dear. Chapter 63. Digging the grave. Hu Xiaoxiao had directly burrowed into the quilt, and the elder blushed for once. After a brief silence, he yanked the light cord, dressed, and took the bedding to the adjacent room. Chuanwu, get to bed early. We have matters to attend to in the morning. Sun Chuanwu felt a flush of heat. He anticipated that the girl would sneak into his bed in the middle of the night. Fortunately, the elder was sleeping at the foot of the bed. Had she mistakenly entered the wrong one, it would have created quite a stir. Understood, grandfather. The sound of the door closing echoed as Hu Xiaoxiao poked her head out from the quilt, puffing her cheeks and playfully punching Sun Chuanwu's chest. Why didn't you come find me in town? How embarrassing. Sun Chuanwu sighed. I've been busy all day, from delivering Xiang to sewing up a body. I nearly skipped dinner. How could I have sought you out? All right, I forgive you. Hu Xiaoxiao nuzzled against Sun Chuanwu's face. Can we sleep in that room? Is the small Kong warm? It is warm, do not worry. How did you manage to approach so silently? I didn't hear a thing. I didn't want to wake you. Who would have thought grandfather would be here? How mortifying. And yet you remain. Like an octopus. Hu Xiaoxiao clung tightly to Sun Chuanwu. I will not leave. The dormitory is locked. I will sleep here. Did you take leave for tomorrow? No. There aren't that many days off. I need to sleep. I have to rise early tomorrow. Sleep then. You, move back a bit. You're pressing against me. I will not. The next morning, the elder rose early to prepare noodles. Hearing the commotion, Hu Xiaoxiao hurriedly got up to dress. Son Chuanwu wrapped his arms around her, pulling her back into bed. Oh, let go. Grandfather is awake. So what if he is? Let us sleep a bit longer. Sleep? I need to cook. You can sleep more. Hu Xiaoxiao lightly grumbled, pouting as she pinched Son Chuanwu's nose before slipping on her little white shoes and stepping outside. Grandfather, you're up so early. The elder, with a cigarette in his mouth, nodded with a smile. Go back to sleep. Breakfast will be ready soon. You two can rise to eat. Hu Xiaoxiao blushed. No worries, grandfather. I slept little. I washed my face and came over to assist you. After brushing my teeth and washing my face and hands, Hu Xiaoxiao rolled up her sleeves and began harvesting leeks. Observing Hu Xiaoxiao's industrious demeanor, the old gentleman grew increasingly fond of her. This girl truly has the makings of a good homemaker, although her personality is a tad wild. It is by no means detrimental. Once the noodles were ready, Hu Xiaoxiao dragged Son Chuanwu out of bed. After he finished brushing his teeth and washing his face, the three of them finished a small bowl of leek and egg noodles. Grandfather, I'm off to school now, she said, blushing. The old gentleman nodded with a smile. All right, come back tonight. Hu Xiaoxiao, her face flushed, hurriedly grabbed her backpack and dashed off, while the old gentleman lit a cigarette, squinting his eyes with a smile reminiscent of a doting ant. Son Chuanwu, also blushing, lit a cigarette as the old gentleman, quite open-minded, advised, don't mess around. Treat her well. Education is still quite important. Our family has no university graduates. Marrying one would be quite nice. Son Chuanwu assured him that he would not act recklessly. He understood the gravity of the situation. Rest assured, grandfather, I know what I'm doing. As long as you know. Let us go take a look. Both families are burying today. We must ensure everything goes smoothly. Once outside, they parted ways. The old gentleman heading to Sun Weimin's home, while Son Chuanwu made his way to Hao Xingli's residence. Hao Xingmin was already waiting at home, and once Son Chuanwu arrived, he called the people inside the house who were preparing for the burial to board the four-wheeled tractor parked out front. The driver inserted the lever into the tractor, and, with a powerful push, the machine roared to life, emitting black smoke from its exhaust. The noise was particularly loud, and Son Chuanwu felt as though the entire tractor was vibrating with each throaty rumble. Exiting the town, the tractor turned right onto a small road, and not long after, it halted at the base of a gentle slope. Hao Xingmin handed out cigarettes and pointed to the slope, stating, Mr. Sun, I intend to bury my brother here. Son Chuanwu nodded in agreement. Both of Hao Xingli's parents were present, as well as his grandparents, making it clear that Hao Xingli was ahead of most of the Hao family. A group of people ascended the slope, and Son Chuanwu took a glance around. The feng shui was generally acceptable. For someone like Hao Xingli, even the best feng shui would not matter. It should neither be too good nor too poor. Just adequate would suffice. After taking a turn with the compass, Son Chuanwu took the shovel and drew a circle around himself, instructing Hao Xingli's son. You take the sickle and cut the grass. Hao Xingli's son accepted the sickle and silently began cutting the grass. Meanwhile, Hao Xingmin distributed some peach crisps he had bought. And once everyone had finished, the grass was nearly cleared. Son Chuanwu inquired, Are we all full? Yes. This act symbolizes the significance of the burial. Although in some places this practice is not observed. Son Chuanwu retrieved the land deed and the written document from his bag, lit them, and began reciting the earth-breaking incantation. Heavenly wonders, sun, moon, and stars, the spirits of the earth and sky, be astonished. Evil spirits, bow your heads and flee, for I command you to depart. The 28 constellations heed my call, the 6 deities accompany my actions. The general of the 9 oxen breaks the ground, repelling the malevolent spirits. I beseech the great celestial Lord, the revered ancestor, who grants this command. Upon completing the incantation, Son Chuanwu pointed to the center of the circle and instructed Hao Xingli's son, you dig 1 shovelful of earth here, to be sealed at the tomb's completion in 3 days. Hao Xingli's son hurriedly dug a shovelful of earth and placed it outside the circle. Son Chuanwu then indicated the 4 corners, saying, dig 4 shovels of earth here for the casket sealing tomorrow. Hao Xingli's son promptly complied, and after he finished digging, Son Chuanwu took the soul-calling rooster intended for the funeral and gave its head a couple of taps. The rooster's crow echoed through the valley, and Son Chuanwu nodded with satisfaction, deeming it an auspicious omen. Let us commence the earthwork. The group began diligently preparing the burial site. It was worth noting that the location Son Chuanwu selected was indeed quite favorable. Typically, the land here is rocky, but this particular plot contained no large stones. The biggest only the size of a fist, and there were not many at all. The workers digging the grave were astonished, praising Sun Chuanwu's skill. Once the grave was excavated, Sun Chuanwu handed yellow paper and heavenly gold to Hao Shungli's son, saying, "For your father's new warm dwelling. The land deed is necessary. When the time comes, you can click on my avatar, join the group, and I will share it there." Chapter 64. What should I do if I run away? Once Hao Shungli's son warmed the dwelling, Sun Chuanwu jumped into the grave and placed 7-star coins on the gold foil. Hao Shungli died from a knife wound. So it was essential to suppress the spirit. For such untimely deaths, numerous preparations are required, which is why in the coming decades, funerary practices changed. As it became too labor-intensive, Sun Chuanwu produced 4 small packages from his bag, containing Tai Sui bones, 5 essence stones, vermilion, and other items, which he buried at the 4 corners of the grave. After completing this task, he climbed out of the grave and began reciting the house-guarding incantation. Once all was finished, Sun Chuanwu wiped the sweat from his brow. This truly is a physically demanding job, one that most people would struggle to endure. Hao Xingmin produced an envelope, gratefully placing it into Sun Chuanwu's hands. "Thank you, Mr. Sun, just a token of appreciation, don't think it too little. Working for a significant client is indeed rewarding. The compensation is substantial. A token is not measured by weight. What matters is the gesture." Sun Chuanwu accepted the money as the group descended the slope. Checking his watch, it was already past noon. They boarded the tractor, and upon returning to Hao Shungli's home, the meal was ready. As they sat down to eat, Sun Chuanwu abstained from alcohol. After the meal, he arranged to return in the evening to deliver the payment and then headed home. Just then, the old gentleman was also returning home, and they bumped into each other before they could even enter. "Was everything smooth?" Sun Chuanwu nodded. "Quite smooth, grandfather. And how about you?" "Very well." The old gentleman pulled an envelope from his pocket and handed it to Sun Chuanwu, who frowned and pushed it back. "What's this for, grandfather?" "I've received plenty lately." The old gentleman shot him a disapproving glance and said, "Take it. You'll need it for building a house and marrying a wife, for buying a vehicle to impress me, right?" Sun Chuanwu smiled wryly. "Grandfather, I'm not in a hurry. Why are you so anxious?" "How can I not be anxious? I'm already buried up to my chest in dirt." "All right. From now on, all the earnings will go to you. You can manage them as you see fit. In a couple of years, once you've learned everything, I'll just retire at hong." Kong Kai looked on with envy. He hadn't even graduated from his apprenticeship yet and wondered when he would ever earn money. The old gentleman pulled out another envelope and handed it to Kong Kai, who was momentarily taken aback, and then his eyes glistened with tears. "Grandfather, what is this? You've worked hard lately. This is your pay for this month. Last month you were an apprentice, so there's nothing for you. Don't think it too little." Kong Kai turned his head to wipe away his tears, coming from a less fortunate family. He had no connections to get into a job and felt trapped in a life that was all too predictable. This kind of existence was disheartening. He thought it would take him 2 or 3 years to graduate, never imagining the old gentleman would give him money now. "Stop whining, if you don't want it. I want to give it to you." Kong Kai quickly stuffed the money into his pocket, grinning as he said, "Of course I want it." The old gentleman glared at Kong Kai and pointed at Sun Chuanwu, saying, "From now on, he'll manage the family business. And he'll be the one to pay you." Sun Chuanwu feigned a serious expression, saying, "Oh, then I must be a tough employer." Kong Kai chuckled. "No worries. I can pay my debts with my sister." "Get lost. Who trades a sister for debts? That's nonsense." After an afternoon nap, Sun Chuanwu, the old gentleman, and Kong Kai left the house to deliver some provisions to 2 families. Once their task was complete, the 3 returned home. It was still not even 8:30. After enjoying a smoke and washing their feet, they prepared to retire for the night. Kong Kai entered the main room and began to pull out blankets from the Kong cabinet. After making the bed, he was ready to crawl under the covers. The old gentleman pointed to the small room and said, "You come sleep in the small room with me." Kong Kai hesitated for a moment and, with a hint of bravado, asked, "Grandfather, at your age, are you afraid of needing to urinate at night?" The old gentleman's lips twitched in annoyance. "Just go. Stop with the nonsense." Confused, Kong Kai raised an eyebrow at Sun Chuanwu, who chuckled but said nothing more. Once in the small room, Kong Kai still couldn't grasp what was happening. At 9:30, the clock chimed, startling him awake just as he was about to drift off. The sound of footsteps echoed, and Kong Kai's body tensed as he hurried to find a flashlight. The old gentleman quickly pressed him down. "Calm down. There's no need to panic." The footsteps ceased, leaving Kong Kai in a state of agitation, unable to fathom what was going on. After a while, he heard faint footsteps outside, followed by the sound of a door opening and closing in Sun Chuanwu's room. accompanied by the sound of a door being locked. Grandfather, a thief has entered son Chuanwu's room. The old gentleman remained unfazed. Stop being dramatic. Just go to sleep. Kong Kai felt a pang of anxiety, his mind racing. After a while, Hu Xiaoxiao climbed into bed, and Sun Chuanwu gasped as he felt her cold feet. Why are your feet so cold? He exclaimed. It's chilly tonight. And I only wore thin shoes, she replied. I didn't bring anything thicker. I'll ask my father for money to buy some when I get home. That won't be until the 1st of October. What if your feet get frostbite? Sun Chuanwu sat up, taking her icy feet in his hands, placing them against his warm belly. Hey, what are you doing? Hu Xiaoxiao protested, pulling her legs back. Don't let your feet get cold. Kong Kai, who had been alert, suddenly perked up. Whoa, a female thief. Hu Xiaoxiao laughed, realizing it was just her. Grandfather? Time to sleep. Sun Chuanwu responded. Oh. As he warmed her feet, Hu Xiaoxiao blushed and whispered, Sun Chuanwu, isn't it embarrassing to warm a woman's feet? I don't mind. You sound rather old-fashioned. What is wrong with warming your feet? Do they smell? Why don't you take a whiff? Sun Chuanwu's breath hitched for a moment, and the next second, Hu Xiaoxiao's eyes widened as she covered her mouth in panic, hastily pulling her feet back. She burrowed under the covers, muffling her cries. Sun Chuanwu wrapped his arms around her. Time to sleep. Her voice was barely above a whisper, reminiscent of a kitten's mewl, prompting Sun Chuanwu to chuckle at her shyness. After a while, he said, no need to ask your mother for money. Tomorrow I'll buy you 2 pairs of shoes and some clothes. You can't wear just 1 pair all winter. Hu Xiaoxiao's heart warmed. If they get dirty, I'll wear the thin shoes for a couple of days until they're clean, then switch to the warmer ones. What? Are we so poor we can't afford more? All right, let me handle this. Sun Chuanwu. What? Aren't you afraid I might run away if you give me money for college? Even if you run away, you can't wear thin shoes in winter. If your feet get frostbite, you'll suffer later. Sun Chuanwu. What now? I want to run away. I'll stay by your side forever, cooking and doing laundry for you. And 2. Huh, how shameless. Spit. The 2 nestled together, drifting into slumber. In the middle of the night, a rapid knocking echoed through the night. Chapter 65. Light it up for me. Bang, bang, bang. Sun Chuanwu jolted awake from his dream, while Hu Xiaoxiao pouted, still groggy. Who could it be at this late hour? So annoying. He hurriedly dressed, realizing that knocking at this hour likely meant something was wrong at Hao Shengli or Sun Weiman's home. Since the burial was scheduled for tomorrow, any trouble now would surely result in consequences. You stay here. I'll check it out. Okay. Hu Xiaoxiao snuggled deeper under the covers, knowing she had to wake early for class. Sun Chuanwu grabbed a flashlight, unlocked the door, and stepped outside, where Kong Kai emerged from the small room. They exchanged no words as they opened the door and stepped out. Sun Chuanwu called out, "Who's there?" expecting to hear the voices of the 2 families. He was instead greeted by the voice of Director Wu. It's me, old Wu. Sun Chuanwu's heart sank. Was disaster upon them again? Is someone dead? He asked, hastening to open the door. You're running out of time. If you don't hurry, there will be a real death. Wu's face was a mask of concern. The old gentleman came to the door. What is going on? Oh good, you're here too. Quick, come with me. Something's happened to Xiao's son. He is possessed. Wait. The old gentleman rushed back inside for a bag, then hurried to the door. As they closed it, Sun Chuanwu asked, Wu, what is going on? What happened to Xiao's son? As they walked, Wu explained, I'm not sure what happened. Xiao's son was in class, then suddenly he just left. I thought he went to relieve himself, but then Hao Xingmin came looking for me, saying Xiao's son went to his house. When I got there, it was chilling. Xiao's son was on his knees, banging his head on the floor, and no one could stop him. He was bleeding. At Hao Shengli's house, Sun Chuanwu's expression darkened, recalling how Xiao's son had spoken out the previous afternoon during the incident. That man has quite the temper. If there's trouble again, it's going to be serious. The old gentleman frowned. Did Xiao's son offend Hao Shengli? Sun Chuanwu sighed. He only said a few words that day. Hao Shengli is quite sensitive. The old gentleman's face hardened, and he began to devise ways to deal with Hao Shengli. Before they reached Hao's house, they could already hear the chaos from afar. The group quickened their pace and ran to the entrance of the mourning tent. Upon seeing Sun Chuanwu and the old gentleman arrive, Hao Shengmin hurriedly pointed at Xiao's son, who was tied to a stool, panic evident in his voice. Mr. Sun, please help us. What is happening? Xiao's son was bound to the stool, blood streaming from his forehead, his eyes fixed on Hao Shengli, crying out, Let me go? Let me go? The old gentleman glanced at Sun Chuanwu. What would you do if this were your situation? Sun Chuanwu understood the old gentleman was testing him. How about using the 5 Thunder Talisman to strike him down? Hao Xingmin's expression changed dramatically. No, please. My brother has suffered enough. The old gentleman glared at Sun Chuanwu. This situation arose because Xiao's son spoke out. It's only natural for them to retaliate. Why should you use a talisman to erase their grievances? Sun Chuanwu flushed and scratched his nose. Then what should we do? The old gentleman squinted at the bed, speaking coldly. We must reason with them. Let us negotiate first. Hao Shengmin sighed in relief. The old gentleman was wise, while Sun Chuanwu was too young and impulsive. If we can't come to an agreement, then we'll resort to the 5 thunder talisman. Remember, 1 talisman, 1 tea suffice. We need to strike multiple times. Hao Shengmin's lips twitched involuntarily, and he thought to himself, what a spectacle. Not a single normal person among them. Sun Chuanwu's mouth also quivered. The old man was indeed wise, negotiating first before resorting to force. The elder lit a cigarette and stood before the coffin, addressing Hao Shengli. All right, Hao Shengli, despite Xiao Sun's sharp tongue, you must feel somewhat vindicated, yes? Here's the plan. Shortly, I'll have Xiao Sun sincerely apologize, and we'll consider this matter settled. As he spoke, the elder glanced at Xiao Sun, who was still struggling, showing no signs of improvement. The elder's expression darkened instantly. How dare he not show respect? Hao Shengli, I shall ask you one more time. Can this matter be resolved? If not, we shall have a proper discussion. A sudden gust of wind swept through, causing the cloth canopy to rustle ominously, and the corpse lamp flickered as if spat upon, extinguishing abruptly. What the hell? The elder reached out and found several talismans in his hand. Sun Chuanwu hurriedly approached, pleading, Grandfather, wait, hold on. Wait for what? Let go of me. If I don't shatter his soul into pieces today, I won't be able to sleep soundly. Hao Limin quickly stepped forward to dissuade him. Elder, it's not worth it. Truly, there is no need for this. The elder swung his arm, sending the burly Sun Chuanwu staggering. With another flick of his wrist, a talisman appeared, and before anyone could react, the elder yanked away the covering cloth and slapped a yellow talisman onto Hao Shengli's forehead. The spirit hall fell eerily silent. Xiao Sun, once chattering incessantly, now resembled a deflated balloon, instantly deflated. Hey, what are you binding me for? Why hit my head? Wu, call the police, quick. Xiao Sun struggled desperately, looking at the coffin and the Hao family surrounding him. The elder turned back, pointing at Xiao Sun. Shut your mouth. You young fool, blabbering all day. Have you not heard? The dead are paramount. How someone died is none of your business. Even if you jabber, what can you do? Xiao Sun was momentarily stunned by the elder's scolding. Observing the elder's imposing demeanor and the frightened expressions of those in the spirit hall, he suddenly realized he was truly facing retribution. Hao Limin's face turned pale, his voice trembling. Elder, did you truly harm my brother? The elder rolled his eyes, taking the yellow talisman from Hao Shengli's head, and ominously inquired, I'll ask you once more. Can this matter be resolved? Can he rest in peace? A gentle breeze wafted through the hall, soft and tender, like a young maiden. The elder nodded, covering the body once more, and began directing the lighting of the corpse lamp. Light that lamp for me. Chapter 66. Accumulating virtue. Hao Shengmin hastily produced a match to ignite the lamp. But before he could strike it, the lamp spontaneously ignited. The elder, satisfied, tucked away a handful of thunder talismans and pointed at Xiao Sun, saying, Apologize to your uncle Hao. Learn to curb your tongue in the future. This time, Xiao Sun had learned his lesson in the past. He wouldn't have believed such things, but now he not only believed, but had experienced it firsthand. He quickly bowed to Hao Shengli, sincerity evident in his demeanor. Uncle Hao, I know I was wrong. Please forgive me, considering my youth. The corpse lamp flickered gently, and the elder pointed at the incense burner. Offer incense to your uncle Hao. Tomorrow, accompany me to the graveyard to purchase some paper money and offerings for him. Xiao Sun nodded eagerly. Okay, grandfather. I will do as you say. Hao Shengmin then pulled out a wad of cash, extracting the last 4 large bills, and pressed them into the elder's hand. Elder, you've come all this way at night. You must accept this. The elder casually handed the money to Sun Chuanwu, stating, All right, no need to linger. From now on, keep your wits about you and refrain from idle chatter. If you encounter someone with a bad temper, you'll be the ones to suffer. The group exited the spirit hall, bidding farewell to the elder. Sun Chuanwu glanced at his watch. It was 12:44. Are you curious why the elder didn't just strike him down? Sun Chuanwu nodded. When the elder affixed the talisman, he genuinely believed it was a thunder talisman. Who would have thought it was a corpse-restraining talisman instead? The elder sighed. Remember this. Every cause has its consequence. Just as Hao Shengli's reckless words led to his untimely demise, it is only natural. However, once someone has died, all past grievances are erased. The dead are to be honored. Thus, at this juncture, they enter a new cycle of existence. What use is there in provoking them further? It's akin to someone receiving their due punishment. Why would you go and kick them while they're down? Besides, We have no enmity with them, nor have they ever sought to trouble us. Xiao Sun's loose tongue brought this upon him. Why not target the one surnamed Wu? The elder offered cigarettes to Sun Chuanwu and Kong Kai, lighting them before walking ahead. Generally, these matters are governed by reason. If you do not provoke them, they will not provoke you. We must adhere to reason as well. Xiao Sun's indiscretion is the cause, and his tribulations are the effect. We accepted his family's funeral and received payment as the cause, and assisting in settling the matter is the effect. It's all interconnected. Had I truly affixed a thunder talisman today, do you think the Hao family would not hold a grudge against us? Sun Chuanwu nodded vigorously. Of course. They would resent us. Precisely. We must only do what we ought to do, without stepping outside this circle. Otherwise, the consequences become uncontrollable. What is the most terrifying thing in the world? It is that which is uncontrollable. Do you understand? Sun Chuanwu had gained much insight from the elder's words, deepening his understanding of his profession, especially regarding the concept of cause and effect, something he had previously dismissed, but now he believed it wholeheartedly. Every occurrence in recent events was intertwined with cause and effect, entwined with fate. The elder had inadvertently unveiled another layer of this world's veil, presenting it vividly before Sun Chuanwu's eyes. I understand, grandfather, but what should we do about such matters in the future? Sun Chuanwu pondered, then replied. We must first negotiate. If that fails, we can resort to intimidation. Just as with tonight's Hao Shengli, his ability to torment Xiao Sun indicates he possesses some power, which has inflated his ego. The talisman you affixed was a wake-up call, letting him know we can restrain him, and thus, we could eliminate him. He must first recognize reality before he can communicate properly with us, transforming us from mediators into decision-makers. Would you agree with this assessment? The elder nodded in satisfaction. Indeed. You possess a measure of insight. However, remember this, Chuanwu. If you truly encounter someone unreasonable who seeks to harm another, disregard the cause and effect, and eliminate the threat. Understood, grandfather. Upon returning home, Sun Chuanwu entered the house, removing his shoes but not climbing onto the Kong. Hu Xiaoxiao reached out to him, her voice soft. Why don't you come up? You're cold. Warm yourself for a bit. Ah, come up. I'll keep you warm, she said, pulling him onto the Kong, her small body snuggling against him. Sleep well, brother Chuanwu. The following morning, after Hu Xiaoxiao had breakfast, she left for school. The three elders packed their belongings to attend 2 funerals. Perhaps it was due to the elder's affixing of the corpse-restraining talisman the previous night. But Hao Shengli caused no trouble that day. The funeral proceeded remarkably smoothly. After a basin was dropped, the procession made its way to the cemetery in grand style. Once Sun Chuanwu finished reciting the eulogy, the pallbearers gently placed the coffin into the tomb. And Hao Shengli's son filled in the earth at the head of the coffin, followed by others joining in. The new grave was erected, a guiding chicken placed, and several older men from the village, lacking wives, eagerly scrambled for the guiding chicken. In these times of poverty, the guiding chicken was typically expected to be guarded. Yet this scramble had become their unspoken activity. In these times of financial hardship, the household finds itself burdened with an excess of trivialities. Once the paper money and offerings have been burnt, a look of relief crosses Hao Shengmin's face. He offers a cigarette to Sun Chuanwu, bitterly smiling as he remarks, Brother, this life has been worth it. Sun Chuanwu nods in agreement. How could it not be worthwhile? The event of 2 against 1 is something many would not dare to contemplate for decades to come. Remarkably, in the 1980s, his brother had already experienced such a thing. Indeed, it was worth it. Glancing back at Hao Shengli's grave, Hao Shengmin sighs. I've made arrangements with the Sun family. When the time comes, we will petition to see if we can save Feng Yang's life. Sun Chuanwu looks at Hao Shengmin in surprise, not expecting such words to come from him. You don't harbor any hatred towards him? Hao Shengmin nods. How could I not? Yet, despite the resentment, can my brother be brought back? Besides, do you know what my brother did? It was still Feng Yong who crossed paths with him. There are many out there. In the past 2 years, my brother has caused him no small amount of trouble, but he could not control his own desires. It is only natural for Feng Yong to feel aggrieved. After all, when Feng Yong married, the quota from the logging site went to his wife, while he himself descended into the mine at the by Tuesday. He would enter the mine in the morning and emerge only when the stars were visible in the sky. Such a person is pitiable. Encountering a wife like that, and then facing my brother and his gang. It's as if it's a chance for my nephew to accumulate some virtue. Sun Chuanwu couldn't help but regard Hao Shengmin with newfound respect, giving him a thumbs up. You're a true man. Just as Hao Shengmin was about to respond, someone at the foot of the mountain called out anxiously, Is Mr. Sun still up there? There's been a serious incident. Chapter 67. Is this mere nonsense? Sun Chuanwu squinted downwards. and how Xingmin's expression changed slightly. That person appears to be Zhang Jilian's brother. Zhang Jilian's family did not seek Sun Chuanwu's assistance for the funeral. Even if they had, Sun Chuanwu would have been unable to take it on. Such matters would only confuse Kong Kai. It is said they sought an old man from the neighboring village who could conduct the rites. Though the truth of this remains uncertain. In the surrounding areas, few families manage funerals, but those with knowledge are not uncommon. Some, boasting a modicum of expertise, dare to charge for their services, just like the local experts, who can handle the average family's affairs, ensuring at the very least that the coffin reaches the grave. Funeral arrangements are subjective. If one desires professionalism, they must seek out a family like the Suns. Without a doubt, in the entire county, one would struggle to find another as capable as his grandfather. Otherwise, they would not have sought out the elder from the city. Some believe that professionalism comes at a higher cost, and since the elder is not in town, only major clients or long-standing acquaintances seek his help. Yet now, trouble has arisen. 3 individuals died in a single day, all from knife wounds, victims of foul play, classified as untimely deaths. Those who die untimely are generally not buried immediately. Even if there seems to be no issue at present, complications may arise later. Sun Chuanwu shouted down. I am Sun Chuanwu, what is going on? The slope was not steep, and the people below could easily hear him. Mr. Sun, my sister's coffin has fallen. The 8 strong men cannot lift it, and several poles have already broken. Sun Chuanwu furrowed his brow. This was an indication of reluctance to depart. It appeared that Sun Weimin had been the most straightforward, passing quietly without causing any fuss. All right, I will go and take a look. Sun Chuanwu told Hao Xingmin. I'll head down first. I'll save you a spot for dinner. No need. Who knows how long this will take? We can drink together on another occasion. Very well. Take care. Sun Chuanwu and Kong Kai made their way down the slope, while Zhang Jinlong, drenched in sweat, puffed heavily as if he had been wrestling with the wind. Is it far from here? Zhang Jinlong pointed to a mountain in the distance. Not far, just over there. Let's go see. The 3 men jogged along the main road and crossed a small path through a cornfield, soon spotting a large crowd gathered ahead, along with a bright red coffin. Sun Chuanwu's expression darkened instantly. For a person who died untimely, especially one so young, how could they use a red coffin? Kong Kai frowned, muttering, this is outrageous. They dare to use a red coffin? The one in charge is truly something else. Zhang Jinlong paused, asking, is there a significance to this? Sun Chuanwu sighed, There are indeed customs surrounding coffins. Typically, those who die in battle or untimely deaths, especially the young, should be placed in black coffins. Only those who die naturally and of old age are entitled to a red coffin. The color red symbolizes celebration, associated with joyous occasions. To place an untimely death in a bright red coffin is akin to whispering in their ear, "Oh sister, your death was quite the spectacle. It is utterly devoid of common sense." Zhang Jinlong's expression soured as well. He cursed inwardly, recalling the neighboring village elder who boasted that it was best for women to have red, vibrant, and festive coffins. He now wished to confront the one responsible for this funeral arrangement. When a coffin falls during transit, it is an ominous sign. It indicates the deceased's reluctance to depart. But how can one rectify this? The person is dead. Can they be taken back? The role of a funeral master is to resolve such unforeseen events, not to create conditions for them like this amateur. Upon seeing the 3 arrive, the crowd hurriedly approached. The leader, 8 strong men, with a cigarette in his mouth, politely said, Mr. Sun, this coffin truly cannot be managed. It simply cannot be moved. Sun Chuanwu scanned the crowd and spotted an old man in the back, with a red nose and a bald head, who bore a certain air of authority. Blood could be seen beneath his nose, likely from a mishap with the Zhang family. The 8 strong men looked at Sun Chuanwu with a face full of frustration. This morning, when I saw the coffin, I was stunned. Had it not been for their extra payment, I would never have taken this job. Who would use a bright red coffin for an untimely death? Sun Chuanwu waved his hand dismissively. Enough of this. Discussing it now won't hasten the process. Zhang Jilian's elder brother, Zhang Jinping, pulled 2 large bills from his pocket and pressed them into Sun Chuanwu's hand. Young Mr. Sun, you must help us figure this out. We cannot just let this drag on. Sun Chuanwu examined the 2 bills in his hand, feeling little stir within him. Given the current situation, he had been handling many such tasks. 20 yuan, in a typical household, could suffice for a month's provisions. Accepting the money, Sun Chuanwu made his way through the crowd to the coffin, circling it a few times while noting the broken poles strewn about. Faced with the glaring red coffin, Sun Chuanwu found himself in a predicament. This is truly a hot potato. Now, there are several methods to resolve this. First, to simply split Zhang Jinlian in half and be done with it. Second, to use a corpse-stopping talisman to immobilize the coffin before burial. The third option involves finding a way to dye the coffin black and then attempting to bury it. The first option was immediately dismissed by Sun Chuanwu. He focused on the remaining two. If a corpse-stopping talisman is affixed, it could indeed resolve the issue, but opening the coffin now was out of the question. It would have to be affixed to the coffin instead. When that talisman eventually decays, one can only imagine the extent of Zhang Jilian's resentment. This was not the best solution either. After some contemplation, Sun Chuanwu declared, "At this point, there are no other options. You all, return home and fetch your tools. The coffin must be buried before sunset. Also, buy some ink. We'll cover up that red paint with ink, just to get by for now. If all else fails." Sun Chuanwu paused, his expression complex. "If that doesn't work, I will think of another way." "Understood. I will return home to fetch the tools." Zhang Jinlong led his family towards home when an elderly villager approached. "Isn't this nonsense? What will you do if she gets startled?" Sun Chuanwu's anger flared. "I've silently cleaned up your mess without a word, and now you're acting like you have some skill. If you were so capable, how did this happen? Don't you know that the deceased should not be placed in a red coffin? Even a novice understands this. How can you, of your age, not know? What face do you have to argue with me?" Chapter 68. Obsession. Daming Bai's face flushed with embarrassment upon hearing Sun Chuanwu's words. He had merely followed what others did for a few days. The reason he used a bright red coffin was not due to ignorance. It was simply because he had acquired it for 5 yuan from an old woman. After reselling it to the Zhang family for 20, he made a profit of 15. He had taken on several jobs and had never encountered anything unusual, so he was only half convinced of the superstitions, never expecting that something would go wrong this time. "Well, I had good intentions. The red color is festive." Sun Chuanwu rolled his eyes at Daming Bai and retorted, "Enough with the festivity talk. If you come looking for me at night, it won't feel festive at all. Do you think earning money is that easy? If you take someone's money and fail to send them off properly, they won't rest easy and will come seeking you. In our line of work, it's best not to act against one's conscience. Otherwise, retribution will follow." Daming Bai shivered and pointed at Sun Chuanwu defiantly. "Who are you trying to scare? Do you think I was raised by you?" Sun Chuanwu swatted Daming's hand aside. "Who are you talking to? At your age, shouldn't you practice some virtue? Your mouth is full of nonsense. Do you have a long tongue?" Daming Bai's anger flared, and he jumped up, ready to confront Sun Chuanwu. Zhang Jinping was already frustrated. He had just given that old fool a piece of his mind, and now this old man was causing trouble for Sun Chuanwu, who had come to help them. A surge of fury rose within him, and he picked up a broken pole, raising it to strike at the old man. The old man reacted quickly, dodging to the side, and the pole struck his shoulder instead. "Ouch! Zhang Jinping, you hit me." With red eyes, Zhang Jinping raised the pole again. "I'll finish you off." The old man fled, and not a single person intervened, all harboring their own frustrations. If it weren't for the fear of getting involved, they would have liked to give the old man a couple of whacks themselves. Despite being over 50, Daming Bai ran surprisingly fast. Zhang Jinping chased after him with the pole, but couldn't catch up. Daming Bai lost one shoe in his frantic escape, heedlessly shouting as he bolted away. Zhang Jinping, infuriated, threw down the pole, spat, and turned back. After a while, the Zhang family returned. Sun Chuanwu looked at the items they carried and bowed to the coffin. "Sister Zhang, that old man is foolish. There's no need to take it out on your family. The past is past. I resorted to this plan out of necessity. So please bear with it and do not fear." With a wave of his hand, everyone suppressed their fear and carefully scraped the red paint off the coffin. Fortunately, the coffin was poorly made, with only a base coat, and soon the red paint was entirely removed. Taking the ink, they began to paint the coffin black. After much effort, the coffin finally bore a dark hue. Sun Chuanwu frowned slightly. The smell of the ink was unpleasant. They referred to it as stinky ink. And this bottled variant was particularly foul. Everyone grimaced, and Sun Chuanwu took out a paper talisman, lighting it, and stepping on the 7 stars, reciting incantations. Once finished, the 8 sturdy men hurriedly lifted the coffin. Lift. As 8 men exerted their strength, the coffin slowly rose. Just as Sun Chuanwu breathed a sigh of relief, the pole snapped with a loud crack. Everyone exchanged glances, and Sun Chuanwu felt a wave of anxiety. Was it impossible to go through this without using the talisman? He scanned the group and inquired, "Among you, is there anyone born in the year of the horse, chicken, rat, or rabbit?" One of the men raised his hand. "I'm a rabbit." "Rabbits won't do. They create conflict. You can go back, take a detour." "Fine, I'll head back." They switched out the person, and the 8 men continued to lift the coffin. This time it was finally raised, but just as everyone sighed in relief, the pole snapped again. Everyone turned to Sun Chuanwu. their faces pale. He frowned and lit a cigarette, pondering, "How far is it from your home to here?" Zhang Jinlong thought for a moment and replied, "Not far, just about a mile." Sun Chuanwu was even more perplexed. This is strange. What could be the matter? Under such circumstances, it was certain that someone like Zhang Jinlian had lost her wishes. What obsession could prevent her from moving on? Sun Chuanwu stroked his chin in thought. Could it be that a corpse-restraining talisman was truly necessary? Just then, he caught sight of several households at the foot of the mountain, and a hypothesis formed in his mind. He pointed towards the small courtyards and asked, "Are there families there that Zhang Jinlian knows?" Zhang Jinlong and Zhang Jinping exchanged glances, and Zhang Jinping slammed his thigh, his eyes suddenly glistening. He pounded his knees with both hands, tears streaming down his face. Sun Chuanwu realized he had guessed correctly. The pole holder from the 8 sturdy men also came to a realization and said, "Moved. No wonder she refuses to leave. That family at the foot of the mountain is her mother-in-law's, and her daughter is there. My sister, my sister. How could I not have thought of this?" Zhang Jinlong wiped his tears and choked out, "I'll go fetch the child for her to see." Sun Chuanwu hurriedly stopped him. "What nonsense. The child is too small. She can't come here. She has to see her child at least." Zhang Jinlong insisted, his eyes red. Sun Chuanwu sighed. Zhang Jinlian feared the red coffin. But she simply could not let go of her daughter. No wonder she would not leave. "All right, you can take the child to the opposite side of the road. But don't let her face the coffin. Let her see from a distance." Zhang Jinlong nodded vigorously, wiping his tears as he ran towards his in-law's home. Sun Chuanwu lit a cigarette and gently patted the coffin. "Sister Zhang, please don't blame me. The child is still too young. I know you can't bear to part with her, but rest assured, with these uncles around, she will not suffer." Zhang Jinping also knelt before his sister's coffin. Choking back tears, "Sister, don't worry. If the old Feng family doesn't want her, I will raise her as my own. You are my only sister, and she is my only niece. I won't let her suffer." Sun Chuanwu softly patted the coffin. "Sister Zhang, do you hear me? After seeing the child, you can rest easy and move on." 10 minutes later, Zhang Jinlong stood on a large rock at a distance, holding his niece, a 5-year-old girl in his arms. A gentle breeze caressed the little girl's hair, and confusion flickered across her face. Moments later, her mouth quivered, and tears cascaded down her cheeks. "Mommy, it's Mommy." As the siblings cried, Sun Chuanwu turned his head away, his eyes reddening, while Kong Kai sobbed uncontrollably, wiping his snot on the pole holder. "Sister Zhang, the child has finished watching. You can rest assured," and set off. Sun Chuanwu gently patted the coffin, composed himself, and called out loudly, "Lift the coffin." With a powerful heave, Badishan effortlessly raised the coffin off the ground, his face lighting up with joy. The coffin felt weightless. The group slowly made their way to the cemetery, where Sun Chuanwu laid down the protective items in the grave, and Badishan carefully lowered the coffin into the earth. Once the soil was filled in, Sun Chuanwu and the others turned to head back. Glancing at the time, it was already past noon. Zhang Jinping jogged over, pulling out 27 yuan and 35 cents from his pocket, pressing it into Sun Chuanwu's hand. "Mr. Sun, my family's circumstances are not as good as others. Please accept this money. Thank you for letting my sister rest in peace." Observing the mixed denominations of money in his hand, Sun Chuanwu felt a lump in his throat. He returned the money, saying, "Keep this for the little girl to buy something to eat." Zhang Jinping opened his mouth, tears streaming onto the money in his palm. "Mr. Sun, you are truly a good person." Sun Chuanwu sighed. "Brother Zhang, I want to say much more. Regarding what you and your sister discussed today, I hope you can fulfill it in the future. Your sister died tragically. You made a promise, and you must keep it. If you cannot, I cannot guarantee what may happen later." Zhang Jinping nodded solemnly, wiping away his tears. "Rest assured, I, Zhang Jinping, am a man of my word. What I say, I will do." "That's good. It's already noon. If you don't mind, come to my house for a bite to eat." Sun Chuanwu waved his hand, replying, "I want to go today. In the future, if anything comes up, just come to my place to find me." The two bid farewell to the others and walked toward the town. Today was market day, and there were many vendors from the city selling clothes and shoes. Yesterday, they had agreed to buy clothes for Hu Xiao, as the styles in the supply and marketing cooperative were outdated compared to those at the market. As they arrived at the market, there were not many people left, and the vendors were preparing to pack up. They approached a clothing stall, where Sun Chuanwu glanced at the garments. Having just opened the economy a year ago, the variety of southern clothing available was still quite limited. The materials were mostly polyester and chiffon, of average quality, and the patterns were not particularly appealing. "Brother, take a look at these newly arrived bell-bottoms and jeans. They are of excellent quality and stylish." The vendor, wearing sunglasses and sporting long, permed hair, resembled a curly-haired dog. Sun Chuanwu surveyed the items and pointed to a pair of women's pants, asking, "How much for these pants?" "Hey, brother, are you buying for a girlfriend? You have a good eye. These pants are 35 yuan each. All the young ladies in the city are wearing these. They are quite fashionable." Kong Kai exclaimed, "Goodness, that's expensive." The vendor smiled and replied, "Brother, you get what you pay for. Try the material. I assure you, they will remain in style for 3 to 5 years." Sun Chuanwu pointed to a pair of wool-lined shoes on the ground, asking, "Is this the only type of shoe you have?" Nowadays, women's shoes aren't very appealing, focusing more on practicality than aesthetics, but there are still some attractive options, albeit at higher prices, mostly available in state-run stores in the city. In winter, people typically wore black, lace-up cotton shoes, which may not look good but are very warm. They refer to these as mian woola. The vendor presented a pair of black-bottomed cotton shoes with a maroon upper, saying, "These shoes are great and warm." Sun Chuanwu shook his head. "No, I'll go to the county market or the city to buy some. I can make the trip in 2 days." The vendor scrutinized Sun Chuanwu, taking a look at the cigarette he offered. In these times, not many people smoke long bai shan, which costs over a yuan a pack. Affordability is a concern for most. "Brother, I do have some nice shoes, but they are pricey." Upon hearing this, Sun Chuanwu realized the vendor likely had quality items, but the price would undoubtedly be steep. However, he was curious about what kind of shoes the vendor had on hand. Price was not an issue, style was paramount. The vendor slapped Sun Chuanwu on the shoulder, saying, "Come with me, brother." He led Sun Chuanwu to a nearby jeep, opened the door, and pulled out 2 boxes. Opening one of the boxes, Sun Chuanwu's eyes lit up. "Wow, these are indeed fine goods." Inside was a pair of high-top leather shoes, which are considered high-end in this era, known as the 65-style naval wool shoes 3513. Although not as visually appealing as modern cotton boots, they certainly outshine the cotton shoes by several streets. These shoes are made of genuine leather, lined with soft lamb wool, and have rubber soles for warmth and anti-slip properties. The shoes appeared slightly small, fitting Hu Xiaoxiao's petite feet perfectly. "How much for these?" The vendor held up 2 fingers. "Brother, I won't deceive you. These were brought back from the provincial capital. I only brought back 2 pairs. The size 37 sold out, but this size 36 hasn't moved. I'll let you have it for 180 yuan, which is cost price." Kong Kai gasped, "Are you robbing me? 180? That's the price of a Phoenix bicycle." The vendor, unperturbed, smiled. "Brother, let me explain. Don't let the price scare you. This is a 3-seam construction. If sold in a provincial market, it would cost over 300. Since this pair hasn't sold, I'd be asking 300 if it were otherwise." Kong Kai pointed at the cotton shoes on the ground. "No way, just buy 2 pairs of those. They're warm and cheaper. This is too expensive. 1 pair costs as much as a large house." Sun Chuanwu inquired about the other box. The vendor opened it to reveal another pair of leather shoes, more accurately described as leather boots, which appeared bulkier than the 65 style. These short boots reached the calf and were also made of suede, looking quite sturdy. This pair was also a size 36 and was priced lower, despite the leather quality. It could not match the previous pair. "Seeing you are genuinely interested, I'll let both pairs go for 300. Sun Chuanwu pointed to another stall, saying, "Get me 2 more pairs of pants, a pair of red cotton shoes, 2 pairs of autumn shoes, and these 2 plaid shirts. How much do I owe you in total?" The vendor calculated and replied, "Brother, that comes to 405 yuan. As a gesture of friendship, I'll waive the 5 yuan and throw in a few pairs of wool socks. How does that sound?" Sun Chuanwu nodded, asking, "Do you have autumn shirts and underwear?" "Not here, but if you turn the corner to the small square, my sister sells those items." "All right, please wrap all this up for me." After paying, the vendor packed everything neatly while enthusiastically calling out for Sun Chuanwu to return. Kong Kai, feeling impressed, remarked, "Wow, you really spent a fortune. With this, you could have built 2 large houses or even bought a sewing machine and a boiler." Sun Chuanwu was unfazed, rolling his eyes at Kong Kai. "Later, we'll take Grandpa to buy some shoes too." Kong Kai grumbled, "Just buy for Grandpa. I can still wear my shoes. Come on, let us buy. I want cotton shoes." Upon reaching the small square, Sun Chuanwu spotted the stall selling autumn shirts and pants. The 2 sisters allocated their goods quite well. The brother sold trendy items, while the sister offered nothing but woolen thermal wear, socks, cotton padded jackets, and old-fashioned trousers. "Hey little brother, what do you want?" Sun Chuanwu inquired, pointing at the displayed thermal wear. "How much for this set?" "This is affordable, 3 yuan for 1 set, or 5 yuan for 2, replied the vendor. "How about 10 yuan for 4? Kong Kai tugged at Sun Chuanwu's sleeve. "Why do you need so many? Aren't you going to wear them?" Kong Kai chuckled at the shopkeeper. "Sister, can we get 4 sets for 10 yuan? The shopkeeper, covering her mouth with a giggle, replied, "Why not? If you say so, then it's settled." How about a few women's sets too? 2 men's and 2 women's. What is the price for that blue cotton padded jacket up there? 15 yuan each. Do you want to? Kong Kai nudged son Chuanwu. Let my mom tailor them for you. Cotton isn't that expensive. You'll save quite a bit. Son Chuanwu decided. Get 2 women's and 2 for someone of his height. At this moment, Kong Kai realized. Wait, you just included our grandpa in this. Why aren't you buying for yourself? I'm waiting for your mom to tailor some for me. Kong Kai grinned, delighted with the arrangement. All right, I'll have my mom make yours too. After the shopkeeper wrapped the items, son Chuanwu shyly asked, sister, do you have anything for girls? The shopkeeper, perceptive and experienced, nodded with a smile, sure. I just didn't display them. What size and color do you need? Son Chuanwu pondered, extending 5 fingers discreetly behind Kong Kai, about this size. All right. How many do you want? Let us go with 2 sets. Perfect. Once everything was packed, the shopkeeper handed the total to son Chuanwu. That LLB 95. Son Chuanwu paid, and the two carried their purchases home. Selling clothes is really lucrative. Look at that vendor driving a jeep, son Chuanwu remarked, nodding. Indeed. Trading garments is profitable nowadays, but it requires connections and capital. Many think it's easy. But to travel south alone with hundreds of pounds of clothing would be a daunting task for most. True, if I were to head south, I'd probably lose my pants halfway. They then turned towards the supply and marketing cooperative, spending 12 yuan on 3 pairs of cotton socks. Burdened with bags as they returned home, they skipped the 2 banquets and simply had a bowl of noodles, then lay on the Kong listening to the radio. In the afternoon, the elder returned, eyeing the clothes and shoes son Chuanwu bought. He scolded, "What did you spend money on this for?" Kong Kai smirked, "Grandpa, your lips are twitching. If you want to laugh, just do it." The old man glared at Kong Kai. "Shut up, you little brat." He glanced at the pile of clothes, realizing they were for Hu Xiaoxiao. He didn't mind. Her family wasn't well off, and she had a younger brother. She rarely had new clothes throughout the year. Eventually, she would be his granddaughter-in-law, and he couldn't bear to see her suffer from the cold. The 3 of them listened to the radio while sipping tea. Around 2 o'clock, Wang Depeo pushed the door open and entered. "Aren't you resting, old man?" The elder chuckled and shook his head. "Not tired yet. Come sit." Kong Kai quickly stood up to fetch a teacup and poured tea for Wang Depeo. "By the way, brother, when shall we go over?" Son Chuanwu turned to the elder. "Grandpa, when shall we head out?" "Tomorrow seems fine. We don't have much to do. Once we finish, we'll return. The neighbors are taking care of the chickens and ducks, so we shouldn't trouble them too much." Kong Kai said. "Then I'll head back first tomorrow. I have nothing to do tagging along, and I don't understand that stuff anyway." "That's fine. You can go back first." The elder agreed. Wang Depeo quickly added, "All right then, old man, we'll set a plan. I'll come pick you up tomorrow morning." Taking the cigarette Wang Depeo offered. The elder suddenly inquired, "Xiao Wang, I'm thinking of getting Chuanwu a jeep. Do you have any connections?" Son Chuanwu was taken aback. Jeeps were quite expensive. Did the elder have that much money? Wang Depeo nodded. "I have connections, but it might take some time. A new one would cost around 25,000. And that's if you know someone. Otherwise, it could be at least 30,000. The elder nodded expressionlessly. "All right, see if you can help arrange one. I'll cover the cost when the time comes." Son Chuanwu quickly protested. "Grandpa, why buy that? It's incredibly expensive." The elder shot him a glare, retorting, "What? Are you planning to walk everywhere? You should be happy I'm buying you a car." Son Chuanwu shrank back, not daring to argue further. After Wang Depeo stayed a while, he left, and Son Chuanwu tossed and turned on the Kong. In his previous life, the elder had spent money to forge connections for him to enter the forest farm. The funds for his wedding also came from the elder. Yet he had no idea the elder had such wealth. However, it made sense. With all the elder's skills, having a savings of 20 to 30,000 was plausible. But if the elder bought a car for him, wouldn't that stir trouble for his uncle's family? After dinner, at 8:30, Son Chuanwu strolled to the town high school. This high school had closed around 8 or 9 years ago, and was now the county's second middle school. As soon as the evening study session ended, Son Chuanwu spotted Hu Xiaoxiao in the crowd. His brow furrowed. How could someone be intruding on his territory? Chapter 71. Do you like this? Li Taijun, get out of my way. Hu Xiaoxiao glared angrily at Li Taijun, who was blocking her path on his bicycle, along with a few of his lackeys. This guy was a notorious troublemaker in his senior year, neglecting his studies and harassing girls. Recently, he seemed to have set his sights on her. With a smirk, Li Taijun said, "Hu Xiaoxiao, just go out with me. I really like you." His companions chimed in. "That's right, sister-in-law, just go with my brother." Hu Xiaoxiao's face darkened instantly. "Get lost. I have a boyfriend." Li Taijun scoffed. "So what if you have a boyfriend? Tell me who he is, and I'll take care of him." Just as Hu Xiaoxiao was about to respond, her face lit up with surprise. "Chuanwu." Li Taijun turned around. But before he could see who was approaching, he received a heavy punch to the face. Hey! With a crash, Li Taijun fell off his bike. His 3 lackeys hesitated, sensing the shift in power. You 3 idiots, go after him. Sun Chuanwu pulled Hu Xiaoxiao behind him, delivering a swift kick to the chest of the approaching guy. He then seized another's arm, executing a clean shoulder throw to take him down. One more lackey slammed on the brakes, and Sun Chuanwu leisurely pulled out a cigarette, lighting it, before swiftly delivering a slap to Li Taijun. Seizing the opportunity, Li Taijun got back up, looking at Sun Chuanwu with fear. Who the hell are you? Do you know who my father is? Sun Chuanwu didn't waste words, striking Li Taijun again. Though he had attended high school in the county, he had studied middle school in the town. Back then, he and Kong Kai were not to be trifled with. Despite their lackluster academic performance, they were formidable fighters. As for Li Taijun's father, he was just a local thug with some notoriety, but Sun Chuanwu felt no fear. His girlfriend was being cornered, and no one was going to intimidate him. Is your father Li Laowai? What's the matter? Resorting to daddy-esque connections now? After school? A throng of students gathered as Sun Chuanwu made his move. Li Taijun, covering his face, pointed at Sun Chuanwu and demanded, "Leave your name. Tell me who you are. Just wait and see if I find someone to deal with you." Sun Chuanwu nonchalantly tossed aside his cigarette, and crushed it underfoot. "My name is Sun Chuanwu. If you want to fight, let us do it tomorrow morning. I'm too busy to deal with you tonight. I'll be waiting right here when school starts. Bring whoever you want. If you can't handle it, call your grandparents. No worries. I have a low tolerance for fools and I enjoy teaching old men a lesson." Li Taijun's face darkened instantly, while the onlooking students burst into laughter. "Where are you? Get out of my way." A tall youth, about 6 feet tall, pushed through the crowd, followed by more than 20 boys aged 17 or 18. "Li Taijun, are you tired of living? You dare block someone from Victory Village? Xiao what? Huh, Brother Chuanwu?" The speaker was Zhao Yang, the village chief's son, who was half a year younger than Sun Chuanwu. Both of them notorious for their lack of academic inclination. Victory Village was sizable, populated with many children who stuck together, making it rare for anyone to bully them. Sun Chuanwu smiled and nodded. "Well, that was quick." Zhao Yang scratched his head. "I heard they were going to confront Hu Xiaoxiao, so I called everyone over." He was aware of Hu Xiaoxiao's relationship with Sun Chuanwu, which had become common knowledge in the village. Having been friends since middle school, he could not ignore Hu Xiaoxiao's predicament. Seeing Zhao Yang and others arrive, Li Taijun, still covering his face, cast a gloomy glance at Sun Chuanwu. "We agreed on tomorrow morning. Whoever doesn't show up is a coward." Sun Chuanwu waved dismissively, "Scram. I have no interest in wasting my time on a brat like you." Hu Xiaoxiao looked worriedly at Sun Chuanwu. "Brother Chuanwu, his father is Li Laowai, a notorious local thug." Zhao Yang clenched his teeth, though his body trembled slightly. "What does that matter? Brother Chuanwu, just tell us what time tomorrow, and we'll all be there." Sun Chuanwu chuckled. "You don't need to get involved. Just make sure Xiaoxiao isn't bullied at school. That's all that matters." "All right, let him go. Look at him. He is about to wet his pants." The crowd parted, and Li Taijun rode his bicycle forward, but just a few steps later, the chain fell off. Fuming, he got off the bike, but before he could regain his balance, Sun Chuanwu stomped his foot. "Hey!" The loud shout startled Li Taijun, who pushed the bike and ran off, causing the students to laugh until they cried. "Brother Chuanwu, do we really not need to help?" Sun Chuanwu shook his head. "No need. It's late. Hurry back." "All right, Brother Chuanwu, we'll wait for you at the school gate tomorrow." "Sure, I need to head home. My grandpa is waiting." Sun Chuanwu waved goodbye, taking Hu Xiaoxiao's hand as they walked forward. Hu Xiaoxiao shyly tugged back, her face flushed. "There are so many people. It's so embarrassing." Sun Chuanwu pulled her along. "What's wrong with them seeing? Let them remember." Hu Xiaoxiao pouted, feeling a sweet warmth in her heart. "Why did you come to pick me up? I finished my errands this afternoon. By the way, my grandpa and I have to go out tomorrow. I don't know when we'll be back. I'll come find you at school when I return." Hu Xiaoxiao nodded, understanding the importance of their family matters. "Oh, today I attended a funeral." Sun Chuanwu recounted Zhang Jinlian's incident, and Hu Xiaoxiao frowned. "Brother Chuanwu, do you think this counts as retribution?" Sun Chuanwu paused, pondering her words. Hu Xiaoxiao explained. "Look, her reputation is already tarnished, and all because of her actions, for families were ruined. And then, she used a bright red coffin, which you smeared with ink. That smell lingers for years. Isn't that just retribution?" Sun Chuanwu nodded thoughtfully. "You might be right. Let us head home and try on the clothes I bought for you. I got you quite a few outfits and 2 pairs of leather shoes." Leather shoes are expensive. Why waste money?" 20 minutes later, Hu Xiaoxiao held a pair of black lace-trimmed underwear, her face as red as an apple. "Brother Chuanwu, do you like this kind?" Sun Chuanwu was taken aback, having no idea that lingerie could come in lace. The two sets he had picked out were red and black, both adorned with lace. Hu Xiaoxiao blushed, biting her lip, her eyes sparkling, making Sun Chuanwu swallow hard. No. It was the shopkeeper's choice. I didn't even look. Humph. Hu Xiaoxiao pouted, pulling the lamp cord, plunging the room into darkness. The rustling sounds made Sun Chuanwu's heart race. And soon, Hu Xiaoxiao dove under the covers. How did you know my size? It fits perfectly. Sun Chuanwu swallowed again. I asked the shopkeeper for the measurements. Hu Xiaoxiao playfully punched him in the chest, then leaned close to his ear, whispering, do you want to see? I do. No. You can't. Hu Xiaoxiao hopped out of bed, changed her clothes, and then nestled into Sun Chuanwu's embrace, gently tugging on his hand. Her body was rigid. Her voice soft like a kitten. From now on, buy things like this, don't buy the wrong size. The next morning, Wang Depeo arrived in his car while Sun Chuanwu and the others were having breakfast. Have you eaten? Want to join me? Wang Depeo asked. I already had some tofu pudding and pancakes my wife made, and my sister-in-law is here today too. Hu Xiaoxiao glanced at Sun Chuanwu. Her cheeks flushed. Brother Wang. I'll go get you a glass of water. No need, sister-in-law. I'm not thirsty at all. You should drink a little. You're leaving soon. And you don't want to get thirsty on the way. As Hu Xiaoxiao went to pour water, Wang Depeo remarked, my brother has good taste. This sister-in-law is truly virtuous. Sun Chuanwu finished his noodles, wiped his mouth, and smiled. I'm lucky. By the way, Brother Wang, do you know Li Laowai? Upon hearing the name, Wang Depeo's expression soured. Of course, I know him. He's just a deadbeat with no skills, always pretending to be something he's not. Last year, he tried to act tough with me, but I put him in his place. Now he pretends to be friendly. He's a coward. Why do you ask? Did he provoke you? Sun Chuanwu recounted the previous night's events, and Wang Depeo rolled up his sleeves, his disdain growing. That little brat is nothing to worry about. Don't worry. I'm here. I want to let him bully my sister-in-law. First, we'll take her to school. And then we'll see what Li Laowai has to say. Once Hu Xiaoxiao finished eating, Sun Chuanwu, Wang Depeo, and Kong Kai got into the car. Before reaching the high school, Wang Depeo spotted over 20 people gathered at the entrance, sneering, what a disgrace. They're bringing in the old after beating the young. How can such people endure for so long? The car pulled up to the crowd as Sun Chuanwu and his friends got out. As Sun Chuanwu descended from Wang Depeo's vehicle, Li Tiejuan's son momentarily froze, then pointed at Sun Chuanwu and exclaimed, Dad, that's him. Last night, Li Laowai had already arranged for the individual, and upon inquiry, discovered that Sun Chuanwu was a person who dealt with funerals. Although he harbored a certain apprehension towards such individuals, he could not simply stand by while his son was bullied. He had initially resolved that upon encountering Sun Chuanwu, he would deliver a beating and extort some money. However, upon seeing Wang Depeo's car, a sinking feeling struck him. Could this young man possibly be acquainted with Wang Depeo? No. It was Wang Depeo's mother's funeral that Sun Chuanwu had organized. As Sun Chuanwu made his way down, Li Laowai found himself in a predicament. He was merely an old beggar, not of the same caliber as someone like Wang Depeo. If Wang Depeo were to come to Sun Chuanwu's aid, he would be left to swallow his grievances. Sun Chuanwu was about to speak when he noticed Wang Depeo angrily charging towards Li Laowai. Upon seeing the object in Wang Depeo's hand, Sun Chuanwu could not suppress a shiver. When had this fellow taken a weapon with him? Li Laowai gazed at the double-barreled shotgun in Wang Depeo's grasp. His legs turned to jelly, and the more than 20 ruffians behind him instinctively took a step back, inadvertently revealing Li Laowai and his son. Before Wang Depeo could raise his weapon, Li Laowai immediately raised his hands in surrender. Brother Depeo, it's a misunderstanding. A complete misunderstanding. Just listen to me. Li Laowai's eyes widened in terror as Wang Depeo thrust the shotgun directly into his mouth. Li Laowai, I can overlook many things, but your son bullying my sister-in-law while you stand idly by. What's that about? Are you trying to take advantage of my honest brother? Li Laowai frantically shook his head, terror written across his face as he regarded Wang Depeo. During their previous confrontation, Wang Depeo had not resorted to using a firearm. Why was he pulling it out for such a trivial matter now? Students at the school hurriedly skirted around the commotion, making their way to the entrance to witness the spectacle. I'll only say this once. Either you have the guts to put me down right here, or you keep your distance from my sister-in-law and my brothers in the future. If I hear about my sister-in-law being wronged again, I swear I'll send you both to the icy depths. Li Laowai nodded vigorously, mumbling indistinctly in agreement. Wang Depeo turned to Hu Xiaoxiao, whose face had turned pale, and offered a warm smile. Brother, sister-in-law, are you satisfied? If not, today you'll at least hear a bang. Hu Xiaoxiao quickly waved her hands. Thank you, Brother Wang. I feel much better now. Sun Chuanwu also interjected. Let's just leave it at that, Brother Wang. Wang Depeo nodded. Retracting his weapon, Li Lao Wai clutched his chest, wearing an expression akin to one who had narrowly escaped death. As Wang Depeo turned away, Li Lao Wai and his son instinctively raised their hands, their movements pitifully practiced. Wang Depeo regarded them with disdain, approached Li Lao Wai, adjusted his somewhat askew collar, and whispered in his ear, "Do you want to know why I stood up for him?" Li Lao Wai shook his head nervously. "Brother, I truly regret it. I really don't know why. Look at you, all cowardly. Someone once plotted to kill me at my mother's grave. And it was son Chuanwu who thwarted that plot. Li Lao Wai, you've made quite a few enemies over the years. And your parents want to escape the cycle of life and death. When that day comes, how do you think others will deal with you? Or how do you think my brother might deal with you?" Li Lao Wai's body trembled, casting a fearful glance towards son Chuanwu. "So, you see, Li Lao Wai, I am trying to save you." Chapter 73. Li Wenhua, upon entering the school, Hu Xiaoxiao bid farewell to son Chuanwu and Wang Depeo, proceeding along the small road towards home. Once in the car, Wang Depeo offered son Chuanwu a cigarette. "Did I scare you back there?" Son Chuanwu shook his head. He had seen firearms before. Even now, they had not been banned, and in some places, they were openly sold at the supply and marketing cooperatives. Firearms could be purchased for several hundred yuan, which was beyond the reach of the impoverished. What was there to fear? Wang Depeo grinned. In this day and age, there are all sorts of characters. You will undoubtedly find yourself in town frequently for business. We cannot allow anyone to bully you. Although my reputation may be less than savory, I can still intimidate others. Especially with someone like Li Lao Wai, you cannot reason with him. You must make him understand that he is in danger. Otherwise, a scoundrel like him will become a persistent nuisance." Hearing Wang Depeo's words warmed son Chuanwu's heart. Despite Wang Depeo's dubious reputation, he was undeniably loyal and genuine towards son Chuanwu. Such a person is worth cultivating a relationship with. If you treat him well, he would go to great lengths for you. But if you mishandle the relationship, he could just as easily ruin you. "Thank you, Brother Wang." "Ah, it's nothing. I owe you my life. I may lack education, but I have a conscience." After picking up the elder, the trio drove out of town. "Are we heading to the county?" Wang Depeo nodded. "Yes, to the county. We should arrive just around nightfall. Everything is arranged over there. We will just eat and sleep. Nothing else to worry about." The road to the county was still a dilapidated mountain path. The straight-line distance to the county was just over 100 kilometers. But navigating the mountain roads would take an entire day. After a few exchanges, son Chuanwu soon dozed off. When he opened his eyes again, it was already noon. "Awake, brother?" Son Chuanwu rubbed his face. "Where are we now?" "We're almost to Baoquan town. Soon, we'll stop for a meal and take a break before continuing our journey." Once they entered the town, they casually selected a restaurant, ordering 4 dishes and 4 portions of rice. After satisfying their hunger and resting for a while, the trio resumed their journey. As before, son Chuanwu got back in the car and promptly fell asleep again. When he next opened his eyes, it was dark outside. Coincidentally, the car came to a gentle stop in front of a 2-story restaurant. Through the car window, they could see 2 large red lanterns hanging by the door, accompanied by 4 signboards. The signboards were significant. By merely glancing at them, one could discern the type of cuisine the restaurant offered. Establishments with 4 signboards typically had the means to prepare a variety of dishes. If they couldn't deliver on their promises, previous patrons might demand the removal of their signboards. "Isn't it a coincidence that you woke up just in time?" Son Chuanwu stretched and smiled. "I guess I'll have trouble sleeping tonight." "Not to worry. After we get out of the car, we'll drink. If we drink too much, we'll just go back and sleep." Upon exiting the vehicle, Wang Depeo expertly led the 2 men into the restaurant. Despite the unimpressive exterior, as soon as they entered, son Chuanwu felt a sense of spaciousness. In his previous life, he rarely visited the county, and even when he did, he could never bring himself to dine in such places. The waiter guided the trio to the 2nd floor and gently knocked on the door of the innermost private room. "Come in." Upon opening the door, Wang Depeo grinned broadly, surveyed the room, and gestured for the elder and son Chuanwu to enter. "Brotherly, I've brought Mr. Son and young Master Son to see you." Inside were 4 individuals, a couple with a son and daughter. The son looked to be around 8 or 9 years old, while the daughter appeared to be 18 or 19, roughly the same age as son Chuanwu, dressed in attire that clearly was not cheap. The couple promptly stood up, and Mr. Li extended his hand, smiling as he shook hands with the elder. "Mr. Son, I apologize for troubling you to come such a long way. I hope you can forgive me. This must be young Master Son." The elder smiled. "It's no trouble at all. This is the work we do." He extended his hand to shake son Chuanwu's. "Young Master Son, you truly are, as the legends say, a remarkable figure. You flatter me." "Flattery is universally appreciated. Sun Chuanwu regarded this individual with a sense of familiarity, yet he could not recall his profession. Old Master Sun, Mr. Sun, please take a seat. Once seated, Mr. Li addressed the waiter with a courteous demeanor. My dear, kindly inform the kitchen to commence serving the dishes. Certainly, Mr. Li. After gently closing the door, Mr. Li retrieved a cigarette and lit it for the elder. From the earlier address, it was apparent that Wang Depeo held a somewhat inferior status, yet unlike Wang Depeo, this Mr. Li exhibited no pretense. It is often the case that those of profound character tend to achieve greater success and societal standing, while the more ostentatious often possess little true capability. As the intermediary, Wang Depeo began the introductions. Elder, this gentleman is Li Wenhua, whose family operates a kaolin mine in the county, and he manages the business along the river on this side. Suddenly, Sun Chuanwu recognized him, Li Wenhua, the most notorious ruffian in their county. During the height of the 1990s, Li Wenhua drove a Huchuobang, each valued over 2 million, earning him the respectful title of Brother Li. Later, in the 2000s, after amassing wealth, Li Wenhua relocated to Sanya, and thereafter, he vanished from public knowledge. Given this backstory, could it be that Li Wenhua's sudden wealth stemmed from a grave misfortune? The elder nodded, indicating that the nature of Li's affairs was of no concern to him as long as payment was forthcoming. Mr. Li is indeed a significant businessman, he remarked with a smile. Li Wenhua humbly replied, we are merely scraping by. I am not a significant businessman. Elder, my circumstances, I believe Depeo has already discussed with you. When you find the time, could you accompany me to my father's grave to offer your insights? The elder hesitated to respond, exhaling a plume of smoke as he regarded Li Wenhua. Mr. Li, please, just call me Wenhua, he interjected. The elder continued without formality, Wenhua, may I inquire when your misfortunes began? Li Wenhua furrowed his brow in contemplation, then replied, if I were to calculate, it would be at the start of this year. My business has faltered since then. Only in business? Li Wenhua nodded. Yes, solely in business. Just after the new year, I was cheated out of a sum by individuals across the river, and I have yet to locate them. In May, there were further complications at my mine, leading to significant losses. The elder narrowed his eyes, staring icily at Li Wenhua, before striking the table forcefully. Li Wenhua, you invite me here, and yet conceal the truth from me? Do you truly believe I am a fool? Amidst the astonished expressions of those present, the elder stood with a composed demeanor. Chuanwu, we are leaving. Chapter 74. The cuckoo occupies the magpie's nest. Wang Depeo was momentarily stunned, but upon regaining his senses, he noticed that Sun Chuanwu and the elder had already risen. As the intermediary, he felt awkward at the sudden turn of events, yet he understood the elder's temperament. It was clear from the elder's words that Li Wenhua was entangled in some disreputable dealings. Like Li Wenhua, he too was engaged in unsavory activities, but he had never resorted to heinous crimes. Having seen the elder numerous times, he knew him to be amiable with everyone. Yet, what had transpired here? Before he could rise, Li Wenhua hastily stood and grasped the elder's arm, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. Although he had heard of Sun Jiudao's reputation, he had not anticipated that Sun Jiudao would see through his facade so effortlessly. Elder, please do not be agitated. It is my fault. Allow me to explain. The elder, with an icy demeanor, turned away, casting a fleeting glance at Li Wenhua. Wang Depeo quickly interjected, Elder, for my sake, could you show some leniency? My friend here is cautious. I hope you can understand. The elder waved his sleeve dismissively at Wang Depeo, stating, today, I am only considering your face. Had it been anyone else, I would have washed my hands of this matter. Li Wenhua exhaled in relief, and Wang Depeo promptly assisted the elder back into his seat, retrieving a cigarette from his pocket and respectfully lighting it for him. Sun Chuanwu, curious about Li Wenhua's misconduct that incited such anger from the elder, remarked, Mr. Li, if there is something amiss, please do not conceal it. If it is too much for you, feel free to seek others for assistance. You are a prominent businessman, unburdened by want, while we ordinary folk cannot afford to bear the consequences of your troubles. If this matter is resolved, all is well. However, should there be any hidden details that lead to complications, we would be left with unjust blame. Li Wenhua, upon hearing Sun Chuanwu's words, immediately adopted a more earnest demeanor. Young Master Sun, I have indeed been remiss in my considerations. Elder, please calm your anger. I will clarify everything. With a sigh, he continued, when my father passed, I enlisted someone to find a burial site. They candidly informed me that there were no suitable graves in our county, but there was one that was quite favorable, albeit already occupied. According to them, this grave held great fortune, promising 7 years of prosperity for my family, after which we would need to change sites as fortunes would dwindle. The elder scoffed, what fortune? That is nothing but the cuckoo occupying the magpie's nest. Li Wenhua's expression turned awkward, and he did not dare to refute the elder. The elder continued, "Did they not assure you that the descendants of the grave's occupant had all perished, thus allowing you to proceed without concern?" Li Wenhua swallowed hard, astonished. How did the elder know this? The elder indeed possessed remarkable insight. Sun Chuanwu began to grasp the situation. This was nothing less than an act of usurping another's fortune. A truly despicable concept that someone would resort to such trickery. "Elder, how did you come to know this?" The elder pursed his lips. "I am well aware of the numerous grand tombs and auspicious sites throughout the county. The belief that ancestral graves can bestow fortune upon descendants holds some truth. Yet such immediate prosperity is rare. Generally, it requires a considerable passage of time. Thus, the practice of utilizing someone else's grave for personal gain is not uncommon. This method has existed since antiquity. Our county even has an example from the late Qing dynasty, where a wealthy individual usurped a prince's burial site in Bohai." As he spoke, the elder cast a meaningful glance at Wang Depeo. Wang Depeo instinctively stiffened, pointing to himself in disbelief. "Elder son, I have no knowledge of such practices. If I did, my father—" "No, wait. Are you implying that this concerns that old fellow Su Tianxi?" Li Wenhua grimaced. "Indeed, it is Su Tianxi." Wang Depeo's face darkened. Why does this old scoundrel seem to be involved in everything? How can he be so malicious? The elder stroked his beard. "Su Tianxi is a geomancer. He is undoubtedly skilled in his craft. Years ago, he was driven out from within the borders, fleeing to this side. Why? Because he acted without regard for consequences and behaved erratically. While others might speak of this without consequence, you must never utter such words, for regarding your family. Su Tianxi has never harbored ill intentions. As for your own actions, they are entirely of your own making." Wang Depeo, his face flushed, scratched his head. The elder's words were undeniably harsh, yet he could not deny their truth. The elder chuckled. "Su Tianxi spent his life committing misdeeds. Yet the only bond he formed was with your father. It is this very connection that led him to fall into your clutches. To put it bluntly, the meager kindness he possessed was wholly expended on you." Sun Chuanwu wholeheartedly agreed with the elder's sentiments. Otherwise, with Su Tianxi's capabilities, why would he need to go to such lengths to meddle in Wang Depeo's father's affairs? To speak rather harshly, even if what he is currently studying is merely superficial, it would be effortless for him to meddle with the graves of others, let alone that old fellow Su Tianxi. Enough of that for now. Let us discuss matters concerning your father. The old gentleman gazed at Li Wenhua, lifted his teacup to take a sip, and then gently set it down. "The place where your father was hidden, his lineage has not been extinguished. In fact, that individual still resides in our county." Li Wenhua's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "Impossible. When I buried my father at that time, the place was nothing but wasteland, merely a small mound of earth." The old gentleman chuckled coldly. "Do you think your father resided in second-hand accommodations? That place is positively third-rate." "What?" Despite Li Wenhua's commendable composure, he could not suppress a gasp. "Old sir, are you certain you are not mistaken?" The old gentleman shot a glance at Li Wenhua. "When you excavated the grave, you did not merely inter your father. You must have taken all the accompanying items as well, did you not?" Li Wenhua swallowed hard, feeling somewhat awkward as he replied. "I thought they were just taking up space, so I removed everything." The old gentleman continued, "The connections you've cultivated over the past 2 years, along with your newfound wealth, all originated from that place, did they not?" Li Wenhua shook his head with a bittersweet smile. "Old sir, you truly possess remarkable insight. Nothing escapes your notice. When you took those items, did they not mention they were from the late Qing dynasty?" Li Wenhua blurted out, "Old sir, you have also ventured into that tomb? Get lost." The old man rolled his eyes, extinguishing his cigarette with a slight lean forward. "Have you never pondered why a tomb from the Tang dynasty would contain the remains of a late Qing-era wealthy merchant?" Chapter 75, An Agreement? Li Wenhua was momentarily bewildered. A tomb from the Tang dynasty? That cannot be. It was clearly from the Qing dynasty. Observing Li Wenhua's expression, the old gentleman realized he understood nothing at all. The lack of education is indeed terrifying, he thought, as he patiently explained to the others. "I mentioned that we buried a prince from the Bohai kingdom here. Let us consider him a prince, as it is recorded in the county annals. During the late Qing, a retired 5th-rank official arrived in our area. His surname was Chung. At that time, he had a steward who understood some feng shui secrets, and he set his sights on that tomb. No tomb, including those of dragon veins, can endure for eternity. The strongest can only provide protection for a few hundred years, while the lesser ones last merely 3 to 5 generations. Yet this particular tomb can be traced back 3 generations. Li Wenhua, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "Old sir, if As you say, a prince of the Bohai kingdom is buried there. Then that tomb would be rendered useless, would it not? The old gentleman glanced at son Chuanwu and remarked, "You explain this to him." Son Chuanwu nodded. "Our lineage is known as the Earth Masters. When we excavate graves, we submit a proclamation to the heavenly court and report to the underworld, stating who will be buried where. This is called securing the land deed. If the proclamation is not recited and the land deed not burned, then regardless of who is interred there, they are merely tenants. The Bohai Kingdom's people buried there certainly did not seek the Earth Masters to burn the deed and recite the proclamation, which allowed others to exploit the loophole. In ancient times, funerals entailed rituals, with Earth Masters specifically invited to recite the proclamation. This tradition has been maintained for thousands of years." Li Wenhua suddenly understood. No wonder he had chosen a third-rate burial site for his father, one that was on the brink of collapsing. However, since that family occupied the site, and the old gentleman claimed that this person's descendants still reside in the county, why had he never heard of a prosperous family with the surname Chung in the area? "Old sir, you say that person's descendants still live, but why are there no wealthy families with the surname Chung in the county?" The old gentleman took a puff of his cigarette and replied nonchalantly, "When the Japanese came, there was a pseudo-military leader in our county named Chung Jindong. The grave contains his grandfather. He is the second generation. He has a son named Chung Sihai, who participated in the revolution, personally leading people to arrest his father, after which he renounced his family ties. Now, the entire Chung family consists solely of him. Had he not renounced worldly ties and become a monk, the fortune of that tomb would have long since been depleted. When I visited it years ago, I discerned that it could sustain itself for another 5 years." Li Wenhua's expression darkened instantly. Everything aligned perfectly. Su Tianxi had mentioned that the tomb could last another 7 years, but what of now? The first 5 years passed smoothly. Yet this year marked the 6th, and troubles seemed to line up like a queue, one after another. The old gentleman extinguished his cigarette and looked at Li Wenhua. At that time, Su Tianxi took half of the items from the tomb, did he not? Li Wenhua nodded. He took a small box of golden fish. The old gentleman shook his head, clicking his tongue in disapproval. Su Tianxi was rather unscrupulous. "Enough of this. Let us discuss serious matters." The old gentleman picked up his teacup and leisurely took a sip. "Now, how much can you offer this time?" Li Wenhua pondered deeply, and after a considerable pause, he tentatively asked, "Old sir, can you assist me in resolving this matter?" The old gentleman exuded confidence. "I can certainly handle it." Li Wenhua, feeling bold, replied, "Old sir, state your price. Whatever you say, I shall comply without bargaining." The old gentleman shook his head. "If I were to demand everything, could you fulfill it?" "Very well. You may proceed as you wish." Li Wenhua exchanged glances with his wife. Then his gaze lingered on their children, his expression growing increasingly complex. "Old sir, for the sake of good fortune, would this amount be acceptable?" Li Wenhua extended a hand, and Sun Chuanwu's heart skipped a beat, his hair standing on end. 80,000 yuan. This was even more thrilling than when old Ding's corpse was exhumed. However, upon reflection, 80,000 yuan was a sum that ordinary people would hardly dare to conceive, yet for Li Wenhua, it was not enough to cause him significant distress. After all, he was the one who had driven a Tiger Head Benz in the 1990s, controlling 2/3 of the white soil mines in the county and nearly all the riverside businesses. The old gentleman had witnessed many storms and was disinclined to concern himself with such troublesome matters. He did not lack for money. However, Sun Chuanwu did. The old gentleman shook his head, and Li Wenhua's lips twitched slightly as he prepared to raise the offer once more when the old gentleman spoke slowly. "How about this? I will take a little more from you, 50,000 yuan, plus a new jeep. If that suits you, then agree. If it burdens you, we shall leave it at that." Li Wenhua sighed with relief. Thankfully, it was not an exorbitant demand. Nowadays, a death at the mine would still require compensation of 10 to 20,000 yuan, so he considered himself unfortunate, having encountered a mining accident. Though parting with 80,000 yuan was somewhat painful, it would not take long to recover, as long as his luck turned around. He had no reason to fear earning money again. "Old sir, when the time comes, I would appreciate your assistance in finding a better location. I shall bring you the money tomorrow, and regarding the car, please allow me a day's grace. 1 day will suffice." Seeing Li Wenhua's eagerness, the old gentleman nodded in satisfaction. "Very well. There happens to be a location in the county that, for ordinary people, would be detrimental in every way. However, for someone like you, seeking ill-gotten gains, it is undoubtedly a rare and excellent site." Li Wenhua's gloom lifted entirely. "Old sir, whatever you say shall be done. I shall heed your every word." As the meal was served, Li Wenhua's daughter kept glancing over at Sun Chuanwu. Sensing her gaze, Sun Chuanwu felt puzzled. He He thought the girl looked somewhat familiar, yet he could not recall where he had seen her. In his previous life, he had likely had no interaction with Li Wenhua's daughter. Why, then, was she staring at him so intently? Though Sun Chuanwu was aware that he possessed decent looks, he had not reached the level of narcissism to believe anyone would be enamored with him. However, the girl appeared to be around his age. Could she be his high school classmate, or perhaps a year younger? It is undoubtedly impossible for them to be classmates, despite Sun Chuanwu's hazy memories. He still retained some impression of his fellow students. As drinks flowed and toasts were exchanged, the atmosphere grew increasingly relaxed. With the effects of alcohol setting in, Li Wenhua's attitude towards the elder gentleman became increasingly respectful. A saying from a past life rings true: the wealthier one is, the more superstitious they become. Halfway through the drinking session, Sun Chuanwu staggered out, pushing open the door. Once in the backyard, he unfastened his belt to relieve himself. Just as he was halfway through, someone slapped him hard on the shoulder. Sun Chuanwu, what do you mean by pretending not to know me? Chapter 76. Women change drastically. Startled, Sun Chuanwu nearly lost control of the water, splashing it everywhere. Instinctively, he turned to face Li Wenhua, only to accidentally spray her leg with water. Ah! As the exclamation escaped her lips, Sun Chuanwu quickly covered her mouth. Li Wenhua's eyes widened in shock. The warmth of his hand and the mingled sense of alcohol left her momentarily dazed. Sun Chuanwu shivered and hastily pulled up his pants. Li Wenhua turned and ran to the water basin in the courtyard, frantically washing her face and rinsing her mouth. Sun Chuanwu approached, feeling somewhat embarrassed, wanting to scratch his nose, but retracting his hand halfway. Are you done? I need to wash my hands. Li Wenhua glared at him. Her cheeks puffed with indignation as she vigorously rubbed her mouth in frustration. After a considerable time, she stood upright and angrily kicked Sun Chuanwu's leg, leaving a damp mark on his bell-bottom trousers. Were you doing that on purpose? Sun Chuanwu frowned, extending his hand to wash up, retorting, on purpose? I was just taking a piss, and you suddenly slapped me. Why blame me? What do you mean, Didn't your father teach you that men and women should maintain a respectful distance? Li Wenhua pouted, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, looking like a wronged child. Sun Chuanwu shook his hand, feeling overwhelmed by her pitiable expression. What are you doing? I didn't mean it. If you hadn't slapped me, this wouldn't have happened. Li Wenhua turned her head away, refusing to meet his gaze. Why do you act like you don't know me? Sun Chuanwu had pondered this for quite some time, as he had no recollection of her whatsoever, not even her name. What do you mean by pretending not to know you? Do we even know each other? Li Wenhua opened her mouth, and tears instantly streamed down her cheeks, leaving Sun Chuanwu utterly bewildered. What the hell is going on? Did I somehow get things wrong? What happened between us in this life? Please don't cry. We should know each other, right? I honestly can't recall any relationship with you. I don't remember meeting you at all. Wiping her tears, Li Wenhua gazed at him with a look of deep resentment, sending shivers down Sun Chuanwu's spine. In the second semester of sophomore year, didn't you get into a fight with someone from the third middle school over a girl? Sun Chuanwu blinked. The second semester of sophomore year? That was last year. Throughout high school, he had been in almost daily brawls with students from the third middle school, a school predominantly attended by ethnic minorities. Conflicts between the students had become a regular occurrence. What were the typical reasons for fights in high school? They mostly stemmed from boasting, someone's junior getting beaten up, or girls from one school being harassed by boys from another. During those years, Sun Chuanwu was always fueled with adrenaline. As long as there was a reason, he would rally a group of friends to confront the other side. During the first semester of sophomore year, I fought on behalf of the girls at school more than 30 times, and just in the first week of school, 5 or 6 times. Which one were you? Now, it was Li Wenhua's turn to be stunned. She wasn't the only one. She had always thought she was the special one, only to realize she didn't even make it into the top 100 of his fighting escapades. Still unwilling to give up, she said, I am Li Yixia. I'm a year younger than you, now in sophomore year. You don't remember? Seeing Sun Chuanwu still looking bewildered, Li Yixia continued to jog his memory. It was the third day of school. After classes, my classmates and I were cornered by boys from the third middle school, and you and a friend of yours jumped in without hesitation to fight them. There were more than 10 of them, and you two managed to take them down, don't you remember? Upon hearing this, Sun Chuanwu's memory was instantly jogged. Such a feat of 2 against 10 was rare in his tumultuous life. He had boasted about that fight for an entire semester. Even years later, he would reminisce about the small shop at the corner with nostalgia. Back in the day, I was here with Kong Kai, taking down more than 10 boys from the third middle school. Sun Chuanwu's expression grew somewhat awkward as he remembered. At that time, his mind was solely focused on the fight, leaving no room for thoughts of the young girls. He vaguely recalled a few girls asking if he was okay. But with blood on his face, he simply brushed it off, saying it was nothing, and walked away with Kong Kai. Ah, Li Yixia, I remember now. You were the one with the ponytail in the school uniform, right? Li Yixia's expression darkened. That was Feng Yitong. Haha, Feng Yitong. Oh dear. That was the one in the plaid shirt, right? Li Yixia's face darkened further. Sun Chuanwu, there were only 3 of us. And you didn't get any of them right. Did you really not have any impression of me at the time? Sun Chuanwu thought for a moment, and then slapped his forehead. Oh, I remember now. You were the girl with messy hair, right? Sun Chuanwu was completely oblivious to the murderous glare from Li Yixia, still animatedly recounting his thoughts. Oh my, you've changed so much in just a year. You looked so scruffy in your freshman year. It was quite a sight. Ouch. Sun Chuanwu winced in pain, clutching his foot. While Li Yixia stomped her foot in anger and turned to storm back inside. This girl has quite the temper. Sun Chuanwu, not being a particularly virtuous person himself, had occasionally teased girls during fights. At that time, Li Yixia and her 2 classmates had appeared so awkward, each more uniquely unrefined than the last, especially Li Yixia. Who would have thought that the girl with messy hair and a scruffy appearance would blossom into such a beauty in just 1 year? Not to mention, her looks were certainly on par with Ding Wanjing and Hu Xiaoxiao, and although she was a year younger than them, her figure had nearly outgrown theirs. Could it be she had a crush on me back then? Is she experiencing her first love? Why hadn't he noticed his charm with women in his previous life? Was he finally turning over a new leaf in this life? Lost in thought, he ascended to the private room upstairs. Upon entering, he overheard Li Wenhua's youngest son asking Li Yixia, "Sister, why did you wet your pants just going to the bathroom?" Li Yixia. Chapter 77. What? No way. After finishing their drinks that evening, Sun Chuanwu and the elder gentleman followed Wang Depeo to the guest house. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, Wang Depeo greeted them before heading to a nearby room. After rinsing some cups, Sun Chuanwu poured water for himself and the elder, then undressed and climbed into bed. The 2 lit cigarettes, and Sun Chuanwu inquired, "Grandfather, is this matter with Li Wenhua quite troublesome?" The old man shook his head and remarked, "It's not particularly troublesome. This lad is born with a strong destiny. In fact, even if we don't relocate the grave, it won't significantly affect him. What we see now is merely the surface. Regardless of whether he seeks assistance, once the year passes, his fortune will rise again." Strong destiny? Sun Chuanwu couldn't help but gasp. Individuals with such a fate either achieve great righteousness or descend into profound malevolence. Typically, those with this kind of destiny attain remarkable accomplishments. Their comprehension far surpasses that of ordinary people, as their fate is predetermined, and they are inherently resilient. The old man nodded. Such individuals should either be avoided or befriended with good intentions. They will not bring you harm in the future. Are you trying to scare me, elder? Not at all. The old man glared at Sun Chuanwu. Did I not mention that we will find a good resting place for his father? The location may be ominous, yet it will benefit him. Truly a win-win situation. However, this matter requires Chun Sihai's consent. What does this have to do with Chun Sihai? Sun Chuanwu inquired, puzzled. The old man sipped his water and lit a cigarette. You will understand tomorrow. Now get some sleep. The next morning, Li Wenhua arrived. Elder, how did you sleep last night? The old man shook his head. I felt rather limp. It wasn't as comfortable as sleeping on a Kong. Li Wenhua, accustomed to the old man's forthrightness, replied, If you endure a bit longer, I will arrange for you to change places tonight. No need. This place is quite satisfactory. Li Wenhua did not insist further and handed a leather box to the old man. Elder, please verify the contents. The old man, too lazy to open the box, replied, If this amount of money is worth deceiving me, then you wouldn't be called Li Wenhua. This remark pleased Li Wenhua, softening his demeanor. Elder, shall we go down for a meal? The old man nodded, passing the box to Sun Chuanwu. Very well. After we eat, we shall visit Jinshi Temple. Li Wenhua refrained from commenting. The old man had already stated that Chun Sihai had become a monk and was in the county town. The county town had only one temple, Jinshi Temple, located on the back mountain. The temple had been closed for a considerable time, but reopened in the 1980s. Currently, there were about 7 or 8 monks inside, but Li Wenhua did not recognize Chun Sihai. After a simple breakfast, the 2 men climbed into Li Wenhua's Santana. Li Wenhua sat in the passenger seat while a man with a scar on his face took the wheel. Yaozi, take us to Jinshi Temple. Understood, big brother. Without further ado, the driver turned the steering wheel, and the car slowly exited the county town, heading toward Jinshi Temple on the back mountain. Upon arriving at the temple entrance, the driver hurriedly got out to open the door for Li Wenhua, while Sun Chuanwu, unconcerned about the money, tossed the box onto the back seat. The temple doors were wide open, and a novice monk was sweeping the front hall. Hearing the sound of the car, the novice glanced up briefly before returning to his task. The driver re-entered the vehicle while Sun Chuanwu, the old man, Li Wenhua, and Wang Depeo stepped directly into the temple. Ba, for kind souls. If you wish to light incense, there are sticks available nearby. Please help yourselves. The old man took an incense stick, lit it, and placed it in the incense burner in the courtyard. Young monk, is Daoman here in the temple? The novice paused his sweeping, looking at the old man with curiosity. Do you seek my master for something? The old man replied. Please convey a message. Old son from Hongqi village has arrived. Upon hearing this, the novice's demeanor brightened, and he spoke respectfully. Ba, it is indeed old Master Sunday. There is no need to report. If you have matters to discuss, you can go directly to the back courtyard. Thank you, young monk. The group proceeded through the front hall to the back courtyard, where several older monks were lounging in chairs, basking in the sun. The old man walked straight to a particularly portly monk, who lazily opened his eyes. Recognizing Sun Jiodao, the monk glanced back. Old son, you have something to discuss? The monk, carefree and unassuming, did not resemble a typical recluse. The other elderly monks opened one eye and stood to nod respectfully at the old man before entering the front hall. Do you know that your great-grandfather's grave has been disturbed? I'm aware. Isn't it only natural for one to disturb another's grave? The portly monk tilted his head, sizing up Li Wenhua. This lad possesses a strong destiny. Remarkable. If he were to leave the secular world, he would surely be a fine disciple. With that, the monk gave a thumbs up, nodding in approval. Young man, you have courage. Well done. Li Wenhua felt overwhelmed. It was the first time he had witnessed someone so excited about his ancestral grave being disturbed. This monk appeared quite unconventional. Master, I have already found a place to reinter my ancestors' remains. I acknowledge my wrongdoing in this matter. Please forgive me. Unsure of why the old man had brought him there, he instinctively began to apologize. The monk waved his hand dismissively. What is there to apologize for? Rest assured, I have already taken care of his remains. As he spoke, the monk stood up, his round belly resembling the Maitreya Buddha from television. He extended a hand toward the old man, who readily offered him a cigarette. Without concern for the sanctity of the temple, the monk lit it with practiced ease. Do not dwell on this matter. Once a person passes, they are merely a set of bones. What does it matter where they are buried? Moreover, he disturbed others' remains first. This can be seen as his retribution. Life is about give and take. Since it has already happened, there is no need for apologies. Besides, I have been a monk for many years. Even if you wanted to apologize, it would be unnecessary. My past is no longer my concern. Do not take it to heart, young man. The more the monk spoke, the more guilt Li Wenhua felt. He had disturbed someone else's ancestor's grave. And yet this monk was now comforting him. Despite the monk's disheveled appearance, his magnanimity truly impressed him. Master, the monk waved his hand, visibly impatient. You young rascal. Why won't you listen? If you truly feel remorse, just renovate the walls of our temple. At that moment, the old man quietly interjected. I wish to bury his father beneath the pickled vegetable jar in your garden. The monk's eyes widened in shock, staring at the old man for a full 3 seconds before raising his voice sharply. What? Absolutely not. That will require additional payment. Chapter 78. Have you bought a car? Li Wenhua's situation was not as complex as he had imagined. For matters that could be resolved with money, Li Wenhua considered them trivial. After promptly agreeing to make a donation, the group accompanied the monk down the mountain. Upon reaching Li Wenhua's father's burial site, Sun Chuanwu observed the mountain's contours. Nodding to himself, it was indeed an excellent choice for a resting place. By the time the old man completed the rituals, it was already noon. The group turned the car around and headed straight to the restaurant where they had dined the previous evening. Master, I will order some vegetarian dishes for you shortly, Li Wenhua said, trying to appease him. The monk waved his hand dismissively. What vegetarian dishes? I practice Buddhism, not asceticism. I cultivate myself. These mundane things are all the same in my eyes. Li Wenhua, eager to flatter, replied, Master, your cultivation is profound. I have learned much from you. 15 minutes later, a large spread of dishes was served. Li Wenhua hurried to stand and pour wine. The monk removed his upper robe, revealing his ample physique, and pushed his cup forward with great enthusiasm. Come, fill it up. Sun Chuanwu and the old man exchanged glances. The old man appeared unfazed, while Sun Chuanwu's lips twitched uncontrollably. Good heavens, it turns out that the monk's name Daoman means fill it up. After lingering for another day in the county town, the next morning, the elder and Sun Chuanwu ascended the mountain. Li Wenhua had already arranged for the large pickled vegetable jar to be moved from the vegetable garden behind the temple. Sun Chuanwu and the elder split into 2 groups, directing everyone to commence the digging of the grave. Once Sun Chuanwu recited the incantation and burned the talismans along with the land deed. Around 10:30, Li Wenhua and his group arrived at the temple's rear courtyard, where they interred his father's remains in the freshly dug grave. After their labors, they indulged in a sumptuous feast. By the time Sun Chuanwu opened his eyes again, it was already evening. Wang Depeo sat at the side of Sun Chuanwu's bed, saying, "Brother, the car has arrived. Let us go take a look." Rubbing his eyes and stifling a yawn, Sun Chuanwu replied, "So soon?" Li Wenhua was a man of his word. If he said it would arrive today, it would undoubtedly arrive. This vehicle had been specially arranged by him, transported from the provincial capital, with all the necessary paperwork in order. You can drive without worry. Some conveniences are beyond the reach of ordinary people, and Sun Chuanwu glanced at the elder, asking, "Grandfather, shall we go down and take a look?" The elder waved his hand dismissively. "You go down first. Try your hand at it. We will leave early tomorrow morning." "All right, we will head back in the morning." Upon descending, Sun Chuanwu spotted a brand new 212. Nearby, Li Wenhua stood holding the car keys, stepping forward to hand them to Sun Chuanwu. "Mr. Sun, the car has arrived, and the fuel tank is full. Would you like to take it for a spin?" Sun Chuanwu felt a surge of excitement, while he had driven before. Possessing a 212 in the mid-1980s was a dream for many. "Sure, let us give it a try." Wang Depeo cheerfully chimed in, "Li go. I'll stick with my brother. Let him get accustomed to it first." "All right, I'll follow behind." Once inside the vehicle, Sun Chuanwu took a deep breath and started the engine. The roar of the motor filled the air, and Wang Depeo inquired, "Brother, have you driven before?" Sun Chuanwu nodded. "I've driven a four-wheeler a couple of times." "Then you'll be fine. Just take it slow, and you'll be all right." The car set off slowly. Although not many were driving the 212 at that time, truth be told, it wasn't easy to handle. After some time, Sun Chuanwu gradually found his rhythm. After circling the county town, Wang Depeo nodded appreciatively. "Not bad, brother. It takes years to master that kind of control." Sun Chuanwu chuckled. "I've only driven a four-wheeler a couple of times, but this is much easier to drive." "That's true. I was worried about needing help to drive it back tomorrow, but now we can just go together without worry." After a brief exchange with Li Wenhua, Sun Chuanwu and Wang Depeo returned to the guest house. Observing Sun Chuanwu's excitement, the elder wore a look of disdain. "What's the matter? After all those years, you couldn't even manage to get a car?" Sun Chuanwu felt embarrassed. The elder had struck a nerve. In his previous life, he indeed had no car of his own. The bicycle gifted by his grandfather during his first marriage had been his only means of transport, and he had ridden it until it wore out, replacing the chain multiple times. Though he drove daily at his workplace, he was not a driver, but rather better than one. "Of course I had one. I had plenty," he replied with a chuckle. The next day, just after 4, Sun Chuanwu and the elder, along with Wang Depeo, awoke. Today was the 30th. The holiday began the next day, and the high school in the town would not hold evening classes. Sun Chuanwu planned to drive and pick up Hu Xiaoxiao on the way back, which coincidentally was also the elder's intention. After packing up, they set off for the bus station by 4:30. The pancake shop next to the bus station had just opened, and the earliest bus from the county town to their town would depart at 5, arriving whenever the driver felt like it. After a hearty breakfast, the sky began to brighten, and a large bus slowly emerged from the yard. The people waiting by the roadside surged forward like a frenzy, desperate to board. By the time Wang Depeo was paying and getting change, the bus was already crammed full, with many left standing outside. In those times, boarding was a free-for-all. Seats were not assigned by ticket numbers. "Let us go, brother." Sun Chuanwu nodded and led the elder onto the bus. The elder opened the passenger door, squinting ahead, and called out, "Xiao Jing." Following the elder's gaze, Sun Chuanwu spotted Ding Wenjing, clad in her school uniform, clutching a handmade floral backpack, standing at the bus station door, wiping away tears as she watched the departing bus. Only then did Sun Chuanwu recall that students from the more remote towns outside the county often took leave a day early during long holidays to catch the bus home. "Grandfather, what are you doing here?" Ding Wenjing asked, her expression one of surprise, dabbing at her tears. Upon seeing Sun Chuanwu driving, her body tensed. "Sun Chuanwu, is this car yours?" The elder waved to Ding Wenjing, for they were from the same village, and he had a good relationship with her father, Old Ding. If Old Ding discovered that Sun Chuanwu had not given Ding Wenjing a ride home after buying a car, he would likely stand at their doorstep and scold him for 3 days and nights. Sun Chuanwu furrowed his brow slightly. Truth be told, when he kept vigil for Old Ding, he felt that he and Ding Wenjing could indeed become a couple in this lifetime. Ding Wenjing was beautiful and gentle, and in his previous life, she had been a teacher. They seemed a perfect match. However, Ding Wenjing had suddenly started avoiding him, and Sun Chuanwu soon understood that she might have feelings for him. Yet, this timid girl was more pragmatic than most. Ding Wenjing had done nothing wrong. But Sun Chuanwu had lost interest. She approached, her face still marked by tears, looking pitiful as she peered through the passenger window at Sun Chuanwu. Grandfather. Did Chuanwu buy a car? Chapter 79. Contest for affection. The elder, being experienced, could tell from Ding Wenjing's expression that she was somewhat smitten. He had indeed considered the idea of Ding Wenjing becoming Sun Chuanwu's girlfriend, but he hadn't anticipated her sudden withdrawal from his life. He harbored a certain resentment, believing his grandson deserved a beautiful girl. What was so great about being a college student? The elder admired Hu Xiaoxiao precisely for her boldness and love. She was wholly devoted to Sun Chuanwu, regardless of his circumstances, showing both affection for him and respect towards his family. As for Ding Wenjing, if he were to acquire wealth, she would likely be all too compliant, but if he ever fell on hard times, she would undoubtedly be the first to flee. The elder nodded. Yes, I bought it for Chuanwu. He's grown up. He shouldn't always be relying on others. Ding Wenjing's gaze sparkled, her eyes seemingly glued to Sun Chuanwu. Grandfather, I didn't manage to get on the bus. Are you returning home? Could you give me a ride part way? The elder nodded, his fondness for her diminishing slightly. She usually appeared reserved, but now, it seemed as if a floodgate of words had opened. We are heading home as well. Hop in. Sun Chuanwu said nothing. Once Ding Wenjing boarded and the door was closed, he honked the horn and drove out of the county town. Wang Depeo followed closely behind, and once they hit the dirt road, the ride became as smooth as a sedan, hardly picking up speed. Ding Wenjing sought to strike up a conversation. Chuanwu, how long have you been in the county? Sun Chuanwu lit a cigarette, rolled down the window, and replied coolly, a few days. Oh, why didn't you come find me? I haven't seen you in ages. Sun Chuanwu smirked, responding sarcastically, isn't that so? Ever since your grandfather's incident, we haven't seen each other all summer. Ding Wenjing's eyes flickered as she pretended not to understand. Alas, I departed from home after only a few days, during which time I was occupied with attending to my grandfather, leaving me no opportunity to seek your company. Sun Chuanwu remained silent. How could he be unaware of Ding Wenjing's departure? Despite both being in high school, Hu Xiaoxiao traversed nearly 4 miles daily to visit Sun Chuanwu, undeterred by inclement weather. The distance between him and Ding Wenjing was a mere 300 meters at most. How could she be so occupied as to not spare a moment to meet him? What a hypocritical girl she is. Noticing Sun Chuanwu's indifference, Ding Wenjing initiated a conversation with the old man. Grandfather, your health seems quite robust these days. The old man glanced at Sun Chuanwu and replied, Indeed, I'm well, I eat and sleep soundly, all is good. Before Ding Wenjing could respond, the old man turned to Sun Chuanwu and inquired, Chuanwu, you haven't forgotten the clothes you bought for Xiao Xiao at the guest house, have you? Ding Wenjing's smile faltered, her expression turning awkward. Xiao Xiao, could it be Hu Xiaoxiao from the 6th team? A subtle smirk appeared at the corner of Sun Chuanwu's lips. The old man was truly mischievous, launching a direct assault. Those clothes he had purchased were certainly unforgettable. The garments he acquired at the market recently were rather unremarkable. They would need to be procured from the county town, where both style and quality were superior. The old man, with a cigarette in hand, squinted as he commented, While they may be nice, they are rather expensive. That woolen coat you bought, my goodness, over 70 for one. The total cost of all my clothes for a year wouldn't even match that. Upon hearing the price of a single garment, Ding Wenjing's face turned pale. 70 for one piece. What sort of attire could that be? The cost was nearly equivalent to her entire annual living expenses. Ding Wenjing, somewhat unwilling to concede, replied, The Hu family must have struck it rich these past few years, allowing Chuanwu to fetch such extravagant clothing for Xiao Xiao. Sun Chuanwu pursed his lips, feeling a sense of relief. What wealth did they possess? She had a younger brother to consider. The clothes were all purchased by him. Just the other day, he had spent 400 on 2 pairs of shoes for her. In winter, leather shoes provided warmth, whereas woolen ones were utterly uncomfortable. Oh, Ding Wenjing fell silent, her thoughts swirling chaotically, filled with envy, jealousy, and regret. Had she not heeded the words of her elder sisters, those garments would have been intended for her. That little vixen Hu Xiaoxiao had shamelessly seized the opportunity. Sun Chuanwu paid no mind to her inner turmoil. Upon reaching Baoquan town, it was only 10 o'clock. They could easily arrive in town before 2 in the afternoon. After parking, Sun Chuanwu and Wang Depeo began their work. Once completed, Sun Chuanwu tapped on the car window. Let us grab a bite to eat and rest a while before continuing. Sun Chuanwu felt a twinge of sentimentality. It was heartwarming to be the benevolent figure who made the inherently introverted Ding Wenjing even more withdrawn. At the restaurant, Wang Depeo ordered 4 stir-fried dishes. Although Baoquan town was small, the chef's skills were commendable. The three of them were engaged in laughter, while Ding Wenjing sat morosely counting grains of rice. Sun Chuanwu paid no attention to her. They were not related, and he had no obligation to tend to her emotions. Life is not a television drama. Some matters are best left in the past. After a brief respite, the four resumed their journey. Ding Wenjing remained silent in the back seat, leaning against the window, watching the rapidly retreating trees, her expression growing increasingly resolute. She considered herself no less attractive than Hu Xiaoxiao, and her figure surpassed that of the latter. Why should she lose to Hu Xiaoxiao? One's possessions cannot be taken without consent. If she disapproves, no one has the right to take them. The old man and Sun Chuanwu chatted amiably, and a spark reignited in Ding Wenjing's eyes. Once the harvest was collected, they would need to procure more paper supplies. Winter would soon bring a flurry of activity. Sun Chuanwu nodded and said, "Grandfather, once we finish harvesting, let us report to the town about installing a telephone. It would save them the trouble of contacting us through the brigade." Upon hearing about the telephone installation, Ding Wenjing's breath quickened. Installing a single line would cost at least 4,000 to 5,000. If Sun Chuanwu was suggesting it, his family must possess far more than that. How could they be so affluent? The old man expressed mild concern. Installing one is fine, but it is rather costly. Sun Chuanwu smiled. "I understand it is expensive. But think about it, grandfather. When we visit the county or city, having a telephone would be invaluable, much like Uncle Lu and his acquaintances, all of whom are quite wealthy. If we take on 10 or 8 jobs, the money will come back." The old man pondered for a moment before conceding, "Very well. Let us go ahead with it." Ding Wenjing could no longer contain herself and became more assertive. "Chuanwu, do you plan to develop in the city in the future?" Sun Chuanwu hesitated. He had not truly considered it. Perhaps it is a possibility. Ding Wenjing's gaze intensified. "Chuanwu, if by then I have not graduated from university, may I stay with you?" Chapter 80. No jealousy. Ding Wenjing's words did not sit well with either the old man or Sun Chuanwu. Had Ding Wenjing expressed this sentiment before Hu Xiaoxiao had pursued Sun Chuanwu during the summer, perhaps there might have been a chance for them. However, knowing that Sun Chuanwu was involved with Hu Xiaoxiao and still uttering such words felt rather irksome. Ding Wenjing's intentions were too transparent. Living with such a woman would never be comfortable. Furthermore, with Hu Xiaoxiao already in the picture, why entertain such notions? The old man frowned, lighting a cigarette, while Sun Chuanwu did the same, a smirk of disdain gracing his lips. "Stay with my family." Ding Wenjing nodded vigorously, a blush rising to her cheeks. Her expression was one of hopeful anticipation. "Is that all right, Chuanwu?" "Of course, why not?" The old man's face darkened instantly. He glared at Sun Chuanwu, nearly ready to deliver a reprimand. Ding Wenjing's face lit up with delight. Clearly, Sun Chuanwu had an affinity for her type. "Really? Really? When I eventually marry, surely someone will need to assist Xiao Xiao during her confinement, right? One cannot have children while attending university. Eventually, you could serve as a caretaker in my household, and I would gladly compensate you handsomely." Ding Wenjing's expression stiffened, tears brimming in her eyes. She turned away, leaning against the window, retreating into her shell once more. The old man nodded in satisfaction. This was more like it. Upon reaching the town, Sun Chuanwu and Wang Depeo parked in the square in front of the town government. "Brother, are you heading home tonight, or will you stay in town for the night?" Sun Chuanwu shook his head and offered Wang Depeo a cigarette. He and the old man had been away for several days. What he longed for most was to pick up Hu Xiaoxiao and return home for a restful sleep. "After we pick up your sister-in-law, we'll head home." Wang Depeo accepted the cigarette, glancing into the car, whispering, "That girl in the car looks quite lovely. I think she has a crush on you." Sun Chuanwu scoffed. "Don't be ridiculous. She is only interested in money." Upon hearing this, a look of disdain crossed Wang Depeo's face. Sister-in-law is the real deal, straightforward, pleasant to deal with. Remembering Hu Xiaoxiao, Sun Chuanwu couldn't help but smile. Indeed, the time spent with her was filled with endless conversation, a uniquely comforting feeling, as though they wished to merge into one another. Sun Chuanwu turned and retrieved a prepared cloth bag from the car, which contained 5 bundles of cash. While it was ostensibly assistance from Sun Chuanwu for Wang Depeo's friend, in truth, it was Wang Depeo who had introduced the job to him. How to maintain relationships? It must be reciprocal. Taking without giving or vice versa often leads to unsatisfactory outcomes. Wang Depeo regarded the cloth bag Sun Chuanwu handed him with displeasure. "What is this for?" As Sun Chuanwu extended his hand, he remarked, "What else could I do? If you introduce me to work, I must share some with you." Wang Depeo quickly frowned and waved his hand dismissively. "Get lost. Are you insulting me?" Sun Chuanwu pressed Wang Depeo's hand down and hung a cloth bag onto it, saying, "Just hear me out first. If you don't want it after I finish, you can return it. Wang Depeo complied, his expression serious as he listened intently to Sun Chuanwu. Brother, I know you care for me because I saved your entire family. However, we are friends, brothers. I understand your intention to repay me by introducing work. But if you truly regard me as a brother, set aside those thoughts of gratitude and let us interact as equals. Now, speaking from a professional standpoint, this job pertains to feng shui. In our line of work, there are rules. If someone introduces us to such jobs, they must be compensated with cigarettes and liquor. It's a matter of reciprocity. Otherwise, who would refer us in the future? If it were a funeral job, I would not give you any compensation, as that would be an insult. But this is different, Brother Wang. We must not violate the rules. Wang Depeo's eyes reddened slightly, being a man of sentiment. He felt deeply moved by Sun Chuanwu's words. What you say is reasonable, but it seems excessive. Sun Chuanwu chuckled. Excessive? I've even prepared a car worth 50,000. If you feel this is too much, just introduce me to more of such jobs in the future. That way, you'll earn money too, and find joy in it, right? Alright, I'll heed your advice. Suddenly, Sun Chuanwu remembered the phone matter. He turned and dashed back to his vehicle, retrieving a suitcase from the old man, opening it to extract 4 bundles of cash. Ding Wenjing stared at the suitcase, her heart racing. How much is that? It must be several tens of thousands. She felt increasingly aggrieved, realizing she had been misled by her elder sisters. Upon seeing Sun Chuanwu take out such a large sum, Wang Depeo frowned. Hey, are you giving this back? Sun Chuanwu tossed the bag into the suitcase, explaining, this is for you to help me with a task. Wang Depeo pouted. What do you mean? Are you trying to take down Li Laowai? 4,000 is a fortune. In our little mine, a death costs only 3,000. With this much, you could bury him and still have enough to wake him up and bury him again. Brother, you're ruthless. You're even more ruthless than I am. I bet if you take down Li Laowai, his wife will come looking for you to help with the funeral. Sun Chuanwu rolled his eyes. Why would I want to take him down? I genuinely need your help. I want to install a phone. I don't know anyone here, but you've already got one installed. I thought you might know someone who could help. Wang Depeo shrugged. Oh, I thought it was something serious. All right, I'll take care of it. You can count on me. Good. If the money isn't enough, I'll make it up to you later. Wang Depeo's eyes widened. Are you insulting me? Enough, enough. I'll take what you've given. Wang Depeo grinned. Now that's the spirit. All right, I won't keep you any longer. I'm off to catch up on some sleep. All right, Brother Wang. With a wave, he watched Wang Depeo get into his car, and Sun Chuanwu followed suit. He drove to the high school entrance, where Ding Wenjing felt a pang of anxiety, increasingly convinced that Hu Xiaoxiao had taken something from her. At 3:30, as the school bell rang, a throng of students poured out. Sun Chuanwu leaned against the hood of his car and spotted Hu Xiaoxiao in the crowd. He waved at her, and she quickly exchanged a few words with a girl beside her before blushingly running toward him amidst the laughter of their classmates. Whose car is this? It doesn't look like Wang Depeo's. Sun Chuanwu proudly patted the hood. It's a gift from my grandfather. Hu Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up, curving into crescent moons as she sweetly waved at the old man in the passenger seat. Ding Wenjing felt a rush of unease at Hu Xiaoxiao's cheerful voice. Hastily lowering her head to hide behind the driver's seat, the old man stepped out with a smile. Grandpa, you must be tired from the journey. I'm fine. I'll sit in the back where it's spacious. All right, Grandpa. Hu Xiaoxiao eagerly opened the passenger door, but upon sticking her head in, she spotted Ding Wenjing hiding in the back. Hu Xiaoxiao narrowed her eyes, a slight smirk appearing on her lips. Well, the vixen is here too. Chapter 81. Venting anger after shutting the car door, Hu Xiaoxiao glanced at Sun Chuanwu. Initially, he felt nothing was amiss, but sensing Hu Xiaoxiao's gaze, he suddenly became somewhat insecure. So, this morning while returning from the county, I just happened to run into her. Upon hearing Sun Chuanwu's explanation, Hu Xiaoxiao smiled sweetly at him. We're neighbors. It's perfectly normal for me to hitch a ride with you. Otherwise, people would gossip. Sun Chuanwu awkwardly nodded, starting the car and turning it around to leave. As they passed the school gate, he spotted Kong Kai's sister. He stopped the car and rolled down the window, waving, Kong, hop in. The village children were waiting for the high school students to head home together. Kong initially paused upon seeing Sun Chuanwu, then smiled and ran over. Hey, Brother Chuanwu, where did you get this car? The other children gathered around, curiously inspecting the vehicle. Sun Chuanwu decided to get out and chatted with the group of kids for a while before driving home. Kong knew about Sun Chuanwu and Hu Xiaoxiao's relationship and had heard from her brother about the situation with Ding Wenjing. Seeing Ding Wenjing in the back seat, Kong pouted, her displeasure evident. Ding Wenjing felt as if she were on pins and needles, turning her head away in silence. Hu Xiaoxiao seized the opportunity to engage Ding Wenjing in conversation as they ascended a slope. Sister Wenjing, how's your studying going? With little conviction, Ding Wenjing replied, It's all right. I should be able to get into a teacher's college. Feigning surprise, Hu Xiaoxiao exclaimed, Oh, so Sister Wenjing will be a college student next year. As she spoke, she leaned flirtatiously towards son Chuanwu, asking sweetly, Brother Chuanwu, do you think I should apply to a teacher's college or to a provincial city? Son Chuanwu couldn't help but find it amusing. He knew Hu Xiaoxiao was both defending him and mocking Ding Wenjing. Hu Xiaoxiao was also quite capable in her studies, surpassing Ding Wenjing by a significant margin. In this day and age, university admissions were competitive, requiring early applications. If one missed out, they would have to wait another year. Not every family could afford to wait, as a high school student's expenses for a year were substantial. Sun Chuanwu threw the question back at her. Where do you want to apply? Hu Xiaoxiao pouted, I'm fine with anywhere. I've already decided, wherever you go, I will go. If you want to go to the provincial city, I'll apply there. If I can't get into the provincial city, I'll work there. I just want to be with you. Sun Chuanwu affectionately replied, If you can't get in, you can repeat the year, I'll support you. Hu Xiaoxiao's face instantly flushed, her eyes sparkling with joy, almost visibly beaming. Especially hearing such words in front of her rival made her feel immensely touched. She lifted her chin, strutting like a proud rooster. I won tea. You must tell me where you're going first. I'm determined to get into a teacher's college. Hearing Hu Xiaoxiao's words, Ding Wenjing felt even more disheartened, a wave of overwhelming defeat washing over her. Hu Xiaoxiao, clearly the stronger student, was more resolute in her relationship with Sun Chuanwu. Though reluctant to accept it, she knew that in this regard, she had lost utterly. With a heart full of worries, Ding Wenjing listened to Sun Chuanwu and Hu Xiaoxiao chatting and laughing, yet her heart felt as if it were pierced by needles. The sun had not yet set when Sun Chuanwu and the others arrived in the village. After escorting Kong Kong and the old man back home, Ding Wenjing hurriedly alighted from the vehicle. Thank you, she said, but Sun Chuanwu waved his hand dismissively. We are all from the same village. There is no need for formalities. As she watched Sun Chuanwu's car speed away, a tremor coursed through Ding Wenjing's body. She walked home in a daze, crossing 3 thick logs forming a bridge, listening to the roaring river, and suddenly, tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Arriving home in tears, Ding Zhaodi rushed to her side. What's wrong, Xiaojing? Who bullied you? Ding Wenjing, with red-rimmed eyes, fixed a hateful glare at Ding Zhaodi. Get lost. It's all your fault. I hate you all. As Ding Wenjing stormed into the house, Ding Zhaodi exchanged glances with Ding Pandai, their faces reflecting anger. Ding Wenjing, what has gotten into you? What did your sister and I do to offend you? Both of them furiously rushed into the house, and in the yard, Ding Erling and his wife hurried out. If these 3 girls get into a fight and ruin their faces, how will they face people? The old man, with his arm still bandaged, opened the door of a small room and called out to Ding Erling, What is going on? I don't know, Dad. Wenjing just came back and started arguing with the oldest and second sister. As the door opened, the voices of the 3 sisters grew clearer. Ding Wenjing, clarify this for me. What have I and your second sister done wrong? Everything you wear and eat at school. Haven't your second sister and I worked hard to provide for you? Ding Erling, with a pained expression, attempted to mediate. Eldest, let us talk this through calmly. No need for fighting. Ding Zhaodi, with red eyes, flung her arm. Don't speak. It's all your fault for spoiling her. Why should we be blamed for her sudden behavior? She has done farm work a few times, and we wash her clothes and socks. She can't even manage to heat a stove properly. Why should she speak that way about us? Ding Erling hurriedly interjected. Third sister, what on earth is happening? Ding Wenjing, sobbing uncontrollably, sat up from the Kong and pushed Ding Pandai aside, screaming in despair. It's all your fault. I was getting along fine with Sun Chuanwu, and you both insisted I shouldn't be with him. Now look, he has bought a Jeep, and we're getting a phone at home. He brought several tens of thousands of yuan with him today. He spends over 200 on shoes for Hu Xiaoxiao and 70 or 80 on clothes. Those should have been mine. They were meant for me. It's all your fault. Ding Pandai's face darkened instantly. Ding Wenjing, clarify this. That night, all I said to you and the eldest was to think carefully about whether you want to stay in the village. Is it wrong for us to advise you? We didn't force you to stop seeing him. We merely reminded you. You were the one who looked down on him. You deserve this. You don't match with Sun Chuanwu. Ding Wenjing, stripped of her last shred of dignity, lunged at Ding Pandai like a rabid dog. I'll fight you. Meanwhile, Sun Chuanwu was driving unsteadily down a narrow road. Once he parked the car, Hu Xiaoxiao, with her little fists clenched, nervously looked at him. Chuanwu, why did you stop here? Chapter 82. Don't waste money. Hu Xiaoxiao's eyes widened in surprise. her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she lightly punched Sun Chuanwu's chest, only to shyly close her eyes the next moment. Time seemed to stretch infinitely as Sun Chuanwu gazed at her, breathing heavily. "Do you miss me?" Sun Chuanwu's voice was hoarse. Hu Xiaoxiao stubbornly replied, "You're such a bad guy. I don't miss you at all." In a swift motion, Sun Chuanwu pulled her closer, and 5 minutes later, he gazed at her with burning intensity. "Do you miss me?" Blushing, Hu Xiaoxiao nodded, "I do." "Where do you miss me?" "Everywhere." Her words nearly set Sun Chuanwu ablaze with passion. He swallowed hard, trembling as he fished out a cigarette from his pocket. Observing the scene, Hu Xiaoxiao giggled, pulling out a match to light his cigarette. After taking a puff, Sun Chuanwu frowned and asked, "Why do you have matches?" "To light your cigarette, of course," she replied, smiling. Sun Chuanwu gently ruffled Hu Xiaoxiao's hair as she cuddled into his arm, nuzzling her face against him. "I bought you some clothes, including a wool coat, which you can wear in a couple of days." Concerned, Hu Xiaoxiao said, "Haven't you already bought me plenty of clothes? I have enough to wear. Why buy so much? Just wear them. It doesn't look good to wear the same thing all the time. I earn money for what? Isn't to spend on you?" Hu Xiaoxiao's heart warmed, and she pouted, "I want to sit in the back." "All right, sit in the back. It's just right for you to see the clothes I bought you. Sit over there." Hu Xiaoxiao pointed to the back seat, making Sun Chuanwu chuckle at her possessiveness. Once in the back seat, Hu Xiaoxiao kicked off her shoes and lay down on Sun Chuanwu's lap, her sparkling eyes full of affection as she gazed at him. "Don't waste money. There are many places at home where money is needed. Use that money to buy clothes for Grandpa and Grandma. I can wear anything. You should buy yourself some decent clothes too. When you go out to handle business, you should look presentable." Sun Chuanwu pinched Hu Xiaoxiao's cheek playfully. "You're already thinking of me before we're even married?" Hu Xiaoxiao proudly replied, "Of course, I have to think of you. If you foolishly spend all your money on me and one day decide you don't want me anymore, you'll need to save money to marry someone else." Sun Chuanwu's breath caught in his throat as he gazed at her, his expression softening. Hu Xiaoxiao, feeling a bit uneasy, turned her head away. "What are you doing?" Sun Chuanwu quickly extinguished his cigarette and lowered his head slowly. After a long while, Sun Chuanwu's car stopped at Hu Xiaoxiao's doorstep. She got out, carrying bags of goodies. "Drive carefully on your way back. Don't worry, I'll drive slowly." "All right, I'll head back now. I have to help with the harvest these days. I'll come to see you after I finish work tonight." "I'll see you tonight." "Sounds good." Hu Laodao emerged from the house. Glancing at Hu Xiaoxiao with her bags and the jeep behind Sun Chuanwu, a look of suspicion in his eyes. "Chuanwu, whose car did you two come back in? Let her come inside for a bit." Sun Chuanwu handed Hu Laodao a cigarette. "Uncle, this car is mine." Hu Laodao's eyes widened in disbelief. He didn't even bother to light the cigarette, circling the car in amazement before slapping the hood. "Goodness, this car must cost several tens of thousands. The last time the county head visited, he rode in this car." "Yeah, it cost around 30,000. Where did you get the money? Did your grandpa give it to you?" Sun Chuanwu nodded. Hu Laodao's expression changed, and he lit the cigarette, looking at Sun Chuanwu with a serious demeanor. "Chuanwu, let me give you a piece of advice. Don't take it the wrong way. You see, your second uncle and your grandpa don't really get along. If he finds out your grandpa bought you a Jeep, there will definitely be trouble between them. When that happens, just say the money was earned by you. Since you've taken on your grandpa's work, he can't really say anything about it." Sun Chuanwu felt a warmth in his heart. His father-in-law was genuinely considering his well-being. "Uncle, I understand. All right, let us go inside. Your aunt has prepared dinner. We'll have a taste together. It's from the chickens we slaughtered today." Sun Chuanwu scratched his head. "Uncle, my grandfather is still waiting for me at home." "Oh, come on. You're grown up now. Your grandfather will surely know you're here eating with me. What are you afraid of? That I might poison you? Hurry. Let us go in." Seeing the eager gaze of Hu Xiaoxiao, Sun Chuanwu nodded. "All right then, I shall partake in a meal at your home today." "What are you saying? It's not just a meal, we're all family." Hu Xiaoxiao's cheeks flushed as she carried her items, following her father and her companion into the house. Hu Xiaoxiao's mother glanced at the large bundle in her daughter's hands, smiling wryly. "Chuanwu, why do you spend money like this? What will your parents think?" Sun Chuanwu laughed. "What is there to complain about? They'll all be back tomorrow, and I bought them plenty." Hu Laodao and his wife exchanged glances. And with a twinkle in his eye, Hu Laodao said, "Why bother with that? As long as they can get along, that's enough. Chuanwu, let us go inside." Hu Xiaoxiao put her clothes in the small room and just stepped into the main room when Hu Juner approached her. "Sister, why are your lips swollen? Did a mosquito bite you?" Hu Xiaoxiao blushed, pinching her younger brother's thigh, causing him to yelp in pain. Hu Laodao, being an experienced man, did not oppose the two children being together, as long as they did not produce any grandchildren. Even if that were to happen, he wouldn't dream of breaking them apart, especially since Sun Chuanwu had inherited the old man's legacy and was quite well known in the town. Just the other day, someone called the village looking for him to handle a funeral. Hu Laoda opened a bottle of 2-year-old Erguo, poured 2 cups, and said, "Chuanwu, let us share a drink." With his father-in-law pouring the wine, son Chuanwu could not refuse. He cupped his hands and responded, "Sure, uncle." The two chatted about family matters. And as the bottle of Erguo neared its end, Hu Laoda's wife exchanged a glance with him, her face slightly flushed as he set down his cup. "Chuanwu, you and Xiao Xiao are still young. I shouldn't pry, but you two have been close for a while now. I don't mind if you're affectionate. But the villagers can be quite talkative. I wanted to ask, since it's autumn harvest and Xiao Xiao is home, how about inviting your parents over to discuss a match for you two?" Chapter 83. Matchmaking. Hu Xiao Xiao turned crimson, her heart racing and her body trembling slightly. She stole a glance at son Chuanwu, who appeared somewhat dazed, feeling a tinge of disappointment. "Dad, how old am I? What are you saying?" Hu Laoda shot her a stern look. "How old? If you wait any longer, you'll be quite old." At that moment, son Chuanwu also understood the implications. He noticed Hu Xiao Xiao's disappointed expression and felt a pang of bitterness. This girl was so afraid of him not wanting her. "Uncle, don't worry. Tomorrow, I will speak to my parents about this matter, and I'll ask them to find someone to discuss a match." Upon hearing son Chuanwu's assurance, Hu Xiao Xiao turned her head slightly, unable to suppress a smile. Hu Laoda nodded with a grin, genuinely pleased. "Come on, let us drink to that." As they drank until past 9, son Chuanwu stumbled out, and Hu Laoda, also tipsy, swayed as they exited the door. "Why don't you just stay the night? It's spacious enough since Xiao Xiao has her own room." Hearing her father's bold suggestion, Hu Xiao Xiao felt utterly embarrassed. While she wished son Chuanwu would stay, she worried about what others might say if he did. Though intoxicated, son Chuanwu was aware of these concerns. He waved his hand, saying, "No need. I'm not too drunk to drive. I'll take my time. It won't be long." "All right, brother, drive carefully." Hu Laoda patted son Chuanwu on the shoulder, acknowledging him as an elder. "Rest assured, Hu Gu, everything will be fine." As son Chuanwu opened the car door and got in, he poked his head out. "Xiao Xiao, let us go home." Hu Xiao Xiao was momentarily stunned, tilting her head as she pointed to her face. "Brother, is this really my home? Where are you taking me?" Hu Laoda urged. "What are you standing there for? Go, send your uncle off." On the way, Hu Xiao Xiao was anxious, and when son Chuanwu parked at her door, he stumbled out and began to vomit. This distressed Hu Xiao Xiao, who patted his back while scolding, "I told you not to drink so much. You wouldn't listen. If I hadn't pulled you back, you would have sworn brotherhood with my dad." Son Chuanwu burped and grinned, reaching out to pinch Hu Xiao Xiao's cheek. Just then, her grandfather opened the door, surprised to see Hu Xiao Xiao helping son Chuanwu. He had assumed son Chuanwu wouldn't return that night and had locked the door early, so he didn't expect them both to come back. "Grandpa," Hu Xiao Xiao greeted shyly. "Xiao Xiao, you're here. Come in. This boy, drinking and still daring to drive you back, has no sense at all." Grandpa, I'm going home. It's quite late." Her grandfather supported son Chuanwu, saying, "Let him stay for the night. It's good since Kong Kai isn't home. If he is this drunk, what if he chokes in the night without anyone to help him?" Hu Xiao Xiao found her excuse and bit her lip, no longer hesitant. "All right, Grandpa. I'll leave in the morning." Helping son Chuanwu inside, Hu Xiao Xiao hurriedly prepared the bedding and took off his shoes, assisting him onto the bed. After removing his clothes, she wiped the sweat from her forehead and stepped outside. Her grandfather was adding water to the pot when Hu Xiao Xiao rolled up her sleeves and retrieved son Chuanwu's basin. "Grandpa, which towel is Chuanwu's?" "The yellow one is his. There's water in the thermos. You can use that for now. The water in the pot will boil soon." "All right, Grandpa." As soon as she entered her grandfather's room, son Chuanwu began calling out, "Grandpa, Grandpa." Her grandfather, with a cigarette in his mouth and a slightly stooped figure, hurried into the small room. "What's wrong? Not feeling well?" Son Chuanwu looked intently at his grandfather, grinning broadly. Hee. Her grandfather chuckled at his antics. "Little rascal. What are you laughing about?" "Grandpa, can you find me a matchmaker tomorrow? Will you go to Xiao Xiao's house to discuss it?" Her grandfather was momentarily taken aback. Turning around, he saw Hu Xiao Xiao, resembling a startled rabbit, hastily lowering her head. "Fine. I'll go to Secretary Chang's house and have his wife come over tomorrow to discuss it for you. How is that?" Finding a matchmaker from a family of status in the village was indeed a matter of pride and would bring honor. "All right, now get some sleep." With her cheeks flushed, Hu Xiao Xiao entered the small room, wrung out the towel, and sat on the edge of the bed, gently wiping son Chuanwu's face. As the door closed, Hu Xiao Xiao revealed a sweet smile, knowing her grandfather was indeed going to find a matchmaker for her. In this era, marriage still emphasized the role of a matchmaker. which involves finding a person of some repute to represent the groom's family in negotiations with the bride's family. This practice has been a tradition in China for thousands of years, encapsulated in the saying, "A girl without a matchmaker does not marry." If the newlyweds were to have a quarrel in the future, the matchmaker would inevitably intervene, firmly establishing her position between the couple. Consequently, few are willing to undertake the role of a matchmaker. If the couple lives harmoniously, all is well, but if they are constantly embroiled in chaos, the matchmaker must also be involved. Son Chuanwu, accustomed to sleeping soundly, was attended to by Hu Xiaoxiao, who after caring for him, ventured to the outer room to prepare a pot of water. Once the water boiled, she proceeded to wash Son Chuanwu's socks and thermal undergarments. Just as she hung them up to dry, the old man entered the room. "You girl, let him wash his own clothes tomorrow. Why spoil him so?" Hu Xiaoxiao replied with a smile. "Chuanwu is a person of great significance. How can we burden him with such trivialities? Grandpa, the water is ready. You can wash your feet and rest. All right, it's getting late. When your uncle and aunt return in the morning, we shall go to your home to propose." Blushing, Hu Xiaoxiao nodded shyly, closed the door, pulled the lamp cord, and slipped into bed. She nestled into Son Chuanwu's embrace, taking hold of his hand and drifting into a deep slumber. Before dawn the next day, Sun Wenju and his wife returned home. As they entered, they encountered Hu Xiaoxiao emerging from the small room. The couple paused in surprise, exclaiming, "Why is she already living here?" Blushing, Hu Xiaoxiao greeted them, "Uncle, Aunt, you're back." Sun Wenju nodded, while Lu Zilian grasped Hu Xiaoxiao's hand, tentatively inquiring, "My dear, did you just arrive?" The old man, pipe in mouth and water bucket in hand, entered the house. "You both tidy up. Soon, Aunt Chong will come over, and we'll go to arrange the engagement for Chuanwu." Upon hearing this, Sun Wenju's eyes widened, and he deftly kicked off his right shoe, storming into the small room. Sun Chuanwu, groggy, opened his eyes to see the dark soles of shoes above him, a look of confusion crossing his face. "How could you be so reckless? Dear ones, could you kindly give a rating? Please click on the book's homepage and provide a rating. Regarding fate and the plot, do take your time. I am aware of the apparent inconsistencies, and I appreciate everyone's support. By the way, Hu Xiaoxiao's illustration has been updated in Chapter 12. Feel free to take a look. And a small gift would be lovely. Love you all." Chapter 84. The Three Oddities. The old man chased Sun Wenju around the yard with a stick, as Hu Xiaoxiao tenderly tended to Sun Chuanwu's nosebleed. Lu Zilian, hands on her hips and fuming, stood at the door. "Father, slow down. Don't strain your back." Sun Wenju, stand still. Let father vent his frustrations on you. Sun Wenju, with a woeful expression, pleaded, "Father, please stop chasing me. I was merely considering Chuanwu's situation." The old man's stick paused, panting heavily as he rested his hands on his hips. "You dare speak of Chuanwu? He is not at fault." Both Sun Wenju and Lu Zilian exchanged awkward glances, realizing they too had been in similar situations. After all, during their courtship, they had ventured into the cornfields after only their third meeting, and a year later, Chuanwu was born. "Enough. You both go to the supply and marketing cooperative and buy something. We cannot arrive empty-handed. Once Aunt Chong has arranged the match, I shall visit the town to procure a pig's head as a gift." Sun Wenju offered the old man a cigarette, which was accepted with a gruff kick to Sun Wenju's backside. Sun Wenju did not evade the blow, accepting it as a matter of course. "Father, is that vehicle outside borrowed by Chuanwu?" The old man rolled his eyes at Sun Wenju. "Can I not buy him one?" Sun Wenju's eyes widened in disbelief. "Father, you bought it. Where did you get the money?" "Mind your own business. I neither stole nor robbed. Chuanwu earned it through work his friend introduced." "What kind of work pays so well? With that money, you could build a house. Besides, if the second son finds out, it will drive him mad." Mention of the second son instantly darkened the old man's expression. "What of it? None of you have taken on my responsibilities. My eldest grandson has stepped up to the plate. Now that he is earning, are you envious? This work was referred by his friends. I merely accompanied him. Essentially, this money belongs to Chuanwu. If you're jealous of him, I will not hesitate to pry your eyes out. In my earlier years, I supported his education and arranged for a wife for him, and he barely returned home, always flattering that factory manager's father-in-law. What right does he have to be resentful? Has he ever helped me with a single ear of corn or prepared a meal for me? Let me be clear. All my possessions and earnings are for Chuanwu and Xiaoxiao. No one else can lay claim." Upon hearing this, Lu Zilian shot an annoyed glance at Sun Wenju. "Father, please don't be angry. Wenju speaks without thinking. Do not hold it against him." The old man, not one to be harsh towards his daughter-in-law, nodded reluctantly. "Zilian, I know you two are dutiful. I am not unreasonable. The expenses for the second son's marriage were considerable, which you witnessed. Throughout these years, you have never complained, and I am reasonable. Chuanwu chooses to follow me. I have no qualms about passing everything to him. He will take over the affairs, and I shall merely assist him. Sun Wenju, blushing, said, Father, I can handle the matter of support. The old man glared. Nonsense. With you, I would surely starve. As the three entered the house, Hu Xiaoxiao was rolling dough with her sleeves rolled up. Ah, Xiaoxiao, let me take over. You should rest. No need. Aunt, you and uncle have traveled a long way. Please take a break while I prepare some noodles. Dinner will be ready shortly. Lu Zulian beamed at Hu Xiaoxiao, defying the notion that mothers-in-law disapprove of their daughters-in-law. If all daughters-in-law were as delightful as Hu Xiaoxiao, who would dare mistreat her? All right. I shall prepare the marinated dishes while you roll the noodles. The two women chatted amiably as Sun Chuanwu dressed and descended from the bed. Sun Wenju beckoned him over. And Sun Chuanwu, pouting, approached obediently. What do you need? Drive me to the supply and marketing cooperative. It's only a short walk. You can go on foot. Sun Wenju. Having purchased 8 items, by 7:30, old Mrs. Chong arrived. Ah, Mrs. Chong, you're quite early. Mrs. Chong, about the same age as the old man and a generation older than Sun Chuanwu, surveyed the industrious Hu Xiaoxiao with satisfaction. One must arrive early to secure a match. This girl is quite diligent. If she becomes part of the family, old Sun, prepare to enjoy a life of ease. The old man grinned widely indeed. In this entire county, there is no other daughter-in-law quite like her. Hu Xiaoxiao blushed. Grandma, Grandpa, please don't flatter me. I'm becoming flustered. Sun Chuanwu offered the old lady a cigarette, which she accepted, crossing her legs to light it. In the northeast, there are 3 treasures: ginseng, sable fir, and Ural grass. There are also 3 oddities: window paper pasted on the outside, children suspended in midair, and young women with large eye bags. In these times, many elderly women smoke with vigor, rivaling the men. Mrs. Chong observed Sun Chuanwu with nostalgia, reflecting, this lad has reached the age of marriage so swiftly. I remember when he was a mischievous child, always getting into trouble. Now look at him, all grown up. Hu Xiaoxiao giggled, while Sun Chuanwu's lips twitched in amusement. Mrs. Chong, you truly know how to flatter. Shall we gather our things and be on our way? Mrs. Chong extinguished her cigarette, but on her shoe, and said, Let us go. We must return after the matchmaking to tend to the fields. Upon entering the jeep, Lu Zulian and Hu Xiaoxiao squeezed into the front passenger seat, while the elder Mrs. Chong and Sun Wenju settled in the back. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Hu family home, they found Hu Laoda busy with his ox cart. He paused his work, looking somewhat bewildered, for he had barely slept the night before, having been questioned repeatedly by his wife about their daughter's whereabouts. Isn't that the car from the Chuanwu family? Could it be they have come to propose? Hu Laoda blinked in confusion. Proposal? What proposal? His wife pinched him on the waist, causing him to yelp in surprise. What on earth are you doing, you fierce woman? Hu Laoda's wife rolled her eyes at him. Did you forget during last night's drinking that you asked Chuanwu to fetch Wenju for an engagement? The younger ones remembered. But he, being older, had turned around and forgotten everything. Hu Laoda slapped his forehead. Oh my, I almost made a pact with that Chuanwu rascal last night. The vehicle came to a halt, and the family disembarked. Elder Mrs. Chong, with her bound feet, walked with a slight wobble. Ah, the eldest son of the Hu family. I have come today to discuss a match for the eldest grandson of the Sun family. Is there any warm water inside? Chapter 85, The Treasure Keeper. Hu Laoda's wife clapped her thighs, her face beaming with joy. Oh, of course there's warm water. Come in quickly. The whole family entered the house. And Sun Wenju cast a glance at Sun Chuanwu. Chuanwu, take Xiaoxiao and Hu Juner for a stroll. Sure, Sun Chuanwu replied, taking Hu Xiaoxiao's hand as they exited the courtyard, with Hu Juner trailing behind them to the back seat. Brother-in-law, why not drive me around? Of course. Let's go for a drive. After starting the car, Sun Chuanwu headed towards Hongqi village. Along the dirt road, many people were leading their ox carts to the fields. And Sun Chuanwu greeted each one. Upon reaching the entrance of the supply and marketing cooperative, he stopped the car. Hu Xiaoxiao tugged at Sun Chuanwu. What are you doing at the cooperative? Running out of cigarettes? Just buying something for Hu Juner to eat. Hu Juner's eyes lit up, nearly jumping with excitement. Thank you, brother-in-law. Hu Xiaoxiao shot Sun Chuanwu a reproachful look. You're just spoiling him. After getting out of the car, Hu Juner dashed straight to the cooperative. Currently, the selection of snacks was quite limited, mainly just some candies. Even instant noodles were unavailable. He bought a pound of fruit candies and each of them opened a bottle of orange-flavored soda, sitting on a bench outside the cooperative to drink. As Hu Juner placed the candies in the car, they made a delightful jingling sound as he walked. Hu Xiaoxiao frowned, pointing at Hu Juner. What are you going to do with so many marbles? Is it something to eat or drink? Hu Juner raised his head defiantly. They're fun. Sun Chuanwu patted Hu Xiaoxiao's leg, attempting to placate her. It's not that expensive. Why are you scolding him? Hu Xiaoxiao lightly pinched Sun Chuanwu at the waist. You have no sense of saving. Money should be saved, small coins turning into larger sums. That's what true wealth is. I just need to earn a bit more. At that moment, a disheveled young man, about 6 feet tall, walked towards the cooperative, his trousers haphazardly pulled up, revealing half of his long underwear-clad backside, with snot running down his face. Heh, Chuanwu, didn't you go to get married? Why are you here? This fellow was called Xin, of similar age to Sun Chuanwu, who had become simple-minded after a high fever at the age of 6. The village children often shunned Xin, bullying him in groups during childhood, which had led Sun Chuanwu and Kong Kai to fight for him on numerous occasions. Despite Xin's burly frame, he possessed a kind heart. Even when bullied, he wouldn't cry but would just chuckle foolishly. Sun Chuanwu once asked him why he never fought back. Xin simply replied, "It hurts to be hit. If I hit them, it hurts them too." To others, Xin was a fool, but to Sun Chuanwu, he was a dear childhood friend. Standing up, Sun Chuanwu helped Xin pull up his pants and took a red tissue from his pocket to wipe his nose, while Xin stood there grinning idiotically. I brought Xiao Xiao and the others out for a walk. Would you like a soda? I can buy you one. Xin scratched his head, still grinning. No need. A bottle costs 30 cents. Save it for your wedding. Hu Xiao went back into the cooperative and soon emerged with a bottle of soda, pressing it into Xin's hands. Drink it, Xin. It's already opened. Can't return it now. Xin looked at the orange soda in his hands, somewhat distressed. Sun Chuanwu patted him on the shoulder. Go ahead and drink it. Chuanwu, you're so nice, and Xiao is too. Sun Chuanwu smiled. It's just soda, but where are you planning to go? Suddenly, Xin's expression changed. He glanced around, then leaned in close to Sun Chuanwu's ear, whispering, Chuanwu, there's a bad person in our village. Sun Chuanwu furrowed his brow. A bad person? What kind of bad person? Xin gestured with his hands, struggling to find the words. In the river, there are big girls. They want to catch the big girls from the river. The term big girls from the river was known only to Sun Chuanwu and Kong Kai. Even Hu Xiao was hearing it for the first time. She asked in confusion, Brother Chuanwu, what are the big girls from the river? Sun Chuanwu rubbed his nose. Having always felt that the concept of the big girls from the river was a figment of Xin's imagination. Once, when Sun Chuanwu had fallen into the river and was nearly drowning, Xin had jumped in to rescue him. There had been no one around, and it was as if Xin had descended like a divine being. Later, when Sun Chuanwu asked how he knew he had fallen, Xin said it was the big girls from the river who told him. Over the years, he had never seen these so-called big girls. I'll tell you when I get home. Sun Chuanwu adjusted Xin's clothes, asking, where are they now? Xin chewed on his finger, shaking his head. They were here just now. But now I don't know where they went. Sun Chuanwu didn't want to shatter Xin's innocence, and said earnestly, if you see them, don't approach them. If things get out of hand, come find me, and I'll help you deal with them. Xin grinned broadly. Chuanwu, you're so nice. Once Xin finished his soda, Hu Xiao returned the bottle, and Sun Chuanwu calculated that it was time to head back. Xin, I'm off to the 6th Brigade. Don't wander off, and don't go near the water. It's cold now, don't freeze. Xin nodded, grinning and pointing at Hu Xiao. Chuanwu, your wife is really nice. Hu Xiao pulled a handful of fruit candies from Hu Jun'er's bag and stuffed them into Xin's hands. Thank you, Chuanwu's wife. You all go ahead. I'm going to find the big girls from the river. I need to tell them to run fast because there are bad people. Don't go into the river, understand? No, I want to go into the river. I'm going to find the big girls. After getting in the car and watching Xin walk away, Hu Xiao wore a look of regret. If only Xin hadn't gotten sick. That's just fate. But this way, he is at least happy every day. As they drove back along the road towards the 6th Brigade, which ran alongside the great river, Sun Chuanwu noticed 2 figures in the distance by the riverbank, each carrying a short pole over their shoulder, walking up the embankment. A shiver ran down Sun Chuanwu's spine. Although they were far away, he could still recognize that these 2 were not from their little valley. Could they possibly be the bad people Xin spoke of? Hu Xiao, puzzled, pointed at the 2 figures. Brother Chuanwu, you said there are no big fish in our river, so why are those 2 here fishing? Sun Chuanwu frowned and shook his head, Xin's words echoing repeatedly in his mind. As he brushed past 2 individuals, Sun Chuanwu cast a glance at the fishing rods and anchor hooks they carried, and the term treasure keeper involuntarily sprang to his mind. He had heard the old man mention this phrase once before. The elder had spoken of the many extraordinary talents in this world, including the lineage of treasure keepers. Sun Chuanwu had never considered these tales as anything more than stories told to him by his grandfather. However, today, The tools possessed by these two men aligned perfectly with everything the old man had recounted. Moreover, recalling Xin and the mention of the big girl, he wondered if she could indeed be the treasure that the treasure keepers sought. He vividly remembered the incident of nearly drowning, when there was no one around. How could Xin have appeared so suddenly? Could it be that the village guardians were real? Sun Chuanwu took a deep breath, increasingly aware that the world he was encountering now was entirely different from his previous life. Who knows? Let us head home for now, he decided, accelerating and stirring up a cloud of dust. The elder treasure keeper brushed away the dust from his eyes, commenting, "This little place has some wealth. They even have a 212. The younger treasure keeper's eyes glinted with malice. What a show-off. If it weren't for the importance of the Jiaozhu, I would have taken him out myself. The elder shot him a warning glare. Don't stir up trouble. This place can conceal dragons and talents. We wouldn't want to capsize our boat here. The younger man scoffed. What kind of talent can emerge from such a remote place? Better to be cautious, the elder advised. Upon arriving at Hu Xiaoxiao's home, the sound of laughter from the two families greeted them. The trio entered, and Hu Xiaoxiao's mother welcomed. Is Chuanwu back? You and Xiaoxiao go play in her room for a while. We'll have lunch at home. I need to go prepare the chicken. Thank you, Auntie. Son Chuanwu replied. What is there to thank for? We'll all be family soon. Xiaoxiao, pour some water for your brother Chuanwu. Your father has 2 boxes of Changbai ginseng in the cupboard. Go fetch them. Hu Xiaoxiao's face turned red. No need. Mom, Chuanwu bought cigarettes. Hu Laodao pursed his lips. You silly child, those cigarettes belong to him. They aren't the same as what I gave him. I'll go get them. As he rummaged under the quilt in the cupboard, Hu Laodao's expression suddenly changed. What the heck? Where are my 2 boxes of Changbai ginseng? Hu Xiaoxiao blushed and mumbled, I already gave them to Chuanwu. The room erupted in laughter at Hu Xiaoxiao's adorable demeanor, while Hu Laodao wore a sorrowful face, throwing his hands up in defeat. This is what they mean by a girl grows up too fast. She hasn't even moved in yet, and is already taking things home. Sun Chuanwu called out to his grandfather, Grandpa, come here for a moment. The old man set down his sunflower seeds and emerged. What is up? He asked. Leading him outside, Sun Chuanwu offered him a cigarette and, after lighting it, lowered his voice. Grandpa, are there really treasure keepers? The old man's eyes widened. Am I joking with you? I've never seen one. How could I tell you? Sun Chuanwu swallowed hard. Grandpa, what about the village guardian? ISNTXIN1? ISNTXIN clever? The old man scoffed. In some respects, she is much smarter than you. There's a saying about great wisdom appearing foolish and great skill appearing clumsy. Why are you suddenly asking about this? Sun Chuanwu recounted the story of the big girl and the 2 treasure keepers he encountered today. The old man frowned, irritated. Damn it, what is wrong with these people? Searching for treasures here? Grandpa, is there really a big girl? Sun Chuanwu pressed. The old man shot him a look of disbelief. Of course there is. If there wasn't you would have drowned long ago. But, Grandpa, what is this big girl exactly? A big girl is just that, a big girl. Enough questions. They want farewell with Xin. If they can negotiate, fine, but if not, they might not leave the village. When lunch comes, speak less. Tomorrow, you'll go to the town to buy a pig's head to send to your Grandma Chang. Sun Chuanwu felt a pang of discomfort. They were discussing treasure keepers, and now it had shifted to pig's head meat. In winter, when Xiaoxiao is on break, you 2 should get engaged. Let us settle the engagement first. And when you're older, you can obtain the marriage certificate. All right, I'll follow your lead. Grandpa, please tell me more about what is going on. I told you, don't concern yourself with everything. It's a daily affair, the old man replied, rolling his eyes before heading back inside. Feeling unsettled, Sun Chuanwu entered the small room and removed his shoes to sit on the calm, pondering why he felt so uneasy. What had he discussed with his grandfather? Nothing much. He just said we should go to the town tomorrow to buy a pig's head for Grandma Chang. Even though Hu Xiaoxiao knew their relationship was destined, she blushed at the comment. Tomorrow isn't a market day, we might not even find one. Maybe we can go the day after. Sun Chuanwu furrowed his brows, considering, then shook his head. We need to leave early the day after. Otherwise, we might miss out on the pig's head. We'll finish up the fields tomorrow afternoon and stay overnight before coming back after buying the pig's head. All right, I'll follow your lead. After lunch, Sun Chuanwu drove the family home, but Hu Xiaoxiao did not accompany them. They were only in the proposal stage. They couldn't have the big girl staying at his home every day, as that wouldn't look good. Upon reaching home, the old man was thrilled, pulling Sun Chuanwu and Sun Wenju aside, chattering away. Your grandmother passed away early. I raised your father and your second uncle. Your mother was dutiful and asked for nothing when she married in. Later, your father went to the power station, and your mother worked at the credit union in the neighboring town. and they managed to build a life together. Eventually, they helped raise your second uncle and set him up with a family. With a sigh, the old man continued, let us not discuss your second uncle. He always thinks I'm biased. He doesn't realize that if it weren't for your father and mother's support back then, he wouldn't have found a wife. Lu Tzulian turned her head away, wiping away tears. Dad, don't say that. It's what I should do. The old man shook his head, a hint of bitterness on his face. There's no such thing as should do. You're just kind-hearted. Who else would want to support their own brother-in-law like that? Chuanwu has now found a wife. In winter, when the two kids get engaged, they can start their life together. Chuanwu, I must tell you this. The girl is with you because she has feelings for you, so you mustn't let her down. Understood? Son Chuanwu nodded solemnly, vowing not to disappoint Hu Xiaoxiao. After another round of drinking with his grandfather, Son Chuanwu drifted off to sleep on the Kong. He was unaware of how much time passed when he suddenly found himself standing in the middle of the village bridge. At the bridge's entrance stood a robust figure, silhouetted against the moonlight. One man holds the pass. 10,000 cannot pass. Brothers, I'm still in the hospital getting IVs. I'll update again during the day. The data isn't great, but don't worry. I will definitely keep writing. Thank you for your support. Chapter 87. Xin's big account is live. Xin. Sun Chuanwu felt an unsettling sensation and called out to Xin, who was facing away from him. It seemed she didn't hear him, as she showed no reaction. He hurried towards her, but as soon as he took a step, he was terrifyingly yanked back to his original spot. Just when Sun Chuanwu felt lost, in the moonlight, two figures, a young and an old, were slowly approaching the bridge. Treasure keepers. Xin, run. Sun Chuanwu shouted. He couldn't tell if it was his imagination, but he thought he perceived a slight tremor in Xin's body. Both of you, leave the village at once. The elder of the villagers squinted as he scrutinized Xin. He hefted a fishing rod and clasped his fists in front of Xin. I am Zhang Wenliang, and this is my grandson, Zhang Deshan. If you could be so kind, we will take what we need and depart. Xin's expression remained icy as he replied flatly. Leave. Zhang Wenliang's gaze sharpened, a cold smile creeping upon his lips. This village certainly has its quirks. I hadn't anticipated encountering guardians of the village. Young man, why cling so stubbornly? I'm merely carrying out orders to retrieve an item. Your resistance benefits neither of us. With an air of arrogance, Zhang Deshan declared, Grandfather, why waste words on him? He is a fool. Let us just eliminate him. Xin suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, how delightful. You wish to kill Chuanwu at noon. What a splendid fellow he is. And now you want to kill me too? TSK. You two have provided me with a splendid excuse. He stood pondering aloud. They intend to kill the girl for her pearl and also wish to eliminate Chuanwu. Surely, retaliating is not excessive, is it? Not excessive at all. Treat them as they treat you. A flicker of doubt crossed Xin's face. Will it hurt them? In the next moment, a twisted, bloodthirsty expression overtook him. Yes, they ought to feel some pain. Zhang Dishan's face darkened, an icy dread washing over him. This fellow is indeed mad. Zhang Wenliang's complexion shifted drastically. In mere moments, the aura emanating from Xin instilled a sense of fear within him. At that instant, Xin lunged toward Zhang Deshan, covering the distance of over 10 meters in a single stride, appearing directly before him. Before Zhang Deshan could react, Xin's right hand clamped around his neck like a vice, lifting him effortlessly. In a swift motion, he materialized at the bridge's edge, still grasping Zhang Dishan's throat. Release my grandson. Zhang Wenliang swung his fishing rod violently, the hook soaring through the air like a bullet, aiming for Xin's brow. In a flash, Xin flicked his right hand, causing Zhang Dishan's body to tremble violently as the golden anchor hook pierced through his skull. With a flick of his wrist, Xin hurled Zhang Dishan's lifeless body towards Zhang Wenliang. In a frantic rush, Zhang Wenliang caught his grandson's corpse. Watching in horror as the light faded from Zhang Dishan's eyes, his own heart nearly shattering. You killed my grandson. I'll make you pay? TSK. It was indeed you who murdered your own grandson. What has that to do with me? The fishing rod swung back towards Xin, who effortlessly caught the anchor hook in his palm. An object capable of piercing through rock posed no threat to Xin. A smirk graced his lips as he mused. Ah, such poetic justice. You two are so steeped in bloodlust. You, old man, have sown a lifetime of wickedness, only to raise a killer. And now, TSK, you have slain your own grandson. How utterly laughable. Xin yanked the rod, causing Zhang Wenliang's feet to dig into the ground as he leaned back, yet still couldn't resist Xin's monstrous strength. Come here. Xin exerted force again, and Zhang Wenliang stumbled forward, the distance between them evaporating. Xin delivered a powerful kick, sending Zhang Wenliang sprawling over 10 meters away, crashing heavily to the ground. In Xin's hand now rested a bamboo fishing rod. He gazed at the pristine fishing line, sorrow etched on his face. Such a splendid sturgeon, reduced to mere line. A cruel act against nature. Zhang Wenliang staggered to his feet, blood trickling from his lips, terror still evident on his face. But a glimmer of vengeance flickered in his eyes. If you have the guts, kill me. Kill you? Xin shook his head. No. Your retribution is not mine to deliver. I have no need to lay a hand on you. Take your grandson and leave. Stumbling, Zhang Wenliang made his way to Zhang Dishan's side, cradling him while still managing to utter threats. We shall endure. The village guardians, huh? Before he could finish, Xin casually flicked his fishing rod, the line slicing through the air with a swish, the anchor hook piercing through Zhang Wenliang's right leg in an instant. With a nonchalant tug, Zhang Wenliang stumbled as the hook returned, dragging a chunk of flesh the size of an egg back to the rod. Such dense talk. Turning away, Xin did not spare Zhang Wenliang a glance as he headed toward the village. He retrieved a piece of candy from his pocket, gifted to him by Hu Xiaoxiao earlier, and popped it into his mouth, licking the wrapper before carefully tucking it back into his pocket. Discarding the remnants of flesh from the fishing rod, Xin scratched his backside, his trousers slipping down to reveal his red long johns. Chuanwu, still in shock, struggled to comprehend whether he was dreaming or experiencing reality, overwhelmed by a vividness he had never encountered before. An unsettling premonition settled within him. The events unfolding before him were undeniably real. Growing up alongside Xin, he had been blissfully unaware of this alternate persona within him. Moreover, Zhang Wenliang's earlier maneuver with the rod had been executed at a speed rivaling that of a bullet, transcending the limits of human perception. The anchor hook had pierced through a skull, a feat that even some firearms would struggle to achieve, yet a mere hook accomplished it. The most terrifying aspect was how effortlessly Xin seized the hook, wielding the fishing rod with greater finesse than Zhang Wenliang himself. Xin abruptly halted beside Sun Chuanwu, gazing down at the fishing rod in his hands. Sun Chuanwu held his breath, uncertain of Xin's intentions. Half a minute later, Xin pouted and tossed the rod into Sun Chuanwu's arms, a look of disdain on his face. What a worthless thing, I don't want it anymore.